Mr. Chen, the 100 family buckets of fried chicken you ordered have been delivered at the exact time you specified. On the narrow roadside near the outskirts, Chen Luo glanced at the delivery cart and instructed, "Load them into my truck and stack them properly." The vehicle Chen Luo had prepared was a small freight truck more than spacious enough to hold 100 family buckets of fried chicken. The delivery supervisor, still chewing on a chicken drumstick, replied with a broad smile. Originally, they did not provide loading services, but there was no helping it. Chen Luo was paying too much. With the extra money, they had been taking orders like this from him for half a month. Just as the fried chicken delivery left, the roast duck delivery arrived on its heels. "Mr. Chen, the 100 roast ducks you ordered have arrived." After both groups had left, Chen Luo scanned his surroundings, then climbed into the cargo bay. A moment later, the freshly delivered fried chicken and roast ducks vanished as if by magic. They had not actually disappeared. They had entered Chen Luo's ability space. He had to free up space in the cargo bay. There were still many more waves of deliveries to come. His ability space was not especially large, only about the size of a little more than 20 football fields with a height of 20 meters. Within this ability space, time ceased to flow. Even if he were to take out any portion of fried chicken or roast duck 20 years later, it would still be perfectly fresh, steaming hot. 3 days earlier, Chen Luo had been shocked to discover that he had returned from 12 years into the apocalypse back to 1 month before the apocalypse began. What would become the most desperately coveted thing in the apocalypse? Supplies. More precisely, food. Food is the heaven of the people. Without anything to eat, who could endure? In that damned apocalypse, resources were terrifyingly scarce. Even Chen Luo, hailed as the Void King, often went hungry and half-starved. What he ate was either fast food that had been expired for who knew how many years, or the bitter, sour-tasting flesh of mutated creatures. 27 days from now, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse would erupt and 80% of humanity worldwide would turn into zombies. Of the humans who remained, at least 90% would then die at the hands of zombies. The surviving humans would at varying paces begin to evolve and awaken abilities, some of the body, some of elements, and some of the mind. Chen Luo wielded an exceedingly rare space-type ability. His talent was so formidable that he was known as the Void King. There was simply no one who could truly stand against him. With his mastery of void-walking, Chen Luo's ability to lie low and survive was unmatched. His combat power was top-tier, and his life-preserving skills even more so. Whenever danger loomed, a single step into the void, and he was gone. After hiding and enduring for so long, Chen Luo eventually realized that he seemed to have outlived all other survivors. Across the entire world, aside from increasingly outrageous monsters, he could no longer see a single fellow human. In the apocalypse, human hearts were unfathomable, but a world where he was the only person left was far too lonely. Unable to bear that isolation, finding no meaning in continuing to live, Chen Luo chose a pit and buried himself. It was not that Chen Luo was unable to go on living, it was that he no longer wished to. When he awoke, he discovered that he had been reborn. The ability space he had opened up in his previous life still existed, allowing him to freely store and retrieve supplies. All his other ability powers had disappeared. Chen Luo could not make sense of what had happened to him, and he was too lazy to dwell on it. In this world, only fine food could not be betrayed, so he hurried to start hoarding a wave of it. 3 minutes later, "Mr. Chen, the dishes you reserved have arrived." Chen Luo had deliberately chosen several hotels renowned for their flavors, having each of them send 100 portions of their signature dishes, all packed to go. They were all dishes Chen Luo loved. Sour fish with pickled vegetables, stewed chicken with mushrooms, beer duck sweet, and sour ribs, braised Crucian carp. Every one prepared by the hand of a master chef. After the apocalypse, not to mention eating them, even catching a glimpse of such dishes would be utterly absurd. Want to eat them? Only in dreams could you have everything. A single piece of bread was enough to make people come to blows. Chen Luo had once fought a bloody battle with someone over a single sausage. If anyone had been able to offer him a hearty meat dish, Chen Luo would have done whatever they asked. His cravings had been suppressed for far too long. In less than an hour, 500 hearty dishes had been placed into Chen Luo's ability space. Before the apocalypse arrived, whenever he had free time, Chen Luo would repeatedly carry out this kind of operation. Such orders were indeed a bit strange, but Chen Luo did not care. He neither stole nor robbed anyone. He could say he was taking them to comfort children at a welfare institute, reward construction workers, or that he was ill and buying them for fun. Who could refute him? If ordering 1,000 portions had not seemed too outrageous, and if the hotel's efficiency could have kept up, Chen Luo would only have bought more. At that moment, his phone rang. "President Chen, the first batch of 2,000 tons from the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered is almost at the cold storage. Would you like to come over and take a look? Chen Luo answered that he would be there immediately. Indeed, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, but that was not all. He had also ordered 2,000 tons each of beef and mutton and 5,000 tons each of chicken, duck, fish, and other meats. After the apocalypse descended, it was not that cooking became impossible. If fresh ingredients were available, anything could be made. Not long into the apocalypse, however, the power went out, and even if there were ingredients, there was no way to keep them fresh. Chen Luo only awakened his ability space 2 years later. By then, what ingredients were left for him to preserve? Relying on a small truck to load batch after batch. How much could it really carry? Most importantly, the cost-effectiveness was not high. Pork was cheap, and it was what people in the country ate the most, so it was what Chen Luo stockpiled in greatest quantity. At a wholesale price of 9.6 yuan per gene, 10,000 tons cost him not even 200 million. If he had had more money, Chen Luo would have liked nothing better than to hoard a full 100,000 tons. Chen Luo sighed softly. We've really hit good times. If this were 2 years ago when the price of second senior brother was nearing 50, it would have been hard to hoard much even with money. Once all the stockpiled goods were in place, Chen Luo would find an opportune moment to move them entirely into his ability space. When he arrived at the cold storage, President Wang of the trading company that had taken his massive order greeted him with a beaming smile. Chen Luo said, "Once the goods are unloaded, we'll go to the bank to transfer the payment." President Wang's smile grew even broader as he replied, "No rush, no rush." Chen Luo merely smiled and did not take the word seriously. He had already paid a 10% deposit on this batch. For each shipment delivered, he would pay for that shipment. Altogether 70%, with the remaining 30% to be settled in a month. If possible, Chen Luo would have preferred to pull off the deal with empty hands and catch a white wolf, but he and they were not acquainted, and President Wang simply did not have the strength to front that kind of money. Chen Luo called out to the butchers he had hired, "Old Zhang and Old Li, Old Zhang, Old Li, keep a close watch. Don't let them fob us off with meat that's been frozen for decades." Old Zhang's chubby face quivered with a grin. "President Chen, don't worry. I've been slaughtering pigs for decades. One look at pork and I can tell when the pig was killed." Chen Luo joked, "I've lived for more than 20 years. Whether there's electricity in this circuit, I can tell with just one touch." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into loud laughter. President Chen is really humorous. After the goods were unloaded, Chen Luo and President Wang of the trading company went to the bank to complete the transfer. Just after they parted ways, his phone rang again. An agitated voice burst from the speaker. "Chen Luo, you sold shares worth more than 3 billion for just 1 billion. Such a major matter, and you don't even tell me. Do you still see me, your uncle, as anyone at all? Shares worth 3 billion were sold for only 1 billion. Was that not the very definition of a colossal dupe?" Those shares had been left to Chen Luo by his parents, originally accounting for 42% of the Chen Group's equity. Over the span of 6 years, that 42% stake had been diluted down to 17. The shares had once been worth more than 7 billion, yet now their value had shrunk to a mere 3 billion. It was understandable that the group's development required financing and that share dilution was inevitable, yet for the value not only to stagnate, but to plunge instead was simply indefensible. Under the guise of making investments, Chen Luo's eldest uncle Chen Jianan had engineered massive losses. On the surface, the money had been lost. In reality, it had merely slipped into another pocket of Chen Jianan's. When the apocalypse broke out in his previous life, Chen Luo had been only 21, an inexperienced youth. Though he eventually realized what was happening, he was no match for the sly old fox Chen Jianan and could not free himself from his uncle's control. Reborn Chen Luo now found it difficult even to sell his shares at a normal price. Due to an agreement, the major shareholder Chen Jianan possessed the right of first refusal to purchase Chen Luo's stake. Only if Chen Jianan declined could Chen Luo sell to anyone else. Yet the moment Chen Luo revealed any intention of selling, Chen Jianan would certainly stall for time and do everything in his power to suppress the price, leaving Chen Luo with perhaps not even 1 billion in the end. Worse, yet it would waste an enormous amount of time. Although there was still nearly a month before the apocalypse, Chen Luo could not afford to squander it on this. Without money, who would sell him anything? Chen Luo had no time to spar with Chen Jianan, so he sought out a well-connected rich heir and dumped the 3 billion worth of shares on him for just 1 billion on the condition that the money be in his hands the very next day. With one bold move, he had invited the wolf into the house. For a princeling with powerful backing, agreeing to Chen Luo's terms was hardly a losing proposition. At the very least, he could easily earn 1 billion from this transaction. When Chen Jianan learned of this, how could he not fly into a rage? Over the phone, he said, "Come to the company. We'll talk face to face." Although Chen Luo did not want to see Chen Jinan, he still agreed, otherwise he would not know peace for this entire month. Chen Luo, if someone is threatening you, just blink at me, Chen Jinan said, playing the concerned elder. Chen Jinan wore an expression of deep grief and righteous indignation in front of Chen Luo. He truly was heartsick. Given a few more years to maneuver, he could have stripped Chen Luo of everything, yet now the boy had simply sold the shares off. It violated the agreement, but did such things matter to certain people? Chen Luo maintained a respectful expression toward his elder, while in his heart a boundless killing intent was surging. 6 years ago his parents had died in a car accident caused by brake failure. The mastermind behind it all had been none other than Chen Jinan, his own uncle by blood. This truth had been personally confessed by Chen Jinan's son Chen Fei after the apocalypse. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Uncle, no one is threatening me. I simply have a hunch that the price of pork will soar again. 50 per gene is not a dream. Then the 10 billion I use to stockpile pork can swell to 50 billion. No, if I dare to think, even bolder, 100 per gene is not impossible. Chen Luo was not lying. After the apocalypse, trying to use money to buy food again. At 100,000 per gene, one might not even find anyone willing to sell. Hearing this, Chen Jinan stared at him, mouth agape. Was this not sheer idiocy? How could he even dare to dream such nonsense? You were never this foolish before, he thought. After his initial shock, Chen Jinan chuckled. Chen Luo might not have been a genius, but he had never been stupid to this extent. With a tone of earnest persuasion, Chen Jinan said, Xiao Luo, look, why don't you sell them to me for 15 billion? Chen Luo shrugged. Sorry, uncle, I've already sold them. The contract has been signed. It's impossible to buy them back now from that young master. Chen Jinan frowned. That rich heir's background was formidable and not to be offended. Buying back the shares at the original price was out of the question, or if he wanted them, he would have to bleed heavily. Chen Luo was very busy. His phone started ringing again. He offered a brief apologetic look, walked over to the window, and answered. Seeing the caller ID, his heart gave a jolt. Could it be? A young woman's voice came through the receiver. Mr. Chen, regarding the black Chinese rural dog with missing fur on one ear that you commissioned us to find, we've finally got a lead. I've sent you a photo. Please confirm whether it is the one you lost. At those words, Chen Luo's breathing immediately quickened. After the apocalypse, some bored busybodies had even drawn up rankings for ability users of various elements. First among the spatial element was naturally Chen Luo. First of the fire element was Ling Yinji, known as the Blood Rose. First of the lightning element, however, was a being called the Thunder Dharma King, a dog. Among humans, some turned into zombies while others evolved and awakened abilities. The same was true of flora and fauna. Those that did not become zombie creatures also had a chance to develop powers. Generally speaking, animals were less gifted than humans, but there were exceptions, and the Thunder Dharma King was one of them. It was a dog that had not turned into a zombie, a living, breathing piece of dog meat. Countless people set their sights on it. None of them succeeded. All who tried, save for Chen Luo, were mercilessly punished. Thus, it earned the title of Thunder Dharma King. The number 2 lightning ability user Kuang Lei was deeply unconvinced. How could they count a dog in the rankings? Damn it, am I not even as good as a dog? He had raged. Later reality proved that he truly was not as good as that dog. The Thunder Dharma King had no master. Chen Luo had heard that before the apocalypse in a dog meat restaurant in Modu, someone had once seen a black dog missing an ear that looked very much like the Thunder Dharma King. After his rebirth, Chen Luo took this matter seriously and hired people to search for it, offering a reward of 1 million upon success. The price was no less than that of a certain principal searching for his beloved pet. Chen Luo immediately checked his phone. Sure enough, the other party had sent a photo, a black Chinese rural dog, its complexion somewhat listless, sorrow glimmering in its eyes. Chen Luo's pupils contracted. As the executioner who had ambushed the Thunder Dharma King many times before finally succeeding and eating it, he was all too familiar with this dog. He simply had craved dog meat too much. After eating, he regretted it at once. Lacking seasonings and any culinary skill, all he could do was boil it in plain water and add a little salt. Yet even so, the taste had been unbelievably fragrant. The black dog in the photo looked exactly like the Thunder Dharma King, and the missing left ear was ironclad proof. Chen Luo could not help but smile. Dharma King, oh Dharma King, in this life, I won't be short of food. How about we keep each other company? I promise to treat you well with good food and good drink. Wait for me. Your big brother is coming to rescue you. I hope you'll recognize me as your master this time. Stowing his phone away, Chen Luo could hardly wait to rescue the Thunder Law Sovereign. He called out, Uncle, I'm off. Chen Jinan made no attempt to stop him, squinting as he watched Chen Luo stride briskly away. The Chen group was no longer Chen Luo's concern. Both Chen Jinan and his son had been fortunate. Their lives survived the apocalypse's onset. Chun Fei had even awakened a formidable mutant ability and, leveraging the Chun group's remaining staff, forged a modest but capable faction. This lifetime offered no such reprieve. He would perish on the very day the apocalypse began as foretold. No sooner had Chun Luo departed than Chun Fei entered Qin Jianan's office. Tall and powerfully built Chun Fei hurriedly reported, "I've uncovered it. Chun Luo recently ordered a massive shipment of supplies." Chun Jianan lit a cigarette and muttered irritably. "He claims he stockpiled 10 billion yuan worth of pork. Damn it. This has thrown my entire plan into disarray." Chun Fei looked surprised, but according to my sources he placed only a tenth of sand in order, roughly 200 million yuan. Chun Jianan sneered coldly. "Chun Luo isn't that foolish. Clearly he's seen through my intent to seize his shares and fabricated this pretext. I never imagined he'd sever ties so decisively. Who in their right mind would sell 30 billion yuan in equity for a mere 10 billion? I underestimated him." Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Chun Fei drew near and whispered, "Father, shall we arrange for him to vanish? With his parents gone, if he dies, we become his primary heirs." Chun Jianan waved him off dismissively. "Xiao Fei back, then we had nothing to lose. That was a gamble we could afford. Now with nearly 1 billion yuan at stake, risking it all over a mere 100 million is reckless. If caught, the consequences would be catastrophic." Chun Fei muttered a curse under his breath. "Fool. This is the end of the world, yet he hoards supplies like mad. Let's see how long before he bankrupts himself." Chun Luo had entrusted the search for the Thunder Law Sovereign to 2 private investigation firms. Had he issued a public bounty himself, he would have been inundated by the curious, the bored, the greedy, the deceitful, and the merely opportunistic. It took nearly an hour by car before Chun Luo arrived at the prearranged meeting place. The moment he stepped out of his vehicle, a man and a woman approached him. The man was Wang Ming, a sharp-eyed private investigator. The woman, his assistant in her early 20s, gazed at Chun Luo with unmistakable intensity. Young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome. How could she resist such a figure? Chun Luo dispensed with pleasantries and asked bluntly, "Where is it?" "Mr. Chin, please follow me," Wang Ming replied with a smile. Having signed a binding contract, and having thoroughly vetted Chun Luo's background, including his multi-billion yuan stake in the Chun Group, he felt confident the young heir would honor his $1 million fee. The Thunder Law Sovereign now resided in a dogmeat restaurant, a grim irony that weighed heavily upon its spirit. Its nascent intelligence whispered a chilling truth: it might well be slaughtered at any moment. Perhaps tomorrow. Perhaps even tonight. The restaurant stood nearby. Why else would they have chosen this location? 1 minute later, Chun Luo stood before a dogmeat eatery named By Air. Though still open in the afternoon, it sat eerily empty, no patrons in sight. 2 large iron cages stood outside the entrance, each holding 5 native dogs, slaughtered on demand per customer selection. The Thunder Law Sovereign was among them. Fortune had spared the Thunder Law Sovereign. For 27 days remained until the apocalypse, and thus far it had eluded the butcher's knife. Chun Luo's gaze locked instantly onto the Thunder Law Sovereign. It possessed neither imposing stature nor commanding presence, only a haggard, pitiful air of helplessness. No longer the awe-inspiring sovereign of the post-apocalyptic world, it was now merely a trembling, vulnerable creature. As Chun Luo stared, the beast lifted its head and recoiled violently. Of course it held no prescience. It could not know this man would one day consume it. Its shudder was pure, unadulterated fear. What else does one do at a dogmeat restaurant? And why stare so intently, unless one intended to eat it? Chun Luo's heart raced. The Thunder Law Sovereign, his potential companion, his future sovereign. The thought alone sent a thrill through him. Spatial mutation abilities were weak in their infancy. Mastery of potent techniques, like void striding, required time. Yet the Thunder Law Sovereign could fill that critical gap in his early combat capacity. During battle, he need only unleash the Thunder Law Sovereign, shut the door, and release the hound. 3 figures stood outside. A waiter emerged and asked, "Are you 3 here to dine?" Chun Luo's expression hardened instantly. In a low, commanding voice, he demanded, "Where's your boss? Bring him out now." Wang Ming watched with quiet amusement a wealthy heir discovering his beloved dog in a dogmeat shop. Trouble was inevitable. Yet Wang Ming puzzled inwardly. Did billionaires truly keep mongrel dogs? This one was plain unremarkable, even missing an ear. Troublemakers. The waiter earned only 3,000 yuan monthly, and knew better than to entangle himself in unnecessary conflict. Without hesitation, he went to fetch the owner. In the lull, Chun Luo turned to the Thunder Law Sovereign and offered a disarmingly gentle, benevolent smile. Moments later, the restaurant's proprietor By Air emerged beaming. "What can I do for you 3?" Chen Luo pointed fiercely at the caged Thunder Law Sovereign and erupted in feigned fury. You dare ask what brings me here? You stole my dog. Had I not intervened in time, my beloved Dahe would already be stew. A blatant lie, yet one born of righteous indignation. How dare they serve dog meat when this creature stood before him? Not even 1,000,000,000 yuan would have deterred him from rescuing it and acquiring it for free. All the sweeter. Buyer blinked in shock. Was the dog's owner really here? After years in the dog meat trade, such incidents were neither rare nor unprecedented. But hadn't this one been astray? Buyer hastily raised his hands in protest. Surely a misunderstanding. I source all my stock through legitimate channels. Chen Luo scoffed, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Hello, emergency services. I'm reporting a dog meat restaurant trafficking in stolen dogs. Its supply chain is corrupt. No merchant was above reproach, and some secrets crumbled under scrutiny. At the sound of the call, Buyer immediately wilted. It's truly a misunderstanding. I had no idea this was your dog. I'm a victim too. I'll hold those suppliers accountable starting today. Here's what we'll do. Brother, you take your dog home, no charge whatsoever. Does that settle it? Chen Luo's scowl softened slightly. He gave a curt, disdainful snort. Given your cooperative attitude, I'll let this pass, for now. Buyer grinned apologetically as he released the Thunder Law Sovereign from its cage. No leash required. After all, he reasoned, it's your dog. You're not worried it'll run, are you? Chen Luo called out gently, Xiaohe, come with me. Let's go home. The Thunder Law Sovereign hesitated, bewildered. Xiaohe. Who's that? Yet instinct told it this man had saved its life. It did not flee, merely fell obediently and a step behind him. A surge of quiet triumph rose in Chen Luo's chest. The Thunder Law Sovereign, secured. Chen Luo opened the car door and ushered in the Thunder God. The Thunder God hesitated briefly, then leapt into the vehicle. Chen Luo nodded with quiet satisfaction, closed the door, and said to Wang Ming, send me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money. He would not renege on this payment. Overjoyed, Wang Ming promptly sent the details. 1,000,000 yuan was an extraordinary sum, far more than he could earn as a private investigator in 2 years. Now he'd secured it in just 2 days. Indeed, wealth flowed most easily from the rich. After completing the transfer, Chen Luo waved lightly and said, see you later. Upon confirmation of the fund's arrival, Wang Ming exclaimed excitedly, young Master Chen, should you ever need anything in the future, I'll handle it flawlessly. Chen Luo smiled and nodded, then departed with the Thunder God in tow. At a red light, he glanced at the Thunder God and chuckled, from now on, I'll just call you God. The Thunder God didn't grasp the meaning behind the name, only let out a soft, gentle woof. Unfazed, Chen Luo reasoned that after the apocalypse awakened his latent abilities, the Thunder God's intellect would undergo a second blossoming, rivaling that of humankind. That was precisely why Chen Luo had needed multiple attempts to subdue him. Seeing the Thunder God's matted, grime-streaked fur, Chen Luo stopped by a pet store to purchase specialized dog shampoo and grooming supplies. As for dog food, he bought none. Was the Thunder God an ordinary dog? Not at all. He deserved reverence. Whatever Chen Luo ate, the Thunder God would eat. If there was a single bite for him, there would be none for the Thunder God to go hungry. And should scarcity strike Chen Luo himself, he trusted the Thunder God would never let him starve. Chen Luo drove straight home. This period demanded deepening their bond. Having traveled far in search of the Thunder God, over an hour passed before Chen Luo finally pulled up before his residence, a luxury villa compound in Shanghai, truly among the city's most prestigious estates. Land here was priceless, each square meter valued at over 300,000 yuan. The villa had been purchased a decade earlier when prices were modest. In 10 years, its value had multiplied 7 to 8-fold. Today, Chen Luo's villa was appraised at 350 million yuan. On the very day of his rebirth, he mortgaged it outright, borrowing 300 million yuan from a high-interest loan syndicate repayable within 30 days, with a total of 330 million yuan. In 1 month your money becomes mine, and my house remains mine. Come and claim it if you dare. Passing the security booth, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon the tall, broad-shouldered guard, standing watch at the gate. Though he'd seen him several times since his rebirth, Chen Luo's nose stung unexpectedly. The guard possessed thick eyebrows and wide eyes, his face exuding simple, unguarded sincerity, perhaps even naivety. His name was Su Daju, a loyal brother who would stand beside Chen Luo in the coming apocalypse, wielding a physical enhancement ability. His body was nigh indestructible, impervious to blades and bullets alike. Yet during a desperate confrontation over scarce resources, when Chen Luo had yet to master void walking, it was Su Daju who held off their attackers alone. Chen Luo escaped, but Su Daju was beaten to death beneath a storm of blows. Even now, the echo of his dying roar seemed to reverberate in Chen Luo's ears. Though Chen Luo later avenged him, Su Daju was gone forever. Chen Luo's eyes reddened involuntarily. Brother in this life, I swear you'll live in abundance and joy. In the apocalypse, they'd been inseparable brothers, but for now their relationship was merely familiar. Chen Luo wasn't in a rush. When the cataclysm struck, Su Daju would be on duty here, and fate would reunite them as kin once more. Chen Luo parked the car and teased, Daju, how about I take you out tonight after your shift? Was that invitation even remotely appropriate? Su Daju grinned sheepishly. No thanks, Brother Chen. I promised Mom a man shouldn't stray down the wrong path. Chen Luo laughed. What else did your mother say? Su Daju flashed a gap-toothed smile. She also said, if someone's suddenly overly friendly for no reason, they're either up to no good or hiding ill intent. Chen Luo fell silent. Then, leading the Thunder God inside, he entered his home, a sprawling garden and an elegant villa. The unfamiliar surroundings made the Thunder God timid. Chen Luo paid no mind to whether the Thunder God understood, smiling instead. Thunder God, this is your home now. Come, let's get you bathed first. The Thunder God proved remarkably obedient. Though wary of water, he submitted quietly to Chen Luo's ministrations. As he lathered the dog's coat, Chen Luo's thoughts drifted toward what else he ought to stockpile. If survival were only for himself and his closest allies, the gourmet provisions already stashed in his van would last him a lifetime, more than enough to see him through to old age. Yet reborn Chen Luo refused to relive his former existence. To dwell utterly alone in a world stripped of humanity, populated solely by monsters, was a loneliness so profound it chilled the soul. He longed for companionship, not just a few, but many. So he resolved to found his own sanctuary. The apocalypse's perils extended far beyond mere hunger. They lay in monstrous threats and treacherous survivors alike. Though his innate talent was formidable, Chen Luo excelled not in open combat. Frankly, faced with hundreds of high-tier cultivators, he'd have no choice but to flee. Why not gather loyal followers instead? Let brute force meet brute force. And those elite cultivators whose brilliance would soon blaze across the wasteland. He knew most of them already. Recruiting them early wouldn't that be brilliant? With his spatial ability and foreknowledge, becoming the foremost power wasn't merely possible, it was inevitable. For now, however, he'd only stocked meat. Was that sufficient? Certainly not. Staples, fruits, vegetables, seeds. He hadn't begun acquiring any of these. More critically, water. After the collapse, even water turned toxic. No filtration device, no purification method could fully eliminate the virulent pathogens contaminating every drop. In the apocalypse's earliest days, survivors subsisted almost entirely on bottled, canned, or jerry-canstered purified water, scarce, hard-won, and rapidly depleting. For survivors, rain became the rarest cause for celebration. Once reserves ran dry, they had no choice but to turn to stagnant, virus-laden water, often tainted by decaying corpses. Such water rarely killed the physically robust, but it severely stunted cultivators' growth. This truth emerged only long after the cataclysm began. In those early days before Chen Luo awakened his spatial ability, he too had no choice but to drink deeply from that poisoned well. Water, the source of all life, was paramount. Lost in contemplation of his next moves, Chen Luo finished bathing the Thunder God. Cleaned and refreshed, the Thunder God looked markedly more dignified, almost handsome. The Thunder God gazed at Chen Luo with pitiful, pleading eyes. Chen Luo slapped his forehead and laughed. He'd forgotten to feed him. Instantly, he drew forth a generous portion of sweet and sour spare ribs from his spatial domain, placing it carefully in a dedicated bowl. Starving, the Thunder God devoured it without hesitation. Watching him eat so eagerly, even though Chen Luo himself had dined well at noon, his own mouth began watering uncontrollably. Chen Luo retrieved another serving for himself. As he chewed, he casually spat out a bone, and the Thunder God mimicked him instantly. Amused, Chen Luo chuckled, "Hey, even dogs spit out bones." Then, realizing what he'd just implied, his expression darkened. Damn it, I just insulted myself. After finishing his meal, Chen Luo still had to wash the dishes, despite the fact that the Dog King truly acted like a domineering patriarch. Though time remained plentiful, securing supplies early brought peace of mind. Chen Luo planned to order vast quantities of vegetables and fruits, requiring a large warehouse as a temporary storage facility. Should he rely on trucks making repeated trips, or expect others to load crates onto vehicles one by one? Preposterous. As Chen Luo prepared to leave, the Dog King grew visibly anxious. This master treated him exceptionally well, offering pork ribs, a delicacy he'd never tasted in his entire life. Was he about to be abandoned? Would he once again become a stray? Whimpering softly, the Dog King nuzzled gently against Chen Luo's ankles. Chen Luo smiled, stroking the dog's head affectionately before bringing him along in the car. Cultivating rapport with the Dog King remained essential for now. Once inside the vehicle, the Dog King settled into quiet composure. Over the following days, Chen Luo busied himself searching for warehouses, coordinating suppliers, and occasionally stockpiling gourmet provisions. He worked tirelessly day and night. His account balance dwindled at an alarming pace. Yet Chen Luo felt deeply satisfied. Money spent was money realized. Idle funds were merely worthless paper. He mortgaged his property for 300 million yuan and sold his shares for 1 billion. Meat accounted for the largest expenditure, 500 million yuan, originally slated at 700 million, though the remaining 200 million would only be paid post-apocalypse. That sum effectively would never be paid. Vegetables cost 300 million yuan, primarily potatoes, Chinese cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, assorted mushrooms, and leafy greens. These were procured from scattered suppliers who refused credit. Delays were possible, but not for 10 or 15 days. Unless Chen Luo timed his purchases precisely to the eve of the apocalypse, yet even then he might lack sufficient time to complete his stockpiling. Water, another 100 million yuan, was secured. All water was purified and bottled. Though water itself held little value, its containers did. A single bottle of mineral water cost roughly 20 cents to produce, factoring in labor, facilities, and equipment, while the bottle itself carried real worth. Fruits totaled 200 million yuan, dominated by apples and oranges, nutritious, affordable, and available in bulk. He acquired smaller quantities of other fruits, but nothing substantial. Snacks, including chocolate candy, potato chips, as well as salt seeds and sundry items, collectively cost 100 million yuan. Salt alone amounted to 10 million yuan, more than sufficient. This brought his total expenditures to 1,200 million yuan. Renting warehouses, cold storage units, and purchasing ready-to-eat delicacies incurred further costs. Only 50 million yuan remained in his account. Chen Luo exhaled deeply. Stockpiling supplies proved far more arduous than anticipated, yet the bulk of preparations were finally complete. Only staple grains, rice and flour, remained entirely unacquired. First, funds were exhausted. Second, he possessed a superior alternative where was grain stored most abundantly. Local granaries, especially those in metropolises like Chengdu, held staggering reserves. Post-apocalypse, he feared even his spatial ability would prove insufficient for hauling such volumes. He regretted not having expanded his spatial capacity earlier in his previous life. Not only grain, but vegetables and meat could also be further stockpiled. A single large supermarket held considerable inventory. Others could carry away only meager amounts. Chen Luo, however, possessed a spatial ability granting limitless capacity. To facilitate mobility during the apocalypse's onset, he ordered a batch of high-voltage stun batons. He spared no expense, 50 units in total. Though these batons would soon become obsolete, they proved utterly decisive in the earliest stages. Even zombies recoiled from electricity. Why opt for blades? Blades risked jamming, wielding them demanded exhausting physical exertion, whereas a mere touch from a stun baton sufficed, conserving energy. Blades required precise strikes to vital points. Stun batons incapacitated upon contact with any part of the body. He also commissioned 2 sets of advanced alloy armor, one tailored to his own physique, the other to suit his use. Contemporary technology rendered such armor cumbersome, severely hindering speed and agility. Yet its unparalleled protection outweighed those drawbacks. Early-stage zombies stood virtually no chance of breaching it. Paired with stun batons, well, let's just say their use was best reserved for areas with sparse zombie presence. Should they become surrounded, immobility meant certain doom. The armor had yet to arrive. During this brief lull, Chen Luo purchased 100 high-capacity smartphones, preloading them with films, novels, and educational materials. Post-apocalypse networks would vanish and signals cease, but smartphones would remain functional provided power endured. To ensure that, he acquired 10 diesel generators, not because he needed 10, but because he feared failure. He also bought a set of solar panels. Had he possessed a smartphone with infinite battery life and network access in his prior life, he believed he might have survived another decade or two. He procured substantial diesel reserves, enabling air conditioning, and gradually accumulated walkie-talkies along with household essentials, rice cookers, ovens, microwaves, and cast-iron woks. For medicine, he limited purchases to antiseptics and wound care treatments. Nothing else seemed necessary. Simultaneously, he hired a professional chef. What troubled Chen Luo most about the apocalypse? Discovering ingredients only to produce meals so unpalatable they defied consumption. Had survival not been imperative, he would have refused to eat them. Once Chen Luo and Su Daju found 3 potatoes, intending to stir-fry shredded potato. But who knew how to slice them? They stared blankly at each other, speechless. They reluctantly roasted them instead, only to burn them black. Now with abundant supplies, he feared future necessity would find him helpless without culinary skill. Chen Luo offered 5,000 yuan per month to hire a master chef, a princely sum. Was that not generous? Yes, payment would be made 1 month later. Her name was Ma Yu, a poised 25-year-old woman with striking elegance, moderately attractive yet undeniably statuesque. Chen Luo sampled Ma Yu's cooking, exquisite beyond compare, surpassing even 5-star hotel cuisine. Initially, she worried whether such generous compensation might invite unwanted advances. Upon meeting Chen Luo, however, her concerns dissolved. Given his appearance and stature, how many beautiful women would eagerly pursue him? Why would he waste effort on her? At that moment, Chen Luo was immersed in learning. Today I'll teach you sweet and sour spare ribs. First, blanch the ribs in cold water to remove impurities. Then add some oil that costs nothing. Chen Luo flushed. Since when did oil cost nothing? During his first lesson, fearing insufficient oil, he poured half a wok's worth while Ma Yu stepped away to the restroom. Ma Yu returned startled. Is oil free in your household? Why pour so much? Seeing Chen Luo's amiable nature, she allowed herself this gentle jest. Even under Ma Yu's direct guidance, Chen Luo's dishes bore no resemblance to hers in flavor. Without her supervision, his attempts were so inedible. Even the Dog King refused to taste them. Not even a dog would eat them. The Dog King whimpered, "Master, we share no grudge. Why poison me?" Chen Luo clenched his fists. "I simply lack the talent for cooking." Chen Luo fixed his gaze upon Ma Yu. "Your skill is exceptional. I see great promise in you." Unable to cook himself, he resolved to retain a personal chef. Ma Yu's artistry truly was extraordinary. Chen Luo and Ma Yu had never crossed paths in his previous life. Whether she would survive the apocalypse or transform into a zombie remained uncertain. Her fate rested solely in destiny's hands. Chen Luo parked his car at the entrance of an upscale residential complex, not far from his own home. As he gently stroked Fei Ling's now silky fur, he observed the comings and goings at the gate with quiet vigilance. He was waiting for someone important. Just as boredom began to settle, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. 2 young women emerged from the complex's exit. The elder appeared to be in her early 20s, roughly the same age as Chen Luo. The younger looked 17 or 18. They bore a striking resemblance. Indeed, they were sisters. The elder sister possessed a cold, arresting beauty, truly rare and unforgettable. The younger exuded youthful charm and vivacity, matching her sister's allure. Her gentle, delicate demeanor stirred an instinctive tenderness in all who beheld her. Chen Luo felt a subtle heat rise within him. A graceful and virtuous woman has always been the ideal pursuit of a true gentleman. And who could resist such beauty? Only those whose minds or bodies had strayed far from nature's design. Yet mere beauty alone would not have warranted his patient vigil. These sisters were extraordinary, not just in appearance, but in power. Their names were Mi Ling and Mi Li. After the apocalypse, Mi Ling awakened a formidable pyrokinetic ability, the strongest flame wielder Chen Luo had ever encountered, and the very crimson rose flame sovereign he had previously mentioned. Her title, Flame Sovereign, derived from both her name, Ling, and her mastery over fire. Her epithet, Crimson Rose, evoked both thorns and volatility, beautiful, dangerous, and fiercely unpredictable. Indeed, her temper burned as fiercely as her flames, and her figure equally intense. As for Mi Li, in Chen Luo's estimation, she was even more remarkable. Though her combat prowess was modest, she was no warrior but a healer, a support class adept. Rumors claimed she would later master resurrection techniques, a divine, near-mythical power. Who could possibly withstand such grace? If forced to choose between the 2 sisters. Only children dwell on choices. He intended to recruit them both, though certainly not yet. To rush forward like a desperate supplicant would only brand him a sycophant. Chen Luo pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Ming, a private investigator he'd worked with before. "Give me 3 days. I need their full dossiers. Most critically, what do they love to eat? Whatever they crave, I'll stockpile it. To win a woman's heart, one must first capture her palate." Wang Ming eagerly accepted. The task was trivial for a professional of his caliber. Watching Mi Li sway Mi Ling's arm playfully, while Mi Ling smiled indulgently, the sisters gradually disappeared down the street. Chen Luo let out a soft, knowing chuckle and followed suit. Before the 3 days elapsed, by the next afternoon, Wang Ming delivered their profiles. Mi Ling favored Sichuan cuisine and adored grapes. Mi Li loved fish, especially braised pig trotters, and her favorite fruit was watermelon. A sudden epiphany struck Chen Luo. Braised delicacies were exquisite indeed. He would stockpile them without delay. Time slipped forward to May 28th, 5 days before the apocalypse's onset. Chen Luo's custom-forged armor and electric batons arrived in succession. The armor gleamed silver, covering the entire body. 2 sets had been commissioned, one for Chen Luo, the other for Su Dezhu. Heavy, it was Chen Luo's set, slightly smaller, weighed 45 jin, taxing to wear yet offering unparalleled protection. He had considered mascot suits or tactical uniforms, but mascot attire was cumbersome and impractical, while low-tier tactical gear offered negligible defense and high-end variants were beyond his reach. Neither matched the armor's defensive supremacy. In the days that followed, Chen Luo trained relentlessly to acclimate himself to its weight and movement. The electric batons, procured through a security firm, cost 40,000 yuan apiece. Each delivered a lethal high-voltage surge capable of instantly incapacitating a person or killing within seconds. 50 units in total, though unwieldy for others. Chen Luo's spatial ability allowed seamless rotation, enabling him to dispatch hundreds of zombies in a single devastating barrage. He also purchased a 13-meter heavy-duty truck stationed near the cold storage facility. On the evening of June 2nd, he transferred every remaining stockpile, except the meat stored in the cold room, into his spatial domain. Even if someone noticed the inexplicable disappearance of his supplies, what right would they have to question it? After all, it was his property. Tomorrow the apocalypse would begin. That night Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to sleep. I've been reborn once. Surely this wretched apocalypse won't fail to arrive. If it doesn't, all my preparations will be a catastrophic loss. Perhaps it's better if it never comes, sacrificing myself to save humanity. Even at a loss, I'd still be a billionaire. Why endure the soulless horror of the end times when I could live comfortably in this golden age? At dawn he rose early, his heart a tangle of anticipation and dread. The apocalypse would erupt at approximately 9:20 am. At 8 am. Knowing his uncle Chen Jianen's habits, Chen Luo deduced he would still be having breakfast, arriving at the corporate headquarters only at 9. Chen Luo picked up his phone and dialed. With practiced deference, he said, "Uncle, there's something I'd like your help with." "You're my nephew. I'll help however I can," came the hollow, courteous reply. "Here's the matter. I urgently need capital, but as you know, all my funds are tied up in pork reserves. I'd like to pledge my entire stockpile to you as collateral. It's worth 10 billion yuan. I only need to borrow 5. Blood is thicker than water, but business remains business. Let's formalize an agreement. I'll borrow for 1 month, repay 6 billion then. And if I default, the stockpile becomes yours outright." "Why do you need so much money so urgently?" "I've analyzed the market. Virtual currencies are poised for explosive growth. 10-fold, 8-fold, 5 billion could become 50. Uncle, if you trust me, join me in this venture." Chen Jianen chuckled inwardly. "Trust you? I'd sooner trust a ghost. What if I lose my life savings on that volatile gamble?" Yet he didn't refuse. Calculating swiftly, regardless of Chen Luo's gain or loss, he stood to profit. Chen Luo would almost certainly lose everything, leaving him able to acquire 10 billion yuan worth of supplies for just 5. Though skeptical of the hoarding strategy, liquidating 10 billion in assets for 8 billion posed no difficulty. This deal was acceptable. A cold smile flickered across Chen Jianen's lips. "Don't blame me when I turn my back on you, once you're ruined." Chen Luo continued smoothly, "Uncle, please wait for me at home. I'll come personally to discuss the details. I've missed Fij too. Please invite him as well." Chen Jianen readily agreed. Such a monumental transaction couldn't be settled by phone alone, nor would he lend such sums without due diligence. After hanging up, Chen Luo's expression hardened into icy resolve. "As promised, you will die on the day the apocalypse begins." The apocalypse would occur at approximately 9:20 am. on Thursday, with no more than a 3-minute margin of error. Such a cataclysmic event's timing was etched indelibly into Chen Luo's memory. It was impossible to forget. 9:20 am. Not a weekend, but peak work hours. In his previous life, Chen Jianen had been inside the Chen Group's headquarters when the apocalypse erupted. The corporation employed over 1,000 staff members. Fewer than 100 survived, a modest number, yet not negligible. Chen Jianen commanded considerable authority within the Chen Group, and with his son Chen Fei awakening a formidable mutant ability, they seized control of the survivors, using them as the foundation for expansion and consolidation of power. Though their strength ultimately remained mediocre, and was later obliterated by Chen Luo himself. Chen Luo could not kill Chen Jianen and his son inside the Chen Group tower. It stood in the heart of a bustling urban district. When the apocalypse broke out, zombies surged like a tide. Chen Luo was confident he could return home, but not utterly certain, there remained a real risk of disaster en route. Such a risk was calculable, but unnecessary. Far safer was to eliminate Chen Jianan within the confines of his own residence. He lived in an affluent enclave, sparsely populated, ensuring Chen Luo's quiet departure after the deed. The strike had to occur only after the apocalypse began. What if it failed to erupt? Would he then become a murderer? In the ensuing collapse of order, however, no one would care whether he'd taken a life. Thus Chen Luo placed that call. Greedy and opportunistic Chen Jianan would inevitably accept, especially since Chen Fei resided with him. Both men had to die. Chen Luo departed with Fa Wang, the latter likely to awaken his lightning-based ability immediately following the apocalypse. As Chen Luo drove up to the security booth, Su Dezhu was on duty. Passing by, Chen Luo rolled down his window and spoke with grave solemnity. Dazhu, my heart feels unsettled, like something dreadful is about to happen. Be vigilant around 9 o'clock. Su Dezhu blinked, then nodded. Yes, Brother Chen. Su Dezhu appeared simple-minded, yet he was merely guileless, not unintelligent. Surely no high-end residential community would hire a true fool as its security guard. Moreover, Su Dezhu was a veteran soldier. Even without awakening any mutant ability post-apocalypse, 5 present day, Chen's would still fall short against him in combat. Chen Luo nodded. Few residents lived here, a few people passed by. Stationed outside, Su Dezhu naturally kept his distance from others, and the transformation into a zombie required roughly 15 seconds. Su Dezhu would certainly react in time. In his past life, Su Dezhu had survived unscathed, yet Chen Luo, ever cautious, offered this subtle warning. Chen Luo set off toward Chen Jianan's residence. Along the way, he deliberately slowed his pace, intending to arrive precisely at 9 o'clock. He sent Chen Jianan a message. My car developed a minor fault en route. I'll arrive 30 minutes late. Chen Jianan replied, no rush. At home, Chen Jianan sipped tea and remarked to Chen Fei that boy Chen Luo actually wants to trade virtual currency, truly courting death. Chen Fei surprisingly siding with Chen Luo's side. Who could have imagined those coins, once worth mere fractions of a cent, would soar to 60,000 each? A millionfold increase. If you hadn't forbidden me from touching them, I'd have dabbled myself. It's only natural Chen Luo would gamble once. Chen Jianan scoffed. That nonsense holds no intrinsic value. It exists solely to fleece the gullible. Still, the venture may be viable, if we verify whether Chen Luo's holdings truly amount to 10 billion. Chen Fei smiled. A profit opportunity delivered to our doorstep. Who'd refuse? Chen Jianan paused thoughtfully. Could this be a trap? After all, Chen Luo knows I swindled him. Why would he offer us a lucrative deal? Chen Fei sneered. I understand the psychology of currency trading. It's gambling. He's desperate for cash, has few contacts, and no one else can produce 500 million so swiftly. That's why he came to us. Let him try to cheat us. We'll beat him to death. At 9:05 a.m., Chen Luo arrived. A Livian maid opened the door. Chen Fei rushed forward, embracing Chen Luo warmly, so tightly that Chen Luo nearly choked. Chen Luo, only your cousin lacks courage. Otherwise, he'd join you in this venture. If you profit from trading, don't forget your cousin. Chen Luo laughed. Of course not. I'll gift you a supercar if I earn 10 billion. Chen Jianan rose to greet him. Xiao Luo, have you eaten? Shall I ask the maid to prepare something? Chen Luo accepted without hesitation. That would be wonderful. I arrived in such haste, I haven't eaten a thing. He launched into an animated, flamboyant monologue extolling the astronomical profits of virtual currency trading. By the time breakfast was served, it was already 9:15 a.m. Chen Luo devoured his meal ravenously, when suddenly a guttural, agonized scream erupted from the maid's room. Chen Jianan frowned. What's wrong with Xiao Li? Is she ill? Xiao Fei, go check. Chen Fei puzzled murmured assent. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed. Had the apocalypse truly begun? Then today both men would indeed perish. Rising abruptly, he feigned bewilderment. I'll go see. I can help my cousin get her to the hospital. Chen Fei reached the maid's doorway and swung it open, only to recoil with a shriek. Inside stood the maid, 40-something, her hair wild and disheveled, blood streaming from nose, ears, mouth, and eyes, her gaze burning crimson with grotesque horror. Even this robust, full-grown man felt his scalp prickle and knees buckle, his mind reeling, unable to comprehend the nightmare before him, frozen dumbly in the threshold. The maid, now a zombie, saw Chen Fei as carrion and lunged. Though zombie strength surged explosively, their speed diminished markedly. Chen Fei reacted just in time, slamming the door shut to trap the creature inside, only for a hand to block it. Simultaneously, a sinister smile curled across Chen Luo's lips. From his mutant spatial pocket, he withdrew an electric baton and activated it with a low, ominous hum. Without hesitation or mercy, Chen Luo pressed the baton hard against Chen Fei's back. Chen Fei screamed. A high-voltage current was no trivial matter. Chen Fei's body convulsed violently, then slumped into unconsciousness. Had Chen Luo held the baton longer, Chen Fei would have died instantly. Seeing Chen Fei collapse, Chen Luo released the baton, choosing not to kill him outright. Why? Because a zombie stood right there. To low-tier zombies, living flesh exerts an irresistible primal allure. If fed, they often ignore other nearby humans. Which was more satisfying, to electrocute Chen Fei to death or let him be devoured alive? The latter, unquestionably. Chen Fei did not crumple to the floor. He remained upright, supported by Chen Luo behind him. The maid zombie pounced effortlessly onto Chen Fei and sank her teeth deep into his face with a sickening crunch. Shoo! A chunk of flesh tore free, raw and bloody. Zombie Bite Force underwent a terrifying metamorphosis. She swallowed the morsel whole, then paused, perplexed. Why did the meat taste strangely numbing? Damn, how much chili had been added? Chen Jianan had been observing the situation without getting up. Upon witnessing the surprising turn of events, he suddenly stood up. He should have felt somewhat astonished, but seeing his precious son in such a miserable state instinctively propelled him toward Chen Luo. Chen Jianan shouted hoarsely, "Chen Luo, what are you doing?" He grabbed the purple clay teapot and charged at Chen Luo. Chen Luo let out a cold laugh and pointed the electric baton at Chen Jianan. Chen Jianan instinctively tried to block it. Hell, what's wrong? Aren't you an insulator? Chen Jianan fell to the ground, his head slamming heavily onto the coffee table. There is a kind of pain that is painful just to watch. Seeing the large amount of blood flowing from the back of Chen Jianan's head, Chen Luo let out a cry. It really hurts. Chen Jianan lost consciousness. A horrifyingly tragic scream echoed. Chen Fei, his face being gnawed at, regained consciousness due to the overwhelming pain. At that moment, he was pinned to the ground by the maid zombie. In such a situation, if Chen Fei had not been electrocuted once by Chen Luo, he, being strong and healthy, might have had a chance to resist. However, after being electrocuted by Chen Luo, he felt numb all over and lacked strength. The zombie's strength was far greater than his, even though the maid had been a woman in her lifetime. The maid zombie ignored Chen Luo, prioritizing its hunger. Chen Fei struggled, calling out, "Chen Luo, Dad, save me." Chen Luo exclaimed in surprise, "I have no such bastard son. Your dad is lying on the ground." Chen Fei recalled memories from before he fainted and was about to curse Chen Luo you. But he couldn't finish his curse as the maid zombie covered his mouth with hers. Then with a fierce tug, Chen Fei's upper lip vanished entirely, blood and flesh, a gruesome sight. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Such a thrilling scene should not be something I witness alone. Chen Luo turned to the kitchen, poured a basin of water, and splashed it onto Chen Jianan's face while vigorously slapping him. When Chen Jianan groggily awakened, he was met with a sight that made his eyes want to burst. His son Chen Fei was left with no intact part on his face. Even if he was rescued now, this face would be utterly ruined. Chen Jianan struggled to get up and save Chen Fei, but Chen Luo lowered the voltage of the electric baton, leaving Chen Jianan feeling numb but not fainting. Due to the water on Chen Jianan's body, the electricity coursing through him felt incredibly intense. Chen Jianan struggled several times, but all were suppressed by Chen Luo. Chen Jianan even pleaded, "Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your cousin. Save him. I admit I secretly sabotaged your shares, but Chen Fei knows nothing. He is innocent." Chen Luo snorted coldly, "What else have you done to wrong me?" If it were merely about money, Chen Luo would not be so ruthless. The enmity between parents and children is unforgivable. No matter how it is avenged, it is never too much. Chen Jianan's heart sank. Could it be that Chen Luo knew about that matter? Chen Luo grabbed Chen Jianan by the neck, forcing him to look up and clearly see how Chen Fei was being consumed. Seeing Chen Fei's breath growing weaker and his cries becoming fainter, Chen Jianan shouted, "Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now, and I can choose not to call the police, otherwise you will not escape retribution." Chen Jianan still did not realize the apocalypse had arrived. He merely assumed the maid had contracted a terrifying disease or that Chen Luo had drugged her. Chen Luo ignored him, occasionally dragging the electric baton lightly across Chen Jianan's face. At this point, Chen Jianan felt utterly hopeless. It was clear Chen Luo was determined to kill both him and his son. "You heartless beast, you actually want to personally kill your uncle and cousin. You are worse than a pig or dog." Chen Luo's face twisted in rage as he slapped Chen Jianan hard. "The heartless beast is you. My father took pity on you for being a failure and brought you into the Chen group, yet you secretly harmed him. What face do you have to say such things?" The maid zombie had already bitten through Chen Fei's neck, leaving Chen Jianan with no hope left. He had lived his entire life for this son, who, although he had become wealthy, he had high hopes for Chun Fei and had disciplined him strictly. Now everything was in vain. Chun Jinan went completely mad. I am his biological elder brother, I helped him achieve many accomplishments, yet in return, I was given only 10% of the shares. Am I to be treated like a beggar? He deserves to die. Chen Luo's gaze turned cold. With current technological means you definitely cannot escape. Bringing the wolf into the house, based on the value of shares back, then 10% was worth 1.5 billion. What worker could get 15 billion in shares? Even 1% is just a dream. Human greed knows no bounds. A single zombie cannot eat 2 people in a short time, and Chen Luo could not control the maid zombie to feast on Chen Jinan. Electrocuting him would be too merciful. Chen Luo took out the dagger prepared in his ability space and thrust it into Chen Jinan, ending his life. During the process, Chen Fei had already been bitten to death. Hearing the commotion, the maid zombie, having eaten its fill, let out a roar and charged at Chen Luo. Chen Luo had seen many zombies, but this was still one of the lowest level zombies. He remained unfazed and adjusted the electric baton to its maximum voltage. The crackling sound of electricity echoed. A foul odor wafted through the air as Chen Luo electrified the zombie for several seconds. The maid zombie let out a few terrible cries before falling silent, losing consciousness. Zombies do have pain receptors, but they do not feel fear as normal humans do from pain. Their emotions are solely directed toward their desire to consume flesh. They may not know fear, but they know pain. Killing them is not particularly difficult. Any means capable of killing humans can also kill them. The only tricky part is that even if their intestines are exposed or half their face is missing, they will not stop fighting. Numbness and dizziness are equally effective against them. Chen Luo could not determine whether the maid zombie before him was truly dead, but it did not matter. He crouched down and pulled out the dagger, stabbing it into the zombie's forehead. Now it was truly dead. Zombies have weaknesses, particularly at the forehead area. Once a sharp object is deeply inserted, they will die instantly. Chen Luo did not stop there. Instead, he continued to stir the dagger inside the maid zombie's head. Red and white fluids spurted out, a truly disgusting sight. However, Chen Luo maintained a calm expression. In his previous life, he had vomited many times and had become accustomed to it. Chen Luo was not a pervert intending to desecrate the maid zombie's corpse, but aimed to extract the crystal from its forehead. Whether an ability user or a zombie after the apocalypse erupted, a crystal would grow in the forehead area. The size and color of the crystal would vary based on the target's type and strength of ability. Fire-type ability users or zombies would have red crystals. Wind-type ability users or zombies would have blue crystals. If the Law King awakened abilities, the crystal would be purple. The crystal extracted from the Law King's head was a deep purple, the size of an egg. The maid zombie before him, being of the lowest level and not having evolved abilities, had a pale white crystal. For those like Chen Luo who possessed space-type abilities, the crystal would be colorless and transparent. Don't get me wrong, Chen Luo has never seen what his own crystal looks like. He has only seen it from the heads of other space-type ability users. Chen Luo extracted a rice grain-sized pale white crystal from the forehead of a female zombie servant. Such low-tier crystals had long vanished from his sight. Within half a year, even these fragile primitive zombies had become exceedingly rare. Let alone 12 years later, any random zombie encountered today would be a bona fide apex boss. Zombies themselves were evolving, growing ever stronger. After awakening an ability, one could accelerate advancement or hasten recovery by absorbing energy from such crystals. Chen Luo recalled his previous life. Around 10 o'clock, he had suddenly sensed an enigmatic energy surging within his body. Yet at that time, he neither recognized its nature nor possessed the slightest knowledge of how to wield it. Chen Luo placed the pale white crystal into a small pre-prepared box within his innate ability space, then gently pushed aside the heads of Chun Jinan and Chen Fei. As expected, no crystals were present. Survivors only generated them within their minds after awakening. Chen Luo felt no disappointment. Even if crystals had formed, they would have been the most rudimentary kind. Outside zombies abounded, and acquiring such crystals remained effortless. Having exacted his vengeance, Chen Luo did not depart in haste. In roughly half an hour, his own ability would awaken, accompanied by a brief, searing agony in his skull. It was wiser to wait here for the awakening. The Dharma King would awaken as well. Earlier, Chen Luo had instructed him to remain inside the vehicle. Now stepping out, Chen Luo prepared to bring him in. When they arrived, the sky had been brilliantly clear, but now it hung heavy and dim like the ominous hush before a thunderstorm's deluge. Yet no rain would fall. This eerie gloom would persist for 3 full days before dissipating. Inside the car, the Dharma King shuddered inwardly. The courtyard beyond held a young female zombie, her dead eyes locked unblinkingly upon him, roaring ceaselessly. The Dharma King sneered inwardly. Go on. Try entering if you dare. All you do is bark. Upon spotting Chen Luo, the girl zombie redirected her furious roars toward him. The iron gate outside Chen Jianen's courtyard stood solid and unyielding. She could not breach it. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Come now, uncle will grant you release. As he drew near, the girl zombie instantly thrust both arms through the gate's narrow gaps, clawing desperately toward him. Here, a little treat for you. Chen Luo produced an electric baton and extended it toward her. Utterly unfamiliar with the device, and utterly fearless, she seized it barehanded. The iron gate rattled violently as her body convulsed under the shock. Clearly the voltage struck hard. Within 2 or 3 seconds, she collapsed rigidly onto the ground. Chen Luo sighed appreciatively. Truly, this baton proves remarkably effective. And since I've granted your release, claiming a modest fee seems only fair. Seeing no other zombies nearby, he confidently unlatched the gate and retrieved the crystal from the girl zombie's forehead. The Dharma King, witnessing it all, stood utterly stunned. Master, how ruthlessly formidable you are. After relocking the gate, Chen Luo released the Dharma King from the car and led him into the building. Confronted for the first time with the corpses of Chen Jianen and the others, even the Dharma King recoiled in terror, clinging tightly to Chen Luo's side without hesitation. With time to spare, Chen Luo began methodically searching every drawer and cabinet in the room. Chen Jianen's treasured stash of fine tobacco and aged liquor vanished entirely into Chen Luo's possession. Though Chen Luo himself smoked only occasionally, seasoned smokers were legion and desperate for a smoke. For many veteran smokers, going without cigarettes proved more agonizing than going without food. Picking up an apple, Chen Luo peeled it slowly, deliberately. The deeply unsettled Dharma King pressed close against him, trembling. Chen Luo smiled faintly, unbothered. Even dogs possessed emotion. Had he not lived a prior life, he himself would have crumbled far more utterly than the Dharma King upon first witnessing such a scene. Just as Chen Luo raised the peeled apple to his lips, a violet arc of electricity flickered across the Dharma King's black fur, and Chen Luo, standing flush against him, received the full jolt. Chen Luo's entire body spasmed. His apple tumbled from his grasp, landing silently on the floor. A surge of astonishment mingled with elation. Had the Dharma King just awakened his ability? Chen Luo chuckled, chiding lightly. You mangy mutt. You awaken, and your very first target is me. He immediately stepped back, wary of another shock. Arcs of electricity now danced intermittently across the Dharma King's body. Eye pain contorted his canine features. Yet the torment lasted barely a dozen seconds before subsiding into calm once more. Chen Luo felt a pang of envy. Innate talent and abilities manifested primarily in 2 ways. First, the timing of awakening. The earlier one awakened, the greater the potential. Second, the rate at which the ability grew in strength. Undoubtedly, swifter progression signaled superior aptitude. Even given unlimited crystals, 2 individuals of differing talents would advance at markedly divergent paces. The Dharma King's talent unquestionably ranked among the zenith of lightning-affiliated abilities, and at this moment his intellect had likely undergone a second profound awakening. Chen Luo muttered a quiet curse. Humans truly fall short of dogs. At that very instant, a searing, splitting agony erupted within his skull, as though something new were coalescing deep inside his mind. Yet a quiet smile spread across Chen Luo's face. I am no slouch either. Though his skull throbbed fiercely, his expression remained serene. This intensity of pain was already familiar. Every ascension of his ability brought precisely such an ordeal. Chen Luo sensed a mysterious power suddenly surging within him. Were he still the man of his past life, at this moment mastering and wielding such force would have taken considerable time. Now, however, he knew it intimately, like breathing. Extending his hand, he calmly guided that inner power to gather within his palm. A ripple of spatial energy shimmered into existence above his palm, so invisible that even Chen Luo himself could not see it. Yet he felt it distinctly, a transparent spherical vortex of pure spatial force perfectly condensed by his will. With a swift, decisive motion, Chen Luo hurled the sphere toward the opposite wall. Instantly, a fissure, nearly 15 centimeters wide and 4 or 5 deep, split the surface open. The Dharma King stared, eyes wide as saucers. Chen Luo, however, shook his head slightly. This level of force cannot yet fell even the weakest zombie outright. 2 strikes would be required. That single spatial sphere had consumed roughly 1/4 of his total ability energy. Spatial abilities were not inherently weak in early stages, merely more energy-intensive than others. Yet under Chen Luo's precise, refined control, his current energy expenditure remained lower than that of most peers. Spatial abilities were modest at first, only truly blossoming in mid to later stage cultivation. Once mastered, through techniques such as void-walking energy pulse and dimensional blade, their destructive might rivaled fire or lightning-affiliated abilities, while their survivability surpassed all others. Chen Luo immediately withdrew the 2 crystals he'd just acquired and clasped them tightly in his palms, beginning absorption. Though he could not see the crystal forming within his mind, he felt its presence unmistakably. 5 minutes later, having fully absorbed both crystals' energies, Chen Luo sensed his mental crystal had grown by approximately 1/5. Absorbing roughly 20 more crystals would trigger a subtle metamorphosis within that mental crystal, signaling his ascension from level 1 to level 2 ability cultivator. The levels of ability users are divided into 10 grades, with the king level above grade 10. In his past life, both the Law King and Ling Yanji reached the highest level of king. After absorbing the Law King's crystal, Chen Luo ascended to another level from king. But what uses it? There's nothing to eat, drink, or enjoy, and no one to accompany him. Living has no meaning, it would be better to die. Chen Luo mastered the power of his abilities, but the newly awakened Law King was still unaccustomed to the internal power and couldn't control it. Chen Luo instructed, try to gather the power within your body to your throat, charge it up, and then spray it towards the direction you wish to aim. Chen Luo initially thought the Law King would take a long time to get used to the abilities, but to his surprise, the next moment upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the Law King tried it and spat out a bolt of purple lightning. The target was the LCD television on the opposite wall. The screen immediately shattered into pieces. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Oh, what a good dog. Let's go to the cold storage and collect the supplies. Chen Luo's stocked meat cold storage is one of the 2 largest in the Divine City, with a storage capacity of 100,000 tons, and it contains more than just Chen Luo's supplies. Opening the iron gate and sitting in the car, the wheels rolled over the body of a girl zombie as Chen Luo left with the Law King. This is also a villa area with a total of 100 villas and only a few hundred residents. At this time, most of the homeowners were not in the villa area. Most zombies were temporarily locked inside their homes and couldn't get out, and the visible zombies were few. Occasionally encountering a zombie, Chen Luo did not linger and charged through. There was no rush to become a level 2 ability user, as the improvement in power was minimal. It was still far less effective than an electric baton. In the apocalypse, everything is lacking except for zombies. When reaching the exit, Chen Luo saw a boutique supermarket of over 200 square meters and hesitated slightly before stopping. One doesn't leave empty-handed. Oh no, just take advantage. This supermarket is quite large with plenty of supplies. Taking a few minutes to clear it out is worthwhile. Looking through the car window, Chen Luo could see several zombies inside the supermarket. The supermarket is not small, with several employees and numerous customers, not just 1 or 2 zombies. Chen Luo had an electric baton, so he was not afraid, but acknowledged a slight risk of getting hurt. With Chen Luo's cautious nature, would he take such risks? What was the expensive armor for? Chen Luo immediately donned the armor. Although cumbersome, it ensured safety. Chen Luo looked satisfied now it was secure. He walked confidently with the Law King. Chen Luo said to the Law King, if you can attack, do so, but be careful. Oh, don't confront them. He didn't use agile movements to dodge them. Although the Law King was not needed, Chen Luo wanted to give it some training. Miraculously, the Law King nodded like a human. As Chen Luo approached the supermarket, he saw 4 zombies gnawing on 2 people. Of course, those 2 were completely dead, with little body left and blood everywhere. Once the zombies were full, they would ignore the approaching survivors. The 4 zombies simultaneously lunged at Chen Luo. He pulled out 2 electric batons, 1 in each hand, and immediately 2 zombies fell to the ground twitching. The 2 zombies behind the Law King shouted and spat out a bolt of lightning. It went awry. The Law King looked a bit confused. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. Law King, distract them. There was no need for it. Chen Luo was just familiarizing himself with the Law King. Upon hearing this, the Law King immediately started jogging to lure the zombies. The zombies were slow, much slower than normal people, not to mention the fast-moving Law King. The Law King could easily shake off the 2 zombies, but deliberately attracted their hatred to allow Chen Luo to escape. At the same time, the Law King did not forget to gather lightning to attack the zombies. Chen Luo walked straight into the supermarket, ignoring the horrifying dead bodies on the ground, with his attention first drawn to the rows of high-end cigarettes and alcohol at the cashier. These cigarettes were of the lowest grade, costing 31 packs, completely lacking cheap cigarettes. Chen Luo's hands brushed over them, and soon they all entered his ability space. Next, he moved to the fruit section, clearing out high-end apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and cantaloupes. The snack area, beverage area, and grain and oil area were all thoroughly swept. In just a few minutes, the shelves were nearly empty. A loud roar echoed, and Chen Luo followed the sound to find the supermarket's storage area. A zombie resembling the supermarket manager was locked in the storage area, and there was an office desk inside, presumably belonging to him. Easily electrocuting him, Chen Luo did not bother to check what was in the boxes and carelessly stuffed them into his ability space. After all, the space was large, so he could be willful. Chen Luo extracted the crystal from the manager zombie, and then went outside the supermarket to collect the crystals from the two zombies he had previously electrocuted. The two zombies that the Law King had lured managed to kill one with lightning, leaving just one. It wasn't that the Law King didn't want to kill, but had just awakened its abilities and had run out of magic power to unleash lightning. The Law King felt dejected, wondering why its master could easily handle the zombies while it could not. Chen Luo affectionately patted its head. "You've done great, give yourself some time, and you'll be the best dog." The Law King's eyes sparkled. "Oh, really?" Even without absorbing crystals, the power of abilities would slowly grow, just not as fast as absorbing crystals. The Law King's actions in luring zombies inadvertently attracted two security guard zombies, which Chen Luo swiftly dealt with. With 6 zombie crystals in hand, he drove out of the villa area. Once out of the villa area, Chen Luo did not head onto the main road. Instead, he planned to take a detour to reach the cold storage. Occasionally, zombies spotted Chen Luo, but with their speed, they could only trail behind, breathing his exhaust. He also occasionally saw car owners suddenly turn into zombies, their out-of-control vehicles crashing everywhere. In just a few minutes after the apocalypse broke out, the global population dropped by 80%, and all forms of order and production collapsed. The traffic lights that had yet to lose power were still functioning. Only a person with a disorder would continue waiting for the red light at this moment. Chen Luo drove straight through the red light. Behind him, a white sedan sped alongside Chen Luo. A young man leaned out of the window and asked anxiously, "Hey, do you know what's happening? I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo stared straight ahead, not looking at him, and calmly replied, "Obviously the apocalypse has occurred." Chen Luo accelerated, leaving the young man behind. The young man, unwilling to give up, said, "Hey buddy, let's stick together for some support." Chen Luo's indifferent voice replied, "Not necessary. Wolves do not collaborate with sheep." Chen Luo intended to recruit a few subordinates, but certainly not just anyone. Only the elite would be accepted. Ordinary survivors at this stage might serve some purpose, if obedient, but within a few years they would be little more than cannon fodder. Yet what resources would those years consume? At the very least, 100 gene of pork, over 50 kilograms, would be expended. Though Chen Luo possessed abundant resources, they were far from infinite. It was not cold-bloodedness on his part. It was the world itself that had grown merciless. Moreover, Chen Luo collected supplies using his spatial ability, and carrying someone alongside him would risk exposing that secret. Had he been unprepared, bringing along expendable help, say to lure zombies, might have been feasible. But it was truly unnecessary. Just as he turned onto a narrow side road and drove several dozen meters, Chen Luo frowned. Ahead, roadwork blocked half the lane, barely allowing passage for a single vehicle. Yet a runaway minibus had crashed into the construction barrier, completely obstructing the way. A quick glance revealed over 20 zombies, most clad in work uniforms. This was the only viable route to the cold storage facility. Detouring would waste too much time. Chen Luo stepped out of the vehicle. There was no choice but to eliminate them. Wang also disembarked. Chen Luo said, "You're on your own. Just keep yourself safe." With no living souls nearby, Chen Luo's sudden appearance sent the zombies surging forward like starving dogs scenting carrion. He merely smiled, unperturbed, and drew 2 electric batons, one in each hand. Electric arcs crackled. 2 zombies collapsed instantly, yet Chen Luo was already surrounded. 4 or 5 lunged simultaneously, but the batons could only stun 2 at once. Clad in heavy alloy armor, Chen Luo moved with deliberate slowness, unable to evade their attacks. Yet he was fully armored. A reinforced alloy suit covered his body, and a thick helmet shielded his head. Such armor, forged from advanced alloys, was impervious to the bite and claw of zombies at this stage. Undeterred, the zombies raked claws and gnashed teeth against his armor. Claw strikes scraped shrilly across the metal, leaving only faint marks, posing no threat whatsoever. Those biting fared worse. Their teeth had sharpened slightly, their jaw strength had surged, but still they could not pierce the armor. The greater the bite force, the greater the self-inflicted damage. 2 blood-slicked teeth suddenly flew into the air, shattered by the sheer force of their own jaws. Chen Luo chuckled darkly. In this apocalypse, no dentist would ever mend your teeth. Perhaps you should stop biting, lose them all, and licking will be your only option. Thanks to his armor, the zombies could not harm him, not even a scratch. Still, armor alone was insufficient. Without effective offense, dispatching them would remain arduous. One electrified zombie did not collapse as usual. Instead, it seized the baton with surprising tenacity. Clearly, the baton's charge was nearly depleted. Its voltage was immense, but its endurance brief. Already Qianluo had used it to dispatch 7 or 8 zombies. Take it then. He released his grip and retrieved another baton from his spatial domain. I brought 50 spares. Effortlessly clearing the last zombie, he reclaimed the drained baton and extracted their crystalline cores. Approaching the minibus, he observed one side's windows were shattered entirely. No occupant remained inside, yet the keys dangled in the ignition. Likely the driver had turned mid-drive. Trapped inside, unable to open the door, forced to smash the glass to escape. Qianluo shifted the minibus aside and resumed his journey. This time he arrived at the cold storage facility without incident. He did not enter immediately. Instead, he retrieved a heavy-duty truck he'd prepositioned nearby. In this open expanse, the massive rig proved far more formidable than armor and batons combined. There, parked precisely where he'd left it, stood the heavy truck. Qianluo grinned, produced the key, unlocked the cab, and ushered Fawang inside. The cab door sat over a meter above ground, requiring steps to board comfortably. Driving such a rig bore no resemblance to piloting a compact sedan. Its solid broad steering wheel and towering frame evoked profound security. Abandoning the sedan, Qianluo, slightly unaccustomed, guided the behemoth toward the cold storage facility where its electronic gate stood sealed tight. Qianluo didn't hesitate. He stomped the accelerator and accelerated straight into the gate. A sedan striking it might crumple or jam hopelessly. But before this colossal rig, the gate shattered instantly, splintering like glass, as the truck barreled through into the cold storage compound unimpeded. Qianluo gaped, awestruck. Whoa, this raw, unfiltered destruction is utterly exhilarating. The facility was vast, staffed by dozens during working hours. Hence, well over 100 zombies now roamed its corridors and chambers. Batons could kill, but at what cost in power? The truck's thunderous roar, compounded by the gate's violent collapse, instantly drew swarms of zombies converging upon Qianluo's position. Qianluo smiled faintly and slammed the accelerator again. Few survived direct impact from a full-speed heavy rig. Zombies, oblivious to danger, actually attempted to halt it. Attempt to stop a speeding truck, unarmed. That wasn't strategy. It was sheer unadulterated madness. 2 zombies launched 3 meters into the air, then fell lifeless to the concrete. This was infinitely more satisfying than wielding batons. More zombies poured in, but posed no threat whatsoever. Some crumpled beneath the wheels, still twitching. Qianluo simply reversed and ran them over again. Dare you survive that? He tore through the entire cold storage complex, reckless, relentless, euphoric. Beside him, Fawang howled with unrestrained excitement. Foolish zombies kept rushing in, only to meet certain annihilation. After 15 minutes, Qianluo deliberately made noise, yet not a single zombie responded. He dismounted, not yet entering the facility to claim supplies, but methodically harvesting crystalline cores from the fallen while scanning the surroundings for any surviving humans. He'd just caused an enormous commotion. Any survivor nearby would surely have noticed. Within such a cold storage environment, survivors of the outbreak would have either fled swiftly beyond its walls or barricaded themselves inside reinforced rooms. Better if none remained. If any did, Qianluo would not take them with him. No kinship, no bond. Why should he? All usable supplies within the facility would be claimed, without exception. He wouldn't loot openly, but once the goods vanished, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. His vast reserves must never be exposed. Thus, ruthlessness became necessity. Qianluo would not slaughter innocents, but if you threatened him, you forfeited mercy. In this post-apocalyptic world, morality had dissolved. There was no longer right or wrong. Only survival against zombies, against monsters, and against fellow survivors. Locked in brutal zero-sum struggle for dwindling resources. Like the time Qianluo fought viciously over a single sausage. He craved it, to fill his stomach. Was that wrong? So did the other man, to stave off starvation. Was that wrong? Was Fawang wrong? Was the Dharma King at fault? He had never provoked Qianluo, yet he was devoured all the same. Atop the cold storage facility's roof, 3 survivors crouched in wary silence, observing Qianluo below. They were all employees of the cold storage facility, 2 men and 1 woman. The men, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhong, were burly loaders in their 30s. The woman, Zhang Meng, a petite and delicate accountant in her 20s. had been away from the office when the apocalypse erupted. No urgent tasks had kept her there. When the zombies appeared, the two men nearly wet themselves in terror. Trapped by the shambling horde, they lacked the courage to break through. Yet their intimate knowledge of the facility led them swiftly inside up the stairwell to the roof, where they sealed the access hatch behind them. Zhang Ming, by sheer fortune, had not been at her desk. Upon witnessing the transformation, she screamed and fled, only to spot Gu Tao and Tong Yuan hang ahead and follow them to the roof. The zombies soon detected the trio, but powerless to scale the roof, they merely milled below. When Chen Luo arrived, they turned their hunger toward him instead. They watched spellbound as Chen Luo crushed the zombies beneath his heavy-duty truck. Zhang Ming exclaimed, breathless with hope, "Let's ask him to take us with him." Tong Yuanhang nodded eagerly. "This rig has a full cargo bed. The cab alone can seat 5 or 6. My wife's fate is unknown. I'm frantic. With this vehicle, we'd be safe." They had just witnessed over 100 zombies obliterated by a single truck. Gu Tao exhaled smoke and shook his head. "Only works in open areas. In the city, too many vehicles. Traffic jams would leave us stranded and doomed." Zhang Ming voiced her dread before the network collapsed. "I searched online. Countless users reported seeing zombies. Could this be happening worldwide?" Tong Yuanhang replied firmly, "Whatever the case, I must return home. This heavy truck outclasses every other vehicle in our facility." Zhang Ming agreed. "But Gu Tao scoffed, is he your father? Why should he obey your every whim? That driver is ruthless. Only such a man could commit what we just saw." "Yuanhang, do you truly believe he'd risk his life escorting you home?" "I suspect he came for supplies. We're merely incidental. Once he's taken what he wants, he'll vanish without a backward glance." Tong Yuanhang froze. If he were in the driver's place, would he grant a stranger's plea to be ferried home? With no kinship, no bond, why assume such peril? Gu Tao's voice hardened. "That truck belongs to him now, but it should belong to us. Let's seize it. Even without an apocalypse, this qualifies as emergency self-preservation, not robbery. We won't kill him, we'll simply detain him." Zhang Ming suddenly gasped. "Look, he's wearing armor." Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang stared and broke into stunned, awestruck exclamations. The truck was formidable, but dismounting left one vulnerable. Armor changed everything. Gu Tao's resolve crystallized. "What say you both?" Tong Yuanhang answered instantly, "Yes, take him down. He intends to steal our supplies." "Unacceptable." Zhang Ming hesitated, then nodded. Better the truck remain in familiar hands than those of a stranger. At least as colleagues they might extend her mercy. Seeing their assent, Gu Tao grinned slyly. "Zhang Ming, you'll lure him with charm. Yuanhang and I will subdue him together." A faint blush rose on Zhang Ming's cheeks, yet pride swelled within her. Among the gruff laborers of the cold storage facility, she was the beauty. Flattery repeated often enough becomes conviction. The trio descended from the roof and approached Chen Luo. Zhang Ming summoned her sweetest voice. "Thank you. You saved us." Tong Yuanhang and Gu Tao forced warm, grateful smiles. Earlier, under the dim twilight, Chen Luo hadn't even noticed them atop the roof. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. "Next they'll demand I drive them away. And if I refuse, violence." He held back, asking calmly, "Are you the only survivors here?" Zhang Ming's expression fell. She nodded quietly, "Yes. Only the 3 of us made it." Then Chen Luo's instincts flared. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang were already closing in, one on his left, one on his right. Strangers instinctively maintain a distance of roughly 3 meters. Only intimates draw within a meter. Without hesitation they struck, each seizing one of Chen Luo's shoulders. They were confident. Years of hauling heavy loads had forged strength far beyond the average man's. The armor offered formidable defense against zombies, but against living adversaries. Had they acted with greater boldness, either man alone could have overpowered Chen Luo, even armored. A cold sneer curled Chen Luo's lips. "So they strike first. Just moments ago they thanked me for saving them. How swiftly gratitude curdles into betrayal." Had Chen Luo been unprepared, an ordinary man, he would have fallen instantly. Harsh environments magnify humanity's darkest impulses. Kindness, the cheapest and most treacherous currency in the apocalypse. With Chen Luo's shoulders pinned, Gu Tao smirked triumphantly. "Young man, don't resist. Rest assured we mean you no harm." Woof, woof. Fawang, the canine who had split off to search elsewhere, returned just then. Seeing the scene, his muzzle twisted into a snarl of feral fury. The trio recoiled in surprise. A dog. In the fading light, they'd missed him entirely, yet dismissed him at once. Fawang bore no imposing stature. No need for Fawang to act. From nowhere, Chen Luo produced 2 electric batons, swiftly jabbing them into Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang's torsos. Corpses, after all, would never betray his ability to conjure objects from thin air. The baton's lethal power was proven. Both men shrieked, convulsed violently, and reflexively released Chen Luo. Zhang Meng stood frozen, then screamed in raw terror as Chen Luo advanced, baton raised. Don't kill me. What makes you think you're special? Zhang Meng bolted, her desperate burst of speed astonishing. Even armored Chen Luo found pursuit difficult. No matter. Fuang lunged, barreling into her back with brutal force, sending her sprawling face first onto the concrete. Chen Luo stepped forward and delivered the final blow. Gazing upon the three lifeless forms, he let out a quiet, mirthless laugh. Sometimes striking first isn't cruelty, it's survival. Waiting to retaliate. That is the luxury of the dead. Chen Luo climbed into the cab and drove the truck toward the cold storage facility, then executed a sharp U-turn. In the process, he rolled deliberately over three limp, motionless shapes. No malice, merely coincidence. His path happened to cross theirs. After getting off the vehicle, Chen Luo prepared to start collecting supplies. The Law King stood outside the cold storage on the lookout, ready to alert Chen Luo if anyone approached. First, he opened his stored meat cold storage and collected all the meat he had hoarded. Before the apocalypse, he couldn't come because Chen Luo hadn't paid the remaining balance. 200 million, after all, no one would be at ease. With the meat safely collected, Chen Luo felt much more at ease. From now on, whether others had meat to eat was not his concern. At least he and Su Dezhu had an unending supply of meat. This is just the beginning. He needed to take all the useful supplies from the entire cold storage. Chen Luo opened the door to the second cold storage. The supplies inside made Chen Luo's mouth twitch. The warehouse was filled with garlic, who knows how many tons. What do I need so much garlic for? Garlic, you are ruthless. Well, garlic is also an everyday seasoning, and with more people the daily consumption adds up. It's needed for cooking. Take everything. Next warehouse. Damn it. Ginger, you are an army. A whole warehouse of ginger. No wonder there is garlic, you are ruthless. The reputation of ginger, you are an army, must have been hyped by you merchants. In the next warehouse, Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised. There were a lot of fresh pig trotters as well as other pig offal like pig hearts, pig lungs, and pig livers. These are still acceptable. Chen Luo had stocked up on pork, so this was a good supplement. Moving on to the next warehouse, frozen chicken feet, chicken wings, chicken legs. Looking at the many duck heads, Chen Luo hesitated. I don't eat duck heads. Forget it, you can't miss out when you pass by. There were also plenty of whole chickens and ducks. In the next warehouse, Chen Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of boxes of frozen shrimp. This warehouse seemed to be storing seafood. Various fish seafood. Chen Luo casually opened a box, and it was packed to the brim with mantis shrimp. This thing is delicious, just boiled in water. Chen Luo happily collected everything. Mantis shrimp, let's go. To Chen Luo's surprise, there were also a lot of tea leaves stored here. Although Chen Luo rarely drank tea, he decided to take it all. What surprised Chen Luo even more was the abundance of ice cream and frozen desserts. There were also plenty of fruits and vegetables. He took everything. Chen Luo estimated that there were about 60,000 tons of supplies. The fully loaded cold storage was exhilarating. It took Chen Luo half a day to store all the supplies into his ability space. There was just too much. Chen Luo returned home satisfied and fully loaded. He was driving a truck, and as for the car he came in, he simply left it behind. There were plenty of cars in the city, but the carefully selected truck was a rare find. Chen Luo hummed a tune, preparing to head home, first to see how Su Dezhu was doing before picking a time to go to the granary. The cold storage and granary were over 100 kilometers apart, not close at all. If the route allowed, Chen Luo would head straight there. On the way during the half day since the apocalypse began, there were no zombies that could stop Chen Luo. He drove onto a small road where he did not see any zombies. A yellow-haired man hiding behind a tree saw a truck coming, and his face lit up. Although this place could temporarily avoid zombies, he couldn't stay here forever. What would he eat and drink? If only this truck could take him away. The yellow-haired man gripped the wooden stick he found for protection and ran into the middle of the road, shouting loudly, "Master, please help me, take me with you." Chen Luo remained expressionless, and stopping was out of the question. Apart from Su Dezhu, he would not accept anyone else within the month since the apocalypse began. During this time, as long as they had the guts, survivors could obtain some relatively easy-to-find supplies. They had not yet experienced despair, or rather they had not yet tasted the flavor of hunger. If he could eat his fill, and you run over to tell him, "Come with me." Or if he had been hungry for a long time, and you gave him a loaf of bread in the snow. Which of these two scenarios would have a better effect? It's obvious. Moreover, going through hunger is good for training. Even the rice spirit and rice grain that Chen Luo was coveting needed to be made to endure hunger for a period of time. Chen Luo was not in a hurry. "Why should I take you, yellow-haired man?" Holding a stick if you come up to the car while I'm driving, what if you hit me with it? Chen Luo continued to drive without slowing down. If you dare block the road and not move, I really will run you over. Seeing that the truck showed no signs of slowing down, the yellow-haired man was stunned. Even if you didn't help, at least stop the car and say something. What do you mean by this posture? Are you trying to run me over? People nowadays really have no sense of public morality. With the truck only a few meters away, the yellow-haired man hurriedly moved out of the way. As the truck brushed past and was about to drive away, the yellow-haired man cursed angrily, "Damn it, just you wait, I'll get back at you when I have the chance." Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened and he stopped the car. There was no doubt about the yellow-haired man's words. If he ever had the opportunity and capability, he would certainly take revenge. If I need something from you, you must help me. If you don't help me, I will hold a grudge. This is human nature. For instance, borrowing money. Normally, this kind of grudge just means talking bad behind someone's back and making some small moves. After the apocalypse, people would die. Chen Luo didn't want to deal with the yellow-haired man, but he couldn't let him go. Still the same saying, you posed a threat to me, albeit a small one, nearly negligible. Chen Luo said to the Law King, "Did you hear what he said? He said he wants to eat dog meat." The Law King was taken aback. Although I couldn't understand all human speech, I was sure he didn't say the words dog meat. Seeing Chen Luo stop the car, the yellow-haired man immediately approached with the wooden stick fiercely. The car door opened, and the Law King jumped down from the car directly. The Law King glared at the yellow-haired man. "No matter if you want to eat dog meat or not, if the master says you must die, then you must die." A dog jumped down from the car, leaving the yellow-haired man somewhat stunned, but he remained unflustered, sneering. "Watch my dog-beating stick technique." The yellow-haired man raised the wooden stick and was about to strike fiercely at the Law King. A look of disdain flashed in the Law King's eyes. "Do you think I would fight with you in hand-to-hand combat?" After more than half a day, the power the Law King had consumed in the morning had fully recovered. He opened his mouth, and a purple arc of electricity shot towards the yellow-haired man. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired man was unsurprisingly hit, causing his hair to stand on end. Even though he had only recently grasped the lightning ability, it still held considerable lethality against ordinary people and low-level zombies. The yellow-haired man fell to the ground. Chen Luo calmly said, "Finish him off, don't use the lightning power." Chen Luo letting the Law King strike was also a way to train him. Now they were only encountering small skirmishes, but they would eventually face tougher battles. Practicing now would prevent them from panicking later. The power of abilities is limited. Using them to finish off enemies is not a wise choice. Previously, the Law King had only killed zombies and had not killed any survivors. Zhang Meng was merely knocked down by the Law King. Although the Law King was a dog, this experience was still necessary. The Law King clearly hesitated for a moment, but under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, he still used his sharp teeth to bite through the yellow-haired man's throat. The closer one gets to the city center, the more zombies there are. The number of vehicles crashing chaotically on the road increases as they lose control. A system of odd and even license plate restrictions needs to be implemented. The bustling streets are completely blocked with hundreds of cars colliding in a chain reaction. Unless the obstructing vehicles are moved, not even a tank could pass through, let alone the heavy truck driven by Chen Luo. Fortunately, the villa area where Chen Luo's family lives is quite serene, surrounded by mountains and water with few people and vehicles. Chen Luo intentionally took roads with less traffic, even if it meant taking a longer route and spending more time. Occasionally encountering 2 or 3 cars blocking the road, Chen Luo accelerated and crashed through. The small cars were directly sent flying. After a bumpy journey, he finally returned near his home. Chen Luo let out a breath. It wasn't easy. Looking around, he prepared to park the heavy truck by the roadside instead of driving into the villa area. Although the heavy truck is powerful, it has drawbacks. It is not very agile. There are roads that small cars can enter, but it cannot, and turning is quite inconvenient. The roads within the villa area are not wide enough to accommodate a heavy truck. It might squeeze in with difficulty, but getting it out would be a real challenge. Chen Luo's reversing skills are best left unmentioned. Chen Luo said, "Fa Wang, get out and divert the zombies, then wait for me in the villa area." He pointed in the direction of the villa area. Fa Wang understood and jumped out of the vehicle, barking loudly. More than 20 zombies attracted by the heavy truck immediately shifted their attention to Fa Wang. Dogs are inherently fast. It's unlikely that any of their companions could catch up to a normal adult dog. With the awakened abilities, Fa Wang's speed has increased even further. With his newfound strength, Fa Wang could sprint like lightning. Not only was he fast, but he was also agile. His short stature made it easy to evade the slowly moving zombies. As Fa Wang's voice gradually faded, Chen Luo chuckled. Even if Fa Wang's talent wasn't exceptional, he was still a very good companion. At the very least, he would not betray him. Chen Luo could easily kill these zombies, but instead he let Fa Wang distract them not for any other reason, but to have the zombies keep an eye on his vehicle. Without the zombies, someone might approach the heavy truck. Although it couldn't be driven away, it could still be vandalized. This free labor should not go to waste. As Chen Luo reached the entrance of the villa area, he saw 2 security guards turn zombies, and he breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Chen Luo was really afraid of a butterfly effect changing the world. If Su Dezhu had turned into a zombie, there would be nothing he could do. He took out his electric baton and easily dealt with a few zombies he encountered, then began searching for Su Dezhu. Chen Luo remembered that Su Dezhu had fled into the villa area during the outbreak, scaling a wall to hide in a villa. At that time, the two had not teamed up. Later, when food ran out, they coincidentally met in the supermarket inside the villa area while searching for supplies and became partners. Chen Luo could not bear to be separated from Su Dezhu for more than a month. "Brother, I missed you so much." The protagonist is straight and has normal preferences. He also couldn't bear to let Su Dezhu starve for over a month. "Whatever I eat, you should eat too." Moreover, Su Dezhu did not know about the existence of crystals initially, which caused him to miss out on early development time. Chen Luo had to make up for that. However, Chen Luo could not remember which villa Su Dezhu was hiding in, only recalling it was in the outer area. This was not difficult for Chen Luo. He dared to use methods others would not. Just then, Fa Wang returned with a proud look, and Chen Luo patted his head affectionately. Holding his electric baton, Chen Luo called out loudly, "Su Dezhu, where are you?" Zombies have poor vision, but exceptionally developed hearing and smell. Shouting loudly would attract them. But was Chen Luo afraid of that? In a room of a villa, Su Dezhu was hiding with a quiet girl. Hearing Chen Luo's voice nearby, he couldn't help but complain. "Is this person crazy? Doesn't he fear attracting zombies? It's bad enough if he gets himself killed, but please don't endanger us." Su Dezhu couldn't help but stand up. "It's Chen Gu. Wouldn't Chen Gu's intelligence think this is dangerous?" Yet he actually used this method to find him. Their relationship wasn't close enough to warrant such a risk, but Su Dezhu still felt touched. He approached the window, and indeed saw Chen Luo, and the quiet girl came over too. Just then a zombie was lured over, and without a hint of panic, Chen Luo electrocuted it. Su Dezhu and the quiet girl witnessed this scene. The quiet girl was not the owner of this villa, as she had fled in with Su Dezhu when the apocalypse broke out. The quiet girl was startled. The electric baton was very powerful. If she had this for self-defense, she wouldn't fear zombies anymore. No wonder this person was so bold. Su Dezhu shouted, "Chen Gu, I'm over here." Chen Luo also spotted Su Dezhu, his face breaking into an involuntary smile. "Good brother, it's great to see you safe." However, upon seeing the quiet and delicate girl, Chen Luo's expression darkened. "Damn it, how could I forget this green tea bitch Chen Jing?" In his past life, both he and Su Dezhu were severely dragged down by Chen Jing. Chen Jing was quite scheming. When they ran out of purified water, she feared the tap water was risky, worrying it would turn her into a zombie after drinking it. So she used Su Dezhu as an experiment. "Dezhu, have some tea." Su Dezhu, completely unsuspecting, complied. After he partnered with Su Dezhu, Chen Jing would say in front of him, "Dezhu, I always feel very safe with you around." With Chen Luo, she would say, "Chen Gu, I don't know why, but I felt very close to you at first sight." When food was distributed, Chen Jing always hid a portion, pretending to be starving and suffering, never asking for more, just playing the victim, like fainting from hunger. After Su Dezhu shared his food with her, she would tearfully express her gratitude, while in reality, she had a whole backpack full of food. Her tea skills were exceptional, leaving Su Dezhu utterly captivated. Recalling all this, Chen Luo was filled with rage, wishing he could slap Chen Jing to death right then and there. Chen Luo calmed down. He couldn't just kill Chen Jing now. If she had not yet made tea, killing her outright would confuse Su Dezhu and create a rift between them, leading to greater distance. It was also good, as this would allow Su Dezhu to understand the malice of human nature through Chen Jing. Killing her in one slap would not be satisfying. Let's see how I can make her suffer. Chen Luo said, "Dezhu, come with me to my place. It's good for us to look out for each other." Su Dezhu nodded eagerly. Having two men together indeed provided mutual support, and Su Dezhu had a feeling that following Chen Gu would never be a mistake. This morning, Chen Gu had warned him. He never expected that trouble would truly arise. Chen Jing also agreed, feeling safe with Chen Gu, who possessed an electric baton. "Brother Chen, my name is Chen Jing. We are from the same family, perhaps we were even one family 500 years ago. In a world where appearances matter, the unattractive, no matter how skilled in tea art, would find no one interested." This Chen Jing had a certain refined quality, looking quite good, barely reaching the level of a class beauty. Chen Luo dismissed, "Let's not talk about that. We should hurry. Encountering zombies will only bring trouble." Chen Jing calculated in her heart that she needed to strengthen her rapport with this Chen Luo. With 2 men protecting her, she could also maximally wait for the nation's rescue. In the early days of the apocalypse, nearly everyone harbored illusions, believing that the disaster was merely temporary, but the longer they waited, the more despair set in. On the way, Chen Luo encountered 2 zombies and swiftly dispatched them with an electric baton. Chen Jing's heart blossomed with joy. The more powerful the baton, the more reassured she felt. Upon entering the house, Chen Jing was taken aback by the layout and decor of Chen Luo's home. The location, environment, and size of this villa were clearly incomparable to the one she had stayed in before. If she could wait for the national rescue and win Chen Luo's favor, wouldn't that be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Moreover, Chen Luo was neither an old man nor unattractive. He was even more handsome than so-called young fresh meat. At that moment, Su Daza's stomach let out a protest. If the apocalypse was caused by some virus, it could both turn people into zombies and awaken their abilities as well as alter their physical qualities. Su Dazhu belonged to those whose bodies had been altered. The virus actually had significant benefits for survivors. The cost was that the energy demand of their bodies increased. Poor Su Dazhu had eaten little in the morning, and as evening approached, he had not eaten anything, his stomach growling. The previous villa had nothing to eat. Because the owner of that villa was rarely present, there was hardly any food. Chen Jing looked up bashfully at Chen Luo. Chen Luo said, "Don't worry, I'll go get some food." Chen Luo walked towards the fridge. He left 3 slices of bread and stored everything else in his ability space. Chen Luo divided the 3 slices of bread into 2 portions, one with 1 slice and the other with 2 slices. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he thought, "This is just too good for you." Chen Luo called over the Dog King and rubbed the slice meant for the 1 piece against its rear. The Dog King was utterly horrified. Chen Luo chuckled, adding some flavor. Approaching the 2, Chen Luo feigned regret, saying, "This is all we have at home. You'll have to make do." Su Dazhu hesitated, saying, "Brother Chen, you should keep it for yourself." Chen Luo nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it's fine. We'll find an opportunity to get some food from the supermarket." He then turned to Chen Jing, saying, "You're a woman. You have a small appetite. Sharing 1 slice with you isn't too much, right?" With Chen Jing's green tea personality, she would never openly say such things. Internally dissatisfied, she also felt that Chen Luo was right. Su Dazhu needed to be full to have the energy to find food for her. Su Dazhu was truly hungry and quickly devoured the 2 slices of bread, but clearly wanted more. Chen Jing, not to be outdone, stuffed the entire slice of bread into her mouth. Chen Jing's expression suddenly became strange. The taste of the bread wasn't right. The Dog King looked at Chen Jing in terror, thinking, "You dare to eat the bread that touched my rear? I seem to have dropped a chunk in the cold storage." Chen Luo smiled, his expression unchanged, but internally, he was ecstatic. It's an honor to taste the flavor of the Thunder King's rear. Watching Su Dazhu occasionally rub his stomach, Chen Luo realized that while tormenting Chen Jing was enjoyable, Su Dazhu would suffer alongside her. With Su Dazhu's character, if he were given good food, he would definitely share it with Chen Jing, even without seeing her face clearly. There was absolutely no way he would give Chen Jing the Dog King's bread. Chen Luo felt pained enough already. He needed to quickly deal with Chen Jing, otherwise many things would not be convenient. Chen Luo clapped his hands as the 3 sat on the sofa. He said solemnly, "There's no food left. We must quickly get some. Let's take advantage of the fact that the supermarket at the entrance of the community hasn't been raided yet and grab more." Su Dazhu said, "Brother Chen, let's go now. I'll cover you. Just focus on grabbing the electric baton. As long as I'm alive, zombies won't be able to harm you." Chen Luo shook his head, saying that plan won't work. This electric baton can only take down 4 zombies at most when fully charged. I've seen it. There are definitely more zombies at the supermarket. I have a better plan. Pointing at Chen Jing, Chen Luo said, "Sister, you're petite and likely quick. You go lure the zombies away while Dazhu and I grab supplies from the supermarket, then we'll regroup back at home." Chen Jing was dumbfounded. "Are you asking me to lure the zombies?" She weakly said, "Brother Chen, I've been weak and sickly since childhood. I really can't run fast. Isn't this sending me to my death?" Chen Luo chuckled, "Then I'll lure the zombies away and you and Dazhu can go get supplies, okay?" Chen Jing was also unwilling. It was too dangerous. With a choked voice, Chen Jing said, "Brother Chen, it's not that I don't want to. I only had the slice of bread you gave me this morning. I'm afraid I won't have the strength and will only drag you down." Chen Luo replied, displeased, "Then what can you do? You can't just sit back while Dazhu and I take risks and enjoy the benefits yourself." Chen Jing had never expected that Chen Luo showed no mercy, lacking any chivalrous spirit. Shouldn't he care for women? He actually wanted her to act together. Chen Jing could only look at Su Dazhu pitifully, hoping he would speak up for her. Chen Luo didn't give her a chance, coughing. Once I haven't had water since morning, and my throat is nearly on fire. It's my fault for not stocking up on mineral water. I don't even know if the tap water is contaminated. How about this, Chen Jing? You can try the tap water for me. If you do, I won't send you. Chen Jing was already angry. Is this something a man should do? Using me as a test subject. Because she was worried about the water being contaminated, Chen Jing didn't dare drink. Su Daju was always nearby, and she hadn't dared to drink the waha in her backpack, fearing that Su Daju would want some. Why do I have to do something? If I could do it, what would I need you for? Chen Jing whispered, I can help you wash clothes and take care of your living needs. Brother Chen, please don't make it hard for me. Just then Chen Jing's peripheral vision caught sight of the Dog King, and she suddenly exclaimed, that's right. We can let it try the tap water to see if it's drinkable. The Dog King looked at Chen Jing in confusion. Although I'm not human, you're really a dog. You want me to be the test subject. Damn it, I want to bite you. The enraged Dog King leaped towards Chen Jing, aiming for the backpack she had been carrying. Chen Jing screamed in fright, tightly hugging the bag, exposing its contents and revealing her true self. The Dog King signaled to Chen Luo with barking. Chen Luo's eyes lit up. What good stuff do you have? Let me see. Could a single Chen Jing and a Dog King work together? Chen Luo forcefully opened Chen Jing's backpack. To his surprise, there was quite a bit of food inside. A large bag of beef jerky, 2 chocolate bars, a bag of chips, a dozen small jellies, and 2 bottles of wah. Many girls have the habit of carrying some snacks with them. Chen Jing has this habit. Upon seeing the zombies, she realized that a disaster had occurred. Oh, many disasters are long-lasting and resources are crucial. Having food and drink can greatly extend survival time while waiting for national rescue. Although Su Daju rescued her, she was unwilling to share her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Daju for most of the day, she was feeling very hungry. Initially, she wanted to find an excuse to avoid Su Daju and secretly eat something by herself. But not knowing how long this disaster would last, Chen Jing thought it would be better to wait until she could no longer endure the hunger before eating. Unexpectedly, the 2 men, the Law King and Chen Luo, exposed the snacks in her backpack. Previously, she had always claimed that she had nothing on her. Chen Jing's mind went blank. Exposure was not the most important thing. Offending those 2 men made it unlikely for her to obtain free resources in the future, especially Chen Luo, who seemed to be deliberately targeting her. Looking at the backpack full of snacks, Chen Luo chuckled. With all due respect, he knew Chen Jing would hide resources in the future, but he never expected her to be carrying so many snacks before the apocalypse. The ugly face of greed was exposed just a little. I'm getting hungry just looking at this, so I won't be polite. Chen Luo quickly inserted a straw into the waha drink and finished it in a few gulps. At the same time, he handed some beef jerky and potato chips to Su Daju. You must be hungry, take this. Once you're full, we can go gather resources. This time, Su Daju did not hesitate to accept it, shooting a hostile glance at Chen Jing. In the morning, he had risked his life to save Chen Jing. When she couldn't climb into the villa, he went back to help her over, almost getting caught by the zombies. Yet he found out there was food, and she had lied to herself, saying there was none. It was clear she didn't want to share with him. Su Daju was just naive and wouldn't think badly of others. He wasn't stupid. Was Chen Jing still going to be polite with Chen Luo? Realizing what was happening, she screamed and lunged forward. These are my things, give them back to me. Chen Luo pushed her down. Chen Jing fell to the ground and began to cry. You 2 men are bullying a little girl like me. Oh, what kind of man are you? Chen Luo sneered, asking her to go ask the zombies if they care whether you are a man or a woman. Although he had exposed a bit of Chen Jing's true nature, it was still not enough for Su Daju to deeply understand human nature. He needed to give Chen Jing a harsh lesson. Soon Chen Luo came up with a plan. Instead, Chen Luo comforted Chen Jing, saying, Why are you crying? We need to be well fed to have the strength to search for resources. You don't need to go this time. We will eat your snacks and return double what we owe you when we come back. Chen Jing also realized that no matter what, she could not fall out with Chen Luo and Su Daju, as that would only bring her misfortune and leave her with no way to justify herself. With tear-filled eyes, Chen Jing said, I was wrong. Oh, I was afraid of being hungry when I was a child. I know my personality is not good. Oh, I'm sorry, this was just my instinctive reaction. Blabbering on, Chen Jing fabricated a story about how miserable her childhood was. Chen Luo had to admire her ability to come up with such a tale on the spot. Chen Luo casually ate a few jellies and gave the rest to Su Daju. Chen Jing watched sorrowfully as her stored supplies vanished. Chen Luo said, Daju, let's rest for an hour before heading to the supermarket at the entrance. Su Daju nodded, saying, I'll listen to you, Brother Chen. Chen Luo pretended to go rest, but actually called the Law King. Law King, go outside and lure some zombies over, about a dozen or so, and bring them here. The Law King slowed down as he could attract mindless low-level zombies without losing them. In times of crisis, one's true nature is revealed. Often a person's true face and character are fully exposed in the face of disaster. The Law King looked at Chen Luo in confusion. He understood attracting zombies, but bringing them home was beyond his comprehension. Chen Luo shot him a glance. "Don't ask so much, you'll understand when you come back." The Law King took the order and left. Chen Luo first went downstairs and stealthily opened the door of the house, then took out 4 cloves of garlic from his ability space and minced them in the kitchen. Garlic doesn't repel zombies, rather its pungent smell severely attracts them. If anyone has a strong odor, low-level zombies will swarm and tear them apart. Chen Luo took out 2 bowls of garlic juice and placed them on the table. "You don't panic when we go out this time. Didn't I just come back from outside? I happened to see someone tied with a bunch of garlic, and the zombies were actually retreating in fear." Chen Jing's eyes lit up. In movies, garlic does work against zombies. Su Dazhu also looked pleased. Chen Luo lamented, "What a pity there's only this little garlic at home, just enough for 2 people. Let's see if we can get some at the supermarket." At that moment, a group of zombies' roars echoed from afar. It was clear that there were quite a few zombies, more than just 1 or 2. Chen Luo's face changed dramatically. The roars of the zombies grew closer and louder, soon sounding as though they were right beside him. The iron door rattled. Chen Jing's face turned pale. "Isn't the door locked?" Hearing this, Chen Jing became even more terrified. The zombies have reached the 1st floor. Without a second word, Chen Luo poured garlic juice over himself and pointed to the other bowl, telling Su Dazhu, "Hurry and use this bowl of garlic." Su Dazhu, kind-hearted, felt a bit disgusted with Chen Jing, but if he used it, wouldn't that mean Chen Jing would die? There were clearly a lot of zombies, and they wouldn't be able to handle them. If Chen Jing had any doubts about Chen Luo's words before, she now wondered if Chen Luo was trying to trick her. But seeing Chen Luo pour garlic juice over himself, all doubts vanished. Chen Luo wouldn't harm himself, would he? With only 1 bowl left, it meant only 1 person could survive. Chen Jing was very clever and immediately poured the garlic juice meant for Su Dazhu all over herself without hesitation. Chen Luo could stop her, yet he chose not to. Before the apocalypse, Chen Jing wouldn't even touch garlic, let alone pour it on herself, as the smell was too pungent. Now she was afraid there wouldn't be enough garlic juice on her. Seeing this, Su Dazhu was momentarily stunned. Chen Luo instead laughed. "Su Dazhu, after the apocalypse, don't be nice to just anyone, because some people, they are not human." In her past life, Chen Jing was not only skilled in tea art, but also had a ruthless heart. Taking advantage of Su Dazhu and Chen Luo's injuries, she stole all the resources and latched onto another powerful ally. This almost drove Chen Luo to the brink of fury. Chen Jing's face turned pale. "Are you betraying me?" Chen Luo's reaction made Chen Jing realize, once again, she had been duped. Chen Luo sneered, "Duped? Didn't you leap headfirst into the trap yourself? Did I force you to splash garlic all over your own body? Let me be blunt, you're as good as dead." Zombies possess an extraordinary sensitivity to the scent of garlic. Chen Jing broke down. "All I wanted was to survive. What crime is that?" "True enough," Chen Luo snorted coldly. "But exploiting an honest man relentlessly, that's where you erred. Especially when that man is my brother. As you so aptly put it, we all wish to live. Is sacrificing you truly unjust?" Chen Jing's manipulative charm worked only on the gullible. Against someone with even a trace of ruthlessness, she would become nothing more than a disposable outlet, a tool for venting frustration. In the apocalypse, surviving at all would depend solely on whether he deigned to grant her the barest trickle of life-sustaining energy. In her past life, Chen Jing had believed she'd latched onto a powerful new patron, only to discover it was the beginning of a nightmare. Not everyone was like Su Dazhu. The zombies were already ascending the stairs. Chen Luo grew weary of wasting words on Chen Jing. He retrieved armor from his spatial ability and donned it with practiced ease. Chen Jing would soon be dead, and the dead kept no secrets. As for Su Dazhu, Chen Luo would tell him plainly his awakened ability was spatial manipulation. Chen Luo's armored appearance stunned both observers. Chen Jing finally understood why he dared douse her in garlic with such brazen confidence. "Brother Dazhu," Chen Luo said, "find a room and hide. Right now you'd only slow me down." Su Dazhu nodded wordlessly. With such armor, zombies posed no threat to Chen Luo. Yet he himself would indeed be nothing but a liability. Chen Jing scrambled to find a room, to her earlier despair vanishing instantly, replaced by obsequious flattery. "Brother Chen, spare me this once, and afterward do with me as you please." "I wish for you to die," Chen Luo replied with a hollow chuckle. "And upon your death, I'll grant you release." As the zombies reached the landing, he kicked Chen Jing hard, sending her flying straight into their midst. This time, Chun Jing shattered utterly. What did I ever do to you, Mr. Chun? From the moment we met, you've targeted me without cause. Chun Luo, you'll die a wretched death. Chun Luo watched stone-faced and unmoved. His heart had long since turned to ice. Those who had harmed him, or harmed his brother, in his past life would not be allowed to draw breath in this one. Chun Jing held no further value. Had it not been to demonstrate the cruel calculus of human nature, to Su Dezhu eliminating her would have required neither effort nor theatrics. I haven't even finished dinner for your sake. One woman could hardly sate the entire horde. The remaining zombies lunged toward Chun Luo. They fell effortlessly beneath his electric strike. Gazing at the carnage, blood viscera ruin, Chun Luo crumpled inwardly. My home. He stood speechless, tears dried before they could fall. A miscalculation. After living here for over a decade today, my home has suffered its greatest misfortune. Su Dezhu emerged, staring silently at Chun Jing's lifeless remains, his expression unreadable. Chun Luo said little. He instructed Su Dezhu to haul every zombie corpse out of the villa. Else how could anyone possibly live here? It took nearly half an hour to drag them all to the roadside a short distance away. It would have to suffice. Staring at the blood-soaked floor, Chun Luo felt no urge to clean. At times like this, a diligent young maid would have been ideal. Ma Yu would have been perfect, efficient, precise, but he had no idea whether she still lived. Whether she lived or perished mattered less now. The apocalypse itself would temper her. When he eventually sought her out, things would proceed far more smoothly. But who then would mop this floor? Chun Luo refused to do it himself. Assigning it to Su Dezhu would leave him uncomfortably ashamed. His gaze shifted toward the Dharma King. You're chosen. Chun Luo fetched several rags and a bucket, demonstrating precisely how to fill the bucket and wring out the cloth. Dharma King, this solemn duty falls to you. Only after you finish may you eat. Woof, woof. The Dharma King froze, stunned. But how could he refuse an order from his master? You really are a dog, Su Dezhu murmured. Then he added, Brother Chun, shall we head to the supermarket for supplies? With Chun Luo's armor and electrified baton, the task would be trivial. Yet he was exhausted, and the paltry loot barely warranted the effort. Chun Luo waved dismissively. I've got something far better. Come upstairs. Let's drink. Su Dezhu had eaten only 2 slices of bread and a few snacks. Even before awakening, it wouldn't have sustained him, let alone now. At the dining table, Chun Luo produced 8 dishes: spicy chicken in large pan, beer, braised duck, sour cabbage, fish, braised pork, belly, braised pork, knuckle, dry fried cauliflower, sautéed green peppers with scrambled eggs, and home-style tofu. Chun Luo deliberately placed the spicy chicken in large pan before Su Dezhu. He loved chicken. He also brought out 2 chilled beers and a generous portion of steamed rice, served to Su Dezhu. For Chun Luo preferred meals with substantial rice, not just side dishes. The rich, aromatic feast made Su Dezhu's mouth water and his eyes widen in disbelief. This is absurd. Did you conjure it from thin air? Su Dezhu stammered, Brother Che. Chun Luo smiled faintly. Dezhu, have you noticed any changes within your body? Su Dezhu nodded. This morning, after a sharp pain in my head, I felt significantly stronger. Increased strength was merely one facet of his transformation. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality had surged dramatically as well. Once Su Dezhu advanced further in power, even ordinary daggers would struggle to pierce his flesh. Chun Luo said, such transformations began manifesting in me even before the apocalypse. If yours is a strength-based ability, mine belongs to the spatial domain. I suddenly sensed I could manipulate space, however slightly. And sensing catastrophe looming, I quietly stockpiled provisions. Though technically false, the statement wasn't entirely fabricated, nor was it as fantastical as outright reincarnation. Chun Luo intended to offer this same explanation, not only to Su Dezhu, but to any future confidant he deemed trustworthy. Su Dezhu nodded slowly, half comprehending. Chun Luo laughed warmly. I also had a premonition. We'd become brothers. Enough talk. Heaven and earth may be vast, but nothing surpasses the sanctity of a meal. Gazing at the laden table, Su Dezhu swallowed hard. There's far too much food. We'll never finish it all. Brother Chin, let's ration carefully. 2 or 3 dishes will suffice. Chun Luo declared magnanimously, no need to hold back. Whatever remains goes to the Dharma King. He hasn't eaten yet either. Meanwhile, the Dharma King scrubbed diligently, unfazed. In his days as a stray, even kitchen slop had been a luxury. Thank you, master. Still, is mopping floors truly a dog's calling? Chun Luo rarely drank, unless under extraordinary circumstances. Yet to celebrate his genuine reunion with Su Dezhu, he simply had to raise a glass. Just 2 chilled beers, not much at all. As Chun Luo watched Su Dezhu devour his meal with unrestrained gusto, a pang of guilt flickered across his eyes. Enhanced beings, especially those whose abilities manifested physically, possessed ravenous appetites, each one a bottomless pit. But how much food was truly available to them? At first, Chen Luo had been unaware of this grim reality. Only later, after interacting with other physically enhanced individuals, did he grasp the severity of the shortage. What did hunger feel like? The mere thought made Chen Luo shudder. Su Dazhu often deferred his own share to Chen Luo, enduring silent, hidden pangs of starvation without complaint. Chen Luo swore then and there he would starve himself before letting Su Dazhu go hungry again. Watching Su Dazhu eat with such unguarded joy, Chen Luo smiled, a tender paternal smile, as if his own child had finally been fed, filling him with profound, quiet satisfaction. Under Chen Luo's repeated assurances, no need to hold back. Even 8 hearty dishes vanished before Su Dazhu's appetite. Only after Chen Luo brought out a generous serving of cumin-spiced chicken did Su Dazhu finally sigh in complete contentment. Su Dazhu's full belly brought Chen Luo greater comfort than if he himself had swallowed the fabled ginseng fruit. Rising, Chen Luo entered the kitchen and retrieved from his spatial ability a large container of purified water, then began washing the zombie crystals he had acquired. He hadn't counted them precisely, but surely there were over 200. When he emerged dripping water from his hands, he found Fa Wang gazing at him with unmistakable plaintive longing. "You promised me the leftovers," the dog seemed to say, yet not a single morsel remained. The insatiable glutton had devoured it all. Laughing, Chen Luo handed Fa Wang a portion of braised pork. Frankly speaking, within just a few days, few people across the globe would be dining better than Fa Wang, the dog. For now, most households merely clung to whatever stored provisions they still possessed. Chen Luo called Su Dazhu over and placed a handful of crystals into his palm. "Dazhu, try absorbing their energy. It will rapidly amplify your strength." Su Dazhu asked where they came from. With a light smile, Chen Luo explained they'd been extracted from zombie craniums, prompting an immediate grimace of disgust from Su Dazhu. Then, remembering something, Su Dazhu frowned in puzzlement. "Brother Chen, how did you know these crystals existed inside zombie heads? This morning, when your head ached, didn't you sense something forming inside it? I suspected a crystal was taking shape, so I wondered might zombies harbor the same. And indeed, they do." Su Dazhu nodded, awestruck. "Brother Chen, you're truly brilliant." Chen Luo chuckled softly. Such insight required only a nimble, observant mind, no arcane secret. Even those initially ignorant could deduce it swiftly through casual interaction with others. Chen Luo spoke gently. "From now on, drop the brother Chen. Just call me brother." There was a subtle but meaningful distinction between the two. Though Su Dazhu stood tall and broad-shouldered, he was in fact 3 days younger than Chen Luo. Su Dazhu grinned sheepishly. "Yes, brother. I've long wished for an elder brother." Chen Luo and Su Dazhu had known each other for over a year. In Su Dazhu's eyes, Chen Luo stood apart from the haughty residents who treated him as a mere security guard, with condescension and indifference. Chen Luo was unfailingly courteous, gentle, never overbearing. That quiet, unwavering respect left an indelible impression, and was precisely why in his past life their partnership had formed so naturally upon meeting again. Chen Luo guided Su Dazhu to a room to absorb the crystals in peace, then retreated to his own chamber to begin his own absorption. After finishing his meal, Fa Wang received a generous handful of crystals tossed casually his way. "Take them one at a time. If the energy overwhelms you, stop immediately." Crystals could be absorbed by holding them in the palm or ingested directly. The difference lay in control held in the hand. Absorption could be regulated at will. As swallowed whole, the energy surged uncontrollably, potentially culminating in extreme cases in catastrophic bodily rupture. Such peril was implausible with the lowest-tier crystals. But still, could anyone truly stomach swallowing something excavated from a zombie skull? Fa Wang, being a dog, felt no such qualms. Chen Luo lay back on his bed, clenched a crystal in his palm, and began to draw forth its power. Each crystal contained a latent force capable of augmenting the body, most effectively when matched to one's innate affinity. For instance, spatial affinity crystals resonated most powerfully with Chen Luo. Yet this energy could not be absorbed limitlessly. The capacity varied from person to person. It was akin to eating. A glutton might devour 10 bowls of rice, while another managed only half a bowl. Greater intake signaled superior aptitude and swifter advancement in strength. One's maximum absorption capacity also expanded alongside rising cultivation level. Drawing on memories of his past life, Chen Luo estimated his current limit at roughly 8 crystals worth of energy. That was exceptional. Many newly awakened adepts, especially those of inferior talent, struggled even to fully absorb the energy of a single low-tier crystal. Each crystal's potency varied slightly, but not dramatically. Absorbing around 20 should elevate one to level 2 adeptship by the next day. As he absorbed the 5th crystal, Chen Luo abruptly sat upright. Something's wrong. After 5 I feel barely a trickle of energy. Normally 5 crystals would have left him pleasantly sated, instead he felt as though he'd only nibbled at the edge of hunger. This was undeniably auspicious. The greater one's absorption capacity, the faster one's power surged. Stunned, yet elated, Chen Luo resumed absorption. By the 21st crystal, a sharp sudden pain lanced through his skull, intense yet far less searing than the agony of his morning awakening. Chen Luo stared incredulous. I've reached level 2. On day 1 of the apocalypse. In my past life it took 14 days. That morning upon awakening, he'd been able to launch 4 spatial spheres in rapid succession. Now he could fire at least 15. Their destructive force had also increased marginally, though not enough to transform combat efficacy against zombies. He could still dispatch no more than 11 or 12, still less efficient than an electric baton. Unperturbed by this shift, Chen Luo continued absorbing. Upon reaching level 2, the lowest tier crystals lost considerable potency for him. Their energy too coarse, too impure. By level 4, such rudimentary crystals would become utterly inert for cultivation, useful only for accelerating recovery of expended energy. Thus Chen Luo ignored many zombie crystals entirely, collecting only what he needed. Only after absorbing 42 crystals did Chen Luo reach his absolute limit, unable to draw in another iota. His elevated level accounted for part of this extraordinary capacity. Advancement did not merely enhance one's ability, it fortified the physical vessel. A level king adept's physique rivaled that of a level 10 physical type adept, with any perceived weakness purely relative. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through his limbs, Chen Luo rose and wondered whether he could now manifest the void blade. He gathered his entire being's energy into his palm, compressing it into the shape of a blade. This weapon was neither invisible nor formless. Before him coalesced a slender, luminous sword, its blade a soft, pearlescent beam of white light. But within 5 seconds, Chen Luo collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat. Wielding this technique demanded an immense, unsustainable toll. In his past life, at the 9th level, Chen Luo mastered void walking, and at the king level, he controlled the dimensional blade. It is not to say that one must reach the 9th level to master void walking. It all depends on one's comprehension ability, and there are no NPC skill instructors to teach you. As long as his internal energy is sufficient, Chen Luo could use void walking at the 1st level, but evidently it was impossible to have enough power to support void walking at that level. Chen Luo estimated that he would need to reach the 4th level to barely utilize void walking, but even then it would only be for short distances, at most 100 meters. Using it once would deplete all of Chen Luo's abnormal energy. The Void Sword was a power he mastered at the 7th level, condensing spatial force into a tangible form. The Void Sword is exceedingly sharp, surpassing the description of cutting iron like mud. It can slice a target's body in half without any blood flowing. If one cannot withstand it, healing is of no use unless another powerful spatial ability user intervenes. It is Chen Luo's ferocious weapon for killing and ambushing. At his peak, the Void Sword Chen Luo conjured was as substantial as reality, capable of lasting easily for half an hour. Now it was just a faint shadow lasting less than 5 seconds. Chen Luo, feeling completely drained, smiled nonchalantly. At being able to use it was already impressive, and it posed a threat to some beings with very strong defenses. Unable to absorb any more crystals, Chen Luo soon fell into a deep slumber after a long day. The Law King not only had to work, but also kept watch over the home. The Law King's hearing and sense of smell are highly developed. Having it around is more effective than any bodyguard. It will handle manageable troubles on its own and notify Chen Luo of those it cannot. With the Law King, Chen Luo could sleep soundly, otherwise he would feel exhausted, constantly on guard against unexpected guests. Law King, I feel like I have borne a lot that I should not have. My dog's life is filled with weariness. The next morning, Chen Luo asked Su Dezhu and the Law King about the absorption of crystals. Su Dezhu excitedly said, "Brother, your method really works. I feel my power has increased significantly. I absorbed 7 crystals. 7 is already quite impressive." The Law King continuously barked 9 times, indicating it had eaten 9 crystals. Chen Luo chuckled, thankful it wasn't 99, otherwise it would have barked 99 times. "When I have subordinates, I might as well give you 9 years of compulsory education." Su Dezhu looked at the Law King in amazement. This dog is indeed extraordinary. Yesterday he was too hungry to notice, and today he realized this dog was not ordinary. "However, you ate 9 while I only had 7. What does that mean?" Today we need to go to the granary to collect rice and flour. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided to take Su Daju along. But evidently Su Daju was not the type to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. It's better to take Su Daju with him. Not only does it provide support, but it also allows Su Daju to become more skilled in combat. Chen Luo handed him the armor he had prepared for him, allowing him to familiarize himself with it, and gave him 2 electric batons. This set of armor is not heavy for the strong Su Daju, comparable to an ordinary person wearing winter clothing. And Chen Luo, after advancing to a second-level ability user, had also noticeably increased his strength. Wearing the armor felt much easier. Once everything was ready, they set off. There were indeed other survivors in the community, but except for a few, most would not take risks unless absolutely forced. They were still observing the situation at home. As they exited the community, Chen Luo casually took supplies from the supermarket in his villa area. Arriving at the area where heavy trucks were parked, Chen Luo smiled. The heavy truck remained intact, proving that free guardianship does work. Upon seeing zombies, Su Daju equipped with armor and electric batons became restless. Chen Luo stopped him, saying these are all free labor, just let the Law King lure them away. The Law King skillfully walked the dog, easily leading all the zombies away. Su Daju said somewhat dejectedly, why do I feel like the Law King is more useful than I am? Chen Luo chuckled and comforted him, don't compare yourself to a dog, there are things it can do that I can't either. Each has its strengths. It dares to eat poop, but would you dare? After the Law King got in the car, Chen Luo did not head toward the granary, but rather toward the suburbs first. To reach the granary, they had to take a detour, otherwise they would have to pass through the city populated by 30 million people. Wasn't that seeking death? Taking extra time for a detour is definitely worth it. Chen Luo drove skillfully. Before the apocalypse, he had researched the routes to the granary and knew several ways to reach it. He had even scouted the area near the granary. On the way, there were several survivors like the previous yellow-haired one attempting to block the road and board the car, but Chen Luo did not slow down. If you dare to block me, I dare to crash you. It took over 5 hours for Chen Luo to cover the more than 100 kilometers. The granary was a 3-story building, quite long, but overall not very large. Even if it were completely filled with food, it wouldn't hold much. However, beneath, it was a very large basement storing an unknown amount of food. The area above ground was merely office space. Chen Luo drove the heavy truck straight into the granary. In this spacious area, it was exceptionally easy for the truck to eliminate zombies. Chen Luo kept circling inside the granary until he had killed most of the zombies before finally stopping. During this process, he did not see any survivors. If there were any, they would surely have called for help upon hearing the commotion. Chen Luo squinted. There should be quite a few staff members in the granary. Could it be that not a single survivor remained? Chen Luo approached the hallway leading to the basement in the office building. The hallway door was wide open. Inside was pitch black. Chen Luo took out a flashlight and shone it around, spotting a skeleton, causing his pupils to shrink suddenly. This was clearly a human remains, all flesh and blood gone, leaving only a skeleton. Some mutated small creatures were in the granary. Were they ants or rats? Normally zombies would gnaw on humans and definitely leave behind some remnants. They cannot eat clean. Only mutated creatures like ants and rats would devour them so thoroughly. They are weak with little individual strength, but their numbers are overwhelming. Chen Luo had seen large ant armies numbering hundreds of thousands. Anyone would run upon seeing them. The skull of this skeleton was facing Chen Luo, its whole body leaning toward him. It can be inferred that when he headed toward the basement, he discovered the terrifying creatures inside and hurriedly turned to flee, but he failed to escape. Chen Luo hesitated. If he encountered an overwhelming number of them, he truly had no confidence not to flip the situation. But if he didn't go down to collect food, it would be a long time before he could return. Chen Luo gritted his teeth. He couldn't take the risk. If he missed out, it was no big deal. His life was more important. Squeak, squeak. Chen Luo's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he pulled Su Daju and ran. The situation was no longer about whether Chen Luo would enter the grain depot's basement. It was that the rat swarm, having caught their scent, had already surged out. Chen Luo feared ordinary rat swarms little, not even when numbering in the hundreds. What unsettled him was the unknown. If they numbered in the thousands, all hope would be lost. Chen Luo lacked area effect weaponry. Should he be surrounded and dragged to the ground, death would be inevitable. His electric baton, limited by battery capacity, could not possibly slay a vast horde. Unaware of the full scale of the threat, Chen Luo refused to stand and fight. He seized Su Daju and fled. Only then did he grasp why not a single survivor remained at the grain depot. With fangs sharp enough to pierce steel, these mutated rats could shatter ordinary security doors or wooden office gates. Only solid, thick iron doors like those of vaults stood any chance against them. Rats possessed an acute sense of smell. Unless one escaped the grain depot entirely, survival was impossible. When Fawang saw the dark tides surging from the basement, he recoiled in shock and fled without hesitation. Fawang cried out urgently, urging them to run first while he lured the swarm away. He quickly assessed that these were no zombies. Their speed far surpassed any undead, and clad as they were in heavy armor, Chen Luo and Su Daju would surely be overtaken. Chen Luo and Su Daju sprinted toward the exit of the office building. Once aboard the heavy truck, they would be relatively safe, even if the vehicle itself could not crush such small, nimble creatures. Fawang veered right into a corridor. He could not flee in the same direction. They would fall hopelessly behind. His speed guaranteed he would outpace them instantly. And indeed, the lagging pair would suffer, but only a fraction of the swarm pursued Fawang. Though swift, the rats still fell short of Fawang's lightning-imbued velocity. A colossal rat, nearly Fawang's size, paused briefly, its gaze fixed on the fleeing dog, then decisively turned toward Chen Luo and Su Daju. Humans were tastier. Though immense, the Rat King moved with startling agility, matching Fawang stride for stride. And if it matched Fawang, it vastly outpaced the two armored men. Hearing movement behind him, Chen Luo did not glance back. Flight was the only path forward. With the swarm's numbers, unknown confrontation was unthinkable, while observation came first. Just as Chen Luo reached the office building steps, on the verge of bursting outside, the Rat King launched itself high into the air and slammed savagely into him. The impact was staggering. Though ordinary blades could not pierce his armor, sheer kinetic force bypassed its protection entirely. Agony seared across Chen Luo's back. His body lurched forward uncontrollably. He crashed hard onto the ground, the very armor weighing him down, intensifying the pain. Ignoring the pain, Chen Luo scrambled upright. Yet those 2 seconds had already sealed their fate. The swarm had closed in. Su Daju glanced back and froze, blood chilling in his veins. Hundreds of black, swollen rats flooded toward them, each over twice the size of ordinary rodents. At their vanguard stood the Rat King, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Its pelt was mottled gray-black, slick with grime and damp oiliness, as if freshly hauled from a sewer pipe. Most arresting were its 2 exposed incisors, over 10 centimeters long, gleaming with a cruel wet sheen. Su Daju had never seen such a creature. His limbs turned to ice. Rats issued no threats before battle. They simply lunged. Both Chen Luo and Su Daju were struck simultaneously. Hundreds converged in an instant. Some leapt onto Chen Luo's legs, others onto his chest, then crawled upward in frantic waves. Within moments, both men were buried beneath writhing layers of rats, piled high, dense as living fur. From afar, they resembled grotesque ratmen, armor utterly obscured. Each bore at least 50 or 60 rats upon his body. Others, denied purchase, squealed shrilly in agitation. Each rat weighed over half a kilogram. Multiplied by their numbers and combined force, Chen Luo felt as though he carried a 100-kilogram sack upon his back. He remained upright, barely, but could not take a single step. The Rat King watched coldly from the side. Once its underlings finished their feast, the elder brother would dine first. Without the armor, any ordinary person would have been torn apart in seconds. Even these mutated rats' teeth could not breach Chen Luo's custom-forged plating. Cursing inwardly, Chen Luo drew his electric baton and unleashed a jolt. Their compact size and tight, clustering mint, each discharge struck 3 or 4 rats at once. These rats possessed nowhere near the resilience of zombies. While a zombie might merely be stunned, contact with the current meant instant death. Anticipating this, Chen Luo's armor incorporated non-conductive alloys. Electrocuted rats dropped lifelessly, but within a heartbeat, others rushed forward to fill the void. The swarm's numbers proved less dire than feared, not thousands, nor even hundreds, just enough for the baton to handle, easing Chen Luo's dread. Yet the Rat King, still holding back, cast a heavy shadow over his thoughts. A mutant. In this apocalypse, all beings, survivors, zombies, mutated creatures, grew stronger gradually. But rare individuals underwent sudden mutation, power erupting overnight. Such mutants burned through their life essence like wildfire. Some survived mere hours, others only months. The greater the surge, the shorter the lifespan. Their strength also plateaued, no further growth possible. Yet regardless of how brief their existence, encountering one alive was akin to stepping barefoot into dog excrement, pure, unmitigated misfortune. This Rat King was unmistakably such a mutant. No ordinary rat could have attained this size by the second day of the apocalypse. Having drawn part of the swarm, Fawang dashed to the corridor's end, and without breaking stride shattered the glass window to escape. Ignoring his own pain, Fawang raced back toward Chun Luo, barking fiercely to divert the rats. Those unable to latch onto the two armored men, dim-witted and instinct-driven, immediately pivoted toward the dog. The Rat King narrowed its eyes. Chasing this lightning-swift dog seemed futile. Better to feast on humans first. With a snarl, it lunged at Su Deju, the one ahead, and brought him crashing down with brutal force. In that perilous instant, Su Deju did not falter. His face contorted with ferocity as he jammed the electric baton hard against the Rat King's body. Yet the weapon failed utterly. Only a fleeting grimace of pain crossed the beast's muzzle. Instead, it clamped down harder, its fangs biting deep into the armor with a sickening crack. A jagged fissure split the metal. One more strike, and the plating would shatter. The Shu Wang was cunning. It bit at the neck area of Su Daz's armor. If the armor were pierced, Su Daz's throat would be exposed to the Shu Wang's fangs. The outcome was plain to see. Chun Luo undoubtedly wanted to save Su Deju, yet the electric baton could not realistically threaten the Shu Wang in so short a span. This Shu Wang was at least a third level, perhaps even a fourth level, and its strength lay in physical prowess rather than elemental power. Ordinary methods could not slay it quickly. One might claim Fa Wang is inferior to the Shu Wang, but how long would the Shu Wang live? It might drop dead on its own in a few minutes. Chun Luo felt fortunate he had broken through to a second-level ability user last night. Otherwise, both he and Su Deju would almost certainly have died. There was still a sliver of life left. Misfortune brought them a pack of mutated rats, including an aberrant Shu Wang. It was also fortunate that Fa Wang had drawn away most of the pack. Chun Luo pulled 2 slabs of pork from his ability space and tossed them to the ground. Several rats at once pounced on the meat. Relief eased Chun Luo's burden. Ignoring the rats clinging to him, he gripped the electric baton and closed on the Shu Wang. A contemptuous flash passed through the Shu Wang's eyes. Could that baton threaten me? I will bite him to death first, then you, it seemed to think. The visible baton was a ruse. What truly mattered was the void sword Chun Luo had condensed. The Shu Wang was cunning. If it sensed danger and chose to flee, the Chun Luo, who could only briefly form the void sword, would be ruined. Left hand held the electric baton, while the right had already gathered a faint radiance. A vicious glint passed through Chun Luo's eyes. Die. Just as the Shu Wang had bitten through Su Daz's neck armor and was about to finish him, its fur stood on end as a wave of lethal danger washed over it. Startled, it glanced at Chun Luo and tried to flee, but the distance between them was a mere breath. Was it already too late to escape? Chun Luo's sword sliced across the Shu Wang's neck. Ordinary blades might bite into flesh. His void sword cleaved the creature cleanly in two. Head and body separated. Strangely, no blood flowed. Despite the Shu Wang's astonishing vitality, such grievous damage did not kill it outright. The headless body convulsed while the great head strained, as if to press back onto the torso and reunite. Impossible though it was, the Shu Wang could still snap and bite. Having unleashed the void sword, Chun Luo was drenched in sweat and collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Su Deju was no corpse. Freed from being pinned, he grabbed the Shu Wang's head and hurled it far away with all his strength. After a few flutters, the Shu Wang fell silent. Worn out, Chun Luo smiled. Now the Shu Wang was dead, and the remaining rats posed no real threat. Chun Luo had no strength left even to hold the baton. He pulled it from his ability space and had Su Deju use it to electrocute the rats one by one. 5 minutes later, even the rats Fa Wang had lured away were electrocuted to death. Chun Luo recovered a little strength, sat up on the steps, and took 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why 3 bottles for Chun Luo and Su Deju? Fa Wang had his share as well. Chun Luo gulped a bottle and drew a ragged breath, shaken by how close they had come to death. Had he not brought Su Deju, they would surely have perished. Even if he could slay the Shu Wang, he could not cope with the remaining rats. They could not bite through armor at once, but could wear it away bit by bit. Damn it. Though I was reborn, my strength did not return. After taking the granary's supplies, I must lie low and grow stronger for a while. Chun Luo rose and patted Su Daz's shoulder without a word. Everything that needed saying passed between them in silence. Ordinary rats did not necessarily carry crystals. They were too weak. Even if they did, their crystals were far inferior to zombie crystals and useless to Chun Luo. Chun Luo went to the Shu Wang's head and with great effort forced it open and extracted a crystal no larger than half a quail egg. It was already sizable. Ordinary zombie crystals were only the size of a grain of rice. Besides the crystal, the Shu Wang bore another valuable thing. Its 2 sharp incisors. Once Su Dezhu grew stronger, ordinary weapons would struggle to pierce his body, but those fangs could be fashioned into excellent weapons. Prizing them from the Shu Wang's mouth was no easy task. Chen Luo had no strength left, and left the job to Su Dezhu, who strained and finally managed to wrench the two teeth free. Chen Luo said, "Let's go check the basement." The rat horde was dealt with. The basement should be safe. Even if zombies lurked within, the rats would have attacked them. Had Chen Luo arrived a few days later, there might have been no zombies left outside the granary. Still, he entered cautiously while Fa Wang continued to patrol. Beyond a dozen human remains and a few mutated rats, there was nothing else. Chen Luo switched on the basement lights, and the scene came into view. It stretched farther than the eye could see and was very spacious. Bags of grain were stacked high. Chen Luo did not linger and set about securing them. Not until after 8 that evening did Chen Luo finish transferring all the grain into his ability space. He estimated 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This was the largest granary in the city. There were others, but Chen Luo did not intend to travel to them. The distance and danger were too great. It had nearly gone wrong today. This amount of grain could feed 10,000 people for decades. It was more than enough, and besides, his ability space was almost full. Su Dezhu gaped. "Brother, how large is your ability space?" Chen Luo smiled. "Not that large, about the size of this granary." Chen Luo's expression turned serious. "Dezhu, the fact that I hoarded these supplies must not be revealed under any circumstances. Tell no one." Su Dezhu was a man of few words, yet Chen Luo still nodded in confirmation. Su Dezhu responded earnestly, "Don't worry, brother. I know. I won't tell, not even under threat of death." In his previous life, Chen Luo had only Su Dezhu as a brother. In this life, given Chen Luo's temperament, it would be hard for anyone else to truly earn that title. Friends and brothers are different. Across 2 lifetimes, this is his only brother. That matters above all else. Around 7, the granary's power went out. If Chen Luo remembered correctly, much of the city had already lost electricity by then. The night was pitch black and travel unsafe. Chen Luo decided to rest in the truck's cab and return at dawn. After absorbing more crystals, Chen Luo did not advance. It would take roughly another 150 crystals to reach 3rd-level ability user. At least 3 more days. Fearing Su Dezhu would be bored, Chen Luo gave him a fully charged phone and headphones so he could play offline games or watch a movie. The phone had 512 gigabytes of storage. The truck's cab was spacious, designed as living quarters for 2 drivers. Chen Luo produced his own phone and began watching a movie. Unexpectedly, Fa Wang stood behind him, watching with keen interest. "Brother Jian, a large truck is approaching from that direction." In the morning light, 4 young men trudged along the roadside, thirsty, famished, scanning each vehicle that swerved erratically to a halt, hoping to find supplies. The one called Brother Jian was Wang Jian, a youth of 25 or 26. Upon hearing the call, he turned, and sure enough, a massive truck rumbled toward them. A flicker of delight lit his face. Wang Jian raised his hand. "Stop it." The other 3 instantly complied and began daydreaming. That truck must be loaded with goods, perhaps an entire cargo of ready-to-eat meals. A truckload of watermelons wouldn't be bad either, quenching thirst and staving off hunger. Any fruit would do. Even if it carries no supplies. My uncle is a long-haul driver. I know well that truckers keep crates of bottled water, salted eggs, braised chicken legs, and biscuits aboard at all times. Just saying that made their stomachs growl louder. "Brother Jian, if he refuses to stop, you'll have to use your divine power to puncture his tires." The other 2 nodded, eagerly gazing at Wang Jian with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Wang Jian had awakened his ability the previous night, discovering to his astonishment that he could manipulate metal. At first, he believed he could control anything, only to realize after testing that his power extended solely to metallic substances. His companions witnessed this revelation in stunned silence. An ability. They had no idea survivors would awaken such powers at varying speeds over the coming fortnight. This was the privilege reserved for protagonists in novels, so they resolved to cling tightly to this newfound pillar. Overnight, Wang Jian, who had once been ordinary and unremarkable, ascended to the status of Brother Jian among the 3. Wang Jian swelled with pride. "My fate is extraordinary. The world itself shall kneel before me in time." Like many newly awakened adepts, he grew haughty, convinced heaven ranked 1st, earth 2nd, and himself 3rd. He was no exception. With Wang Jian's approval, the trio dashed into the center of the road, while he stood aloof by the curb like a sovereign. The oncoming truck belonged to Chen Luo, a heavy-duty freighter. "Stop! Pull over now." At their shouts, Chen Luo smirked faintly. Let them die trying. As always, he held his speed unwavering. Faced with the thundering truck, the 3 dared not stand firm. They cursed wildly instead. Wang Jian's expression darkened. Was this defiance intentional? Wang Jian withdrew a long, sharp iron nail, then channeling his metal manipulation ability, hurled it like a dart straight toward the rear tire of the freighter. The tire burst instantly, hissing air. Chen Luo felt the chassis shudder violently, his brow furrowed in confusion. What just happened? He had no choice but to pull over and inspect. Seeing the freighter slow and halt, Wang Jian and his three companions grinned triumphantly and hurried forward. Two of them wasted no time wrenching open the cargo compartment. Wang Jian strode grimly to the driver's window and slammed his palm against the glass. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Shh. Go ahead, run again if you dare. Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian had never behaved so arrogantly, but awakening an ability and basking in the flattery of three sycophants had inflated his ego beyond measure. Get out, don't play dead. Chen Luo stared dumbfounded. Was this kid responsible for sabotaging his vehicle? Fury surged. He needed that truck to get home. 90 kilometers still lay between him and home. Without this freighter, the journey would be perilous. Ordinary cars couldn't navigate the ruined cityscape. The two who'd opened the cargo bay recoiled in dismay. The compartment was utterly empty. Brother Jian, nothing. Absolutely nothing inside, they shouted. Wang Jian's disappointment curdled into rage. Get out now. Chen Luo trembled with fury. You backstabbing snake. He rolled down the window and pressed a tightly condensed spatial sphere squarely onto Wang Jian's face. The sphere detonated on impact. Wang Jian shrieked, a raw guttural cry. As his face exploded into ruined flesh, shredded skin peeled away, consciousness snuffed out in an instant. Wang Jian never imagined anyone else possessed an ability, not when he was the protagonist. This shock sent the remaining three fleeing in blind terror. Wasn't he the protagonist? How could he be dead already? Chen Luo patted Fa Wang's rump. Fa Wang understood instantly and leapt from the cab to hunt them down. After calming his rage, Chen Luo explained, Dezhu, I'm not cruel by nature. If we were ordinary people caught by them, imagine what fate would await us. It was only the third day of the apocalypse. Su Dezhu barely grasped its horrors, so Chen Luo took care to clarify. Under Fa Wang's pursuit, the remaining three perished swiftly. Chen Luo's fury subsided slightly, but even cooled anger couldn't mend a ruined tire. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu stepped out and inspected the damage, immediately spotting the punctured rear tire completely deflated and collapsed. Where in this desolate wilderness could they find a tire repairman? With no alternative, Chen Luo retrieved his learning archives, self-reliant as ever. Alongside countless films, novels, and games, he had also stored vast educational resources. Indeed, authentic academic materials, agriculture, circuitry, biology, medicine, horticulture. He'd gathered every accessible textbook and manual he could find. Guided by those resources, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu labored painstakingly, finally patching the tire. Fortunately, his spatial domain contained a full arsenal of tools. Chen Luo smirked, another skill added to his repertoire. Just as he prepared to depart, he recalled Wang Jian's crystal remained uncollected. Survivors who awakened abilities also produced crystals, far more potent than those harvested from zombies. Thus, in the post-apocalyptic world, betrayal by fellow humans proved far deadlier than any undead threat. Wang Jian had awakened only recently. His crystal surpassed even the lowest-tier zombie variant in efficacy, yet its utility remained modest. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Chen Luo finally arrived home, having missed lunch entirely. After devouring a lavish meal, Chen Luo stretched lazily. Surveying the chaotic table, he glanced at Fa Wang. If only you knew how to wash dishes. Fa Wang met with that gaze clenched involuntarily. Have some decency, will you? When the apocalypse broke out, it wasn't long before the signal was mysteriously interrupted. At that time, the water resources were contaminated, and if any careless or desperate survivors drank it, they would suffer. The consequences ranged from severe abdominal pain to high fever and unconsciousness, ultimately leading to death. Later, the survivors' physiques gradually strengthened, allowing them to drink the contaminated water. However, these water sources had been soaked by countless corpses and mutated creatures, which was utterly repulsive to think about. But what could they do if they didn't drink? At the same time, this water would suppress the development of the powers of those with abilities. By the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, power outages began in certain areas and soon spread. June was summer and the weather was hot. The rate at which fruits, vegetables, and meats spoiled accelerated. While fruits and vegetables fared a little better, meat could only be consumed for 2 or 3 days. Within a month at most, survivors could only fill their stomachs with various snacks and prepackaged fast food. The thought of enjoying a delicious meal had become the greatest luxury. Having food was already fortunate. Those who were timid or lacked strength had nothing to eat or died on the way to find food. However, none of this concerned Chen Luo in the slightest. The king of law was pondering whether to have braised pork or spare ribs today. Eating every day, every meal had become somewhat tiresome, so today he wanted to change things up and have something lighter. In the living room with the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu were using the enormous LCD television to play games on the PSP. This monotonous life of eating and playing, sleeping after eating, was merely a cycle of waiting for death. Yet in this apocalypse, he had no thoughts of saving the world. Picking up a chilled cola, Chen Luo sighed, lamenting that he did not wish to live like this. But what could he do? He felt utterly hopeless. Casting a glance at the king of law, who was fixated on the television, Chen Luo said, "Go practice with some zombies. Try to master some new skills." The king of law had already advanced to level 2 yesterday, and his ability had significantly increased, allowing him to use other lightning-based skills. However, mastering these skills wasn't automatic with the upgrade. It required personal comprehension. Chen Luo could only use space-based skills while he was unable to assist with other types. Training in combat was the fastest way to improve. The king of law struggled to tear his gaze away from the enticing game on the LCD screen. Not allowing the dog to play games was one thing, but not even letting him watch was another. Chen Luo chuckled, inwardly recalling how he used to take his GBA to school surrounded by classmates watching him play. But I'm doing this for your own good. If the dog doesn't train, he won't grow. Su Dezhu also advanced to level 2 yesterday and had a slight gap compared to the king of law, but in the early stages this difference wasn't significant. Unlike Su Dezhu, who was a power-type ability user and had no skills to master, his advancement was solely about becoming physically stronger, requiring only combat experience. But the zombies outside were merely the lowest level. Training with them wouldn't yield much. When the king of law stood up and opened the door to leave, Chen Luo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly spoke. "Wait a minute." The king of law turned to look at Chen Luo, wondering if he was worried about his safety, and reminding him. Chen Luo said, "The 2 garbage bags I packed, could you throw them in the trash on your way?" The king of law: "You don't treat the dog like a dog, do you?" Watching the departing king of law, Chen Luo shook his head, thinking, he really doesn't make things easy. When will he be able to take out the trash by himself? Then he would truly be a mature dog. If I don't give orders, he wouldn't know to do it on his own. Sigh. Su Dezhu chuckled beside them, feeling sorry for the king of law. Chen Luo said, "Forget it, let's keep playing." At 6:30 in the evening, it was time for dinner. However, Chen Luo felt distressed, as eating meat every day wasn't feasible. His stomach was feeling a bit uncomfortable. When Chen Luo first reincarnated, he had been starved for a long time, craving only meat. The first thing that came to mind was the greasy fried chicken bucket and roast duck. All the ready-made food he ordered was heavy meat dishes. There were vegetables, but they were all dry-fried cauliflower, hand-tiered cabbage, and oil-braised eggplant. There wasn't even a simple stir-fried vegetable or vegetable egg soup. How could anyone endure this? Chen Luo felt quite regretful for miscalculating. Chen Luo had an abundance of ingredients that could last him 10 lifetimes, and he had plenty of learning materials and cooking videos. But if merely watching videos could make one a great chef, everyone would be a master cook. Right now, Chen Luo didn't want to eat anything. He just wanted a bowl of vegetable soup. But there was none. Relying on the king of law to take out the trash was impossible for Chen Luo. The king of law was too clumsy, unable to do many things. Chen Luo desperately needed a maid to take care of his daily life. Living a life where food and clothes were provided was what he desired, but someone had to do the chores. The first person Chen Luo thought of was Ma Yu, whose cooking skills were extraordinary. If she were here, he could eat whatever he wanted, and after eating, she could help him wash the dishes. Chen Luo felt that she had a pretty good personality and was also pleasant to the eye. He had this thought even before the apocalypse. Chen Luo wasn't sure if she was alive or dead. Even if she were alive, it wouldn't hurt to starve her for a few more days to facilitate discipline. However, now it was Chen Luo, the severe lazybones, who urgently needed a caretaker. Seeing the king of law constantly struggling, Chen Luo felt a bit uneasy and thought he should alleviate the king of law's burden. When Ma Yu came to teach Chen Luo how to cook, he had specifically sent her home once. The place she currently lived was not far from Chen Luo's home, in a staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel. Ma Yu was one of the chefs there. She had been lured away by Chen Luo with a high salary to work part-time teaching cooking. If Ma Yu lived too far away or in a bustling area, Chen Luo would give up on the idea, as there were plenty of other options. Chen Luo thought for a moment. It would be safer to wait until tomorrow, when he could advance to a level 3 ability user, then check on Ma Yu the day after. If that didn't work, he could look for other candidates. Chen Luo sighed, deciding to make do tonight with some winter melon and spare ribs soup. After advancing to level 2, Chen Luo could absorb approximately 50 of the lowest-grade crystals each day. With higher-grade crystals, the number absorbed daily decreased accordingly. The crystal bestowed by the Law King, for instance, took Chen Luo over a week to fully assimilate. Testing revealed that absorbing 1 crystal per day was optimal, keeping the body in a state of mild hunger, enhanced absorption efficiency, yielding better results than frequent smaller intakes every few hours. A sharp pain surged through Chen Luo's mind as the crystal within his consciousness underwent a subtle transformation. A faint smile crossed his lips. He had ascended to level 3 in merely 4 days. In his previous life, it had taken him over a month and a half to reach this tier. Even the Law King, renowned for his extraordinary talent, required half a month of relentless all-out crystal absorption to advance from level 2 to level 3. Yet Chen Luo needed only 3 days. Law King, consider yourself fortunate to serve me in this life, who otherwise defeating you would hardly require stealth. The anomalous energy coursing through Chen Luo's body, akin to magic or arcane power, had not only increased in purity since level 2, but also surged nearly threefold in sheer volume. His void blade, previously sustainable for only 5 seconds, now held for 20. His overall strength had risen dramatically, though mastering void walking remained out of reach, that demanded at least level 4. Current zombies had not even attained level 1 status. They were effectively level 0, feeble, primitive, and easily overwhelmed. Once Chen Luo reached level 4, level 0 zombie crystals would become utterly useless to him, halting his rapid ascent in power. Even now, their crystals offered diminishing returns. Ascending to level 4 solely through them would require well over 1,000. Chen Luo's crystal reserves were dwindling fast. He needed a substantial replenishment. While searching for Mayu, he could gather more near the 5-star Yunlai International Hotel. The following morning, Chen Luo set out with Su Dezhu and the Law King. Passing through the neighborhood supermarket, he witnessed an unsettling scene. A young man, familiar though not acquainted, lived in the same residential complex. They passed each other daily, yet knew nothing beyond vague recognition. Modern neighborly ties were thin. Sharing a wall did not guarantee knowing one another's surname. The youth emerged from the supermarket, clutching a bulging sack, hurrying away with palpable urgency. Chen Luo had already stripped the store of nearly all its supplies, only scattered remnants. Items fallen to the floor or wedged in corners remained overlooked and deemed unworthy of collection. Just then, a woman burst from the supermarket, lunging to seize the sack, and shrieked tearfully, "You've taken everything. How am I supposed to survive? Give me half." Though only the 5th day of the apocalypse had passed, everyone grasped the irreplaceable value of provisions. Food meant life. The youth scoffed, wrenching free. "Get lost. What you eat is none of my concern." Undeterred, the woman seized him in a desperate embrace. "If you won't share, I'll hold you here. When the zombies come, we die together." The youth instantly relented. "Fine, you win. Let go first, and I'll split it." She released him, but kept a death grip on his sleeve. In that instant, his expression hardened. He drew a dagger from his coat and stabbed her repeatedly. She crumpled slowly to the ground. No division was needed now. 2 wandering zombies approached. Spotting Chen Luo and his companions, the youth panicked, fearing they'd seize his loot, and fled in haste. Boldness alone could compensate for weakness. Outrun the dead if you couldn't outfight them. Chen Luo shook his head. The youth was no paragon, but what did that matter to him? He bore no moral authority to judge others, for he himself was no paragon. Since his rebirth, Chen Luo had never intended to be virtuous. Good men died swiftly. Their virtue made them easy prey. He was no hero, and he refused to be good. Boarding the heavy-duty truck, Chen Luo pondered their route. The once bustling metropolis lay eerily silent, its former grandeur erased. Only the guttural moans of zombies pierced the stillness. Fortunately, the Yunlai International Hotel, Mayu's location, lay within the city limits, but outside the perilous downtown core. Had it been central, Chen Luo would never have ventured there. It was simply too dangerous. If the truck stalled, hundreds, perhaps thousands, of zombies would converge within moments. Driving such a vehicle through urban streets felt jarringly incongruous. Normally, municipal regulations forbade heavy trucks in the city center. Residential complexes lined both sides of the road. Many survivors watched vigilantly from windows and balconies. Spotting Chen Luo's truck, several shouted down, "Brother driver, what's happening outside? Could you tell us? Brother driver, could you bring up some food? I'll pay whatever price. I'll give 10,000. Just bring anything. 100,000 for a pound of pork." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, too weary to respond. He wasn't a holy pilgrim, nor were they celestial steeds. Such cries rarely aided him. Yet he couldn't possibly visit every apartment to enforce discipline. Within the city, the heavy truck moved sluggishly. Roadblocks choked the avenues and tight turns abounded. In under 20 minutes, however, Chen Luo arrived at the hotel's rear entrance. Daju, don armor and disembark, Chen Luo ordered. Su Daju nodded, donned his suit of armor, and descended, with Chen Luo and the dog close behind. This time Su Daju carried not an electric baton, but a solid iron rod. Battery life was finite. Having advanced to level 2, his raw strength rendered the rod far deadlier than the baton. 40 or 50 zombies, relentlessly tracking Chen Luo's path, surged forward the moment he and Su Daju stepped from the truck. Chen Luo wielded his electric baton, Su Daju raised the iron rod, and struck a zombie squarely in the skull, a blow so crushing it would shatter any head, human or undead alike. The zombie's skull split wide open, spilling crimson and ivory across the pavement, dead instantly. The head remained the sole vital point. A strike to the torso would not suffice. Su Daju swung the rod again and again. Zombie after zombie fell beneath his relentless assault. His efficiency rivaled Chen Luo's own, even armed with superior technology. Without his electric baton, and relying solely on spatial abilities, even Chen Luo, a level 3 anomalous adept, could not match Su Daju's killing pace. Early-stage physical adepts held overwhelming advantage. That said, Chen Luo was no weaker. While zombies could not harm Su Daju, Chen Luo could cleave him down with a single stroke. Chen Luo might even fall in exchange, but the agile Law King, rigorously trained by Chen Luo, had mastered evasion to near perfection. By maintaining precise distance, he could exhaust and ultimately overwhelm Su Daju. Chen Luo stepped outside with the main purpose of collecting crystals. The zombies that were killed certainly shouldn't go to waste. After finishing off the zombies, Chen Luo and Su Daju began gathering. Chen Luo appeared relaxed as he swiftly collected the crystals, while Su Daju felt quite uncomfortable facing the bloody heads. Chen Luo's collection speed was at least 3 times that of Su Daju. As for the sorcerer, it would be better not to mention him. He was of no help with this task. The 3 of them, 2 men and a dog, rampaged through the horde of zombies, quickly gathering over 300 zombie crystals. They could continue killing, but it wasn't necessary. Su Daju had already expended a lot of energy. It was absolutely impossible to wait until they were exhausted to stop. What would they do if they encountered danger then? More than 300 crystals should be enough for 3 days. Chen Luo glanced at the hotel staff dormitory they had passed, frowning slightly. When the apocalypse began, it was around 9 o'clock. Was Ma Yu in the dormitory or at work? He hoped she was in the dormitory, though otherwise in such a large hotel, even if she was alive, it would be very difficult to find her. To be honest, Chen Luo felt that Ma Yu's chances of survival were quite low, around 5%, and he came over on a whim, hoping to check under safe conditions. Entering the staff dormitory, the sorcerer led the way. The wails of fallen zombies and the sorcerer's roars quickly caught the attention of one of the dorm rooms. A young man saw 2 armored figures through the peephole, watching Chen Luo and Su Daju as they slaughtered zombies like they were mere mortals. Though terrified, he bravely opened the door just a crack to peek out. "Brothers, please save me." Lu Wenba, a staff member at Yunlai Hotel, had been resting when the apocalypse broke out, alone in the dormitory. He had survived on his stock of snacks and 2 bottles of mineral water, but he felt he couldn't hold out much longer. This time Chen Luo did not turn away coldly. Instead, he asked, "Do you know Ma Yu?" Lu Wenba nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ma Yu was quite famous among the employees of Yunlai Hotel. Hardly anyone didn't know her. Partly due to her exquisite culinary skills unmatched in the entire Yunlai Hotel, and partly because while she wasn't a world-class beauty, she had a mature charm, was quite pretty, and had an outstanding demeanor. She was the goddess of many male employees at Yunlai Hotel. Chen Luo smiled. "Do you know which dormitory she is in?" Lu Wenba nodded. "I know, but she shouldn't be there." On the morning of the disaster, there was a large business meeting at the hotel. She should have been preparing the food for that. Chen Luo said, "Lead the way, I will give you some benefits." Lu Wenba did not dare to propose conditions. These 2 were killing zombies without batting an eye. To him, zombies were already terrifying enough. Although the likelihood of Ma Yu being in the dormitory was slim, Chen Luo decided to check. If she happened to be there, it would be worth the effort. There weren't many people in the staff dormitory. Most were on duty at that time. Lu Wenba pointed to a room on the 4th floor, saying, "It's this one." Chen Luo tried the door. It was locked, and he gestured to Su Daju. Su Daju understood and kicked the door open with great force. Lu Wenba felt a chill run down his spine. If that kick had hit him, he would have been done for. The dormitory was completely empty. Chen Luo smiled. Fortunately, he did not see Ma Yu turned into a zombie, otherwise he would have just turned back home. "Let's go check the conference hall." When Chen Luo arrived at Yunlai Hotel, Ma Ye's situation was rather grim. When the apocalypse broke out, she was in the kitchen preparing food for the luncheon of the elite after the meeting. This business meeting was quite large, attended by many big shots from the business world, including the famous celebrity Lin Fan. When the apocalypse erupted, Ma Yu panicked and fled to the cold storage next to the kitchen. This cold storage was just one of the small cold storages used by the hotel, only about 30 square meters in size. However, the door was very sturdy, preventing zombies from entering, and there was a switch inside the cold storage to turn it off to avoid freezing to death. Many survivors from the meeting had run to the less crowded back kitchen area. Kind-hearted Ma Yu quickly led them into the cold storage. There were a total of 9 people, including the celebrity Lin Fan. Inside this cold storage, there were only some rice and vegetables. There was no fire, so they could only eat the raw vegetables and barely survive. In the sealed environment, they still needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves, but no one dared to go outside the cold storage to do so, with zombies wandering about. The 30 square meter cold storage was filled with shelves, leaving only enough room to move. With 9 people inside, it was quite cramped. Lying down was impossible, and they could only sit on the ground to rest. They also had to leave a section of space for a temporary toilet. The entire cold storage was filled with a foul smell worse than a public restroom, which at least had periodic flushing. And the one closest to this makeshift toilet was Ma Yu, the benefactor, who led the others to safety. This was something Ma Yu never expected. It wasn't hard to understand. Among these 9 people, aside from Ma Yu, they were either high-ranking hotel executives with Ma Yu as their absolute leader, or celebrities, with the highest status being a business tycoon named Li Lin. Li Lin was also the owner of a company of considerable size. Ma Yu as a chef had the lowest status. Who do you think was closest to the toilet? In this small cold storage, the hierarchy was clear, and none of them would know that it was already the end of the world, still foolishly hoping for rescue. They were positioned according to the hierarchy. At that moment, Ma Yu hugged her head, feeling a bit cold. Next to her was the celebrity Lin Fan, who was wearing a mask tightly over her mouth. Sitting for a long time made Lin Fan uncomfortable. She instinctively wanted to stretch her legs, but accidentally kicked Ma Yu. Ma Yu frowned but said nothing. However, a few days of confinement had left Lin Fan in a bad mood, and she snapped, "Move over that way a bit." Ma Yu was taken aback. "Move closer." Ma Yu replied coldly, "If you want to go, you go." Lin Fan furrowed her brow fiercely. "Do you know who you are and who I am? If I complain after we get rescued, you will lose your job." The hotel manager also interjected, "Ma Yu, Lin Fan is our hotel's esteemed guest. Be a bit nicer." The hotel manager had been practically worshipping the business tycoon Li Lin these past few days, hoping for a chance to be favored by him once rescued. Ma Yu had already endured enough grievances these days, and she finally exploded. "I am a human, and so are you. What's the difference? Are you saying you're not human?" Lin Fan's expression hardened, and without saying a word, she kicked at Ma Yu. If Ma Yu hadn't steadied herself against the shelf, the consequences would have been dire. The 2 women got into a scuffle. Li Lin looked displeased. Being over 50, he wanted Ma Yu to massage his shoulders, but she was unwilling. Li Lin glanced at the dwindling vegetables, knowing they wouldn't last long. His expression turned cold. "Throw her out." In the cold storage, the 9 individuals apart from the chef Ma Yu could be deemed elite members of society. Their minds were sharp, and they were acutely aware of the circumstances within the cold storage. Without reducing the number of people, there simply wouldn't be enough supplies. With 1 less person, the space would appear less cramped. The first to agree was, of course, the superstar Lin Fan, who had just had a conflict with Ma Yu. Surprisingly, the second to agree was the hotel manager. "Ma Yu, you see the situation here. The space is insufficient. For the greater good, we must sacrifice you momentarily. You should escape to another location and see if you can find safety." Escape. Outside, there are zombies guarding the area. Ma Yu had not been eating or drinking well these past few days and was severely weakened. After crouching for too long, his legs had gone numb and he could hardly move. Going out would mean certain death. No one opposed the decision. It was a matter of personal interest, and having 1 less person would increase the chance of survival for the rest. Even though Ma Yu had saved them, it seemed that the consensus had shifted against him. Ma Yu looked at this group of people in disbelief, a phrase surfacing in his mind. "In the scorching heat of June, while others fan themselves, my heart grows cold." Feeling utterly despondent, Ma Yu thought that if he had known, he wouldn't have opened the door at all, letting them be bitten by zombies while he hid alone in the cold storage would have been better. This was clearly a plot to have him killed. "Fine, if I die, you all shouldn't expect to survive either." In the brief moment Ma Yu prepared to open the door, he braced himself against it, intending to draw the zombies in and take everyone down together. The other 8 were not foolish, they were wary. Watching the zombies wander about, they seized the opportunity when no zombies were in front, cracking the door open just a little to let Ma Yu out. Lin delivered a powerful kick to Ma Yu's backside, sending him tumbling down in front of the door. She left behind a remark, "This is the fate of opposing me," as the cold storage door closed tightly. Ma Yu felt like crying, but he forced himself to hold it back. Inside the cold storage, he could observe the situation outside. Crying now would only make him the laughingstock. He was so angry that he wasn't even afraid anymore, but rather furious. Who could kill this group of people? He was willing to pay any price. But it seemed there was no opportunity left. Two zombies had caught wind of Ma Yu's scent, instantly altering their aimless wandering and lunging toward him with a growl. Ma Yu's mind went blank, with only one thought lingering. How ridiculous! I saved a group of people, and now they've led to my death. Facing the incoming zombies, Ma Yu knew he had no chance of escape, and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Chen Luosu and Su Dezhu, led by Lu Wenba, who was familiar with the hotel environment, arrived at the 4th floor via a staircase. This staircase was conveniently located not far from the cold storage. Hearing Lin Fan's voice, Chen Lu walked over to take a look, and happened to see two zombies lunging at Ma Yu. At first, he couldn't confirm it was Ma Yu, but looking at the long braid behind him, he felt it resembled Ma Yu. But the Law King was certain it had seen Ma Yu several times and knew that its purpose this time was to find him. The scent of Ma Yu was familiar to it. The Law King sprang into action, covering the distance of several meters in an instant. Using a rocket head, but it struck the zombies with all its might. The Law King's physical prowess had steadily increased with its level. The two zombies that were close together were knocked down to the ground by the Law King, and Su Dezhu, who arrived in time, delivered the finishing blow to both zombies. Chen Lu looked at Ma Yu with immense joy. "The chef is alive. I shall have good fortune. After 5 days, do you know how I've endured these 5 days? There is a scene in the movie God of Cookery where an incredibly ugly chef possesses extraordinary skills, yet Stephen Chow has no appetite when looking at him. Poor reviews. It is rare to find a chef who has both exquisite culinary skills and an attractive appearance. Otherwise, if a rugged man prepared the food, Chen Lu would directly give him an 80-point deduction." Ma Yu stared at the Law King in astonishment, as she recognized it as well, especially without the left ear. The feature was more evident. Chen Lu approached and smiled. "Ma Yu, it's me, Chen Lu. I specifically came here to save you. I took such great risks to come here. Are you moved? Be wholeheartedly my chef from now on." After the shock, Ma Yu was indeed moved, and excitedly said, "Chen Lu, thank you." Just as Su Dezhu was about to help Ma Yu up, several zombies nearby, as well as the ones in the grand conference hall, heard the commotion and all began to rush over. With no time to catch up with Ma Yu, Chen Lu and Su Dezhu guarded the door, one on the left and one on the right, while the Law King in the middle wreaked havoc on the incoming zombies. The zombies came in waves. If there were more than 100 zombies concentrated together, Chen Lu wouldn't dare to confront them head-on. Soon there were no living zombies left. Inside the cold storage, a few people observed everything through a small window on the cold storage door, but they did not hear the conversation among Chen Lu and the others. Lin excitedly covered her mouth, tears shimmering in her eyes. They were saved. After enduring for 5 days, they were finally rescued. The business magnate Li Lin's leg no longer hurt. However, the people inside the cold storage were not at ease and waited until there were no more zombies before opening the door. With a beaming smile, Li Lin said, "Thank you, heroes, for saving us." Lin removed her mask, revealing a smile that showcased her modest and pure demeanor. "Hello, I am Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you all." How could she let Chen Lu know she was Lin without removing her mask? She was a top-tier star, only a step away from being a superstar. Perhaps these two were her die-hard fans, taking care of her better than they did for Li Lin. Chen Lu glanced at her and thought, "Oh, you're getting too happy too soon." Chen Lu asked Ma Yu, "What happened? Is there anything I can do for you?" While everyone else was safely hiding in the cold storage, only Ma Yu was outside, almost devoured by zombies. Chen Lu could easily guess that something unsavory had occurred. Strangely, upon hearing Chen Lu's words, a wave of grievance surged in Ma Yu's heart, and he choked up as he recounted the events that had transpired. Chen Lu listened with a cold sneer, saying that one shouldn't try to be a good person. Ma Yu had value, which was why Chen Lu came to save her. Without value, he wouldn't care if she lived or died. Li Lin and the others exchanged glances, seemingly familiar with Ma Yu. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with money." Li Lin smiled and said, "Young brother, could you please take me home? After the crisis is resolved, I can offer you a job at my company with a monthly salary of 200,000. 200,000 is not a small sum. That's over 2 million a year. How many workers can earn that amount? Just a few years of work could make one a millionaire." One person took out a checkbook and presented it to Chen Lu, saying, Just get me to a safe place, and you can fill in any amount. Fill in any amount. I wonder if I could write a check for 1 billion. This is what they call an empty check. Chen Lu exclaimed, what a guy better than me at pulling a fast one. Seeing this, Ma Yu wanted to laugh. She wasn't sure how wealthy Chen Lu was, but she knew that just his villa alone was worth several hundred million. Among those present, the only one richer than Chen Lu was probably Li Lin. Everything that Ma Yu said infuriated Su Dazhu. He despised people who repay kindness with malice. Someone saved you, and yet you wish for their demise. Is this something a human can do? Su Dazhu couldn't help but step forward, giving each of them a resounding slap. Lin Yi was not spared either. The force of Su Dazhu's hands left them dizzy. Li Lin furiously exclaimed, you. Yet he ultimately dared not speak harshly. He had just witnessed how these two cruelly slaughtered zombies. These people covered their faces, unable to express their anger. Lin Yi lowered her head, feeling a deep humiliation. Lu Wenba gaped, wondering how they could be so bold, unafraid of retaliation. These individuals were not simple, their connections were profound. The terms they offered made Chen Luo sneer. In the apocalypse, is money still useful? There's no toilet paper better than wiping with your hands. Living in a dream is one thing, but 200,000 a month. Damn, what contempt for others. As for Lin Yi, the big star, she would suffer the most in the apocalypse. With decent looks and a star's aura, countless wicked hands reached for her, making her life worse than death. Ma Yu was infuriated by them. Had it not been for Chen Luo, she would have died, and she couldn't help but slap Li Lin and the others, with Lin Yi being the primary target. Ma Yu lacked strength, and her slaps were not loud. Though not very harmful, they were deeply insulting. Li Lin suppressed his anger, speaking in a low tone, little brother, you've already helped your friend vent his anger. Indeed, we were in the wrong. As long as you can take us to safety, feel free to propose any conditions. Chen Luo adhered to a principle, as long as you are my enemy, I will not let any opportunity to eliminate you slip away. These people had already been sentenced to death by Chen Luo. As for the aura of wealth and celebrity, who cares? Chen Luo, fearing to scare his personal female chef, pretended to go out to find some rope, returning with a piece taken from the ability space. Hey, we won't kill you, we'll tie you up and leave your survival to fate. Li Lin seethed, isn't this the same as killing us? Is there no law in your eyes? Su Dazhu sneered, did you not think of this question when you threw her out? Ma Yu, who initially felt a bit reluctant, immediately turned cold quietly, saying to Chen Luo, thank you, but let's forget it. If you kill them, you will suffer too. In Ma Yu's mind, she did not believe that order had already collapsed. Chen Luo smiled nonchalantly, if you save them, they will want to harm you. I will certainly not save them. Can they not harbor resentment? Being merciful to enemies is cruel to oneself. Rest assured, I am aware of the situation. Li Lin and the others would not sit idly by looking at the bloodied iron rod in Su Dazhu's hand, lacking the courage to step forward and resist. They could only scatter like birds and beasts trying to escape. Chen Luo took out an electric baton, shocking each of those who attempted to flee. Screams erupted. Su Dazhu stepped forward and began to bind them. What Chen Luo did not expect was that Lin Yi actually knelt down, crawling forward with tears in her eyes, attempting to pull down Chen Luo's pants. Save me, I am willing to do anything. Lin Yi planned to trade her appearance, unfazed by the many onlookers. Having experienced grand scenes, she felt no fear. Her reputation wasn't excellent either. She did not care how others viewed her, as she could explain later that it was all just rumors. Chen Luo was taken aback. You without a word want to pull down someone's pants. Chen Luo coldly said, get lost, I find you disgusting. Lin Yi pitifully replied, I haven't bathed for several days. A bit of dirtiness is unavoidable. You could help me wash up. Lu Wenba, watching from the side, was extremely envious, internally shouting, if there's any trouble, come at me. I don't care about the dirt. This is a big star. This dirt he cannot wash away. Chen Luo directly stuffed a foul rag into her mouth. Let's go, leave them to fend for themselves. Chen Luo would not leave such a threat, but he feared scaring Ma Yu by killing them in front of her. Chen Luo took Ma Yu downstairs, ready to return, completing both tasks they had come out for. In secret, he ordered the King of Laws. The king understood, turning back to the third floor to attract some zombies to where Li Lin and Lin Yi were. Li Lin and the others screamed upon seeing the oncoming zombies, except for Lin Yi, who had her mouth blocked. Chen Luo shrugged, it seems they are not very lucky to encounter zombies so soon. Ma Yu sighed, they will be eaten by the zombies. It has nothing to do with you, Chen Luo. Lu Wenba opened his mouth, big brother, I want to follow you. With such sturdy thighs, killing zombies is as easy as drinking water. Following him would be quite safe. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, directly refusing, what do you think makes you worthy for me to accept you? Lu Wenba stammered, unable to speak. Chen Luo handed him Su Daz's iron rod. Take this, kill 10 zombies on the street, and I will let you follow me. Lu Wenbo was so frightened that he shook his head repeatedly. No, 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 I dare not. Given you the chance, and you are useless. Lu Wenbo led the way, and Chen Luo promised him a little benefit as they arrived at a small supermarket beside the hotel. Chen Luo glanced at his watch and said, you have 3 minutes of free shopping time, then I will escort you back to the dorm as a thank you. Seeing Chen Luo's cold face, Lu Wenbo gritted his teeth and entered the supermarket, grabbing a plastic bag and frantically stuffing items inside. Chen Luo took a glance at the supermarket. It was quite small, lacking valuable items. But since he was there, he felt he should take something. Chen Luo walked to the counter of cigarettes and alcohol, taking a dozen of the most expensive cigarettes. In 3 minutes, Lu Wenbo managed to collect 6 large plastic bags of items, enough for him to eat for a month if he rationed. If he had courage and luck, he might survive in the apocalypse. Throughout this process, Ma Yu kept pondering, what value did she hold? Friends, don't joke. Their relationship was shallow, not worth the risk for Chen Luo. Looks impossible. There are many prettier than her, Lin Fan, who Chen Luo had no interest in. Recalling when she taught Chen Luo culinary skills, he always wolfed down the dishes she made. Perhaps that was her value. Chen Luo asked Su Dezhu to escort Lu Wenbo back to the dorm, casually saying, I lack support and no one cooks for me, and I'd rather kill zombies than wash dishes. Just as I remembered you. Are you willing to come back with me? I will ensure your safety, and you won't be short of food and drink. To say something a bit arrogant, encountering me is the luckiest thing in your life. Meeting me is the most fortunate event in your life. This statement is not arrogant at all. Who is Chen Luo? He is the reborn king of survival, familiar with the sequence of events in the apocalypse. He did not die in his past life, and he will surely survive until the end in this life. What's different is that he has accumulated an unimaginable amount of supplies, measured not in pounds or bags anymore, but in tons, even tens of thousands of tons. For someone like Chen Luo to fight over a single sausage shows just how scarce the resources are. Being with Chen Luo means clean water and fresh meat. As Chen Luo's personal chef and caretaker, how could he treat her poorly? He is ruthless towards enemies, but exceedingly generous to his own people, especially to those close to him. Ma Yu felt a tremor in her heart. Indeed, meeting Chen Luo was her fortune. Without him, she would have just died, devoured by zombies. That alone was enough. Without much thought, Ma Yu nodded and said, I am willing. Chen Luo, pleased with this answer, smiled. Had she given a different answer, he would have turned and left her to her fate. Just as Ma Yu, who had been pondering the issue, released a sigh of relief, she suddenly felt an exceptional hunger in her stomach. Previously, in the cold storage, she had eaten some raw vegetables daily, with carrots being the best. However, she had not had any for the past 2 days. The little vegetables she ate daily made her stomach secrete acid, causing her great discomfort. Unable to resist, Ma Yu picked up a pack of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Chen Luo did not stop her and said, eat less. When we get back, we will celebrate your joining us with a grand feast. He added, of course, you will be the one cooking. Soon Su Dezhu and the Law King returned, and they all boarded the heavy truck. Ma Yu was astonished to see that Chen Luo could find such a heavy truck. While driving, Chen Luo casually asked, by the way, Ma Yu, have you awakened any special abilities? Everyone eventually awakens their powers, it's just a matter of time. Chen Luo explained about the abilities and introduced his and Su Daz's powers. There was no need to hide the spatial ability from Ma Yu, since she was a chef. Chen Luo's spatial ability was akin to a refrigerator. However, he would not disclose how much was in that refrigerator. Ma Yu thought for a moment and said, on the 3rd day my head did hurt a bit. I don't know if I have any powers, or I was too busy enduring hunger to pay attention. Awakening abilities on the 3rd day isn't too bad, but it's certainly not exceptional. After hearing this, Ma Yu concentrated on sensing the power within her body. Slowly, small flames began to manifest in her palm. This startled Ma Yu. Yet Chen Luo was overjoyed. Cooking requires fire, right? The food made with gas, induction stove, charcoal, or firewood all taste different. Moreover, dishes made with the flames of an ability user are even more delicious. Fire ability users are not rare, but finding one who is also a culinary master is indeed exceptional. If this person is also pleasing to the eye, then it's truly a treasure. Before long, they arrived home smoothly. Chen Luo eagerly took out ingredients for Ma Yu, asking her to prepare a grand meal. Ma Yu had already learned about the spatial ability, as she just didn't know how vast it was, so she wasn't surprised. After all, if she could master fire, it was not hard to understand that Chen Luo could control space. As the aroma wafted from the kitchen, both the 2 humans and the dog couldn't help but drool. In just over an hour, Ma Yu had prepared 8 dishes. scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised tofu with mushrooms, pepper, and egg stir-fried greens, chicken stew with vermicelli, braised pork with potatoes, cumin, lamb, and stir-fried shrimp with onions. The soup was a seaweed and egg drop soup. It was colorful, fragrant, and flavorful. The vegetables Chen Luo bought were all pre-packaged, having been made at least half an hour ago, and there was still some difference compared to these freshly cooked dishes. Especially since the taste was different, Ma Yu's cooking was much more fragrant. Initially, Ma Yu didn't want to make so many dishes, thinking they wouldn't finish them, but jokingly Su Dazhu could easily polish them off himself. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu had full bellies, so they were not embarrassed by the table full of dishes. But after 5 days of surviving on just a bit of raw vegetables, Ma Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. Chen Luo chuckled and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's dig in." As he picked up a piece of tofu, its smooth and tender taste brought tears to his eyes. Indeed, seeking out Ma Yu was the right choice. Although hungry, Ma Yu took small bites, feeling a bit shy since it was her first time. After the meal, Chen Luo contentedly rubbed his belly, feeling very satisfied. Ma Yu began to clean up on her own, while Chen Luo happily thought that he would no longer need to wash dishes. Always wanting to do something, Ma Yu planned to mop the floor, but Chen Luo first arranged a room for her. "If you want to take a shower, you can, but be careful not to let any raw water get in your mouth." "You lost your phone, right? Here, take this phone, and this 5000 Ma power bank. I have downloaded movies and novels for you. Watch them when you're bored." With Ma Yu joining, Chen Luo now lived a life of ease. He didn't have to worry about trivial matters anymore, just enjoying food, drink, and fun every day. The Law King also returned to a normal dog's life. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the crystals Chen Luo obtained from killing zombies were nearly used up. He had reached level 3, and he could absorb 80 low-level crystals daily. Su Dazhu used 10 crystals daily, the Law King around 12 or 13, while the first level Ma Yu used 2 crystals each day. Ma Yu was indeed very fortunate. While others fought for crystals with their lives, Chen Luo casually handed them to her. To advance to a level 4 ability user, he would need at least another 10 days. Chen Luo planned to go out and acquire another batch of crystals. At the same time, he had not forgotten about Mi Ling and Mi Li. "It has been 10 days. I wonder what they have experienced during the apocalypse. I imagine they are still going hungry." But Chen Luo planned to check on Mi Ling and Mi Li's home, not intending to take them in just yet. The timing wasn't right. The goal was to see if they were at home. Mi Ling was studying at a university in the capital, while Mi Li was a senior high school student. When the apocalypse broke out, it wasn't a weekend, so they might still be at school. Chen Luo intended to see if they were at home. As for death, he was certain they were not dead. He was unsure about Ma Yu and Chen Luo, as they had no connection in his past life. Chen Luo had fought with Mi Ling before, and he had seen Mi Li alive with his own eyes. He sighed, revival magic. It would be a disaster if such power were not in one's grasp. As he was about to leave, Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, under no circumstances, regardless of who knocks or what excuse they give, are you to open the door. Not even if someone collapses and dies right before your eyes. Secure all doors and windows tightly. Do not lean your head out the window, and under no condition step outside. Any consequences will be borne entirely by you. After the incident at the hotel's cold storage, Ma Yu was genuinely frightened and solemnly nodded. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, the Dharma King, were heading out to collect crystals. Leaving Ma Yu alone at home was unavoidable. Taking her along was out of the question, as she would only hinder them. Her role was strictly logistical support. Leaving someone behind to guard her was equally impossible. Not even the Dharma King could be spared. He was an exceptionally capable aide. Should danger arise, he might well turn the tide. Chen Luo handed Ma Yu 2 electric batons for self-defense, more than sufficient. Upon stepping out of the residential compound and arriving at the heavy truck's parking spot, his expression darkened. The right side window of the cab had been shattered, utterly destroyed, indicating someone had already entered the vehicle. Most likely they'd broken in searching for supplies. Yet how blind could one be? Even from outside the window, it was obvious the cab held nothing of value. The cargo compartment, too, had been left wide open, unsecured after their departure. It was unsurprising that the truck had drawn attention. Chen Luo hadn't ventured out for 3 days. He felt a pang for the Dharma King, yet hadn't summoned him to stand watch. It simply wasn't worth the risk. 2 zombies lunged forward. Chen Luo kicked out. A single thunderous blow sent one flying backward. "Damn it! What kind of guard are you? What use are you?" The zombie blinked, confused. Muttering curses, Chen Luo climbed into the cab. "Just wait. I'll find out who did this." He inspected the vehicle. Aside from the broken window, everything else remained intact. He drove the heavy truck onto a relatively deserted street, crushing zombies where possible, dismounting with Su Dazhu to eliminate any that evaded the wheels. Within an hour, Chen Luo had gathered over 300 crystals. As he hunted zombies, he deliberately steered toward the residential complex where Mi Ling and Mi Li lived. After collecting more than 500 crystals, Su Dazhu paused, panting heavily. Once he'd caught his breath, Chen Luo entered Mi Li's compound. It was just past 6 in the evening, the sky dimmed with twilight. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had commissioned thorough intelligence on Mi Ling and Mi Li, not only learning their general preferences, but also pinpointing their exact address with absolute precision. The compound comprised 16 nine-story residential buildings, housing roughly 3,000 residents in peacetime. In the apocalypse, surviving occupants numbering 1,000 would be considered exceptional. Inside the compound, Chen Luo observed only 3 small supermarkets, each barely 30 to 50 square meters. Such modest stores held negligible supplies, and to his mild surprise, all 3 stood completely empty. That was hardly unexpected. Hunger often proved deadlier than zombies, and bold scavengers inevitably emerged. Chen Luo smiled faintly. This was advantageous. If Mi Ling and Mi Li were holed up inside, starvation would soon force their hand. Cutting down zombies as he advanced, Chen Luo arrived at Building 8 and gazed toward Unit 3, Apartment 201, their residence. No lights shone from within. Across the entire compound, not a single household dared illuminate its windows. The power grid had long since failed. Even Apartment 201's curtains remained fully drawn. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Ordinarily, people rarely drew curtains completely, except while sleeping, and when leaving home no one would shut every curtain tight. Yet in the apocalypse, anyone remaining indoors, unless utterly foolish, would draw the curtains for concealment and protection. Still, this alone could not confirm whether Mi Ling and Mi Li were inside. There were 2 ways upward: the elevator, immediately dismissed, or the stairwell. Chen Luo murmured softly, "Dharma King, go sniff for signs of human presence." The Dharma King nodded. This, after all, was precisely a dog's domain. As he prepared to ascend, his lone remaining right ear twitched. Instantly, he crouched low, throat rumbling with a guttural growl. Like a startled hare, he bolted sideways into a nearby thicket. Mew! A sharp, terrified yowl pierced the air, then a flash of white darted from the foliage and fled in panic. The Dharma King had detected the cat hidden in the brush and given chase. Though cats possessed superior agility, the pursuit lasted barely 5 seconds before he closed in. Chen Luo froze. A cat. Clearly this one had not undergone zombification. He quickly commanded, "Dharma King, don't harm it." Keeping a cat as a companion wouldn't be unwelcome. While felines and canines could become zombies, they rarely grew formidable. Only rare mutants posed real threat, and such occurrences were exceedingly improbable. Before the collapse, Chen Luo had contemplated acquiring a cat for companionship, but hesitated, fearing it might turn and strike him. In the end, he abandoned the idea altogether. Chen Luo mused, "If you're handsome, I'll take you home. If not, well." The Dharma King trotted back, gripping the cat gently by the scruff, wearing an unmistakable look of prideful expectation. Chen Luo studied the creature closely, delighted. It was a silver-tipped feline 20 centimeters long with vivid sapphire blue eyes. Its fur lay sleek and immaculate. No stray hairs marred its coat. Its overall beauty was extraordinary, like a fairy incarnate among cats, though admittedly it might well be male. The cat writhed helplessly in the Dharma King's jaws, yet could not break free. As Chen Luo reached to stroke its soft velvety head, a voice cut through the silence. "Wah! Let this stupid dog release me at once." Chen Luo's pupils contracted sharply. He stared stunned at the cat. The voice had not sounded in his ears, but resonated directly within his mind. This ability was no stranger to him. Elite psychics wielded mental projection, conversing without speech, bridging minds through sheer will. If the Dharma King, a dog, could command lightning, why couldn't cats, or other animals, master psychic abilities? This silver-tipped feline clearly possessed telepathic communion, and possessed enough intelligence to recognize Chen Luo as the authority, appealing directly to him for mercy. Chen Luo's eyes gleamed. Serendipitous fortune indeed. Join me and feast daily on fish and meat. Then, feigning stern reprimand, "Dharma King, how uncouth. Release her immediately." Words notwithstanding, Chen Luo swiftly seized the cat's body, ensuring it couldn't escape. The Dharma King slumped crestfallen. "Fine. Apparently all the fault is mine." Once in Chen Luo's grasp, the cat ceased struggling. It gazed up at him with wide sapphire eyes, and again a voice echoed within his thoughts. "I didn't provoke it. I didn't even glance its way. That dog attacked me for no reason. How vile." Chen Luo nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. Utterly vile." Su Dazhu scratched his head, baffled. Why does Brother Chen seem to be holding a conversation with the cat? The feline activated its ability once more, as if scanning him. Do you have dried fish? I sense you do. The intuition of mental power users is often stronger than that of others. Powerful mental ability users can even sense danger a little in advance. Just like animals can sense rain or earthquakes ahead of time and react accordingly. This cat said it felt that Chen Luo had small dried fish on him. Indeed, there are a lot, and not just fresh fish, but also many dishes made from fish. Additionally, snacks like grilled fish slices and small dried fish are counted by the ton. Chen Luo grinned and was about to take out the small dried fish, thinking that anyone who eats my things must belong to me. I'll take it home and pet it. Petting cats can relieve stress, relax, and bring joy. Just then a curtain was pulled open in a room on the second floor. A window opened and an anxious voice called out, "Let go of my rice." Chen Luo looked up in astonishment and found that the person was Mi Li. This cat is named Rice. Her cat. Mi Li looked at the two ferocious beings holding sticks and grabbing her cat, feeling quite anxious. Mi Li's figure disappeared from the window, and in just over 10 seconds, she opened the door and ran down from the second floor to the first. Mi Li looked uneasy, warily watching Chen Luo and Su Daju, but still boldly pulled rice from Chen Luo's hands. Chen Luo let go, not resisting. Forcibly keeping rice would provoke Mi Li's hostility. With rice in hand, Mi Li breathed a sigh of relief, didn't dare to linger outside, softly said sorry, and turned to leave. Encountering Mi Li earlier than planned did not align with Chen Luo's original intentions. He had only come to see if Mi Li and Mi Ling were home. Suddenly, Rice struggled violently in Mi Li's arms, using its telepathic ability to speak to Mi Li. "Let me go, he has small dried fish. I want to eat small dried fish." "He has small dried fish. He's not a bad person." Mi Li's cheeks twitched slightly. What kind of logic is this? But Rice broke free from Mi Li and jumped to the ground, looking pitifully at Chen Luo. "Rice hasn't had small dried fish for over a week. Give me one, please." Chen Luo quickly pondered in his mind. Clearly Mi Li was the only one at home. If Mi Ling were there, she would never let Mi Li take such a risk alone. The sisters were not together. So could this be an opportunity to start courting the younger sister first? Of course, it was impossible to offer resources up front. Su Daju knew that being overly kind without reason is either deceitful or theft. Chen Luo had originally intended to use a cooperative approach. Mi Ling and Mi Li were not mere ornaments. With his formidable strength, thorough understanding of danger, and a wealth of resources, Chen Luo was confident he could secure their willingness to stay by his side. In his past life, he had never seen this cat named Rice, and he had not even heard of Mi Li and Mi Ling having a cat, so clearly Rice had perished midway. This cat's intuition was remarkably accurate. It could actually sense the small dried fish on Chen Luo. With this thought, Chen Luo smiled and said to Rice, "The large supermarket outside definitely has small dried fish. Come on, I'll take you there." Chen Luo then said to Mi Li, "How about we all cooperate and search for supplies together?" Mi Li instinctively wanted to refuse, as she couldn't possibly go out with two strangers she didn't know. But Rice didn't care about that, and quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Mi Li hesitating, it encouraged her, saying, "I can sense that this person has no malice. You can trust him." Mi Li was still hesitating, and Rice impatiently said, "Then you don't go, I'll go with him. You stay home and wait for me to bring you food as usual." That was quite heart-wrenching, my friend. Rice's words caused Mi Li's cheeks to flush. For over a week, she had relied on Rice, using its small and agile body to go out and obtain supplies. If it weren't for the fact that the Law King was the only one, no one could easily catch a clever and agile cat. Now with the supermarkets empty outside, Rice would have to venture far to find supplies, which was too dangerous. Thinking about Rice saying that these two people had no malice, Mi Li still believed it. Rice's intuition was very accurate, especially after awakening its psychic ability. There was indeed no food stored at home. Mi Li gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I'll go with you. Rice, I'm putting all my trust in you." Chen Luo smiled. This was a good start. Mi Li said, "Wait for me a moment, or I'll go upstairs to get something." Soon Mi Li came down wearing a red helmet, probably from an electric bike, and draped in a thick leather jacket that obscured her youthful and vibrant figure. She held a rolling pin in her hand. Mi Li weakly said to Chen Luo, "You should know that Rice can communicate with people." I suddenly acquired a special ability equivalent to a priest in a game. Chen Luo chuckled lightly and didn't hide it, introducing himself. "I'm Chen Luo, and my ability is akin to a space magician. This is Su Daju, who is like a warrior. This dog is my partner, called the Law King, a thunder mage. You can call it the Thunder Law King." Upon hearing this title, the Law King instantly stood proud, clearly not a combat weakling like Rice. Mi Li stared wide-eyed at the Law King, realizing that not only Rice had acquired special abilities, but a dog could also wield thunder. If she hadn't come out, she wouldn't have known that the world had changed so drastically. Rice urged hurry up and find a small dried fish. After just a few steps, they bumped into a few zombies. Chen Luo and Su Daju remained unfazed, but Meili tensed up. She trembled slightly and said, "I'll boost Su Dazu's strength a bit." The warrior needed to be at the front. Meili knew this well, so she first enhanced Su Dazu's strength. It was completely unnecessary, but Chen Luo wanted to see. A faint golden light emerged from Meili's hand and quickly entered Su Dazu's body. Seeing that Meili's actions were not clumsy, it seemed she had practiced. Meili then continued to enhance Chen Luo. Chen Luo closed his eyes to feel it. It was equivalent to a 1/3 increase in strength. If his original strength was 30, it increased by 10. Of course, it couldn't be a percentage increase. 10 points of strength equaled that of an adult man. Furthermore, Meili was certainly only at the first level. As her level increased, the boost she provided would also grow. The enhancement was not limited to just one target. With Meili's boost, Su Daju easily dispatched several zombies. Meili did not show surprise. Instead, her face turned pale as the zombies' heads were smashed, blood and brains spilling out, a scene that was too gruesome for her. A lone zombie rushed over. Meili actually stammered, saying, "I've never fought zombies before. This one is just right for me to practice. I will have to face this sooner or later." Meili spoke with timid demeanor, yet her words carried a subtle edge of resolve. If this world teemed with zombies, she would have to conquer the terror they inspired. Chen Luo regarded Meili with quiet surprise. Her outward fragility belied an unyielding inner strength. Confident in his ability to safeguard her, he offered no objection. "Daju, hand your iron rod to Meili." A solid iron rod held far greater destructive potential than a rolling pin. Su Daju watched Meili's trembling frame with faint amusement, then passed her the iron rod with genuine admiration. Though Meili longed for more time to steel herself, the zombie granted none. As the zombie lunged, Meili panicked and activated a strength-enhancing buff. Its maw gaped wide, a crimson abyss, while her mind blanked, yet her gaze swiftly hardened into steely resolve. But Meili possessed no combat experience whatsoever. When the zombie charged, she stood frozen, no evasion, no movement, merely bracing Hedon. The zombie's clawed hand slammed onto Meili's arms, its razor-sharp nails tearing at her thick leather jacket. Without that armor, flesh and blood would surely have been ripped away. Simultaneously, its jaws snapped toward Meili's pale, slender neck, just as she swung the heavy iron rod downward with all her might, aiming straight for its skull. Meili's strength enhancement was fixed. Though she appeared a delicate young woman, her raw power now surpassed that of a healthy adult man. The blow shattered the zombie's skull, sending a spray of gore across Meili's helmet and leather jacket. Though the head remained a zombie's critical weakness, only a strike of Su Daju's extraordinary force could instantly obliterate it. Meili's blow, though powerful, fell just short. The zombie lunged again. Startled by the splatter of blood, Meili raised the iron rod and hammered down repeatedly, like smashing a watermelon, her blows growing fiercer with each impact. The zombie collapsed lifeless, but Meili kept swinging. Its skull was utterly pulverized, the grisly spectacle making even Chen Luo's scalp prickle with unease. "Young lady, you're far more formidable than expected." After dispatching the zombie, Meili crouched, removed her helmet, and recoiled at the carnage, her stomach churning with nausea. She retched dryly, her stomach empty. Chen Luo handed her tissues and a bottle of mineral water. Meili met his eyes with quiet gratitude. 2 minutes later, Meili had regained her composure. Gazing at herself, and then at Su Daju and Chen Luo, she finally understood why they looked so fearsome. Even her own blood-splattered clothing appeared terrifying. Chen Luo offered gentle encouragement. She had found courage to face the undead and held firm when it mattered most. Myfan sighed. "So much fuss. Shall we go find those dried fish or not?" On their way here, Chen Luo had already eliminated numerous zombies. Few now wandered the residential complex. He ushered Meili and Myfan into his heavy-duty truck. Its armored chassis lent Meili profound reassurance, easing her anxiety about the upcoming supply run. A large shopping mall stood nearby, the only one in the vicinity. Its second and third floors housed supermarkets promising abundant supplies. Yet provisions were secondary. The true objective was forging synergy with Meili. Inside the vehicle, Chen Luo prepared her. "Meili, what if we encounter survivors inside the mall?" Meili paused, then replied thoughtfully, "With Brother Chen Luo's and Brother Daju's strength, many zombies can be slain. Any survivors present would surely have the chance to flee on their own. I've observed them closely. Their speed is sluggish. Escape remains feasible. We are no saviors. Survival rests ultimately upon oneself." Had they known each other better, Chen Luo might have ruffled her hair. Her words resonated deeply. Self-reliance outweighs dependence. Hope must be rooted within, not placed upon others. What do you expect us to escort you home and pamper you with fine food and lodging? Later Ma you will share her own story with Mealy. Soon they arrived at the road beside the mall, gridlocked with abandoned vehicles. Chen Luo assessed the terrain. Using the truck to crush zombies was impractical. Turning around would be difficult, and the area bristled with electric scooters and uneven ground where the heavy vehicle might become mired. They would have to eliminate the zombies manually. Fortunately, it was not the weekend and the apocalypse had erupted early in the morning. Few zombies lingered inside or near the mall, which sat outside any bustling district. The mall's primary function had always been commercial, drawing foot traffic to inflate surrounding property values. Chen Luo said, "Mealy just enhance my strength when we enter. No need to bolster Dezhu, he requires no such aid." Whether or not Mealy enhanced him, Su Dezhu could still shatter a zombie skull with a single strike. Chen Luo, a level 3 awakened, possessed strength nearly rivaling Su Dezhu's. With Mealy's enhancement, he too could deliver fatal blows in one swing. Mealy's mana reserves, however, were limited. Enhancing Su Dezhu would have been ideal had they been inexhaustible. Chen Luo handed her 2 electric batons for self-defense. Watching Chen Luo conjure objects from thin air, Mealy stared in awe. Space magic seemed impossibly wondrous. Chen Luo drew his own heavy iron rod and joined Su Dezhu in clearing the path. The electric batons offered diminishing utility for Chen Luo. Over time, their effectiveness would fade further. Mealy watched awestruck as the 2 men dispatched zombies with effortless precision, truly peerless warriors. Even without me, they could easily secure supplies from this place. Suddenly, Fa Wang seemed to grasp something, then expelled a fist-sized sphere of crackling silver lightning from its mouth. The lightning sphere soared into the heart of the zombie cluster and detonated without warning, killing 4 instantly. Fa Wang glanced smugly at Myfin. "Can you feline accomplish such a feat?" Myfin was genuinely stunned, but pride forbade surrender. It merely feigned indifference. Chen Luo shook his head inwardly. Had Fa Wang's breakthrough been sparked unwittingly by Myfin's silent challenge? Though potent, the lightning sphere consumed considerable energy, more than simple arc discharges. The mall's first floor was devoted to apparel, its sales staff outnumbering customers even before the collapse. The second floor housed snack aisles, the third fresh produce and meat, where zombie density would inevitably rise. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo instructed, Fa Wang, lure them in batches. We'll eliminate them systematically. An onslaught of hundreds would force even Chen Luo to retreat. Within 5 minutes, he and Su Dezhu had purged the entire floor of undead. Mealy's mana was now fully depleted. Each enhancement lasted only 2 minutes. Chen Luo said, "Mealy, gather bags and fill them freely. Take as much as you can carry." Meanwhile, Myfin had already located the dried fish section and pleaded with Chen Luo to open the packaging. Chen Luo teased, "Patience. Back at base, I'll prepare braised fresh fish just for you." Rice was vital to Mealy, so vital that she dared snatch it from Chen Luo's hands. Without rice, she would never have so readily boarded Chen Luo's ship. With rice firmly in hand, Mealy stood little chance of escape. And if Mealy stayed, then Mi Ling, the feline spirit, would remain bound as well. Moreover, Chen Luo genuinely adored this cat. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and remarkably intelligent, but her abilities were profoundly unique. Chen Luo realized the truth. Mi Fan's awakened ability extended far beyond mere spiritual energy manipulation. Telepathic communion, a power so rare and refined, could never belong to a novice practitioner of the spiritual arts. At least Chen Luo had never witnessed it before. How Mi Fan could master telepathy the very moment of awakening remained utterly unfathomable. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Could such an extraordinary creature truly be allowed to slip from one's grasp? She was after all a gluttonous feline, difficult for anyone else to win over, yet effortlessly tamed by Chen Luo. Sure enough, at the mention of braised fish, Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, but I haven't tasted dried fish in ages. I'm famished. Let me nibble something first just to tide me over. Chen Luo smiled and opened the package of roasted fish flakes for her. Meanwhile, Mealy hurriedly gathered supplies, prioritizing sweets and high-calorie chocolates. At that moment, she no longer worried about weight gain. Gazing at row upon row of beverages, Mealy paused, then chose bottled water. Sugary drinks offered no real relief, they only intensified thirst. Suddenly, an abnormally obese figure emerged from behind a shelf, its bulk concealed until it was nearly upon her. It moved with eerie silence, placing each foot with deliberate care. Coincidentally, as this bloated figure descended from the third floor, Master Fa was patrolling the opposite wing and failed to detect it in time. Yet Master Fa was the first to sense the anomaly. Woof, woof. He barked urgently, issuing a warning, and dashed swiftly toward Mi Li's location. Thanks to Master Fa's alert, Mi Li, still facing away, finally noticed the intruder. One glance at its grotesque visage sent her into paralyzing terror, her face draining of all color. The figure towered over 2 meters tall, its body a monstrous sphere of flesh, legs and neck all but swallowed beneath folds of blubbery mass. Its distended belly dominated its entire form. Its skin resembled boiled pork intestine, deeply wrinkled, unervingly pale pink. Even the most horrifying zombies paled beside this being, compared to it, they seemed almost endearing. Such a terrifying countenance would freeze any first-time observer in place. Mi Li tried to flee, but stumbled, tripped by the 2 heavy bags of provisions she'd just filled. Though Master Fa had sounded the alarm and was racing toward her, Chen Luo arrived even sooner, guided by Mi Fan's silent warning. Mi Fan, mid-bite into a dried fish flake, suddenly halted and spoke to Chen Luo, who was gently stroking her fur. I sense danger. Mi Li is in danger. Yet she could not pinpoint its source. Chen Luo, however, took the warning gravely. If the threat's origin remained unknown, then the only course was to find Mi Li. The obese zombie sneered, its voice guttural and ravenous. Hungry. So hungry. Let me devour you. Mi Li scrambled upright, and without hesitation hurled both heavy sacks of food straight at the monster before bolting away. She had barely taken a step when, still trembling with shock, she collided with the arriving Chen Luo. He stared at the grotesque figure and calmly told Mi Li, "Stand behind me. Don't be afraid. I am here." Though the monstrous entity loomed terrifyingly close, Mi Li's frantic heartbeat, miraculously, began to steady at those words. She gazed stunned at Chen Luo's slender yet resolute back, and felt inexplicably a profound sense of safety. Chen Luo hadn't expected to encounter another mutant here. A 1 in 10,000 chance, but after slaying countless zombies, meeting one more wasn't entirely surprising. Once zombies reached level 1, they gained rudimentary intelligence. Higher levels brought greater cognition. Chen Luo theorized that a mutagenic virus within them drove constant evolution, gradually seizing control of their bodies. This obese variant, though uncommon in his past life, was known as the Devourer. Its belly was a bottomless void, capable of consuming and excreting simultaneously. The image was too ghastly to bear. Fortunately, this Devourer had not been feasting continuously, so Chen Luo for once was spared the nauseating stench of its waste. Among peers of equal rank, the Devourer was notoriously difficult to defeat. Immense strength, formidable resilience, devastating flesh missile charges, and even self-detonation at will. Should it explode, the resulting blast of gore and viscera would be revolting beyond words. Judging by its size, this Devourer was a level 3 specimen, not exceptionally high, yet matched Chen Luo's own cultivation level. Had Chen Luo been another level 3 cultivator, or lacked the profound techniques he'd mastered in his prior life, even parity would have posed grave peril. But now, a single stroke would suffice. As the void blade coalesced slowly in Chen Luo's palm, Master Fa arrived and unleashed his newly awakened lightning orb directly into the Devourer's back. Against ordinary zombies, the lightning orb delivered immense damage, but at great cost. An arcing discharge would have been more efficient. Yet against a singular, heavily armored foe like this obese monstrosity, its concentrated impact held value. The orb detonated across the Devourer's back, wounding it, but far from crippling it. Master Fa was level 2, the Devourer level 3, and renowned for unparalleled defense. Enraged, the Devourer whirled toward Master Fa with a bestial roar. Chen Luo seized the opening, swinging the void blade in a decisive arc. Others might withstand that loosely formed blade, but certainly not this level 3 Devourer. It split cleanly, as if sawn apart by a chainsaw, halved from crown to groin. Its self-destructive ability never activated, it perished, severed into 2 lifeless halves. Chen Luo turned and gently shielded Mi Li's eyes. "Don't look, its corpse is unspeakably vile." His voice carried a hypnotic calm, compelling her to close her eyes without thought. All Mi Li could recall was that instant, the flash of the void blade cleaving through air. It was breathtakingly magnificent. How could anyone be that magnificent? With one clean strike, he had slain the monstrous horror. Mi Li let Chen Luo hold her hand, guiding her gently to safer ground. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze instinctively sought Chen Luo. Before, covered in blood and grime from battle, he'd seemed merely fierce, not handsome. Now, unexpectedly, she realized brother Chen Luo was truly striking. Chen Luo met her gaze, and her cheeks flushed without warning. He was inwardly startled. Good heavens, this Devourer's arrival proved astonishingly effective. Rescuing a damsel in distress may be a cliché, but its effect undeniably was flawless. Compared to human, zombies have slightly poorer vision, but their hearing and sense of smell are significantly enhanced. If there are survivors in the mall, it would be hard to keep it hidden from the devourers, and unless there are heavy iron doors, the devourers, who possess considerable strength and know how to use tools, cannot be stopped. There are probably no survivors left in the mall. Chen Luo patted Mi Li's head and said, "Mi Li, let's form a team together in the future so we can look out for each other." Mi Li nodded, her face slightly flushed. There are so many supplies in the mall, if they don't take them, it truly is not Chen Luo's nature. In front of Mi Li, Chen Luo packed all the supplies he found useful on the second floor into his space. Mi Li was trustworthy. Although Chen Luo did not team up with Mi Li in his past life, he had interacted with her and understood her character. Moreover, they cannot let concerns hold them back from collecting the supplies here. Originally, the core members would be exposed to part of the situation regarding the space. Mi Li did not think too much. She just slightly opened her pink lips, marveling at the wonders of space magic. Once they reached the third floor, they did not encounter any more mutated creatures, just some ordinary zombies. After spending some time eliminating the zombies, Chen Luo examined the supplies on the third floor. The vegetables were all wilted, but barely edible. Chen Luo still took them. He wouldn't eat them, but they could be traded with others in the future. Not everyone is as picky as he is. Even these types of vegetables are treasures in their eyes. As for the meat, it really couldn't be taken. It was all spoiled. In summer, without refrigeration, meat would spoil in just 3 days. Mi Li found a cabinet with pig trotters and took out a piece with mold on it. She smelled it, feeling quite disappointed. It was completely spoiled. Such pig trotters would be lucky if they only caused diarrhea. Mi Li sighed, deeply wondering if she would ever have the chance to eat braised pig trotters. Chen Luo watched with a hidden smile, not directly saying anything, preparing to give Mi Li a surprise. He said, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." Only the second and third floors of the supermarket had supplies. The other floors were filled with clothing, amusement areas, restaurants, and cinemas. Mi Li nodded. "Chen Luo," said Mi Li, "come to my place to recognize the door and have dinner at the same time." If it weren't for this experience in the mall, Mi Li would have definitely refused, but now she hesitated. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, but she needed to wait at home for her sister. What if her sister returned and couldn't find her? How anxious would that be? Mi Fan said that Mi Ling was definitely not dead. She had a feeling that Mi Ling would come back for her. Mi Li wasn't sure if that was true, but she wanted to believe it. Otherwise, she didn't know how difficult it would be to live in a world without her sister. If it weren't for the fact that there was no food left at home, Mi Li would have certainly chosen to stay at home and wait for her sister, never coming out with Chen Luo. Mi Li awkwardly said, "Brother Chen Luo, I want to go too, but I have to wait for my sister. How about I go after my sister returns?" Before, Chen Luo had promised Mi Fan to take her to eat braised fish. Mi Li hesitated, but Mi Fan was eager. Mi Fan urged Mi Li, "Didn't you leave a note at home? Mi Ling won't worry if she sees it. Besides, I have a feeling that Mi Ling won't come back today." Mi Fan's words could only be heard by those who communicated with it telepathically. Hearing this, Mi Li resolutely asked, "Brother Chen Luo, your home isn't far, right?" Chen Luo gave the address, which was indeed not far. Mi Li said, "All right then, but we can't stay too long." Chen Luo glanced at her. If she was willing to stay overnight, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He called Su Dazhu and the Law King, and they started heading home. The most anxious was Mi Fan, or it had dreamt of eating fish all night. There is nothing happier in the world than a cat eating fish. In the car, Chen Luo glanced at the restless and impatient Mi Fan and couldn't help but smile. This cat is truly remarkable. It can sense danger. Although its ability is still weak, it is already quite extraordinary. This is something only at least a level 10 mental type ability user could achieve. But why didn't Mi Fan sense the Law King's bite on it? After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo came to a conclusion: because it wasn't dangerous at all, or rather it was a good opportunity. Soon Chen Luo returned to his home. He didn't have Ma Yu open the door, because Chen Luo had the key. The room was pitch black, and Ma Yu, who had been paying attention to the door, quickly noticed someone entering. When she saw it was Chen Luo and the others, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she saw Mi Li, Ma Yu was shocked. How did he come back from a trip and bring back such a beautiful girl? Chen Luo introduced with a smile, "Mi Li, this is Sister Ma Yu. You can call her Yujia. This is Mi Li, just call her Mi Li. Calling her Lili doesn't sound nice." Mi Li politely called out Yujia. Mi Fan urged, "Fish, fish, fish." Chen Luo laughed. "Yujia, hurry and start cooking. First make a braised fish for this one of Mi Fan." Ma Yu gave Mi Fan a surprised glance. It was indeed a beautiful cat, but did it deserve to be treated this way? The Law King didn't even have this treatment. Ma Yu said, "Cats can't eat too salty food. How about I make a steamed fish for it?" Mi Li immediately agreed on behalf of Mi Fan. However, Mi Fan said to Ma Yu, "Make two and make them bigger." Mayu was startled by the suddenly appearing voice in her head. After Chenluo explained, she understood why Mi Fan had such a high status. Before Chenluo returned home, Mayu had already begun preparing the meal. The dishes were ready, and just waiting for Chenluo to come home to cook. As per Chenluo's request, she first served Mi Fan 2 steamed base. When this dish was placed in front of Mi Fan, a delicious aroma filled the air. Mi Li also liked eating fish, but this was for Mi Fan. If there were no other people around, she would definitely snatch one for herself. But with everyone present, she felt embarrassed to do so. She could only secretly swallow her saliva. Oh no, Mi Fan, you didn't even save one for me. I've pampered you for nothing all this time. Mayu's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Smelling the enticing aroma, Mi Fan was so excited it could have cried. Heaven pity me, Mi Fan gets to eat fish again, and it's such delicious fish. Mi Fan happily called out, and began to feast in the plate prepared for it. Mi Li, watching from the side, felt a bit out of it. Meanwhile, Chenluo seized the opportunity while Mi Fan was eating fish and couldn't help but stroke Mi Fan's fur. Stroking a cat is a moment of joy. Stroking a cat continuously is endless joy. Mi Fan couldn't help but say, be gentle, be gentle. If you keep stroking me like this, I'm going to go bald. In fact, there is an unimaginable amount of food in Chenluo's ability space ready to serve a meal at any moment. However, it is evident that Mayu's cooking is significantly more delicious, and Chenluo is secretly scheming. Let Mi Li wait a bit longer. The food will taste even better when she's hungry. She didn't have to wait long, as the first dish, deep-fried small yellow croaker, was soon ready. This is truly the essence of dried fish. Mi Li gulped hard, her eyes fixated on the small yellow croaker. Meanwhile, Rice, showing no restraint, was already thinking of the dried fish, even though she hadn't finished the steamed bass that Mayu had prepared for her. Chenluo, you must make this small dried fish for me tomorrow. You can do whatever you want with it. Low emotional intelligence, really. It's a promise. Chenluo replied. Rice, you're so well-behaved. I will do my best to get you whatever you want. Rice, feeling touched, murmured, Chenluo, you are too good to me. Chenluo said to Mi Li, Mi Li, you must be hungry. Why not eat some small yellow croaker to ease your hunger? Even though Mi Li was dying to eat, her good upbringing led her to shake her head. No, sister, you is busy. Oh, let's wait for her to join us. Seeing Mi Li's insistence, Chenluo didn't press further. The remaining dishes were ready one after another. With Su Daju, a glutton of a certain level, Chenluo prepared 8 dishes and a soup for breakfast, all in generous portions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to eat. Within a week, unless specifically instructed by Chenluo, you wouldn't repeat any dishes. Others would eat whatever was available without any choice. Oh, want to be picky? Having something to eat is already quite good. Here Chenluo chose whatever he wanted, as there was plenty to eat. Tonight's dishes included deep-fried small yellow croaker, stir-fried celery with shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut fish, braised crucian carp, 3 fresh vegetables, bean sprouts with vermicelli, rock candy, tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Mi Li was left dumbfounded. Even before the apocalypse, she rarely had such a variety of dishes. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but rather that she couldn't finish it, making it unnecessary to waste. Mi Li said with gratitude, Brother Chenluo, even though this is my first visit, isn't this too extravagant? Mayu found it somewhat amusing and wondered if she should tell this child that this is how they normally eat. It was only natural for Mi Li to react this way. She had also been surprised when she first arrived. However, Chenluo didn't speak, and she didn't understand his intentions, so she remained silent. Chenluo waved his hand, saying, It's fine. We are partners in the same team. Go ahead and eat. You must be hungry by now. Let's eat. Chenluo picked up his chopsticks first, otherwise Mi Li would surely feel uneasy. Sure enough, seeing Chenluo move his chopsticks, Mi Li gathered her courage to pick up a piece of the deep-fried, small yellow croaker that she had long been craving. She had been lured by the aroma of the small yellow croaker, and her stomach was growling. As soon as the small yellow croaker entered her mouth, its crispy and tender texture spread throughout her body, and Mi Li felt an urge to shed tears. It was even more delicious than she had imagined. Chenluo chuckled, saying, Mi Li, there's no need to be polite. I don't have the habit of serving food to others. Just take whatever you want. After saying this, he began to eat heartily. The more refined he ate, the more constrained Mi Li would feel. The more generous he was, the more relaxed Mi Li became. Her face flushed slightly as she responded. The 2 steamed base had already filled Rice's little belly, and it was now using its paws to rub its stomach. Suddenly, the Law King poked Chenluo with its paw and called out a few times towards Rice. The Law King thought that having Rice, the weak fighter, around wasn't without its advantages. At least it could help him with translations. The Law King said, Little weak cat, translate for me. Tell the master that I'm tired of meat and want some vegetable soup over rice tonight. Little weak cat. Who is the little weak cat? Rice got angry. It was going to translate for the Law King, saying it wanted to eat poop, but upon hearing that it was tired of meat, Rice couldn't believe it and told Mealy. Mealy's eyes widened. Tired of meat. Is this even human language? Oh, indeed it is not human language. After a moment's thought, Mealy understood. With a capable brother Chen Luo, how could it be strange? Chen Luo personally took the large bowl used for the Law King's meal, filled it with half a bowl of rice, and poured some soup over it. Although it's just a simple vegetable soup over rice, it is something many people can only dream of having now. Mealy usually only ate one bowl, but during this meal, she directly finished 3 bowls of rice. Eating so much, Mealy felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Mayu laughed, suppressing the urge to snatch the bowl from Mealy. After a moment of silence, Mealy said, Brother Chen Luo, I have been here for a while. I should go back. I'm afraid my sister will be anxious if she returns home and doesn't see me. Chen Luo nodded. However, it was impossible to let Mealy return alone. She might not survive the journey home. After all, she was just a caretaker, and even releasing buffs would only help her deal with 2 zombies. He must see her home safely. However, if he sent her back and something happened to her while he wasn't there, what would he do? In his past life, nothing had happened to Mealy, but now that the butterfly had appeared, who knows what kind of butterfly effect might occur. Chen Luo approached Mealy, valuing not just her beauty. Well, it can't be said so absolutely. Oh, every man likes an 18-year-old girl. What mattered most was Mealy's abilities. She not only had great talent, but also excellent comprehension. Some skills couldn't be mastered just by reaching a certain level. Mealy was the only one who had mastered the resurrection technique as a light-type ability user, just like Chen Luo, despite having other space-type ability users. However, Chen Luo was the only one who had mastered the ability to walk through the void. The importance of the resurrection technique goes without saying. Mealy must not be lost. As for Rice, to be honest, its abilities like foresight and avoiding danger are invaluable. It can discern whether a target has good or ill intentions. That is also a national treasure-level ability. With this in mind, Chen Luo made a decision to protect Rice and Mealy closely. It was impossible to let Mealy move to his side because she had to wait for her sister. Chen Luo also had to wait for Mi Ling, the spirit flame princess. Then why not move himself over? With this thought, Chen Luo said, Mealy, it doesn't matter where I stay. How about I move to your place with the Zhu and Sister Yu? You must have an uninhabited house nearby, and we can move directly over. It would be better for us to look after each other. Mealy was initially stunned, then filled with joy as she exclaimed, sure. This is not just mutual care, it's clearly brother Chen Luo taking care of me. Chen Luo smiled and said, Zhu, Sister Yu, pack up. We are preparing to move. Moving is only temporary. Mealy's place is not suitable for settling down, nor is it a good gathering point. With Chen Luo, the space ability, user moving is a breeze. Anything that needs to be taken can simply be tossed into the ability space. Mayu packed cooking tools, some seasonings, and daily necessities. Chen Luo and Su Daju only brought some clothes. Within 5 minutes they were done packing. The cab of the heavy truck was spacious. The 4 of them, along with a cat and a dog, did not feel cramped at all. In the truck, Su Daju was engrossed in a historical drama, taking advantage of the free time to play it on his phone like he was addicted. Mi Fan curiously squatted behind Su Daju to watch. A coquettish female voice came from the phone, you scoundrel, why did you take so long to arrive? Su Daju chuckled foolishly while Mi Fan watched with great interest. Mealy was quite envious. Her phone had run out of battery long ago and was nothing more than a brick. Seeing Mealy's expression, Chen Luo took out a phone and a power bank, handing them to her. Take this to play with. There are many movies, novels, and games on it. I also have a laptop. Do you want one? Chen Luo had dozens of laptops. He hadn't bought too many, as such things were abundant in the digital city. Mealy sighed, brother Chen Luo, I feel like you're just like Doraemon with a treasure chest that has everything. Upon arriving near Mealy's neighborhood, Chen Luo hesitated about where to park the truck. After a moment's thought, he let it go. It didn't matter where he parked, as the truck would soon lose its value. Once zombies evolve to level 1, they will no longer be foolish enough to not evade. They will crush you. Moreover, after reaching level 1, zombies can cast various spells, just like humans, albeit with weak power. Though weak, they can still pose a threat to the heavy truck. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, zombies began evolving one after another. Some had even reached level 1 after consuming humans. If the survivor's strength increase does not keep up with the zombies, the outcome is clear. Chen Luo drove the truck into Mealy's neighborhood, casually finding a place to stop. Now Mealy was no longer afraid of zombies, as she felt completely calm, a change that had occurred within just a few hours. The best temporary residence was the house directly opposite Mealy's. The door to that house was tightly shut, but the windows were surprisingly open, indicating that no one was home. Sudaju easily climbed to the second floor. With a little effort, he broke the anti-theft railing. The door was locked with a key, and even from inside it couldn't be opened. Since no one had the skills to pick locks, Sudaju could only break it open forcefully. However, the door was damaged. Although doors are not very strong defenses, someone breaking in can serve as a warning. Otherwise, cats, dogs, or even mice could enter and potentially threaten everyone's safety. Mealy thought for a moment and said, "How about staying at my place? My house has 4 rooms and 1 living room, just enough for us. Could Chen Luo refuse? I must protect you closely." Now it was past 9 in the evening. Without electricity, Mealy's house was pitch black. Chen Luo closed the curtains and took out several battery-powered lamps. The light was not very bright. Looking at the light, Mealy felt an inexplicable sense of security. If it weren't for Chen Luo being there, she wouldn't dare to turn on the light, even if she had it. Although she was young, her sense of caution was strong. A few days ago, as soon as night fell, the entire room was engulfed in darkness. She was hungry and thirsty, left to days in the dark. Now that she thought back on it, she couldn't even fathom how she had endured. Now, although the outside world was fraught with danger, with Chen Luo present, Mealy felt inexplicably at ease. Like a magician, Chen Luo produced 2 watermelons and said with a smile, "Let's eat watermelon." Watermelon was Mealy's favorite fruit. Looking at the watermelon, Mealy felt as if she were dreaming. Everything that had happened today felt just like a dream. Recalling the terrifying fat zombie encountered in the mall, Chen Luo stood before her like a towering mountain, treating her so well. Unable to help herself, Mealy hugged Chen Luo tightly, saying, "Brother Chen Luo, I feel like the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you and my sister." Being hugged like this by Mealy made Chen Luo's heart race. My charm is too high. There's nothing I can do. I just met Mealy today. One can't rush things, or else my ugly side will be exposed. You looked at Mealy and thought someone like Chen Luo, handsome, thoughtful, with a great personality and wealthy. Who could resist such charm? He didn't flirt with me, otherwise I might not have been able to resist either. Mealy also realized this, releasing Chen Luo and eating watermelon with a flushed face, trying to hide her embarrassment. After finishing the watermelon, Mealy began to arrange rooms for everyone. "Sister, you can stay in this room. It used to be for classmates who visited occasionally. Brother Deju, this room is where my sister used to paint. Just moving in a bed will be fine." Sudeju nonchalantly replied, "I'll sleep on the floor. It's cooler that way. No need to move a bed. It's too much trouble." "Brother Chen Luo, this room is where my sister used to live. You can stay here." Even though the most suitable occupant for Meiling's room would be Ma, Yu immediately allocated it to Chen Luo, because this room had the best conditions. Everyone knew Sima Zhao's intentions. Ma Yu didn't tease her. It didn't matter which room she stayed in. Chen Luo was somewhat taken aback. "I'm staying in Meiling's room." "That's great. But what if Meiling comes back?" "I won't worry about that. He'll settle in first." Meiling's room was decorated in soft blue with an elegant style emanating a faint fragrance. The bed was already covered with a cooling mat. Chen Luo lay back on it in a starfish position, feeling truly comfortable. Recalling something, Chen Luo took out a crystal, washed it, and went to the living room to hand it to Meili. "This is a crystal. Hold it in your hand to absorb the power within. Well, in gaming terms, it can increase your mana and level. When you feel your body can't handle it anymore, don't push yourself to absorb it." Chen Luo taught Meili some basics. Meili nodded in confusion. Not absorbing the crystal does not mean she cannot grow the ability within. It just takes longer than absorbing the crystal. Today, Meili had used her power enhancement 7 times. If she absorbed it today and did so again tomorrow night, she would be able to break through to level 2. Chen Luo returned to Meiling's room, intending to start absorbing the crystal and then sleep. However, to his surprise, Mi Fan was sitting on the bed waiting for him. Mi Fan gave Chen Luo a charming glance. "Scoundrel, why did you take so long to arrive?" Although Mi Fan and the Dharma King have greatly increased their wisdom, they have not received 9 years of compulsory education. Their proficiency in the language is lacking, and they find the vastness and profundity of Chinese characters bewildering. For example, "Have you come?" "Yes, I have." "Are you coming?" "Yes, I am." "Aren't you coming?" "No, I'm not coming. I can't come." Hee. Mi Fan merely finds it amusing, not understanding the meanings, and when Chen Luo arrives, he casually engages in this banter. "Chen Luo," Mi Fan said, "tonight I will sleep with you, and tomorrow I will sleep with Meili." "Oh, you really are a flirtatious cat, knowing how to share the love." Without a second thought, Chen Luo playfully ruffled Mi Fan's fur. Mi Fan is truly endearing, beautiful, obedient, and sweet-tongued. Even though they had just met today, Chen Luo already took quite a liking to Mi Fan. Just how much? If Chen Luo had nothing left but a small fish jerky, he would definitely choose not to eat it himself, but feed it to Mi Fan. "You eat the fish jerky, and I will eat." "Mi Fan, don't rub my belly, it tickles." "I wanted to check whether you are male or female. and it turns out you are a little female cat. After playing around with Mi Fan for a while, Chun Luo began to absorb the crystals, and of course Mi Fan was involved too. Mi Fan come and cultivate with me in my embrace. Chun Luo was pleasantly surprised that Mi Fan could absorb 8 crystals, slightly fewer than the Dharma King. Tomorrow I will ask Mi Li how many crystals she can absorb. After Chun Luo finished absorbing, he felt that it would take about 6 or 7 more days for him to reach level 4. At that time, the lowest level crystals would be of no use to him. At night, Mi Fan slept right beside Chun Luo, curled up into a ball. If it weren't for Chun Luo's strong resistance, Mi Fan would insist on sleeping right on his belly. How could he possibly sleep like that? The next day, the earliest to rise was Ma Yu, as she had to prepare breakfast. Breakfast consisted of her handmade meat buns, tea, eggs, accompanied by congee and cucumber shreds. Well, one can't demand too much, especially in the apocalypse. Chun Luo Yan sat at the dining table, and after finishing his meal, Ma Yu naturally took care of the cleanup. The feeling of being served food is truly delightful. Chun Luo asked Mi Li, how many crystals can you absorb? Mi Li replied, 9. Isn't that a bit few? The Dharma King, while eating a meat bun, thought that it was indeed a bit few, 1 less than what a dog could absorb. Chun Luo smiled, as absorbing 9 at level 1 was already top tier. After finishing breakfast, it was naturally time to play, otherwise what was the point? Chun Luo took out the batteries and study materials he had bought, connecting Mi Li's home electricity to the batteries, allowing the refrigerator and television to work. As for the air conditioning, he decided to skip it since Mi Li's air conditioning was not silent. Su Daju was still watching his drama, while Chun Luo took out a desktop computer and began playing 3A games on it. In terms of experience, desktop computers are ultimately a bit better. To be honest, the fun of many single-player games is not inferior to that of online games. Single-player games do not require internet connections. A large game could easily provide Chun Luo with a month of leisure time. Moreover, Chun Luo could copy all the games available on the market with thousands of game discs. Sometimes Mi Li would watch Chun Luo play, chat with Ma Yu, or look at her phone alone. Yet she often gazed out the window, missing Mi Ling. If only her sister could return safely, she would want for nothing more. Mi Li was a senior in high school, and early June was the time for college entrance examinations. Mi Li chose to stay at home to prepare for the exams. Mi Ling's university was local, but the school still had a dormitory because the distance between the school and home was too great. One was in the east of the city and the other in the west, requiring 4 to 5 hours for a round trip. If she had fewer classes, she would choose to return home. If she had more, she could only stay at school. When the apocalypse broke out, it was around 9 o'clock, just as a class was ending. Mi Ling went to the bathroom, and if she had been in class at that moment in a crowded area, the situation would have been perilous. When the zombies suddenly appeared, Mi Ling panicked, but as the zombies were busy feeding, she ran out of the teaching building and hid in a small grove on the campus. The entire university town, although on the outskirts and a certain distance from the city, had 5 universities together, along with small vendors and nearby residential areas, resulting in a significant number of zombies. In the small grove, Mi Ling just happened to awaken her flame abilities, but she felt no joy, only deep concern for Mi Li's safety at home. Was Mi Li turned into a zombie? Or had she encountered danger? Mi Ling was extremely worried, wishing she could sprout wings and fly home immediately. It must be mentioned that Mi Ling was quite skilled, with only her and her sister relying on each other. The 2 beautiful but weak girls would be in grave danger without any means of self-defense. Mi Ling had put in the hard work and possessed excellent self-defense skills. Before the apocalypse, if Chun Luo had encountered Mi Ling, he would likely have been easily subdued. Mi Ling told herself that she must not rush as long as her sister was safe. Being anxious to return home might lead to her own demise. After 2 days with her self-defense skills and abilities, Mi Ling finally found an opportunity to escape from school. The direction toward home. Taking a straight line back home from school, passing through who knows how many bustling areas, would undoubtedly be a death sentence. Mi Ling planned to take a long detour around the city to get home. This route would be nearly 300 kilometers long. Upon leaving the school, Mi Ling encountered 4 classmates from her school, 3 boys and 1 girl. They naturally recognized the campus beauty Mi Ling. With her stunning beauty and a figure that would make anyone impulsive just by thinking of it, Mi Ling had many admirers. These 4 classmates wanted to escape the zombie-infested school, having no particular destination in mind. Seeing Mi Ling heading home, they naturally wished to follow her. Mi Ling did not refuse. Having more people meant more helpers, and she had no confidence in being able to return home alone. The anxiety she felt along the way far exceeded her expectations. The small car Mi Ling found was not as sturdy as Chun Luo's heavy-duty truck. If they encountered a blockage from a small vehicle, they would have to get out and move it. The roads outside the city were not desolate, There were not many cars, but not too few either. Having a car also meant there were zombies. Mi Ling was not the reincarnation of a powerful being. Even if she leveled up to level 2 in a few days, she would not be able to deal with multiple zombies. After dealing with them, she would need to rest to recover her energy, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to use her abilities. Fighting zombies barehanded. The 4 classmates were not much help, and they would have to share food. 1 boy and 1 girl died, leaving only 2 boys named Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu. Mi Ling had to keep an eye on them from time to time, which was exhausting. Without navigation, the 3 of them actually took a wrong turn. Along the way, Mi Ling had little to eat or drink, and her heart was worried for Mi Li, leaving her utterly exhausted. At one point, Mi Ling went a whole day without eating. She sadly thought, if I am living such a difficult life, how could the frail Mi Li be faring? Had she starved to death at home, or while searching for supplies had she been eaten by zombies? Because of this, Mi Ling often had nightmares. Mi Li retorted, "You're talking nonsense. I'm eating better now than I did before the apocalypse while at home." Home was in sight, but there was still a challenging stretch through the city to navigate. Mi Ling prayed in her heart, "Mi Li, if you are still alive, hold on. I've saved you a piece of chocolate." The closer they got to home, the more unsettled Mi Ling felt, fearing that upon returning, she would encounter her worst imaginings, or that Mi Li might have disappeared. Looking at the 2 boys, Mi Ling felt exhausted. Fighting against the wind was manageable, such as when facing 1 or 2 zombies, but when there were many, she could only hide behind them, running faster than herself. They were useless at everything and left nothing behind when they ate. It wasn't that they were entirely without use. When encountering other survivors, their presence barely helped, allowing her to exert less effort against the few zombies. While shouting for help to find her sister, Mi Ling mostly felt the need to find a strong ally close to her. At least help a little, will you? If she found Mi Li, it would be best to distance herself from them, Mi Ling thought. Finally, she arrived at the entrance of the community, fully prepared for battle. How could she not know how many people usually lived in this community? There would surely be a lot of zombies. One mustn't relax and become careless during the final stretch of the journey. However, upon entering the community, she was puzzled to find that there were hardly any zombies, just a few here and there. Why are there so few zombies? Regardless of the reason, this was a good thing for Mi Ling. As she passed by a supermarket, she instinctively glanced inside, hoping to bring back some supplies. Faster than Mi Ling were Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu. However, they were disappointed to find the supermarkets were completely empty. As they walked apart from a supermarket they encountered a few days ago that had supplies, 8 out of 10 supermarkets they came across later were empty. The remaining 2 supermarkets were overrun with zombies, and they dared not enter. This was to be expected, as zombies were terrifying, but hunger was even more fearsome. Encountering zombies might not necessarily lead to death, but hunger could truly be lethal. Those with courage might empty out a supermarket after several trips. Not worrying too much, Mi Ling dashed to her building's entrance. With no zombies around, she could shout without hesitation, "Mi Li, are you there? We're having barbecue tonight, you Jia, can you make it?" Chen Luo suddenly thought of the barbecue he hadn't had in over half a month. How delightful would it be paired with ice-cold beer? Chen Luo had prepared a barbecue grill with all sorts of spices. Ma Yu smiled, saying, "I'm not as good as a top barbecue chef, but I can assure you it's not worse than what you have outside. They'll start marinating now. Oh, just tell me what skewers you'd like. Besides, we can't do it at home because of the smoke from the barbecue." Chen Luo grinned, saying, "No worries, we can barbecue on the rooftop." He wasn't flustered by the possibility of trouble. It was nothing compared to the deliciousness of barbecue. Just as Chen Luo was about to ask Su Dezhu and Mi Li what skewers they wanted, a shout suddenly came from downstairs. Mi Li was shaking her face, revealing an expression of immense joy as she exclaimed, "It's my sister is back." Mi Li, wearing slippers and denim shorts, rushed downstairs eagerly. Chen Luo murmured to himself, having waited for a long time. Finally, Mi Ling has returned. He followed closely behind Mi Li as she ran, responding loudly, "Sister, I'm here." Mi Ling, hearing Mi Li's response, was equally excited and saw Mi Li coming down the stairs. Without much thought, Mi Li opened her arms and lunged toward Mi Ling. The 2 sisters joyfully embraced each other. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu looked at Mi Li in shock. Sister Mi Ling was a campus beauty, and her sister Mi Li wasn't lacking either. Wow, if I can win over this pair of sister flowers, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Chen Luo looked on, surprised to find not just Mi Ling, but also 2 refugees. Wait, 3 refugees. Mi Ling was also a refugee. After days without washing, exposed to the elements, not eating or drinking well, and filled with anxiety day and night, even the most stunning beauty would become haggard. At this moment, Mi Ling looked worn out, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was lifeless, resembling a faint shadow of her once cold and beautiful self. Her face was still dirty. Part of this was indeed due to the conditions, but Mi Ling also intentionally made herself look worse to avoid trouble. Only her magnificent chest still astonished. Chen Luo's appearance instantly made Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu alert. Who is this person? Why is he with Mi Li? They hadn't heard that Mi Ling had a brother or an older brother. Out of the corner of her eye, Mi Ling spotted Chen Luo, instantly becoming cautious. Mi Fan in Chen Luo's arms lazily meowed at Mi Ling. Mi Fan had already sensed that Mi Ling would be fine, so she was not worried at all. Mi Li smiled, saying, "Sister, this is brother Chen Luo. He has taken good care of me while you were away." Mi Ling's frown eased slightly. Care? In what way? However, seeing that Mi Li looked quite well, it seemed he had indeed taken good care of her. And Mi Fan was surprisingly obedient in his arms. With Mi Li safe, a heavy stone in Mi Ling's heart finally fell. During their first meeting with Mi Li, Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu resolved to build a good relationship with her. Mi Ling had always been aloof and hard to approach. Perhaps they could start from Mi Li, or directly pursue Mi Li. Mi Li was spotless, and they assumed it was because she hadn't been outside. Her complexion was rosy, thinking it was because she had seen her sister Mi Ling, making her happy. They hadn't thought too much, imagining Mi Li's state. She must be very hungry, right? They had realized the importance of food as they traveled. They decided to take out some gifts for their first meeting. Zhang Zhun was about to please Mi Li when Wang Xinwu took the lead. Wang Xinwu carefully pulled out a crumpled bag of bread from his pants pocket, which contained 3 slices of bread. Wang Xinwu handed the bread to Mi Li, saying, "Mi Li, you must be hungry. Here's some bread for you to eat." Mi Li looked at the crumpled bread, feeling quite speechless. With an awkward smile, Mi Li said, "No thanks." Wang Xinwu thought Mi Li was just being polite. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the only corn sausage, the kind that cost 1 yuan per bag. "Mi Li, don't be polite. Bread and grilled sausage are a perfect match." Zhang Zhun looked at Wang Xinwu in shock. "Wow, you really went all out." It was very difficult to find supplies in the supermarkets outside unless they risked going to the ones overrun with zombies. "Are you planning to continue living like this?" Zhang Zhun had originally intended to give Mi Li his bag of instant noodles, but seeing Wang Xinwu being so generous, decided there was no need to compete. "You're impressive. Ooh, I won't follow suit. I'll focus on winning over Mi Ling." Seeing that Mi Li showed no intention of accepting, Wang Xinwu was taken aback. "Mi Li, why aren't you eating?" Suddenly 2 people appeared and immediately asked if he wanted to eat. Mi Li didn't recognize them at all. If it weren't for her sister bringing them back, she would have left right away. Not to mention Chen Luo, even without him, Mi Li wouldn't accept anything from strangers. Besides, Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu hadn't bathed for over 10 days, running around, and their body odor nearly made Mi Li faint. They kept getting closer. Mi Li was almost in tears, begging them not to come any closer. "I'm really not hungry." Mi Ling was just about to take out the chocolate she had saved, but there was no choice. Food had been scarce on this journey, and there hadn't been many shops after circling around outside the city. But looking at Mi Li's rosy and fair complexion, it was clear she had been living quite well. Comparing herself to Mi Li, she felt like a completely haggard woman. Mi Ling looked at Chen Luo suspiciously. If it weren't for her comparing him to Mi Li, she would really have thought he was a handsome guy going for a walk at a normal time. "Are you really taking good care of my sister?" Mi Li did not accept it, and Wang Xinwu's outstretched hand seemed quite awkward. Could it be that she's really not hungry? "You have the opportunity, but you're not seizing it. When you're hungry later and want some, it might be gone." Mi Li said awkwardly, "Sister, let's go inside the house." Chen Luo watched with a smirk, amused. "Even the Ling Yanji can be in such a predicament. I almost didn't recognize you without your usual demeanor." Mi Ling thanked Chen Luo, saying hello, and Mi Ling, "Thank you for taking care of my sister." Mi Ling was still cautious around Chen Luo, but no matter what, Mi Li had indeed been well cared for and had not suffered any harm. Chen Luo smiled lightly and said, "My name is Chen Luo." Mi Ling reached out to take Mi Fan from Chen Luo's arms. After not seeing her for so many days, she missed her dearly. She was also very happy that Mi Fan was alive. However, Mi Fan turned her face away in refusal, simultaneously using her telepathic ability to communicate with Mi Ling. "Hey, get away. When was the last time you bathed? You're filthy. Oh, what if you get me dirty?" "It's fine if you get me dirty, but if Chen Luo holds me and I dirty him, that would be a problem." Upon hearing Mi Fan's words, Mi Ling first showed a look of disbelief. Was Mi Fan really talking? But soon her face turned completely dark. "Is what you said even human language? It's not that you think him dirty, but you're worried about dirtying Chen Luo, so you don't want me to hold you. I'm your master, you know." Mi Ling did not understand why, after not seeing Mi Fan for half a month, she had completely betrayed her. Although shocked by Mi Fan's ability, Mi Ling did not raise her voice. Mi Ling glanced back at Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu, thinking about how they were just a burden on this trip. It wasn't that she wanted to cut them off, it was just that their presence was more of a hindrance. It made her angry to think about it. In front of them, she had been a mere bodyguard helping them clear obstacles, and when danger arose they would only cower behind her. She regretted having taken on such burdens, having had enough of them dragging her and her sister down. It was no longer safe. Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu were happily following behind. Our cohabitation life with the school beauty is about to begin. Living together means cultivating feelings, right? We are escorting you to find your sister. Miling tentatively asked, is there any food at home? She was also quite hungry, as she had originally planned to find some supplies after seeing her sister, but there were no supplies in the supermarket. However, there must be supplies in the community. Finding a few rooms where the householders had turned into zombies and taking a bit of rice would be enough to sustain them for a while. Chen Luo snorted lightly, saying there was certainly food, countless amounts, but those tasty ones were off limits unless Mi Ling listened to him, followed him, and called him Big Brother. Chen Luo shouted loudly, Yujie, isn't there still some rice at home? Cook a little. After all, it wouldn't be right for Mi Li's sister to be stingy, they could have a bit of rice. Ma Yu had certainly noticed what was happening downstairs, she just hadn't come down. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, she was momentarily stunned. Aren't we supposed to have barbecue? But she, not being foolish, instantly understood Chen Luo's intentions. Ma Yu nodded and said, okay, they'll cook a little right away. Is there another woman in the house? Mi Ling felt somewhat reassured. Chen Luo then reminded her, make sure not to wash the rice, but don't waste water. Normally they would wash the rice before cooking, but was it necessary for Mi Ling and the others? Not at all. Given Mi Li's situation, having something to eat was already great. Ma Yu chuckled, realizing there was indeed no need to wash it. It might be a bit dirty, but not too much. Upon hearing the sound of water, Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu realized their throats felt like they were on fire. Throughout their journey, not only food but water had also been a significant issue, especially in this hot weather. Both felt on the verge of collapse. By this time, they had already reached the entrance of Mi Li's house, and Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu couldn't wait to drink water. They rushed into the kitchen and saw Ma Yu pouring bottled purified water into the rice cooker. Without a second thought, Zhang Jun snatched the bucket with a third of the water left from Ma Yu's hands, lifted it to his mouth, and began to drink frantically. If it weren't for Wang Xinwu constantly urging him, Zhang Jun could have drunk for half a minute. Wang Xinwu didn't mind Zhang Jun's saliva. He took the bucket and drank from it. Ma Yu looked at the two of them drinking from the bucket like beggars and instantly felt disgusted with them. Ma Yu angrily said, there are bowls available. Can't you pour it into a bowl to drink? What about others if you drink like this? Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, sorry, we're just really thirsty. Don't worry, we're not sick. Wang Xinwu, however, was dissatisfied as he said, you guys have been sitting at home without going out in the sun. Of course you're not thirsty. Do you know how much suffering we've endured on the way here? Zhang Jun chimed in, yeah, be understanding, we won't do this next time. Ma Yu maintained a cold face, wondering why she should understand them. She wasn't the one who made them suffer. Mi Ling shook her head, too lazy to say more. After eating, they would go their separate ways. Mi Li felt sorry for her sister and handed her half of the nutritional drink she had left. Mi Ling was also quite thirsty. She drank a small half and left the other half for Mi Li, but the more she drank, the thirstier she felt. It would be better to save more for Mi Li. Having had their fill, Wang Xinwu and Zhang Jun stepped out of the kitchen, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. It truly was the school bowtie's home. It was not only spacious, but also stylishly decorated. It was just a pity that there was still a man around. Zhang Jun suddenly froze, his eyes fixated on the dog lying under the sofa. A dog. A living dog. After more than half a month, it had only eaten some garbage fast food, instant noodles, bread, chips, and other snacks which were not enough. Its stomach could no longer endure it. As the saying goes, dog meat rolls 3 times, and even a god can't stand firm. Zhang Jun, raised under the influence of his elders, had long been accustomed to eating dog meat, especially the fiery dog meat hot pot, which before the apocalypse he considered a delicacy beyond compare. Now, however, the allure of Fa Wang eclipsed even rice grains and millet. Wang Xinwu was no better off than Zhang Jun, confronted suddenly with fresh meat. Who could possibly resist? Yet clearly Fa Wang was not some caged meat dog. He lay lazily beneath the sofa, a well-tended pet evidently owned by someone. Whose dog is this? Zhang Jun pointed at Fa Wang. Chen Luo chuckled softly, he's mine. Even without thinking, Chen Luo knew exactly what schemes the two men were hatching. Frowning deeply, Zhang Jun spoke slowly. Brother, no offense, but do you even grasp how chaotic the outside world has become? Survival itself is a struggle. How can you possibly waste precious food on a dog? Just now you mentioned having a bit of rice left at home. What then when it runs out? Take my advice, stew the dog. It saves grain and fills your belly. At these words, Fa Wang shot upright from beneath the sofa, glaring furiously at the two men. I haven't touched your rice or your braised pork, so whose grain have I wasted? A low savage growl rumbled from Fa Wang's throat as he waited, poised coiled, for Chun Luo's command to tear them apart. This dog is vicious, clearly dangerous. It must be stewed. What if it harms me, Li? Wang Xinwu exclaimed, pointing a trembling finger at Fa Wang. Though I've never killed a dog, I've crushed countless zombies barehanded. Shall I fear one mutt? I'll slaughter him myself. You just wait for dinner. Chun Luo's face, once wreathed in gentle amusement, hardened instantly. Indeed, I have no surplus grain to feed dogs. Yet you two mangy curs. Get out. Boy, watch your tongue. Ever fought zombies alone? Let me tell you, I've bludgeoned scores of them with nothing but a brick. Chun Luo blinked, momentarily stunned. Fight zombies? He hadn't. He shook his head. Zhang Jin sneered, just as he'd expected a pampered housebound pretty boy. Turning to Mi Ling, he pressed on. Mi Ling, we've endured so much hardship alongside you, braved so many perils to reach you. You know full well how hard survival is. Yet this youth feeds grain to a dog. Is that not sheer waste? What did we eat along the way? What did we drink? You witnessed our suffering firsthand, the agony our stomachs bore. In this world, keeping dogs is unthinkable. Can't we at least improve our meals by eating him? We won't hoard it. We'll share it among all. Exhausted, Mi Ling sighed inwardly. How many times had she heard this? Did they truly not understand her purpose, or the sacrifices she'd made along the way? Mi Li, growing impatient, had already envisioned finishing their farewell meal and parting ways. Now she declared bluntly, find yourselves an empty apartment in this compound. From now on, each of us fends for ourselves. No interference, no dependence. Part ways. Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu froze, then erupted in fury. Mi Ling, do you have any conscience at all? I risked my life to find your sister. Now that she's safe, you discard us like trash. Have you no shame? Who would have thought such beauty hides such venom? Mi Ling offered no rebuttal, only nodded repeatedly. Yes, I am cruel. I am heartless. Done scolding. Then go. Mi Ling's striking beauty and commanding presence had long drawn envy and whispers. Countless ill-wishers had fanned rumors, slinging slander behind her back. Rumors of mistress's cosmetic surgery affairs, endless gossip swirled around her. And yet, having relied solely on her younger sister for survival, Mi Ling would have crumbled long ago had her spirit not been unbreakable. It wasn't that Mi Ling lacked gratitude. It was simply that anger constricted her chest. Tell me, were you escorting me, or was I protecting you? Without you, my life wouldn't have been half as difficult. She didn't argue. She conceded outright, leaving Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu speechless, utterly disarmed. Stunned into silence, Mi Ling's voice turned glacial. Leave, now, or the ruthless woman you so despise will show you no mercy. Zhang Jun raised his hand to strike her, then remembered together he and Wang Xinwu still couldn't match her strength. On the road, 5 survivors had leered at Mi Ling, ready to pounce, until she dispatched all 5 in swift, flawless succession. Wang Xinwu nodded grimly. Fine, Mi Ling, you win. We'll see who has the last laugh. Facing her alone was daunting enough, yet inside that apartment dwelled 2 more women, 2 men, and 1 dog. Mi Ling would kill without hesitation, yet these fools still dared utter threats as they departed. Chun Luo patted Fa Wang's head, gestured subtly toward the 2 men, and whispered, send them far away, so we won't need to bury them. Fa Wang trotted obediently after them down the stairs. Mi Ling lacked resolve. Having severed ties with them, she should have acted decisively. Mi Ling watched Fa Wang descend, puzzled. Was he delivering himself as dog meat? As the 2 entered the adjacent building, Fa Wang decided there was no other choice. He would end them here. Biting them directly would be revolting. Wang Xinwu spat bitterly. That wretched whore. I swear I'll not rest until she's dead. Zhang Jun nodded in grim agreement. Suddenly a rustle sounded behind them. Both men whirled. Elated. Dog meat had arrived. If Mi Ling was untouchable, surely a mere dog was not. But how could this dog wield magic? Both Zhang Jun and Wang Xinwu had awakened latent abilities, after all the apocalypse had raged for over 10 days. One commanded flesh, the other ice. Yet both were novices, barely level 1. Fa Wang opened his jaws and fired a crackling sphere of lightning straight at them. It detonated beside them with deafening force. At level 2's peak, on the cusp of ascending to level 3, and enraged beyond measure, Fa Wang had channeled immense power into that single bolt. The 2 men standing side by side were obliterated instantly. Hello, goodbye. Fa Wang scoffed. Such feeble prowess dared covet his flesh. Having disposed of them, Fa Wang returned home with flamboyant, effortless grace. Inside Ma, you had just finished cooking rice. Simple, unadorned, yet its fragrance proved unbearable to Mi Ling. It had been days since she'd tasted anything properly cooked. Mi Ling filled a bowl to the brim. Just plain rice, not even a shred of preserved vegetable. Ma Yu had cooked only enough for 3 modest servings. A modest amount, though not meager. Mi Ling normally ate just 1 bowl. Yet she devoured all 3 clean to the last grain. The others watched in silence. Mi Li's heart ached. Her elder sister looked so pitiful. Setting down her chopsticks, Mi Ling sighed contentedly. Sorry, I ate more than usual. But don't worry with me here, finding food will never be difficult. She resolved to scour every apartment for rice flour, anything edible, to ensure Mi Li never starved. Whatever Mi Li had consumed from Chen Luo, she would repay twofold. Chen Luo murmured, finished eating. Then, let's begin dinner. Unless Mi Ling is as obedient as Mi Li and calls me brother Chen Luo, we'll take her along to enjoy the good food. Otherwise we won't treat you badly. You can have rice every day. You are not my person yet. With Mi Ling's abilities, even if Chen Luo doesn't provide it, she can still find rice and flour, but there isn't much time on the road for her. Mi Ling was taken aback. Haven't you eaten yet? Mi Ling's face turned red. I'm sorry, it seems I've eaten everyone's meal. Is there enough rice left? If there isn't enough, I'll go find some now. Ma Yu secretly laughed. Is that little rice enough to fill Deju's teeth? It's the unwashed kind. Chen Luo wouldn't even eat it. Chen Luo waved his hand. No need, we have plenty of food. Yujie, come here, I'll tell you what dishes to prepare. Chen Luo went to the refrigerator and took out the ingredients he planned to cook for lunch today. Yujie, let's not have barbecue for now. Today we will make mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, spicy sour, shredded potatoes, boiled meat slices, spicy chicken cubes, oil-braised prawns, spicy crab, and beef with cabbage. We'll just make a tomato egg soup. Ma Yu nodded, but if we make it last minute, it will take at least over an hour to finish all these dishes. Chen Luo smiled. No worries, we can do it 1 dish at a time. Cooking was Ma Yu's task, and she didn't mind how many dishes she made, as she was more than happy to spend time. Chen Luo then said to Mi Li, come, let's go to your room. I have something to discuss with you. Mi Li responded and obediently stood up from the sofa, following Chen Luo to her room. Mi Ling frowned. It was just a man and woman in one room. But this Chen Luo wouldn't dare wall slam my sister while I'm around, right? If he wanted to, he probably would have done it earlier and wouldn't have waited until now. Later, he'll find a moment to chat with Mi Li and learn about this so-called brother Chen Luo. Chen Luo brought Mi Li to the balcony attached to the room. Mi Li stood in the corner while Chen Luo leaned against the wall, indeed adopting a wall slam posture as he spoke to Mi Li. Mi Li's face turned red. Chen Luo said, Mi Li, being with your brother means you won't have to worry about food or drink. You can eat whatever you want, right? Mi Li nodded. Then being with your brother is safe, and you don't have to be afraid at all. Mi Li nodded again. Chen Luo smiled as he patted Mi Li's head. Because Mi Li is obedient, well-behaved, and capable, that's why your brother treats you well. But what about your sister? Will she listen to me? Mi Li pondered. Her sister is usually opinionated and not familiar with brother Chen Luo, so she probably won't listen to him. Chen Luo continued, Mi Li, let me ask you, between me and your sister, if you had to choose a leader, who would be better at leading us to live well? This question was one Mi Li didn't need to think about. Of course it's you, brother Chen Luo. Her sister came back from school struggling through hardships and devoured 3 bowls of unwashed rice like a starving ghost. Mi Li felt heartbroken just looking at it. And brother Chen Luo, who raises the Law King, is already tired of eating meat. Her sister's life is worse than that of the Law King. There is no comparison. Since meeting brother Chen Luo, I haven't gone hungry. How can my sister, who can't even take care of herself, let everyone? So does this question even need thinking? If Mi Ling knew what Mi Li was thinking, she would probably be furious. Chen Luo laughed heartily. So we must first make your sister I'll let her obey me. Otherwise, if a disagreement arises between me and your sister at a critical moment, it could lead to irreparable serious consequences, and it will be too late then. Mi Li nodded seriously. Yes, your sister must listen to you. Chen Luo smiled. Before your sister obeys me, I want to share my supplies with her. Otherwise, if she eats my food and drinks my drinks while resisting me, isn't that just pure injustice? Mi Li found this very reasonable. Chen Luo patted Mi Li's shoulder with satisfaction. So let her watch us eat. Whenever she behaves, that's when she'll get to eat. Remember, this is for her own good. Mi Li echoed, this is for sister's good. Chen Luo's plan was perfectly executed as he and Mi Li left the room. At this moment, Mi Ling had already sensed something was wrong. Why was there such a delicious smell coming from the kitchen? Seeing Ma Yu taking things out of the refrigerator one by one and glancing at the connected battery, Mi Ling realized that the refrigerator could still be used. Ma Yu shot Mi Ling a glance. Chen Luo said not to let her eat, but he never said she couldn't watch. It seemed he was deliberately showing off to her, because originally, he would close the kitchen door to prevent smoke from wafting out. Mi Ling exclaimed, why are you taking so many things? Are you planning to make several dishes? We're not living extravagantly, just frying one dish is enough. Trust me, you won't be able to eat these in the future. Mayu responded. Chunluo instructed to make these. How much we make isn't up to me. Mi Ling rushed over to Chunluo. Chunluo, this is too wasteful. Even if we can finish it, we shouldn't eat this way. What will we eat tomorrow? Chunluo chuckled. Today you and Mi Li are reunited. Mi Li is happy, so we must celebrate. Mi Ling paused, but it can't be like this, it's too extravagant. Chunluo waved his hand. This is my stuff, you don't need to worry about it. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Mi Ling decided not to insist. She secretly regretted eating too quickly earlier. Although she craved the food, her stomach probably couldn't hold much anymore. With so many dishes, they certainly wouldn't finish them. It seemed like many dishes were to her taste. The spicy aroma of chili was something she hadn't smelled for a long time. This Chunluo was pretty good, willing to take out so many delicious dishes to celebrate her reunion with Mi Li. First up were the mapo tofu and boiled meat slices, their fragrant and spicy aroma filling the living room. Ma Ye's skills were something not easy to taste, even before the apocalypse, let alone now. Mi Ling merely sniffed, and her saliva instinctively began to secrete in her mouth. Her stomach surprisingly began to feel hungry again. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention, Mi Ling swallowed hard. Everyone would surely wait until all the dishes were served before eating, just like at usual gatherings, playing on their phones and chatting patiently. Mi Ling kept reminding herself not to rush. These dishes wouldn't sprout wings and fly away. At this rate of serving, she would soon be able to eat. If any zombies dared to cause trouble, she would chop them up. Finally, all 8 dishes were served, only the last soup was left. At this point, Mi Ling was already fidgeting, but still put on a facade of not being greedy or impatient. Chunluo took out 4 bottles of cold tea and placed them on the dining table. Mi Ling was puzzled. For 5 people, there should be 5 bottles, right? Is it not enough? Then I won't drink. I can just eat the dishes. Finally, the time to eat has come for Mi Ling. Even if there is nothing to eat tomorrow, it doesn't matter. At least I can indulge in this meal. Live for today and enjoy the wine of today. Tomorrow's worries are for tomorrow. Dinner is ready. Chunluo looked at Mi Ling with a hint of curiosity. What are you doing sitting here? Mi Ling responded with confusion. What's wrong with sitting here? I'm not sitting on your lap. I'm just beside Mi Li. Is there a problem? Knowing what was about to happen and knowing that her sister must be dying to eat, but couldn't, Mi Li felt a pang of guilt. However, thinking it was all for her sister, she could only endure it for now. Chunluo is a nice person, so sister, please bear with it. Chunluo coughed slightly. We're about to eat. It's not appropriate for you to sit here. If you want to watch us eat, you can sit here too. Mi Ling was taken aback and exclaimed, What do you mean? There's no portion for me. Chunluo looked surprised. Why do you think there would be a portion for you? Haven't you already eaten? Mi Ling said in disbelief. But you said it was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. Chunluo nodded. Yes, but I never said I would bring you along. This table is filled with my people except for you. Only my people can enjoy the delicacies I took risks to bring. Chunluo asked Mi Li. Mi Li, are you my person? Call me brother. Mi Li shyly lowered her head. Yes, I belong to brother Chunluo. And you, Dezhu? Su Dezhu nodded. I will accompany you through fire and water, brother. Is this a display of loyalty? Ma Yu quickly added, Chunluo, you saved me. I can never repay this kindness. The Law King Wang shouted, expressing that he too is one of the master's people. Fried small fish. Whenever Mi Fan wanted to eat, Chunluo would have Ma Yu fry it fresh. It tastes best when freshly fried. While eating the small fish, Mi Fan immediately put down the fish in her mouth, unwilling to be outdone, and patted her own chest and stomach with her paws. I live and die with Chunluo. Chunluo smiled and said, see, everyone at this table is either my person or my pets. They are all with me, so I am willing to share with everyone. And what about you? You have no right to eat here unless you also acknowledge me and call me brother and choose to be with me. Obey and call me brother. Mi Ling stood up in anger. Chunluo, don't bully me too much. Do you intend to humiliate me with a single meal? Let me tell you, I, Mi Ling, do not partake in food thrown away to others. Mi Ling angrily sat down on the sofa in the living room, growing more furious by the moment. Isn't this just a blatant joke? While not informing me in advance about not getting to eat, then preparing to start dinner and stating that I won't be eating. What's so great about a meal? Have I, Mi Ling, never eaten, or am I unable to resist temptation? Should I drive them away? Mi Ling thought angrily, this is my home. But Mi Ling quickly dismissed that thought. You Chunluo are indeed a dog, but I, Mi Ling, can still distinguish between love and hate. Chunluo took care of Mi Li. Mi Ling could not retaliate against Chunluo, as that would make her seem petty and powerless. Damn it, the fragrant and spicy smell of Sichuan cuisine continuously tempted Mi Ling. Usually she wouldn't care, but after a month and a half she couldn't help but think about what she had to eat. Seeing Mi Fan continuously munching on the greasy small fish, Mi Ling frowned and said, Mi Fan, don't always eat those greasy things, that's not good for your stomach. Mi Fan licked the oil from the corner of her mouth. Yes, 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 eating only rice or junk food is good for your body. You should take care of yourself more. That hit hard. This statement dealt 1,000 points of damage to Mi Ling, causing her mouth to twitch and her chest to ache with anger. What made Mi Ling even angrier was that her dear sister Mi Li was sitting there eating and hadn't said a word to help her. There was simply no one on her side. Are you still my sister? My Mi Fan, my Mi Li have all betrayed me. Mi Ling couldn't believe that after all her struggles to get home, she was confronted with such a scene of abandonment by all. Chen Luo praised, Sister, you, this spicy chicken is really delicious. Come, Mi Li, try this spicy crab, it's also quite good. This living room is unbearable, and I can't even stand the smell of the food. Mi Ling coldly returned to her room. As soon as she entered, her chest ached again because there was a man's pair of pants on the bed. Is it Chen Luo's, or is it that Su Deju's? After a moment's thought, it must be Chen Luo's. Mi Li, how could you let a man live in your sister's room? Mi Ling clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Considering that you took care of my sister, I'll endure it this time. Mi Ling tidied her clothes and belongings. Luckily, her intimate garments in the wardrobe showed no signs of being touched. This Chen Luo is indeed a dog, but he's not a pervert. Mi Ling planned to move into Mi Li's room and live with her, waiting for an opportunity to ask her, Mi Li, whose sister are you really? Just back home, and already fell out with Zhang Zhen, and Wang Xinwu had 3 bowls of rice, and then was distracted by the food. Mi Ling felt uncomfortable all over. It had been more than half a month without a bath. She was almost starting to smell. Mi Ling planned to take a shower, even though there were unfamiliar people at home, but she didn't want to endure it any longer. There was a shower in her room, but she found that the shower gel seemed to be finished, so she ran to the outside bathroom to grab some. Seeing this, Mi Li couldn't help but express her concern. Sister, brother Chen Luo said it's okay to take a shower as long as you don't let the water enter your mouth. Mi Ling snorted, now you care about your sister. Mi Ling first locked the door and then began her wash. While bathing, she couldn't help but think, how did I become so isolated? Mi Fan's words are understandable. They say cats are treacherous, which is certainly true. With milk, there's a mother. But what about Mi Li? Surely she wouldn't sell her sister out just for food. Thinking of this, a smile unconsciously appeared on Mi Ling's face. At the rate you all are eating, in 3 days at most, you will all have to return to eating only rice or flour like me. At that time, Mi Fan will still have to obediently return to my embrace. Mi Li, after all, is my dear sister. She cannot run off with outsiders. As long as I uncover Chen Luo's schemes, Mi Li will still side with me. There is a refrigerator at home, but how much can a refrigerator hold? The supermarkets outside have supplies, even meat and fruits and vegetables, but the power there has been cut off, and anything that can be collected is bound to be spoiled. Just wait and see who will be laughing in the end. After finishing dinner, Chen Luo brought out grapes to share with everyone. Here, have some grapes. Deep purple and plump, they were exceptionally sweet. Chen Luo deliberately spoke loudly enough for Mi Ling, still in her room, to hear. Grapes. This was Mi Ling's favorite fruit. She swallowed hard, but feigned disdain. Surely these were frozen for how long, stale, unappetizing. After bathing, Mi Ling changed into a comfortable black dress that draped elegantly over her naturally fair skin and striking features. She exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief. Her entire body relaxed save for her stomach. Mi Ling began packing her belongings, preparing to move into Mi Li's room. Once finished, she stepped out. Ma Yu, sitting in the living room, stared in astonishment. She had no idea Mi Ling was so breathtakingly beautiful. Especially her figure. So captivating, even another woman couldn't help but glance twice. Chen Luo too stole furtive glances at her silhouette, stirred an undeniable instinctive pull. Chen Luo played a game idly while murmuring under his breath. Eat grapes, don't spit out the skins. Don't eat grapes, yet still spit out the skins. Mi Ling frowned faintly. This Chen Luo truly had a carefree, almost audacious charm. What extraordinary skill did he possess? And what enchantment had he cast upon Mi Li? Mi Ling said firmly, Mi Li, come. Let's go to your room. Mi Li nodded softly and followed her sister inside. She hoped quietly to persuade Mi Ling to listen to Chen Luo sooner rather than later. Inside the room, Mi Ling locked the door behind them, then gently but firmly pressed Mi Li onto the bed. Her hands moved without pause, lightly kneading Mi Li's waist. Mi Ling glared, voice edged with mock fury. So, Mi Li, my dear little sister, you dash home from school only to stab me in the back. You've allied with a stranger just to humiliate me. Speak. What's really going on? Why didn't you back me up just now? Mi Li pleaded even as she tried to reason with her sister. Sister, if we're to function as one team, we need a leader to prevent division when decisions matter most. And Chen Luo Gij is the natural choice. He knew you might resist, so he acted this way deliberately. He told me beforehand, and I agreed it made perfect sense. Mi Ling paused stunned, then let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Have you been brainwashed? I'll follow whoever proves truly capable, not someone who resorts to childish theatrics. But this petty manipulation, pathetic. Does he think a single meal can bend my will? His worth must be proven, not performed. And besides, did you not hear him demand I call him Gij? Is he even older than me? Mi Li missed the point entirely. Or perhaps deep down she'd already decided Chen Luo was the only rightful captain. Her sisters simply couldn't compare to Chen Luo. Mi Li opened the door and approached Chen Luo, whispering shyly, Chen Luo Gij, when is your birthday? Honestly, I wonder if sister is older than you. Asking her to call you Gij might feel awkward. Chen Luo smiled inwardly. He'd researched Mi Ling's birthdate thoroughly. Oh well, no matter how you ask. I'm older. In truth, Mi Ling was 2 months his senior, but now he declared with quiet confidence, I'm 2 months older than you. Mi Li rushed back, eyes sparkling. Sister, Chen Luo Gij is older than you. Mi Ling jabbed a finger playfully at Mi Li's forehead. Is that really the issue? Fine, you want me to obey. Let's see who outlasts whom. After a moment's thought, Mi Ling resolved to find food herself. Even if rice remained at home, she wouldn't touch his provisions. Not a single thing belonging to Chen Luo would cross her lips. She refused to venture far, to supermarkets or beyond, for meat. First, any remaining would surely be spoiled. Second, pride shouldn't cost her life. Her younger sisters still depended on her. Instead, Mi Ling decided to scavenge within their own residential complex. She changed into practical, agile clothing, ready to leave. Mi Li asked, Sister, where are you going? Mi Ling glanced sideways dryly. I dare not eat certain people's food. I'll search the compound myself. Go out to forage. Mi Li's concern flared. What if danger struck? Sister, I'll go with you. Chen Luo had no grounds to forbid it, and certainly couldn't stop Mi Li from accompanying her. Scavenging solely within the compound posed little risk. Chen Luo said, Take Mi Fan along. She'll sense danger early. Fa Wang shadowed them discreetly. He signaled Fa Wang not to intervene unless true peril arose. Mi Li knew Fa Wang's strength and felt reassured. Though Chen Luo asserted authority over her sister, he genuinely cared for her safety. Mi Fan nestled in Chen Luo's arms as he played his game, offered sharp, playful commentary with the confidence of a seasoned champion, then sighed softly upon hearing Mi Ling's declaration. Isn't life with Chen Luo fine enough? Sigh. Women truly are stubborn, capricious creatures. Fa Wang slumped listless. Must we go out in this sweltering heat? Mi Ling stared startled. Was this dog acting as a bodyguard? He seemed far more than ordinary. After descending with Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu, he'd returned swiftly. Had he eliminated them? Mi Ling furrowed her brow. She trusted her caution. Scavenging carefully within the compound carried no real risk. Yet Mi Li insisted on coming, and she couldn't refuse outright. A quiet warmth bloomed in her chest. Mi Li hadn't betrayed her. Her sisters still cherished her deeply. Mi Li strapped on her gear, a riot helmet, thick leather jacket, and the 2 electric batons Chen Luo had given her. She handed the helmet and jacket to Mi Ling. Her role was simple: follow closely behind. As the 2 women, 1 cat, and 1 dog stepped outside, Chen Luo stayed behind. He couldn't hover constantly. Not even protective presence would be welcome. Mi Ling was no easy soul to subdue. Very well, we'll test our strength. Let's see who ends up on top. Mi Ling didn't even exit the building. She took the stairs straight to the 9th floor, the rooftop level. She knocked, firm but measured. If no reply came, she'd move on. If she confirmed a zombie was trapped inside, she'd break the door down. Silence could mean absence or fear. Perhaps the occupants hid, uncertain of the world beyond their door. Forcing entry might strip them of their last defense, dooming them instead of saving them. Mi Ling sought no heroism, yet neither would she become an unwitting executioner. No answer at the first door. At the second, a guttural snarl erupted instantly, the thudding impact of a zombie hurling itself against the barrier. Mi Ling's lips curved, not in fear but in quiet satisfaction. She had no key, no lock-picking skill. She would break the door open, by force. Mi Ling gestured for Mi Li to step back a bit. She extended her palm, and soon a highly condensed ball of flame appeared in her hand, melting the lock on the door like a flamethrower. Before long, a nearly round hole, about 30 centimeters in diameter, was burned into the door. The metal part of the lock showed signs of melting, but before it could fully melt, the lock fell off. Mi Ling easily opened the door and then used an iron rod to smash the zombie's head. The equipment that Mi Li originally had was now all given to Mi Ling. On the way home, Mi Ling understood the importance of conserving her strength. Although her abilities were useful, her blue energy bar was limited. If she could kill the zombies with external force, it was best not to use her powers. Mi Ling began rummaging through cabinets and found 30 kilograms of rice, as well as a few cans of drinks from the refrigerator. She also found a box of milk, a dozen eggs that were still good, a bag of red dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a large remaining bucket of purified water. Every household had some stockpiles. With nearly 10 million sets of residences in the city, the resources available were certainly not less than those in supermarkets. Of course, searching within the community wasn't easy. If Chen Luo hadn't cleared most of the zombies, how could Mi Ling have easily entered the area? Mi Ling smiled and generously threw a box of milk to Mi Li. Mi Li smiled bitterly. Mi Ling scoffed internally. Even if I starve, I want to eat food that comes without effort. Before leaving, Mi Ling extracted the crystal from the zombie's forehead. Though her face showed discomfort, it was already quite an achievement for a girl at that moment. Having just searched one house, she had already made a great haul. Since her home was below, Mi Ling planned to first return the supplies home and then show off a bit to Chen Luo. Without you, sister, could I starve to death? When Mi Ling went out with Mi Li, Chen Luo was lost in thought, wondering if he had been a bit too harsh at lunchtime. While not allowing Mi Ling to have a feast when she didn't obey him was indeed right, it shouldn't have been done in such a mocking, even humiliating manner. Would the future renowned female warrior Ling Yanji really succumb to the temptation of food? If I were a bit gentler, more kind, and secured Mi Ling with food through Mi Li, it would be hard for her not to feel a sense of belonging. But if I used such childish means, would Mi Ling still return to me? If she did, then that would be quite disappointing. I underestimated Ling Yanji too much. Chen Luo sighed. Mi Ling, oh Mi Ling, who told you to kick me in your past life? Don't I have any pride? In his past life, Chen Luo was a lone wolf, naturally not a match for the numerous Mi Ling. With Mi Li and friends backing her, how could Chen Luo alone contend with them? At that time, Chen Luo was level 10, not yet reaching the king level, and had not mastered the dimensional blade. Although the Void Monarch was formidable, he was not capable of taking on a group and had no choice but to flee when discovered. Chen Luo, I beg you, please stop stealing my vegetables. Is it easy for me to grow them? How about this? I will give you a cabbage and 2 potatoes every day. Mi Ling, who had no way to deal with Chen Luo, was nearly in tears. Chen Luo chuckled. What do you mean by stealing? I'm just taking what I want. What you're giving me is like begging for food. Later, for some incomprehensible reason, Chen Luo fell into a trap and was caught by Mi Ling. After a long-standing grudge, Mi Ling kicked him hard in the backside. If it weren't for this reason, Chen Luo wouldn't have mocked Mi Ling at lunchtime. He couldn't let it drag on like this. Having humiliated Mi Ling at noon with her temperament without making a change, she would never sincerely obey him. There wasn't much time to waste. Oh, wouldn't it be better to conquer Mi Ling sooner? Just then the door opened, and Mi Ling and Mi Li came back in less than 10 minutes. Mi Ling proudly displayed the supplies in her hand. She exclaimed, tonight I'm having braised beef noodles paired with 2 eggs. Though it's not as grand as some people's meals, I am satisfied. Chen Luo clicked his tongue, thinking that if someone didn't know better, they might actually believe there was beef in your braised beef noodles. He originally wanted barbecued food tonight, but fine, let's have beef noodles and show you what real beef noodles are. Chen Luo stood up and said seriously, Mi Ling, let's talk. Mi Ling sneered, fine, let me see what you have to say. Mi Ling set her things down and sat across from Chen Luo. Mi Li followed closely, hoping for Mi Ling and Chen Luo to blend together sooner. Chen Luo sincerely said, first of all, what I did at lunchtime was indeed a bit excessive. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I apologize here. Mi Ling was taken aback for a moment, then scoffed. You don't mean to trick me saying you want to treat me to a big meal at night, only to mock me again, do you? Is this entertaining? Chen Luo waved his hand. You're overthinking it. To be honest, until you sincerely acknowledge my position as team leader, I won't share my resources with you. What I did at noon was indeed inappropriate. Seeing that Chen Luo's expression was relatively sincere, Mi Ling's face softened a bit. Was I not wanting a feast? I nearly drooled at the table only for you to tell me there's no share for me, and I must call you brother. I finally had a moment of longing, and you made me lose so completely. Chen Luo said, for the position of team leader, both strength and strategy are indispensable. I will prove to you that in either aspect I will completely crush you. First is strength. We will have a match in 3 days. If I lose, I will listen to you and everything from then on. Mi Ling's eyes lit up, unable to restrain herself as she stood up. Why wait 3 days? We can fight today, no right now. Mi Ling had suppressed a belly full of anger at noon and had no place to vent it. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. Right now you can't even beat me, let alone my magic king. I just can't find the right measure now, fearing that I might seriously injure you. In 3 days I will have the strength to completely overpower you. Chen Luo had a premonition that in 2 or 3 days after using the crystals from the Rat King and Devourer, he would break through to level 4. Not only would he be able to barely use void walking, but his physical abilities would also see a significant leap. Now relying solely on physical strength, without using powers, could Mi Ling accept that? Moreover, if using her powers would only lead to minor injuries, she definitely wouldn't concede. Serious injuries. How could Chen Luo bear that? Even if Mi Li had mastered healing techniques, it would be very difficult at this stage to heal Mi Ling quickly. Besides, if Mi Ling were to have any scars left, wouldn't I be the one at a loss? Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling stood up abruptly, her face flushed. You're talking nonsense. Am I so weak that I can't even beat a dog? Dharma King. Surely this title was no empty boast. He truly had punished wave after wave of those who dared consume dog meat. As for whether Dharma King and Mi Ling ever clashed in their prime, and who would have prevailed, Chen Luo had no clear recollection. Mi Ling perished and her entire base was obliterated, yet Dharma King remained very much alive. If Chen Luo survived to the very end, Dharma King would likely be the second to last to fall. Fell only in Chen Luo's words. Mi Ling and Dharma King were probably evenly matched in their former lives. But now, Dharma King had been cultivated by Chen Luo at astonishing speed, absorbing an inexhaustible supply of crystals each day. What about Mi Ling? Could she sense the crystals' presence instantly and absorb them to saturation every day? Dharma King's ascension to Tier 3 occurred only within the past 2 days, perhaps tonight, perhaps tomorrow night. Mi Ling. Without rules, she'd surely be ambushed and slain by Dharma King. Enraged, Mi Ling seethed this Chen Luo, once again humiliating me, comparing me to a dog. Seeing Mi Ling's agitated state, Chen Luo backed down. Fine. You're stronger than Dharma King, all right. Verbal claims of superiority held no weight whatsoever. Dharma King bristled with indignation. Is it so shameful to be weaker than me? Chen Luo replied calmly, words are meaningless. Let us settle this in 3 days. Mi Ling opened her mouth to retort, when suddenly Dharma King, who had been lying prone on the floor, shot upright, his expression sharpening with alertness. Boom, boom, boom. A measured, unhurried knocking sounded at the door. A woman's voice called out, Mi Ling. Mi Li, are you home? Mi Ling fell silent. Had someone seen her return at noon? The voice rang faintly familiar, yet she couldn't place its owner. Likely just another resident from the neighborhood. The woman's voice trembled with desperation. Mi Ling, I saw you come home. Please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in 2 days, just a little please. If they ignored her, she might knock endlessly. Not dangerous perhaps, but deeply irritating. And any response from Chen Luo or the others would risk revealing their presence. Mi Ling strode to the door, her face utterly impassive. 2 days without food. Then you ate something 2 days ago. Chen Luo. Her reply was startlingly blunt. Outside Zhongqin. Was that even human speech? Mi Ling spoke coldly. I have nothing to give. Leave. Her merciless words seemed to daunt Zhang Qin into retreat. Mi Ling, her expression still dark, noticed Mi Li watching her curiously, inside launching into an impromptu lesson. Mi Li, in theory, if we possess food, we ought to share some with her. She looks pitiful, 2 days without sustenance. But no matter how much we give, she will finish it, then return demanding more. So, do we give or refuse? If we keep giving, she'll keep coming. Yet the first portion we offered will have been wasted. She won't feel gratitude, instead she'll harbor resentment. The more we give, the deeper her hatred grows. We struggle merely to survive ourselves. How could we sustain her indefinitely? Better to refuse outright from the start. It is the law of survival. The weak perish when they cannot find sustenance, and no one else bears that blame. Henceforth, do not pity indiscriminately, nor perform kindness recklessly. I understand. Mi Li nodded. That's the old saying, a peck of rice earns gratitude, a bushel breeds enmity. A smile flickered across Chen Luo's face. Mi Ling, your insight is truly exceptional. No wonder she had survived the last apocalypse with Mi Li. Such clarity of thought was extraordinary. Mi Ling scoffed coldly. In 3 days I'll see precisely where your confidence comes from. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Were it not for my desire to awe your spirit, to show you the art of void walking, and fear of injuring you, I'd spank you right now. At that moment, Mi Fan murmured to Chen Luo, I sensed malice radiating from that woman just now. Chen Luo grunted in acknowledgement. Whatever its origin, whoever dares approach will not leave. Chen Luo gently stroked Mi Fan's fur. Truly miraculous. You alone can discern friend from foe. Zhang Qin stormed away from Mi Ling's apartment, cursing inwardly, "That little bitch Mi Ling. Her heart is poison." She descended to the building's ground level, heading left along the outer wall, where 5 men waited, some in their 20s, others nearing middle age. At Zhang Qin's arrival, the men sprang up from their crouches, eyes gleaming. "Confirmed. Is Mi Ling really home?" Zhang Qin nodded. "Yes, she spoke to me just now." Unable to contain herself, she recounted the entire exchange. One man chuckled lewdly. "Mi Li is home too. I've seen her entering and exiting the compound with 2 men. The others joined in, buzzing with excitement. "Excellent. Both Mi Ling and Mi Li are alive. What a waste it would have been otherwise. I need pills just to stand tall, but seeing Mi Ling, my spine straightens on its own. Damn, what a figure, what beauty. To die beneath the peony is to die as a true connoisseur. Yeah, just once, and death would be worth it. Let's go fast. Don't let those 2 men get there first." "Who are they anyway? Never seen Mi Ling or Mi Li bring men home before." Zhang Qin snarled. "When you move in, break them both thoroughly. I've hated them for years." These men were former residents of Mi Li's neighborhood, well acquainted with the longtime sisters. Who hadn't coveted them? Yet pre-apocalypse order restrained desire. Lust existed, but courage did not. Even a stray touch invited Mi Ling's devastating anti-assault techniques. Zhang Qin's husband, a man who'd worked outside the neighborhood, had ogled Mi Ling and Mi Li incessantly before the collapse. After countless quarrels, Zhang Qin nursed deep-seated hatred toward them. Jealousy over their beauty fanned her resentment, driving her to scout for these 5 men, even initiating the plan herself. Inside Mi Ling and Mi Li's apartment, 2 men, 2 women. Here 5 armed men, steel pipes, wooden stools, awakened abilities, all brimming with confidence. Especially the bald, burly man gripping a massive iron hammer, ready to smash the door open. Su Daju, observing from the window, reported tersely, "Brother, hostiles approaching. Armed. Hostile intent." Chen Luo replied, unruffled, "Go handle them. Don't let them die in the stairwell. We'd have to drag them out later." Dead bodies in the stairwell would rot, forcing them to step over putrid corpses each time they entered or exited. Su Daju nodded and grabbed his iron rod, preparing to head out. Without waiting for Chen Luo's instruction, Fu Wang instinctively followed closely behind him. Mi Li said, "I'll enhance Das huge stats." She cast 2 golden beams in quick succession, both flowing into Su Daju's body, one amplifying his strength, the other reinforcing his defense. Under Chen Luo's tutelage, Mi Li had long advanced to level 2 and mastered a new buff defensive augmentation, its potency far surpassing her earlier level 1 capabilities. Where her strength boost had once been 10 units, it now surged to at least 30, and would grow increasingly formidable as Mi Li ascended in rank. Though Mi Li possessed greater innate talent than Su Daju, she had begun absorbing crystals several days later. She would need roughly another week to catch up. Mi Ling wished to observe whether this Menandog duo truly lived up to their reputation. Meanwhile, Chen Luo watched from the window, sunlight slipping through the curtain's narrow gap to softly illuminate his face. To Mi Ling's mild surprise, "Well, he's rather handsome, isn't he?" She moved to the opposite side of the window, maintaining a half-meter distance from Chen Luo, and gazed down at the street below. Zhang Qin and her 5 companions were nearing the building's entrance when suddenly, a sleek black native dog dashed forth, its glossy coat gleaming, its frame powerfully built and thick with muscle. The 6 exchanged glances, their first thought dog meat. Fu Wang lunged forward, barking fiercely at them. They exchanged another look and advanced to strike Fu Wang down, only to be startled as Su Daju materialized from a blind spot, like a phantom bursting forth without warning. Su Daju raised his iron rod, first swinging it with brutal precision toward the bald man who gripped a massive iron mallet, smashing straight into the crown of his bare skull. Su Daju's raw strength was already formidable, amplified by Mi Li's blessing. The blow shattered the bald man's skull like a ruptured watermelon. Eyes wide in disbelief, the bald man collapsed lifeless, unblinking, uncomprehending. The remaining 5, though awakened with supernatural abilities, recoiled in visceral horror at the carnage inflicted upon their comrade. Su Daju wasted no time. He struck again, this time targeting Zhang Qin. Of the 4 still standing, 2 trembled violently as they hurled chairs and iron rods at him. Such feeble force barely registered against Su Daju. One of them, hands shaking, attempted to conjure an ice arrow. But he had only just awakened his ability. His control remained crude, his execution sluggish. Casting even a single spell demanded at least 5 seconds. Did he possess those 5 seconds? In truth, the decisive blow came not from Su Daju, but from Fu Wang. Though their attention had initially fixated on the dog, Su Daju's sudden assault had diverted it entirely. Even had their focus remained undiverted, their fate would have been unchanged. Fawang unleashed a crackling sphere of lightning, obliterating 3 instantly. The last survivor fell moments later beneath Su Daju's iron rod. From the instant combat erupted to its abrupt conclusion, less than 5 seconds elapsed. Swift, ruthless, immaculate. Myling showed no astonishment on her return journey. She had single-handedly subdued 5 opponents, though all were unawakened ordinary humans. Nor did she disdain Fawang and Su Daju's tactical subterfuge. After all, if killing was inevitable, why insist upon honor over efficacy? Chen Luo, however, was genuinely surprised Fawang had seized initiative and drawn attention. Yet he had never taught the dog such strategy. Had it learned independently? Both Fawang and Su Daju possessed the strength to confront 5 foes alone. Chen Luo's caution stemmed not from doubt, but from prudence. Glancing back at Mealy, Chen Luo mused inwardly, Myling has just instructed Mealy. Now it is my turn to teach her as well. Mealy retrieved the crystals embedded in each of those 6 foreheads. Me? Mealy pointed incredulously at herself. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, even as a support you must stand behind the front line. Yet some truths demand first-hand witness. Better to confront them now while safe, lest shock paralyze you mid-battle. Mealy had watched Chen Luo extract crystals before, but always turned away nauseated by the sight. Now she was expected to perform the act herself. Her eyes darted pleadingly toward Myling, silently begging for intervention. Myling, to her astonishment, gave a slow, solemn nod. Mealy, this is a threshold you must cross, sooner or later. Best to grow accustomed to it now while conditions remain secure. Myling swore inwardly, heaven and earth bear witness. I bear no grudge for your silence at noon. Accepting the dagger Chen Luo extended, Mealy descended the stairs, her face ashen. Su Daju dragged the 6 corpses to the roadside, ready to extract the crystals, then paused, catching Chen Luo's subtle signal. He shrugged and stepped aside, yielding the task to Mealy. Fawang, please help me, Mealy pleaded, voice trembling on the verge of tears. Fawang shook his head decisively. This was no task for a dog. Her first incision sent Mealy retching violently. Hands shaking uncontrollably, she fumbled for 3 agonizing minutes before locating the crystal, then vomited again, expelling her entire midday meal. Yet repetition bred familiarity. As she worked, Mealy whimpered inwardly, at noon, ere I stood beside brother Chen Luo against sister Myling. Now sister Myling and brother Chen Luo conspire against me. 15 minutes later, Mealy returned, pale, trembling, clutching the carefully wrapped crystals as she handed them to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled. Vomiting becomes second nature, with practice. Your Das Huge endured the same ordeal. He rinsed the crystals, then paused, astonished to find one faintly tinged jade green. A nature element crystal. Though rare, nature-affiliated awakened were less extraordinary than spatial ones. Perhaps 2 or 3 per 100 individuals bore such affinity. Only with nature-aligned awakened could crops, vegetables, rice, be cultivated successfully. Without them, even fertile soil and abundant seed remained barren. This scarcity appeared rooted in widespread terrestrial contamination. Nature awakened possessed little combat utility early on. Their true power emerged only after months of cultivation, typically no sooner than 6 months post-awakening. Myling let out a soft, dismissive hum and began boiling noodles. To her, using an entire packet of instant noodles, enhanced with 2 eggs, was sheer extravagance. Chen Luo brightened. Yujia will join you. Beef noodles, please. Ma Yu nodded, first simmering the beef until its broth deepened into a rich, aromatic essence. She and Myling cooked side by side. When Myling glimpsed slice after glistening ruby-hued slab of beef, enough for half a cauldron, perhaps 5 or 6 jin, she froze dumbstruck. Are you eating beef, or beef noodles? Is this truly how one prepares beef noodles? Myling searched her own pot, only to discover 2 minuscule grains of beef no larger than millet seeds. Myling failed to grasp that this was deliberate. She assumed Chen Luo ate whatever was available, never imagining he possessed the luxury of choice. When Myling finished first, her own noodles suddenly tasted dull. The rich, savory aroma wafting from the kitchen rendered hers utterly flavorless by comparison. Chen Luo said, serve Mealy a bowl first. Mealy murmured weakly, I can't eat. Myling clenched her fists, neither can I. At night, Mi Fan lay beside Chen Luo once again. Logically today, Mi Fan should have been with Mi Li, but it was sent back by Mi Ling. For no particular reason, Mi Ling was too harshly offended during the day. Mi Fan has the potential to be sharp-tongued. Chen Luo quietly absorbed the crystals at an average pace of 1 per minute. After absorbing 80 crystals, it had already been over an hour, and he felt the power within his body. Chen Luo estimated that if all went smoothly by tomorrow night, he would be able to use the first-level crystals from the Rat King and the Devourer, as well as some survivors to break through to the fourth level. The fourth level would bring about a significant qualitative change compared to before. At that time, the crystals from the zombies would be of no use to Chen Luo. He would have to wait for the zombies to evolve to the first level. While Chen Luo was cultivating, Mi Fan could only roll back and forth on the bed out of boredom. Chen Luo smiled and said, Mi Fan, my little treasure, it's time for us to sleep. From now on, you will always sleep with me. The next morning, Ma Yu prepared scallion pancakes with soybean milk. Mi Ling rolled around on the bed, feeling a sense of despair that others were eating while she could only watch. It seems that with flour scallion pancakes could be made, but I don't know how to make them, and I don't have green onions. I also really want to drink soybean milk. Chen Luo had previously provoked Mi Ling with words and didn't want to do so again. Since Mi Ling didn't chase her away and even gave up her own room, she had to be more mature about it. At noon, Mi Ling was eating instant noodles in her room. Even with the door closed, the enticing aroma still wafted into her nose. I can't continue living like this. Eating. I know how big my fridge is, am I not aware? Hey, at night, there was still a feast. Mi Ling realized something was off. My fridge isn't that big. At the rate they're eating, it should be emptied after just 2 meals. When Mi Ling opened the fridge, to her amazement, it was still filled with vegetables and meats. Unable to hold back, she approached Chen Luo and incredulously asked, how is the fridge full again? Originally, Mi Ling had planned to wait until Chen Luo's supplies were exhausted and eat instant noodles like her. If this fridge never empties, wouldn't she be a laughingstock? Mi Li patted her head, seemingly forgetting to tell her sister that Chen Luo is a space magician. Mi Li glanced at Chen Luo, and seeing that he didn't object, she weakly said, Sister, Chen Luo is a space-type ability user. He has stored some food inside that will last for at least several years. Mi Ling, why didn't you say it sooner? Do you know, Mi Li, I feel like a clown right now. Mi Li dared not say more. Mi Ling snorted coldly. According to our agreement, in a few days we will have a match. If I lose, I will obediently listen to you. Chen Luo smiled and said, maybe tomorrow I will try to satisfy your desire to be bullied. To be honest, Mi Ling sensed that Chen Luo's strength was no simple matter. At the very least, this dog had considerable power, and Suju gave her a feeling that he was not to be trifled with. But what could she do? Should she just admit defeat? Mi Li and Mi Fan had both betrayed her. Now only by defeating Chen Luo could she gain the upper hand. Chen Luo kidnapped Mi Li, leaving her with no way out. She couldn't possibly abandon Mi Li. Mi Ling imagined defeating Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, with Chen Luo lying at her feet, calling her sister, and then showering her with delicious food. What should I eat? Oh, I can't think about it. The more I think, the hungrier I get. The cookies in my hand suddenly lost their appeal. That night, Chen Luo was ready early and began to absorb the crystals. The fourth level was very important for Chen Luo. He could use Void Walk, and his power would undergo a qualitative change significantly, improving his survival ability. Without Void Walk, how could a space-type ability user have any means of survival? As usual, he absorbed 80 crystals. Normally, at this point, Chen Luo could no longer continue absorbing crystals. His body was in a saturated state. However, it was just like that day when Mi Ling finished 3 bowls of rice. She was full, but if you offered her a drumstick, you could see if she could eat it. After finishing the drumstick, should I have a pound of crayfish? After that, a bit of soup and some fruit. How much you can eat depends not only on your appetite, but also on the quality of the food. Low-level crystals are akin to rice, while high-level crystals are comparable to abalone and lobster. But such indulgence should only be occasional. Long-term overindulgence would be unbearable for the body and affect the appetite for the next meal. Chen Luo first took out 7 first-level survivor crystals. After absorbing them, he used the crystal from the Devourer. He was just a bit shy of reaching the 4th level. Chen Luo took out the crystal from the Rat King. This was a 4th-level crystal that could still be somewhat useful to 7th-level ability users. As soon as he absorbed this crystal, Chen Luo's body felt as if it was leaping with ease. It's roughly equivalent to Mi Ling finally getting to eat the grapes she has been longing for. Waves of energy were transmitted from his palm into the crystal in Chen Luo's mind. The crystal gradually increased in size until the accumulated amount reached a certain level, triggering a qualitative change. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in Chen Luo's head, causing his face to twitch uncontrollably. However, it was entirely within Chen Luo's tolerance. In his past life, breaking through to the 10th level and to the king level brought pain that was incomparable to this. Some female survivors said that at the 7th level that pain was no less than giving birth. Mi Fan noticed Chen Luo's condition, but dared not move, watching him anxiously, fearing to disturb him. The crystals in his mind appeared to be continuously secreting some mysterious energy dispersing throughout Chen Luo's body. This was strengthening Chen Luo's physique. The 4th level, 7th level, 10th level, and beyond were all major qualitative changes. The physical qualities of 4th level elemental and special ability users would be no less than those of 3rd level physical ability users. As the pain in his mind dissipated, the crystals continued to secrete energy, improving Chen Luo's body. A minute later, Chen Luo finally let out a long breath and a smile appeared on his face. There was still more than half of the energy from the Rat King's crystal left unconsumed. The ability power of a 4th level user compared to that at the peak of the 3rd level had only increased by about 1/3. Not much, but qualitatively there was a significant change. He could cast more powerful spells with less mana. 2 peak 3rd level ability users were no match for a single 4th level ability user provided their combat experience was similar. Most importantly, Chen Luo could now use Void Walk. Standing by the window, he gazed up at the starry sky, wondering if there would ever be a day when he could use Void Walk to directly reach the moon. Finally able to use Void Walk, Chen Luo couldn't help but want to try it once. In his past life, he had used Void Walk so many times it became second nature, but before he lacked the strength to do so. With a thought feeling the familiar spatial power, Chen Luo instantly vanished and reappeared in the living room. In the living room, the Law King who was guarding the door for Chen Luo was shocked to see a shadow appear out of nowhere. Woof, 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 woof. The Law King jumped up in fright. I'm guarding the door for you, and you come to scare me. Early the next morning, Mi Ling complained, did you send your dog to wake me up in the dead of night, disrupting my rest just to gain an edge in our duel? The Dharma King cast a mournful glance at Chen Luo. The dog had truly been terrified out of its wits. Chen Luo smiled faintly. You flatter yourself far too much. Let's eat first, then we'll spar. Mi Ling's eyes lit up. Did this mean the match wouldn't wait until tomorrow? Eat? What do you even call that? You feast? Oh, I merely stave off hunger. Ma, you had prepared char siu buns, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy sour soup that morning. I've never eaten so well before. If I defeat Chen Luo, he'll have to obey me. Mi Ling confirmed. So if I win, you'll obey me without question. Chen Luo nodded. Of course. You seem remarkably confident. Shall we raise the stakes? Mi Ling instantly grew wary. Though Chen Luo had never demonstrated his abilities, everyone spoke of him with quiet reverence. She held little confidence in her chances against him. Yet she had no choice but to accept the match. Mi Ling shook her head firmly. Then Chen Luo said, 3 seconds. I'll make you surrender, utterly convinced. Fail, and you win. 3 seconds to defeat me. Mi Ling bristled. Perhaps you truly are formidable, but surely I can last longer than 3 seconds. At the start of any duel, opponents stand at least 3 meters apart, don't they? If I avoid direct confrontation and simply evade, those 3 seconds will vanish in an instant. Sudaju shot Chen Luo a startled look. Was elder brother planning to strike hard? A single sword stroke would kill Mi Ling outright, but such brutality was unthinkable. Mi Ling asked, what is the starting distance between us? Chen Luo replied, 20 meters. The greater the distance, the more likely Mi Ling would take the bait. Mi Ling sneered inwardly. At the first signal, I'll retreat. I simply refuse to believe it. What's the wager? Chen Luo grinned slyly. Simple. You bend over and let me deliver 1 kick to your backside. Mi Ling fell silent. Why does he want to kick my sister's backside? After a stunned pause, Mi Ling asked, if you lose, do I get to kick you once too? Chen Luo waved a hand dismissively. You may kick me to death, however many times you wish. Or name any other demand. I'll fulfill it without hesitation. Outwardly, the terms seemed wildly unfair, yet Chen Luo stood unshaken in his certainty. He'd advanced to level 4 yesterday, and his past life skills lent him overwhelming advantage. Defeat by Mi Ling was impossible. Utterly impossible. Mi Ling hesitated. This felt deeply unnatural. Was he that arrogant? Still, her loss carried only minor shame. A single kick, while victory promised immense reward. The risk was real, yet so was the payoff. Mi Ling nodded. Agreed. Inside, Chen Luo nearly burst with triumph. Finally, a legitimate chance for retribution. Once she joined his team, such an opportunity would never arise again. Chen Luo turned to the others. Dezhu Mi Li, your witnesses. Whoever cheats becomes a dog. The Dharma King grumbled silently. Were you not my master, I'd already have bitten you. Why must the cheater be a dog? Can't it be a cat? Why must it be a dog? Mi Ling insisted on sparring immediately. She wanted breakfast after. Could Chen Luo possibly refuse? They ascended to the rooftop terrace, a spacious area nearly the size of a basketball court. Chen Luo and Mi Ling stood 20 meters apart. Mi Ling thought grimly. No need to clash Hedon. Just evade for 3 seconds, and I win. It's unsportsmanlike, yes, but he set the terms himself. No one else is to blame. Surely, I won't actually bend over for him to kick. That would be mortifying. With no better option, she resolved to embrace a touch of shamelessness. Meili stepped forward as referee, counting down 3, 2, 1. Begin. Mi Ling locked her gaze onto Chen Luo, ready to dodge the instant he moved. In the next breath, her pupils contracted violently. Chen Luo had vanished. Impossible. She'd watched him without blinking. Had he turned invisible? Mi Li and Su Deju gaped like specters. Mi Fan puffed with pride. As Chen Luo's closest companion, I knew first. For Chen Luo had materialized soundlessly behind Mi Ling, unseen, undetected, until his fingers gently closed around her pale, slender throat. Mi Ling froze disbelief, freezing her limbs. Instinctively, she attempted a shoulder throw, but it was futile. Her strength paled before his. He didn't budge an inch. Simultaneously, Chen Luo leaned close, whispering softly into her ear, Mi Ling, you've lost. Had he wielded a sharp dagger instead of his hand, had he drawn it across her throat, she would have perished then and there. Mi Ling's face darkened. Distance meant nothing. What kind of ability was this? Instantaneous spatial translocation. Was such power even humanly attainable? Manifesting fire, ice, or lightning remained within reason, but shattering the very fabric of space to move. That defied comprehension. Even resurrection seemed more plausible, and even that strained belief. Mi Ling suppressed her shock, heart heavy with resignation. I've lost. Chen Luo hadn't harmed her. Not a scratch, not a bruise, not a shred of diminished combat readiness. To deny defeat would be pure dishonesty. Must she really bend over for his kick? At the thought, heat flooded her cheeks. Chen Luo chuckled. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Mi Ling, you're joining us. I admit I acted poorly those past 2 days. But now we're comrades. We should integrate swiftly. Unsurprisingly, Mi Ling would become brother's ally today. When Ma Yu placed a steaming basket of char siu buns before Mi Ling, refusal felt absurdly prudish, and deep down she didn't wish to refuse at all. Chen Luo ate quietly, offering no further teasing. Mi Ling, flustered and hesitant, finished the entire basket of buns and a bowl of spicy sour soup. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Chen Luo's expression turned serious. Everyone gather in the living room. We need to discuss our next steps. Chen Luo wore a solemn expression as he moved on to the next step. The others instinctively followed him into the living room. Ma Yu, who had been clearing the dining table, was also summoned by Chen Luo. Mi Fan and the Dharma King each found a seat. After days of idling, eating, playing, and contributing little, they all felt a quiet sense of disorientation. Chen Luo tapped lightly on the glass coffee table and said, Mi Ling, I told you before, not only am I stronger than you in cultivation, but my strategic vision surpasses yours as well. Truth be told, Chen Luo was not necessarily superior to Mi Ling in raw intellect, but he carried the irreplaceable advantage of lifetimes of experience. No strategist, however brilliant, could rival that. Chen Luo asked Mi Ling, if you were our team leader, how would you guide us forward? Mi Ling paused, startled. What should come next? At the dawn of the apocalypse, while still at school, her sole purpose had been to return home, to confirm whether Mi Li was safe. That singular resolve had sustained her every step of the arduous journey back. When she finally arrived home, she encountered Chen Luo unexpectedly, yet Mi Li stood unharmed. In that moment, she felt profoundly fulfilled. Though Chen Luo had teased her mercilessly, gratitude still bloomed warmly in her heart. But as for what came next, the world had grown alien overnight, and she stood adrift in uncertainty. The only thing clear to her was the imperative to grow stronger to survive whatever dangers lay ahead. Mi Ling answered honestly and shook her head. I don't know. Chen Luo turned his gaze to the others. Each one likewise shook their head. With food and shelter secured and strength steadily increasing, none could articulate a concrete purpose or direction. Chen Luo offered no mockery nor arrogance. In his past life had he not stood exactly where they did now. He spoke slowly, deliberately. Deju and I once faced a rat sovereign, an immensely powerful foe that nearly ended us. Mi Li too encountered an obese zombie whose strength dwarfed that of ordinary undead. Moreover, I sensed that zombies grow stronger with time. For ordinary survivors to resist them and live, their only hope lies in unity. Even if my intuition proves wrong, acquiring scarce supplies grows ever more perilous. To wrest resources from hordes of zombies alone is tantamount to walking straight into death's embrace. Tell me, Mi Ling, if you were alone, would you dare see supplies guarded by 24 zombies? It's nearly impossible, isn't it? But what if we acted as a cohesive squad? Would it still feel insurmountable, eh? Never mind human nature. Never mind whether such a squad shares perfect loyalty. It remains objectively stronger than any lone survivor. The others nodded in firm agreement. Chen Luo continued. Survivors forming squads and settlements is the inevitable tide of this new era. Even the strongest individual must flee when confronted by hundreds, or thousands, of organized foes. Our squad, though formidable, would suffer losses, even in victory, against a 100-strong force. Meili might fall. Dezhu might fall. Such a loss is utterly unacceptable. Thus we have only two viable paths: either found our own squad, or join one. Only then can we ensure our survival. In his past life, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had joined a settlement. There was no choice. Refusal meant subjugation and abuse. This time Chen Luo needed no such alliance. He lived comfortably alone, his stockpiled provisions sufficient for 100 lifetimes. When danger arose, a single void step allowed him to vanish entirely. But could the others follow? They lacked that ability, and could not flee with him, unless he chose to repeat his former path, hiding, enduring, outlasting everyone, only to relive that crushing solitude once more. Then what truly was the point of rebirth? Mi Ling wholeheartedly agreed. Refusing to join a group meant inviting exploitation. On her way home, she had repeatedly drawn covetous glances from groups of strangers. Had she been weaker, or had their numbers been greater, she would never have made it back alive. To join another squad. Frankly, I refuse to bow to anyone's authority. Why should I grovel before another's whims? And Mi Ling, you two sisters are breathtakingly beautiful. If you joined a squad, what if its leaders demanded your bodies as tribute? Do you truly believe no one would lust after you once order collapsed? When civilization crumbles, primal desire surges unchecked, and two stunning women face horrors beyond imagination. Mi Ling's expression hardened. Any man who dares lay hands on me, or my sister, I'll castrate him on the spot. Chen Luo responded with an awkward, strained chuckle. Chen Luo cleared his throat. So joining another squad is out of the question, and neither can we afford vulnerability. Therefore, our next step is to form our own squad, one larger, yet rigorously selective. We will not accept just anyone. After Chen Luo's explanation, clarity dawned upon them all. Indeed, forming a larger disciplined squad was not merely advisable, it was essential. If zombie strength continues escalating, and the city center teams with them, any rational survivor would inevitably seek refuge in the outskirts. If my judgment holds true, soon droves of people will flood toward suburban zones, coalescing into scattered settlements. In my past life, after zombies evolved to level 1, they gained rudimentary intelligence and became far deadlier. Establishing a settlement in the city center would be suicide. Those with both capability and fortune had no choice but to retreat to remote areas. One truth Chen Luo withheld: the apocalypse extended far beyond zombies alone. Countless animals, plants, and insects underwent mutation. Marine life, too, transformed. Some colossal sea creatures even adapted to terrestrial existence, emerging onto dry land. Though few in number, these beings possessed staggering individual power, so much so that coastal survivors were forced to flee inland, seeking sanctuary in the ancient capital. More terrifying still, humanity suffered near total annihilation. Chen Luo survived, not through valor but through unparalleled mastery of concealment and evasion. With humanity extinguished, survival lost all meaning for him, so he buried himself alive. Mi Ling gave a wry smile. I confess, I hadn't considered matters so deeply, yet your reasoning resonates profoundly. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Then call me big brother. Asking it of Mi Ling now would surely strain her pride, yet surely she wouldn't renege on the wager they'd just made. Chen Luo trembled with barely contained exhilaration. At last it was time to settle the score for that one kick. Heh. Millen, you promised fair play. I'll honor your wager. If you try to back out, things will get far more complicated, and you won't even be able to resist. Chen Luo suppressed his inner excitement and cleared his throat. That's enough for now. Expanding our group can wait. Millen, come with me to my room. I need to speak with you privately. Would kicking her in front of everyone really be appropriate? Of course, the promise would be fulfilled privately behind closed doors. Meili, still utterly innocent, truly believed Chen Luo had something important to discuss with Millen. You cast a faintly amused glance their way before turning to clear the table. Millen blinked, stunned. Then a delicate flush began rising from her snow-white nape. Was he actually going to kick her? But she had agreed. Sigh. I'm simply too young. I've fallen right into Chen Luo's trap. How could he possibly offer such a wager without absolute confidence? Gritting her teeth, Millen rose nonetheless. A single kick, what harm could it do? Chen Luo entered Millen's former room first. Millen followed slowly, hesitantly. Curious as ever, Lin Fan tried to trail after them, surely as a cat eavesdropping was perfectly reasonable. But Lin gently but firmly pushed him aside. Before, when Lin Fan couldn't speak, it didn't matter. But what if he started broadcasting everything aloud? Or worse, used this very moment against her at a critical juncture. Lin Fan stared mournfully at the door clicking shut. Chen Luo is kinder. Once the door closed, Milin's cheeks burned with an unmistakable, uncontainable flush. With her back turned to Chen Luo, Lin spoke in a voice feigning nonchalance. All right, go ahead and kick me quickly. Chen Luo studied her quizzically. Do you have some misunderstanding about what bending over means? Or perhaps your Chinese comprehension needs brushing up? Lin straightened instantly. She wasn't bending over at all. Her already flushed cheeks blazed crimson like ripe apples. This was mortifying beyond words. Did it really warrant such rigid literalism? Lin shot him an indignant glare. Wait, why did you even make kicking me the wager? You were the one teasing me earlier, not the other way around. Have I wronged you in any way? How about we choose a different penalty, one not overly extreme? After all, in ordinary circumstances, a bet between a man and a woman might end with a kiss, never with a kick to the backside. Could Chen Luo possibly confess, I still remember the grudge from my past life? He shook his head vigorously like a child's spinning top. Don't ask why, honor the wager. Just tell me, will you uphold your word or not? Inside, Lin seethed, both humiliated and furious. After fierce internal debate, she clenched her jaw and declared, fine, I'm Lin, keep my promises. Leaning lightly against the wall beside the foot of the bed, Lin subtly curved her elegant silhouette. Hurry up. Her voice trembled. Her whole frame trembled. She'd never even imagined, let alone done, anything like this. It was unbearably humiliating. Chen Luo's blood surged. This was electrifying. To think, he was about to do this with Lin, who would one day become the legendary divine flame war goddess. The vision before him was almost too exquisite to bear. Suddenly, Chen Luo found himself unable to go through with it. Dawdling, he slipped off his shoes. Lin, stealing a sidelong glance, exhaled in quiet relief. Without shoes, the impact would surely be gentler. Surely Chen Luo wouldn't strike hard. If he dares, even a little, I'll burst into tears right here. In truth, Chen Luo was stalling for time. 10 seconds passed. Impatient, Lin snapped, I'll count to 10. If you haven't kicked me by then, don't blame me for breaking my vow. It'll be you who forfeited. 10, 9, 8. Chen Luo lifted his foot, hesitant, uncertain. A single kick would instantly erase the old grievance. But did that grievance need avenging? Had he sought Lin out just to kick her? If he truly went through with it, wouldn't that seal his fate as a lifelong bachelor? Yes, it would feel exhilarating, but at what cost? A lifetime of solitude. 4-3. Time was slipping away. Desperate, Chen Luo swung his hand down. Slap. A crisp, resonant sound. And the texture. Lin let out a soft, startled cry, her face flooding with scarlet as she whirled to glare at him. I said kick me, not slap me. Oops, I forgot, Chen Luo chuckled sheepishly. Shall I make it up with a proper kick? Anyone else would have suffered instant cerebral hemorrhage. Lin lunged like a tigress. I'll strangle you. Her fingers dug fiercely into Chen Luo's arms and waist. He struggled half-heartedly, rubbing, grinding, like the devil's own dance. Chen Luo endured pain and pleasure in equal measure. Only when both were breathless did Lin finally relent. Glaring murderously, she hissed, if you breathe a word of this, I will strangle you. If Meili or Lin Fan ever found out, her dignity would vanish entirely. Chen Luo nodded frantically like a pecking chick. Lin lingered in the room. She needed time for her blush to fade before stepping out. Chen Luo said, today at noon, I'll let sister you prepare some dishes you love. It's to celebrate your official joining of our team. Lin warned, try pulling another trick on me, and I will turn hostile. Chen Luo grinned awkwardly. If I deceive you again, I'll be a dog. Dharma King, is that really how you show respect? After Chen Luo left, Lin lay back on the bed, then paused, puzzled. He never even asked what I like to eat. Did Meili tell him? Chen Luo had instructed Ma Yu to begin lunch preparations early. Normally 8 dishes, today 12, mostly favorites of Milin's, and also of Chen Luo's. Gazing at the abundant feast, Lin felt her heart swell. She knew, without Chen Luo's intervention and without improvement in this apocalyptic world, she'd likely never taste any 4 of these dishes again in her life. When returning home from school, her greatest fear had been her younger sister, Meili, going hungry, suffering, or falling prey to danger. Yet, astonishingly, her life now resembled paradise, sheltered, safe, and rich with sumptuous meals every day. Moved, Lin raised her drink, stood, and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Truly. Thank you, Chen Luo, for taking care of my sister. Chen Luo smiled. It's only natural, absolutely natural. Indeed, wasn't it? Time to eat. Just as he did with mealy, Chen Luo ate heartily, tearing into meat with unrestrained gusto, inspiring Millen to shed her restraint and join him fully. Millen savored the spicy, tender slices in her mouth. Unbelievably delicious. My heart fluttered again, but this time, I won. After the meal, Chen Luo sipped tea and addressed the contented Millen. Millen mealy. This place isn't suitable for long-term residents. Other survivors will ransack it at least 8 times daily. It's becoming unbearable. Densely populated residential complexes like this are widely known to hold abundant supplies. Soon scavengers will flood in, not just a few, but many. Most critically, the terrain offers poor visibility and limited strategic advantage. Given the choice, avoid high-rises altogether. Pack up this afternoon, no rush. Anything you need to carry can go into my spatial ring. We'll depart tomorrow. That night, as the Dharma King absorbed the crystal, he suddenly let out a howl. Chen Luo was not startled. Rather, he felt elated. It meant the Dharma King had ascended to level 3. Each level up multiplied one's strength nearly exponentially. The Dharma King was likely only the second being on Earth, after Chen Luo himself, to reach level 3. With his agility and speed, the Dharma King could single-handedly take on dozens of level 1 adepts. Meanwhile, Mi Li Su Daju and Mi Ling would still require at least another week before ascending to level 3. The next day, though Mi Ling and Mi Li were reluctant to leave the home where they'd lived for over a decade, Chen Luo declared it unsuitable, and so they had no choice but to relocate. Chen Luo chose a site within the former villa district where his own family residence had once stood, a location unobstructed by high-rises offering unbroken panoramic views across the plains. The entire villa complex could house the nascent faction Chen Luo intended to build. At its southernmost edge lay a mountain. Should a zombie horde descend, retreat to its heights would be swift and certain. It was an ideal location, yet as more refugees arrived in time, envy would inevitably follow. But did Chen Luo fear such rivals? Anyone bold enough to approach would merely deliver crystals to him. In the early days, only small bands, dozens at most, might dare intrude. Chen Luo could handle them effortlessly. Given time to develop, Chen Luo's superior knowledge and abundant resources would ensure his power far surpassed all others. To his mild delight, his heavy-duty truck remained intact, though frustratingly its fuel had been siphoned clean. Fortunately, spare gasoline remained stored within Chen Luo's spatial ability. He had scarcely stockpiled fuel. It was easily scavenged in early stages and rendered obsolete in later ones. Sufficiency, not excess, was his principle. The truck's cab, and used for days, bore a broken window and a thin layer of dust. After a quick cleanup, everyone boarded. Soon, however, the vehicle's sole purpose would be cargo transport. Using it to ram survivors was out of the question. No one would stand idly by to be crushed. On the road, zombies that could be crushed under the truck's weight were, until roadblocks slowed progress. Then Chen Luo dispatched Su Daju, Mi Ling, and others to dismount, eliminate zombies, and collect crystals. The lowest-tier crystals held no value for Chen Luo, but they remained vital for Su Daju and the others, especially before zombies evolved into level 1. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, allowing Mi Ling and the others ample opportunity to hone their skills. Then, rounding a bend, a mournful cry pierced his ears. "Brother Fong, please, leave us. Run while you still can. Shut your mouth. If we die together." After ascending to level 4, Chen Luo's vision had become preternaturally sharp. He glanced over and saw 3 youths, faces darkened, movements sluggish, shuffling slowly to evade pursuit by half a dozen shambling zombies. Chen Luo paused. Had they been struck by a toxin-type zombie? If so, it could only be level 1, otherwise the 3 would already be paralyzed. For youths in total, only one remained standing, wielding a rubber baton with desperate ferocity. Though clearly poisoned, he appeared to possess a physique-based ability, granting partial immunity to level 1 toxins. He could have fled, sacrificing his 3 companions as bait for the zombies. Yet when he spotted Chen Luo's passing truck, despair melted from his face, replaced by the radiant joy of salvation. He shouted frantically, "Elder brother, if you can save us, please do. I Fong you swear I'll repay this debt with my life." Chen Luo replied calmly, "Very well." He opened the door and released the Dharma King. Open the door. Unleash the hound. Ordinarily, such affairs held no interest for Chen Luo, but Fong Yu's unwavering loyalty stirred deep admiration. He could have escaped, yet chose not to. It reminded Chen Luo of Su Daju's selfless sacrifice in his past life. And indeed, Su Daju too was moved, stepping down from the truck to lend aid. But there was no need. The Dharma King, having leapt down, dispatched the 5 zombies in mere moments. leaving Fong Yu and his companions utterly speechless. No toxin-type zombie was in sight. The lower ear variants could only spray venom at close range and had evidently already been neutralized by Fong Yu's group. Su Daju assisted Fong Yu in supporting his injured comrade. Fong Yu approached the truck's window and bowed deeply before Chun Luo, voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. I'm no order, but if ever you need anything, just say the word. Chun Luo, intrigued, asked, how many of you are there? What happened? Fong Yu withheld nothing. There are 4 of us, former colleagues from the same security firm Commerdes Arms for years. Today we ventured out to scavenge supplies. It should have been routine, until we encountered a venom-spewing zombie. We nearly all died. Many of Fong Yu's fellow veterans had joined the same firm after discharge, and though the apocalypse had claimed most, these 4 had clung fiercely to one another, their bond now rarer and more precious than ever. Chun Luo turned to Meili. Go down and treat them. Without her intervention, the 3 poisoned youths would have required 10 to 15 days to recover. Under Meili's care, however, though still weak, they improved markedly. Fong Yu's gratitude deepened, and with it astonishment. This group possessed staggering power. A single dog could annihilate them all. Was that truly a dog? A few bolts of lightning effortlessly obliterated several zombies. And that young girl, was she a cleric? Especially Chun Luo, youthful in appearance, faintly smiling, yet unmistakably the leader, radiating an aura of unfathomable depth. Chun Luo smiled lightly. Strength multiplies with numbers. How about forming a team? Of course, I shall be captain. He needed capable hands, and these 4 struck him as disciplined, reliable. Why not recruit them? Fong Yu had just witnessed their overwhelming might. His own group paled in comparison. There was no contest. This was a lifeline, a pillar of strength. Even without the debt of rescue, aligning with such individuals would guarantee unparalleled safety. Fong Yu could find no reason to refuse. Glancing back at his 3 brothers, none hesitated. He immediately clasped his fists in salute before Chun Luo. We're honored by your trust and indebted for our lives. To decline would be sheer ingratitude. Chun Luo chuckled. Head to the rear compartment. Any essentials left at your former base. If nothing vital remains, don't bother retrieving it. Stores and malls line every street. Though he found them likable, Chun Luo kept his spatial abilities strictly guarded, revealing it only to core members. Fong Yu shook his head. Ling said these 4 are indeed impressive. Not only do they possess the courage to fight zombies, but they also refuse to abandon their teammates in moments of life and death. Chun Luo nodded. Having lower strength is inconsequential. Character is the key. Otherwise, if they run away when danger strikes, what use is their strength? Lin Fan also sensed nothing unusual about the 4. Upon arriving at Chun Luo's villa area, he parked the car at the usual spot. The zombies in the villa area had mostly been eliminated by Chun Luo, but now a few more had appeared. Zombies would continuously wander around. Arriving at his villa's entrance, Chun Luo pointed to a neighboring villa and said to Fong Yu and the others, this house should be unoccupied. You all clean up a bit, I will come find you later. Chun Luo could not stay with Fong Yu and the others. First, they had not reached a level of trust, and second, it was inconvenient. Fong Yu and the others nodded. As soon as Chun Luo entered, his expression darkened. The living room windows, which were originally tightly shut, had been smashed, and shards of broken glass were scattered all over the floor, showing signs that someone had ransacked the house. After a moment's thought, Chun Luo realized that someone had come in searching for supplies, likely survivors from the villa area. Shaking his head, Chun Luo felt no need to investigate who was responsible. If they dared to come back while he was home, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. Chun Luo said, Meili, you 2 go to the 3rd floor and pick a room. Dezhu and Yu Jie, you stay on the 2nd floor, and then let's all do a big cleanup. Chun Luo lived on the 3rd floor, and it was well known what that implied. On the 3rd floor, Chun Luo's bedroom was in the center, while Ling and Li chose the remaining rooms, one on the left and one on the right. Hee. Chun Luo took out the items for Ling and Li from his space, letting them tidy up before heading to the 1st floor. After some thought, Chun Luo went into the storage room on the 1st floor and took out some rice, potatoes, and various seasonings like cooking oil, salt, and MSG. Then he called Su Dezhu, carrying a bag of rice and potatoes to where Fong Yu and the others were. Chun Luo's hearing had also improved. He could hear Fong Yu and the others talking even before he entered the villa. Wow, Fong Gu, that dog is truly amazing. I can't believe a dog has such strength. It seems we 4 together wouldn't be enough to take it on. Be more confident, I'll remove the seams. Chun Luo chuckled, for this was the Lightning King who had received his true teachings. The door was open. Chun Luo coughed, and Fong Yu and the others hurriedly greeted him. Chun Luo smiled and said, let's not rush, everyone introduce yourselves. I am Chen Luo, and this is Su Dezhu. Please also share the abilities you awakened and on what day after the Great Change. My name is Feng Yu, and I am the oldest among us, for having awakened on the third day. My ability is enhanced strength and improved physique. I am Yang Xin. My ability is ice awakened on the fifth day. I can help chill any items that need freezing. I am Su Lan. My ability is earth awakened on the seventh day. I can control sand and stones, but it seems rather useless. Earth-type ability users are still quite good, whether in the early or late stages their defenses are the highest among elemental types. They can build tall, sturdy earth walls to fend off zombies, and if they grow to the king level, their skills like causing earthquakes and summoning meteors are also tremendously powerful. The last one was named Li Fei, who shyly said, I am Li Fei. My ability is electricity, and I also awakened on the fifth day. Compared to the dog you raised, there's really no comparison. Feng Yu's talent is considered above average. The others are somewhat above average as well. In his past life, Chen Luo had never seen these individuals, and it was likely that without him, they would have died at the hands of zombies. Chen Luo was not disappointed. Having someone to help run errands was already good, and besides, these people were not too bad. Chen Luo pointed to the rice and potatoes he brought. Can you cook? You can use these for now. Feng Yu exclaimed. Chen Luo, you saved our lives. We haven't repaid you yet. How can we take your things? We'll find some ourselves later. Chen Luo smiled faintly. You're being too polite. We are now a team. Sharing some food is nothing. After eating, rest a bit, and this afternoon, let's organize the supplies in the villa area for centralized management. If Feng Yu and the others perform well, Chen Luo believes they are genuinely decent and will treat them as core members. Only then will he reveal a bit of the secret of the ability space and occasionally share some meat with them. Now to just let them eat the same as himself, having big fish and meat every meal. Wouldn't that be pure foolishness? I can't finish it, but they haven't shown enough loyalty, so they shouldn't even think about it. Su Dezhu is a brother. He sacrificed himself to save Chen Luo in his past life, so Chen Luo is willing to treat Su Dezhu well. Whatever he has to eat, he will not shortchange him. Mi Ling and Mi Li are the future. Those who understand, understand. Ma Yu is regarded as a chef whom Chen Luo is cultivating as a trusted aide. He will rely on her for cooking. Feng Yu did not hesitate and nodded. All right, we will see how well we four brothers perform in the future. Chen Luo took out a walkie-talkie and handed it to Feng Yu, saying this will be more convenient for contacting each other in the future. This walkie-talkie does not require a signal and has a maximum communication range of 2 kilometers. It is very convenient to use when phones cannot be used. Upon returning home, Ma Yu said helplessly, Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Should we use an electric stove to cook? After hearing this, Chen Luo was already prepared. He took out 2 gas tanks from his space, sending one to Feng Yu and the others. Survivors have little need for natural gas. After establishing a gathering point, if they really want to start a fire, having a fire-type ability user is enough. They also don't have much to cook, at most boiling some rice. After eating at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Feng Yu and the others. We will settle here long-term, so let's first scout the entire villa area. Don't worry about the occupied villas for now. For the unoccupied ones, find any supplies inside, and also collect the keys to matching vehicles. Having a car will make things more convenient. Chen Luo wouldn't cause trouble for the survivors without reason. He would let them fend for themselves for now, and when there were more people, if suitable, he would allow them to join. If not suitable, he would give them some food to send them on their way. This is already a very mild way of handling it. For those who are unreasonable and do not leave, they can just stay. In the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Feng Yu, Yang Xin, Chen Luo himself, Su Dezhu, Mi Ling, and Mi Li at the entrance of the villa. Divide into 2 teams. Clear all 100 villas in this residential compound by this afternoon. Leave occupied ones untouched for now. Survivors undoubtedly remained inside the compound, and Chen Luo had no intention of driving them out. At least not yet. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it would be profoundly cruel. Evicting them would amount to a death sentence. Chen Luo was not that heartless to harm strangers with whom he held no grudge. And secondly, how would those around him perceive him? A man so ruthlessly indifferent would chill the hearts of anyone with even a modest moral compass. There was no need to expel them forcibly. When their supplies ran dry, they would emerge on their own, either falling prey to zombies or surviving well enough. Those who survived well were likely capable, and if suitable, Chen Luo would not hesitate to recruit them. Suddenly, his acute hearing caught the rumble of an approaching vehicle entering the villa district. The vehicle's weight was considerable. Chen Luo took a few steps forward and gazed toward the source of the sound. 2 white buses rolling into the compound. A group disembarked. At the sight of the figure leading them, Chen Luo murmured under his breath, "Well, I completely forgot about her. the ultimate sycophant. Having endured the apocalypse for 12 years in his past life, Chen Luo's memory functioned like that of an adult recalling events from age 9. Pivotal people and moments remained vivid, but others only resurfaced upon re-encounter. The group's leader was a woman named Mu Tiange, strikingly beautiful, yet utterly unappealing to Chen Luo, for she was psychologically unhinged. Mu Tiange enjoyed modest fame in Chengdu as CEO and chief designer of a fashion house, not renowned for size or beauty, but for exclusivity. Her company hired women exclusively. Unattached women, only married women, were barred outright. Rumors abounded that she suffered from pathological misogyny, a deep-seated aversion to men. After the apocalypse, Mu Tiange assembled a survivor enclave composed solely of women, an arrangement she later modified under pressure. Why label her psychologically disturbed? Even amid societal collapse, she forbade romantic entanglements among her subordinates, punishing offenders severely. Did not even beasts feel desire? Her most defining role, however, was as Mi Ling's foremost devotee, unexpected yet undeniable. Only after Mi Ling's persuasion and mounting dissent within her ranks did Mu Tiange reluctantly admit a small number of male survivors. Mi Ling attracted many devotees, but Mu Tiange surpassed them all, reportedly sacrificing her life to save Mi Ling, whose subsequent ascension to leadership confirmed her devotion's absolute intensity. Indeed, without Mu Tiange's protection, Mi Ling, despite her extraordinary talent and strength, would have struggled immensely to survive the apocalypse alongside her younger sister Mi Li. Chen Luo recalled Mu Tiange had led her team on a supply run, once even arriving at his own residence, only to withdraw upon spotting occupants. Admittedly, the sight of such a large, all-female enclave stirred instinctive curiosity. Would anyone resist the temptation to join? Yet Mu Tiange rejected all men without hesitation, and Chen Luo was no exception. Chen Luo stroked his chin. With his presence altering fate's course, would Mi Ling and Mu Tiange meet sooner than before? Should he conceal Mi Ling? Keep her from Mu Tiange's sight? No, she was a devotee, and devotees were useful. Mi Ling, after all, remained perfectly balanced, sane, grounded, and uncorrupted. Lacking personnel, he could hardly afford to disdain these women, even if they lacked male counterparts' raw physicality. Chen Luo remembered another formidable esper within Mu Tiange's group, one whose early demise prevented her from ascending among the later generation sovereignty cultivators. Thus, establishing contact was imperative. Mu Tiange's team combed villa after villa for supplies, yet the interiors bore clear signs of prior looting. Soon Mu Tiange's party approached Chen Luo's position. He did not glance at her. Even though she possessed delicate, refined beauty and an arresting aura, he felt no attraction. Instead, his gaze settled upon a young woman in her early 20s. Not conventionally beautiful, yet radiating sharp, commanding vitality. After joining Mu Tiange, this woman ranked second only to Mi Ling, a prodigious ice element esper named Xu Yun, whose untimely death cut short a legendary trajectory. Mu Tiange's group also noticed Chen Luo, and spotting Mi Ling advanced directly toward them. Chen Luo's companions watched with keen curiosity as this 20-strong, all-female contingent drew near. At the sight of Mi Ling, Mu Tiange trembled, overwhelmed by an unfamiliar electric surge of emotion. How best to describe it? Perhaps akin to a mortal glimpsing a celestial maiden. Mu Tiange strode forward, dismissing Chen Luo entirely, and stopped before Mi Ling. With a gentle smile, she said, "Hello, I am Mu Tiange." Mi Ling, though familiar with Mu Tiange's reputation, was momentarily disoriented by her courteous demeanor and responded with equal politeness, "I am Mi Ling." Mu Tiange gestured gracefully toward her team and smiled. "We are an all-female enclave. Would you consider joining us?" Chen Luo inwardly cursed. How brazen to poach his ally right before his eyes. Yet Mi Ling did not disappoint him. Had she never joined Chen Luo, would she have refused Mu Tiange? There was no rational basis. Among women at least, there was no need to fear predatory intent. An uninformed observer might reasonably assume greater safety with Mu Tiange than with men. But Mi Ling already belonged to a team and declined without hesitation. "I'm sorry, I'm already part of a group." Though rigid regarding interpersonal bonds, Mu Tiange treated her members with genuine care. One of her followers spotted Fa Wang and exclaimed, eyes alight, "Look, a dog. So majestic." Chen Luo had pampered Fa Wang with premium food and rest, propelling him 3 tiers higher in cultivation. Was it any wonder he exuded such imposing presence? Fa Wang, however, ignored her entirely. Human gender meant nothing to him. To Fa Wang, all humans were equal targets, male or female, awaiting only his master's command to strike. The young woman, perhaps a devoted dog lover, pulled out a sausage stick intending to feed it to Fa Wang, then hesitated reluctant to part with precious rations in such desperate times. Yet she steeled herself, devoured most of it, and offered the remainder to Fa Wang, only to meet his gaze pitying, almost sorrowful. He'd sniffed the item before. It was unfit even for dogs. Alas, this woman truly was pitiable. Don't even mention the fact that the king of law doesn't like hot dogs. Even if he did, he would never eat something from a stranger. The girl who offered the king of law a hot dog was clearly in trouble. If it doesn't eat, then so be it. Why do I feel like it's looking at me with such pity? Others laughed, saying, "You're overthinking it. Can you really see pity in a dog's eyes? It probably doesn't eat things from strangers. If humans find it hard to eat, dogs certainly won't be able to resist temptation. This dog is really something else for holding out in such a situation." The king of law curled his lips. If it weren't for the owner's orders, he would have bitten. Mu Tiange was surprised by Mi Ling's response, not just by the answer, but by the unhesitating attitude. This is clearly safer and more suitable here. You rejected it without hesitation. Mu Tiange glanced around and could easily tell from the positions and expressions of Chun Luo's group that he was the one in charge. She seemed to casually ask, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mi Ling's face flushed slightly, ready to deny it, but Chun Luo bluntly said, "What does it matter to you? In front of me trying to steal my man, do you really think I'm dead, oi?" Chun Luo ignored Mu Tiange and called out, "Everyone, let's get moving and clear the area." Watching Chun Luo and the others leave, Mu Tiange squinted coldly, laughing to herself. Men are inherently indifferent, greedy, and lustful. With just a little trick, I could make Mi Ling see this person's true colors and then bring her to my side. The closer I get, the better it'll work. Mu Tiange pondered for a moment and then said, "Everyone continue searching. Let's temporarily settle here." The bus was stocked with supplies and daily necessities that Mu Tiange had found ready to set up home. Initially, she didn't want to live in this villa area, not because the conditions were bad, but because they were too good and there would surely be many people coming. Stabilizing development is the key. But on second thought, other neighborhoods might not be safe either. They would inevitably be searched by large crowds and would not be able to escape. The main point is Mi Ling lives here. Mu Tiange directly chose the villa next to Chun Luo's. More than 20 people occupied two villas. Both groups searched for supplies simultaneously. Chun Luo was indifferent, wondering how much they could possibly find. He looked down on it completely. Fang Yusu Daju and others entered the house to search, while Chun Luo stationed himself at the door ready to respond to any signs of danger. At the same time, he was thinking about how to win over Mu Tiange and her group. The best method would be to straighten her out, but that seemed quite challenging. Mu Tiange was also contemplating how to make Mi Ling see the true nature of men so that she would join her. Both were harboring ulterior motives. With Mu Tiange competing, it took less than 2 hours for Chun Luo's group to clear out the neighborhood. They obtained over 300 pounds of rice and some high-end snacks, all sourced from villas with zombies. Villas without zombies had almost no supplies as they were snatched up by others. At the same time, they cleared away the zombie crystals and handed them to Fang Yu and the others. They were unaware of the crystal's secret. It required some imagination, and it wasn't until 3 months later that the existence of the crystals would no longer be a secret. This thing was completely useless to Chun Luo. Others could make good use of it, and it was very easy to obtain, so he generously gave it to Fang Yu. While observing Chun Luo's side, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes. Did this guy also know the secret of the crystals? It must have been Mi Ling's idea. The supplies found were placed on Fang Yu's side. Ma Yu started cooking. The kitchen windows were tightly shut, and Chun Luo's kitchen hood was powerful enough that not a whiff of smoke leaked out. However, Mu Tiange did not do the same. On the contrary, she opened the window, and without using the kitchen hood, prepared to fry some wilted cabbage and rotten potatoes. If they didn't eat them quickly, they would truly rot. Even though she was reluctant, it was better than letting them spoil. Mu Tiange urged one of the cooking girls, Xiao Ling, try to make it taste better. "But sister, we don't have gas, we can't cook at all," Xiao Ling replied with a wry smile. Mu Tiange frowned. Among her 4 sisters, there were some with fire abilities, but their powers were still weak. Not only did their strength not support them in finishing a meal, but they also couldn't control their power well and would accidentally burn the pot. What to do? It was already dark outside, and searching for a gas cylinder was somewhat dangerous. They would deal with it tomorrow and make do with one meal today. Snacks are good, but eating them for every meal gets old quickly. They hadn't found any machines to provide electricity, so they couldn't even cook rice. Mu Tiange blandly bit into a custard pie and took a sip of water, reluctant to drink. One of her sisters nearly died from stomach pain after drinking untreated water. Water is not easy to come by. I suppose Mi Ling is in a similar situation too. An idea suddenly struck Mu Tiange. This could be a perfect way to gain favor. Mu Tiange gritted her teeth and took out a pack of roast duck from the supplies in the living room. This roast duck was the kind packaged with a lot of preservatives. Although it's called roast duck, those who have eaten it know. Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Such things are rare and usually only found in large supermarkets. Small stores don't sell them. The difficulty of obtaining them is quite high. Mu Tiange also found it in a resident's house. There were a total of 5 bags. The group divided 3 bags, leaving 2 bags. Among the group of girls, some looked delighted while others advised, "Sister, save it for later. It won't be easy to find again if you eat it now." "You don't really think she's doing this for you, do you, eh?" Mu Tiange found a plate and placed the 500 grams of roast duck on it. The colored roast duck looked quite good. The packaging was ripped open and a group of girls gathered around. Although there were many of them, the duck was small, but everyone could still get a piece of meat. In the end, Mu Tiange carried the plate and walked outside. Shu Yun was momentarily stunned and asked, "Sister, where are you going?" Mu Tiange replied, "I'm going to give this to Mi Ling." Everyone was stunned. One girl exclaimed, "Sister, we risked our lives to snatch this from zombies, and you're giving it to a stranger. Who would be happy about that?" Mu Tiange reassured them. "I sense that Mi Ling is quite good. If I can use a roast duck to win over a sister, isn't that worth it?" A sycophant can always find a reason. Mu Tiange's preferences were temporarily concealed. Although everyone was unhappy, they couldn't change Mu Tiange's decision. Carrying the roast duck, Mu Tiange arrived at Chen Luo's house. The door was closed, and she couldn't enter or use force. Suddenly a dog appeared. It was the king of law, looking to see who had come. Mu Tiange showed a wary expression. Would this dog leap at me to snatch my roast duck? If you dare to take it, don't blame me for being ruthless." Mu Tiange is a rare psychic ability user capable of mental attacks and manipulating objects such as iron needles and daggers. However, being only at the 2nd level, she cannot perform mental attacks yet, but she can still manipulate objects and retrieve them from the air. But did she think too much? Would the Law King really take a liking to her? Woof, woof, woof. The Law King barked madly. Compared to him, a piece of braised meat was more appealing, so don't try to use beauty as a strategy. Dinner was about to be served, and Chen Luo heard the commotion and came down to check. Mu Tiange smiled and said, "Open the door. I'm bringing some food for Mi Ling." Chen Luo chuckled, impressed by her loyalty. "We shouldn't undermine someone's ambition, should we?" Chen Luo said, "Just give it to me, I'll take it up." Mu Tiange shook her head. "No, I must personally bring it to her." "What if you secretly ate the roast duck I was giving to Mi Ling?" The Law King shook his head. Even dogs would shake their heads at this notion. Chen Luo would never allow Mu Tiange into his villa. What if she saw what they were eating and lost her composure? Mu Tiange thought, if Chen Luo secretly ate the roast duck meant for Mi Ling, she could ask Mi Ling about it tomorrow. This way Chen Luo's selfish and greedy nature would be exposed, wouldn't it? With that in mind, Mu Tiange, suppressing her heartache, handed the roast duck to Chen Luo. This was saved up from her other sisters. If Mi Ling liked it, she'd even give her the leftover one. With a smile on her face, Mu Tiange walked contentedly toward her room, imagining how happy Mi Ling would be eating the roast duck, feeling as sweet as if she had eaten candy. Chen Luo shook his head, sighing at the poor little loyal dog. As he was about to go upstairs, he happened to run into Mi Ling, who was coming down. Mi Ling looked surprised at the roast duck, asking where it came from. Chen Luo shrugged. "It was sent by Mu Tiange." Mi Ling replied in astonishment, "But we don't have much of a relationship. She sent this." Who would eat this roast duck at Chen Luo's place? But it was different for others. Mi Ling couldn't understand. She wasn't friends with Mu Tiange, so why would she be so generous? Chen Luo snorted. "If she wants to send it, let her send it." After saying that without a second thought, he casually tossed the roast duck that Mu Tiange had painstakingly sent into the trash. He wouldn't dare keep something from a stranger. Mi Ling looked on in disappointment, regretting the waste of food. She instinctively glanced at the Law King, hoping it wouldn't be wasted. The Law King wagged his tail and walked away. Our dogs actually didn't eat. Mu Tiange thought to herself, the roast duck is quite oily. What if Mi Ling gets thirsty after eating it, and they don't have much water? I don't drink, but I can't let Mi Ling go thirsty either. Mu Tiange happily fetched 2 bottles of mineral water. Mi Ling was left baffled. Isn't this a bit too much kindness? Wouldn't the food and water be poisoned? Mi Ling pondered, deciding not to drink it and tossing it into the trash. If Mu Tiange found out, she would probably explode on the spot. Chen Luo took out a real roast duck as a supplement for the meal. After buying it, he almost forgot about it. There were simply too many delicious options. This roast duck was already sliced and came with sweet sauce and shredded green onions and cucumbers. It was still emitting steam. Could Mu Tiange's preserved roast duck even compare? Mi Ling asked, "Brother Chen Luo, do you prefer duck skin or duck meat?" Chen Luo laughed. "I like both." Mealy chose the perfectly roasted golden and crispy duck skin, spread it with sweet sauce, and added some green onions. She didn't eat any herself, instead handing it straight to Qianluo. Qianluo was quite touched. If his hands weren't oily, he would have wanted to pat Mealy's little head. It was not in vain that he cared for her. Mealing looked suspiciously. Wasn't this meant for me? This little girl wouldn't be. It seemed likely Qianluo appeared at the moment she needed protection the most, and treated her so well. The two were only 3 years apart. From the present and into the future, no one was more suitable for Mealy than Qianluo, which reassured Mealing. She wouldn't trust anyone else. But why did I feel a bit sour? This table full of dishes suddenly didn't taste as good. The next day, Mu Tiange seized the opportunity to ask Mealing, was the roast duck delicious? Mealing laughed awkwardly. Yes, it was good. Mealing finally experienced the moment when she just returned home, bringing 2 classmates with her who pulled out crumpled bread and asked, Mealy, why aren't you eating? Although there was a huge gap between bread and roast duck, they were all the same for Qianluo. Even dogs wouldn't eat it. Mu Tiange smiled. As long as you like it, that's good. Mealing voiced her confusion. Why did you send me roast duck? Mu Tiange smiled. I just feel that we have a special connection. I felt a natural warmth the moment I saw you. If a man said this, Mealing would immediately conclude that he had ulterior motives toward her and would have told him to get lost. But this was a woman. Mealing didn't understand Mu Tiange at that moment. That night, disregarding her sister's strong objections, Mu Tiange resolutely sent the last roast duck and 2 bottles of mineral water again. Another roast duck was added to the trash can. Qianluo thought for a moment. He couldn't just ignore this and needed to express something to increase the favorability with the girls on the other side. But what should he give? Without a doubt, just grabbing some decent dishes would blow up the favorability, right? But he wasn't a loyal dog. Why should he? Thinking of something, a mischievous smile appeared on Qianluo's face. He found dozens of cucumbers in the vegetables section, specifically selecting some that were large, but not visually appealing. I'm bringing you cucumbers. They're good, and eating them is good for beauty. Qianluo took a total of 30 cucumbers, not knowing how many people were on the other side, but 1 cucumber per person would suffice. Everyone gets 1. Open the door. I'm delivering cucumbers. Xu Yun, who would later be second only to Mealing as an ice-type ability user, opened the door, asking with some caution, what's the matter? Qianluo held up the packaged cucumbers. You all sent roast duck, and I have some cucumbers to give you. When Xu Yun distributed the cucumbers among everyone, all the girls were excited. Cucumbers, it's cucumbers. I want to eat cucumbers. Don't wash them, it's hard to dry them. Just eat them raw. I won't eat. I can't bear to eat them. A few mischievous girls immediately looked with delight at the one who said she wouldn't eat. Mu Tiange looked displeased. If it weren't for wanting to get closer to Mealing, she wouldn't even cast a glance at Qianluo. She would never eat something sent by a man. Mu Tiange thought to herself, having gained a lot of goodwill from Mealing, especially since she had eaten my roast duck. It was time to take the next step to reveal the true face of that disgusting man. Create a crisis that would expose Qianluo's ugly side of being afraid of death. After seeing clearly, wouldn't Mealing come to me? Mu Tiange found Qianluo. I'd like to propose a collaboration. Qianluo smiled faintly. Go on. Let's hear it. Mu Tiange continued. 3 Li East lies the Darren Mall, a vast storehouse of supplies. But I suspect it swarms with zombies. I lack confidence in clearing it alone, whereas your group numbers 8 or 9. So I propose we join forces. Securing its stockpile would yield food enough for a year, and household essentials sufficient for decades. Upon success, the spoil shall be split 3 parts for you, 7 for me. After all, my team is larger and will bear proportionally greater risk and effort. Qianluo froze. That mall, the very one he and Mealy had scouted earlier, was the only major commercial complex nearby. Its inventory has already been thoroughly stripped by me. What exactly would we go there for? To watch zombies dance? Qianluo shook his head firmly. No thank you. I'm rather timid by nature. Hundreds of zombies dwell within. I dare not enter. Mu Tiange was left speechless. His cowardice was not merely latent. It was brazen, unapologetic, even pathetic. How then had Mealing ever taken a liking to him, or aligned herself with such a man? Indeed, she had judged him correctly, a man who prized survival above all else. She pressed on, voice edged with urgency. If we delay seizing those supplies now, you'll never get another chance, even if your courage someday returns. Qianluo chuckled dryly. You've already missed your chance. He declined once more. Mu Tiange gritted her teeth. Then 50-50. Half and half upon success. Qianluo grew wary. What game was she playing? Had Mu Tiange known his true strength, a 9-10 split would have been generous, but she did not. Moreover, given her open disdain for men, she outwardly held superiority over him. Why then this sudden magnanimity? What hidden motive lay beneath this offer? Chen Luo called out, Fan Sure. Fan Sure, the cat languidly grooming himself on the sofa, immediately trotted over, gazing up at Chen Luo with quiet curiosity. Even with heightened intelligence, Fan Sure retained his feline habit of meticulous self-grooming, though he no longer licked his paws obsessively. Chen Luo feigned deep contemplation, then refused again, retreating into the house. He turned to Fan Sure and asked, Is this woman plotting something sinister? Fan Sure blinked, slowly nodded, and replied, Yes, why? What did you do to provoke her? Chen Luo vigorously ruffled Fan Sure's fur. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? He sat quietly at home, yet calamity arrived unbidden from beyond the door. But she had misjudged her target. She had kicked a steel plate. Mu Tiange stormed off, seething. This man was utterly spineless, his timidity bordering on absurdity. Originally, she had planned to engineer a crisis inside the mall, trapping Chen Luo and Mi Ling in mortal peril, exposing his selfishness and moral frailty, just as Mi Ling reached her most desperate hour, so that she, the heroine, could intervene and save the day. Yet he had recoiled, not even at the prospect of immense gain. If the fish refuses the bait, what then? A man's face flickered across Mu Tiange's mind, someone she might enlist for aid. From the doorway, Chen Luo watched her departure, eyes narrowed. Merging their factions, yin and yang harmonizing, would indeed be optimal. Men and women working in tandem eased every burden. In his past life, Mi Ling's ascendancy owed much to her cohort of capable women, though admittedly sycophants were plentiful. Among 10 female survivors of notable strength, at least 5 had rallied under Mi Ling's banner. And where women gathered, so too did eager suitors, vying for favor, vying for inclusion. In the post-apocalyptic world, entertainment had vanished, leaving procreation as perhaps the most compelling pastime. A settlement composed solely of men. Chaos would inevitably follow. Women sought protection, companionship, mutual support, reciprocity, and survival. Yet Mu Tiange rejected male participation outright. She would never ally with, let alone take orders from, a man like Chen Luo. That barrier proved formidable. Even in his prior life, only Mi Ling's forceful insistence, coupled with widespread discontent among the women, had compelled Mu Tiange's reluctant concession. At this juncture, compromise seemed impossible. The swiftest, cleanest solution: eliminate Mu Tiange, remove the obstacle, then reveal his own strength and produce dozens, even hundreds, of tons of rice. A powerful leader, ample grain reserves, and Chen Luo, neither elderly nor predatory, posed no threat to their dignity. Refusal would make no sense. What then was Mu Tiange's ideal path to integrating Mi Ling into her faction? Precisely the same: remove Chen Luo, the sole impediment. Chen Luo had not broached alliance. He knew it futile. Nor had Mu Tiange. She simply refused to accept any man into her ranks. Watching her receding figure, his expression hardened. I had no intention of acting against you, until you set your schemes in motion first. So do not blame me. So long as no threat looms, all remains negotiable. But cross that line, and you cannot remain. Strike first. Never wait for your enemy to draw blood. Yet timing must be precise. An assassination, quiet, decisive, must be arranged. Damn it, that wretched woman. Could it be she intends to eliminate me, not as a rival, but as a romantic obstacle, to claim Mi Ling for herself? In my past life, I never saw her capacity for such ruthlessness. Who should carry out the hit? Su Dezhu was out of the question. Not only would success be unlikely, but he might well be killed in turn. Mu Tiange's distrust of men ran bone deep. Chen Luo would never risk Su Dezhu's life. As for Fang Yu and the other 3, they lacked the requisite strength. Testing them would be pointless. His gaze drifted from Fan Sure, then settled upon Fa Wang, who after all suspects a dog. Perfect. Should exposure occur, he could claim Fa Wang had fallen ill, blame the act entirely on the dog. Given the opportunity, Fa Wang needed only 2 swift strikes to end her, and then lure a horde of zombies to the scene. Chen Luo patted Fa Wang's head. Understood. It's your mission. Fa Wang nodded solemnly. I am a canine assassin, or more precisely, an assassin dispatched by the dog lord. But Chen Luo miscalculated. Mu Tiange denied him the chance. After departing, she returned directly to her villa and summoned her entire group. We are going outside to gather supplies. She concealed her true intent, humiliating Chen Luo from her followers. Such pettiness contradicted her carefully cultivated image. 2 large buses rolled out of the residential compound. Fa Wang wagged his tail patiently, waiting for their return. His master had said, there's no rush. I am an assassin. I feel nothing. I earn nothing. Even Fa Wang could scarcely believe he had become a killer. Once begun, such work would know no end. Canine existence was exhausting. Under Mu Tianga's command, they arrived at a nearby aging residential complex, small, unassuming. Shu Yin frowned. Sister, why here? We've already searched this place. Mu Tianga smiled. This neighborhood never installed natural gas pipelines. It still relies on bottled coal gas. During our last sweep, we overlooked those cylinders entirely. Understanding dawned among the group. Mu Tianga strode forward alone toward a specific building. Someone lived there. Mu Tianga walked to the third floor and knocked on the door of room 301. The person she was looking for was inside, but she wasn't sure if he was home. Simply knocking might not elicit a response, so Mu Tianga called out, "Brother Feng, are you there?" The door swung open, revealing a slightly plump young man with messy hair. Upon seeing Mu Tianga, the young man's eyes lit up. Brother Feng bowed slightly and said, "It's you, General Mu. How could I dare to be called Brother Feng in your presence? Just call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi." Mu Tianga maintained a blank expression, but internally she sneered, thinking that if it weren't for Mi Ling, she wouldn't be seeking out someone like him. Brother Feng, whose real name was Jiang Feng, was not a brother at all, much like Feng, Jia was not a sister. Before the apocalypse, he worked as a delivery man and was quite familiar with some of the girls in Mu Tianga's company. Of course he recognized Mu Tianga, but they had never had the chance to speak. When Mu Tianga was living in this neighborhood, she had encountered Jiang Feng, who had persistently wanted to join her. Was that even possible? He was ruthlessly rejected. Now needing to deal with Chen Luo, Mu Tianga thought of him. Jiang Feng didn't possess strong combat abilities, but he had awakened wind-based powers. Even with the same powers, the level of comprehension differed, leading to different skills. Jiang Feng claimed to have mastered a skill called Lingbo Weibu, which allowed him to run incredibly fast. Currently, it was very difficult for the zombies to catch Jiang Feng. Mu Tianga planned to use him to attract some zombies to Chen Luo's villa, revealing Chen Luo's true form, and then she would arrive just in time to rescue Mi Ling. Firstly, Jiang Feng was indeed well suited for this task, and it was quite safe. Secondly, Jiang Feng was not one of her people, and Chen Luo did not know him. Mu Tianga explained her plan. Jiang Feng's smile faltered as he awkwardly said, "Of course I am willing to help General Mu, but isn't this harming someone?" Mu Tianga explained, "After you draw the zombies over, I will appear and take care of them. This is a punishment for a scumbag. What do you want to help the scumbag? Or are you a scumbag too?" Jiang Feng immediately shook his head. "I am definitely not a scumbag. Well, I hate scumbags the most, so I will help you out with this task." Jiang Feng looked at Mu Tianga in silence, thinking, "I can't help for free, can I? You need to meet my demands." Mu Tianga sneered inwardly. "After we succeed, I can let you join us." Jiang Feng was overjoyed. "Thank you, General Mu. I will definitely perform well." He was like a devoted follower. Mu Tianga and Jiang Feng agreed on the number of zombies to attract and the timing before parting ways. The timing for attracting them was immediate. As Mu Tianga went downstairs, she felt disdain, having heard that this person not only liked to refer to himself as Brother Feng, but also had a network ID called Jatian Bang and iPhone Go. The girls were carrying one gas cylinder after another down the stairs, murmuring to themselves, wishing that a man would lend a hand at that moment. Men do the heavy lifting while women cook and do laundry. Isn't that a perfect match? Some of the girls' hands trembled, not from exhaustion, but from a natural fear of the gas cylinders, dreading that one might suddenly explode. The two buses only managed to hold 20 gas cylinders before they had to stop loading due to limited space. Mu Tianga called out and led the group to leave. Checking the time, Jiang Feng also began his actions. He hummed a little tune as he went downstairs. This task was quite easy and also served to punish the scumbag, exposing him. "Actually, I wanted to be a scumbag too, but my abilities don't allow it," he said. "Xiaoling, soon Brother Feng will be able to be with you all day." Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had his eye on a gentle and petite girl in Mu Tianga's company, but the gap between them was quite large. One was a delivery man, and the other was a workplace beauty. As for Mu Tianga, he had no aspirations. He was self-aware, knowing he couldn't hold her interest, and didn't like her either. He could tell that Mu Tianga despised him. But there was no choice for Xiaoling. He would endure the cold stares. Jiang Feng muttered, "My brother Dezhu works as a security guard in that villa area. I didn't find him last time, so I'll look for him again this time." He changed into a light blue short-sleeved t-shirt, holding a wooden longsword in his hand. "Hasaji." Jiang Feng waved the longsword, feeling a bit disappointed that he couldn't create a tornado. He needed to practice more. One day, he would become a man as swift as the wind. Jiang Feng went downstairs, casually dodging and easily shaking off the few zombies in the neighborhood. Once on the road, Jiang Feng gathered the power of his abilities in his legs and shot off like a rocket. With his current level 2 strength, his speed could reach an astonishing 24 to 25 meters per second. Having mastered the method of using wind-based powers, he was currently able to achieve this speed. The other wind-based ability users would be lucky to match even half of Jiang Feng's speed. Chen Luo at level 4 could not catch up with Jiang Feng using his abilities unless he used void walking. The temporary explosive speed of a magic king could barely compare to Jiang Feng. Of course, using such abilities would consume Jiang Feng's strength. When there weren't many zombies around, Jiang Feng would run diligently relying on his physical abilities. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng was an amateur parkour practitioner. Looking at the zombies he left behind, Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Can't catch up to me, huh? Ha ha. He could shake off those he could, but if Jiang Feng really had to kill zombies, he could only look for isolated ones. Soon, relying on his speed, Jiang Feng safely reached the vicinity of Chen Luo's villa, starting to attract zombies. He maintained a suitable distance, giving the zombies the illusion that they could catch him. Mu Tiange said that the best number of zombies to attract would be around 30 to 40, not exceeding 50, or it would be troublesome for her to deal with. It would be bad if he got himself into trouble. After much effort, Jiang Feng finally managed to lure over 30 zombies. Following the villa number provided by Mu Tiange, Jiang Feng easily found Chen Luo's location. Before the apocalypse, he often delivered here. Jiang Feng ran ahead to the gate of Chen Luo's villa and opened the iron gate in the yard. The iron gate would not be locked during the day for easy access, but it would be locked at night. It made no difference whether it was locked or not. Zombies could not open doors and ability users could simply jump over. Even if it were locked, it wouldn't matter to Jiang Feng. An ability user who couldn't pick locks was not a good delivery man. Jiang Feng was about to lure the zombies into the villa when he suddenly saw two people and a dog inside looking at him. The dog was the Magic King, and the people were Su Dazhu and Chen Luo. Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Dazhu, what are you doing here?" The Magic King moved to bite Jiang Feng, the unexpected guest, but was stopped by Chen Luo. Su Dazhu joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is that you?" With zombies right behind him, Jiang Feng couldn't spare a word. He had originally intended to lure the zombies into the yard, but with Su Dazhu inside, he couldn't do that. Damn it, Mu Tiange didn't mention that my friend was inside. I can't harm my friend just to join you, can I? Chen Luo smirked. Isn't that Brother Feng? You died quite tragically in your past life. In his past life, Chun Jing the schemer stole all the supplies from Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, just as the two of them had sustained some injuries. At that time, all the zombies had evolved to level 1, and some had even begun to evolve to level 2, making it difficult to obtain supplies. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu had suffered greatly. A man like the wind, Brother Feng, has appeared. Su Dazhu had a good relationship with Jiang Feng and often played games with him after work. Jiang Feng frequently encountered Su Dazhu while delivering food. Jiang Feng was a good person, very loyal, and often brought Chen Luo along. Using his speed, Jiang Feng would attract the zombies while Chen Luo and Su Dazhu gathered supplies. Jiang Feng would split the supplies evenly, and Chen Luo had no objections as Jiang Feng was taking the greatest risk. But just a few days later, Jiang Feng was killed. He was dancing on the edge of a knife, relying on his speed to attract zombies. There could be no mistakes. If they were attacked by zombies and injured, it would be catastrophic. At that time, Chen Luo did not know how Jiang Feng fell. He only heard a scream as Jiang Feng was surrounded by zombies. As Chen Luo gritted his teeth, preparing to lure the zombies away to help Jiang Feng, he realized Jiang Feng was already lifeless. It was a gruesome death, torn apart by the zombies. Chen Luo did not expect to encounter Jiang Feng now. Had he not known him, he would have let the Law King bite him to death without hesitation. There was no enmity between him and Jiang Feng. Why did he bring zombies to his villa? This needed to be clarified. Upon seeing Su Dazhu, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Dazhu, you're here. He'll lead the zombies away right now." Jiang Feng, who was about to enter the courtyard, immediately led the zombies further away. Chen Luo pondered. Jiang Feng's initial intent was clear, to drive the zombies towards him, but upon seeing him and Su Dazhu, he redirected the zombies. There was no reason for Jiang Feng to act this way. As Su Dazhu was his friend, he would never do such a thing. The only explanation was that he was being manipulated. Who had he offended recently? He had offended quite a few people, but the only one still alive was Mu Tiange. At this thought, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Heaven has a road you refuse to take, while hell has no door you insist on entering. What a guy striking first. If I were an ordinary person, I might have been killed by the zombies you attracted. First, he needed to confirm with Jiang Feng. Not long after, Jiang Feng, having shaken off the zombies, ran over and laughed. "Dazhu, you're here. Sorry for bringing so many zombies, it might have scared you." "Yes, Brother Feng, I knew you wouldn't bring zombies to harm me," Su Dazhu replied. Chen Luo, however, said, "Mu Tiange sent you here with the zombies, didn't she?" "How did you know?" Jiang Feng exclaimed in shock. Only he and Mu Tiange were present at that time. Could it be that Chen Luo was that scumbag? Could it be that you wronged Mu Tiange, and she sent the zombies for revenge? Incredible, even the ruthless could be dealt with. Chen Luo snorted. It was indeed Mu Tiange's handiwork. Damn it, she couldn't be spared. He had to kill her. Who knew what other tricks she would pull? Though he was not afraid those around him could be in danger. Chen Luo then asked, did Mu Tiange have anyone else know you were bringing zombies? No, it was just the two of us. She said she would deal with the scumbag and would show up at a critical moment. Jiang Feng replied with a bitter smile. Before Chen Luo could say anything, a scream filled with pain echoed through the air. The sound came from the direction of the community entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Deju looked on in confusion, unsure of what it meant. Chen Luo, however, paled slightly. A zombie had transformed into a mutant. Based on the intensity of the scream, it seemed to be a level 4 or 5 mutant zombie. Just then, 2 large buses were approaching the community. It was indeed the 2 white buses belonging to Mu Tiange. A horde of zombies blocked the entrance to the community, the ones Jiang Feng had attracted. Upon seeing this, Mu Tiange remained calm and said, accelerate, crash into them, crush them to death. She worried that if she arrived late, Mi Ling might be eaten by the zombies. Time was not something one could measure precisely. Thus she returned a little earlier. The girl driving nodded and sped towards the zombies. Currently, the zombies had not evolved to level 1 and lacked intelligence, merely blocking the car's path. Several were knocked away, but one zombie dodged to the side, watching coldly. It gathered its hands to form a fireball about the size of a basketball and threw it at the bus. With a loud bang, the rear window of the bus shattered, and the fireball exploded in the back seat. Screams erupted. Since the gas tanks carried by Mu Tiange's group were in the back, no one was seated there, so there were no casualties. Flames engulfed the gas tanks, beginning to burn fiercely. No one knew if the tanks would explode the next second. Mu Tiange's face changed drastically as she shouted, stop the car, get out. A group of people hurriedly got out of the car. The zombie had already gathered its next fireball and aimed it at the crowd, instantly killing 2 girls. Mu Tiange's face turned pale. How could there be such a monstrous zombie? She trembled and shouted, sisters, focus your fire on it. All the girls with ranged attacks trembled as they gathered their abilities to attack the zombie. But this was not a low-level zombie. It wouldn't stand still for them to attack. Mu Tiange's attack was the fastest, as she simply used her mental energy to control a fruit knife she carried with her. The knife floated in the air, swiftly aiming for the zombie's neck. In response to the floating fruit knife, the zombie's hands suddenly burst into flames, catching the knife with its bare hands. Though the knife pierced slightly into its hand, it was inconsequential. Before the others' attacks could reach, the zombie lunged at Mu Tiange. Firstly, she was the first to attack it, and secondly, the zombie seemed to understand that capturing the leader first was key. Mu Tiange's mind went blank. Why was it coming straight for her? The girl's spells finally flew towards the zombie, but the zombie's agile form enabled it to dodge. If it couldn't avoid it, it didn't matter much. It posed no immediate threat. The level difference was quite significant. This zombie was not terrifying, only level 5, but its appearance at this moment was frightening for the survivors. Mu Tiange panicked watching the approaching zombie and instinctively pushed someone beside her out. She was willing to die for Mi Ling in her past life, but did not want to die for others. Chen Luo had only heard about it and had not seen it with his own eyes, so the specifics were unknown. The arriving Chen Luo clicked his tongue and said, truly self-inflicted. Chen Luo rushed to the scene with one primary objective: to eliminate this mutated zombie. Having evolved from a level 0 to a level 4 or 5 abomination, it could not survive beyond a single day. Though it had gained rudimentary intelligence, it was still far from surpassing human cognition. Chen Luo possessed absolute confidence in his ability to slay it. Why would he hesitate? What spelled catastrophe for others was for Chen Luo an unexpected boon. Though only newly ascended to level 4, he wielded skills from his past life, Void Walking and the Void Blade. These abilities enabled him to slay foes 2 or even 3 levels above himself, level 5, level 6, and even certain sluggish level 7 zombies. Beyond level 7, however, was another matter entirely. Mu Tiange, panic-stricken, shoved a young woman forward as a living shield, an act that left everyone stunned. Was this truly the same Mu Zong who had led them through the apocalypse's earliest horrors and guided them to safety? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. If these women had willingly participated in Mu Tiange's betrayal, then no matter their utility, he would never accept them. Yet Jiang Feng had assured him that only he and Mu Tiange knew the truth, and Chen Luo believed him. There was simply no credible justification she could offer, as surely she wouldn't admit she coveted Mi Ling and sought to eliminate Chen Luo. He held little regard for the group as a whole, but Shu Yan was different. Her talent was exceptional, her character commendable. As for Mu Tinga, death was inevitable. The only question was whether she would fall by his hand or by the zombies. To kill her himself now would be swift, but she had lived alongside these women, shared their trials. Women's hearts softened easily. Executing her before their eyes would inevitably breed distance and distrust. The ideal outcome was for her to perish at the zombies' claws. With a wry smile, Chen Luo mocked Director Mu. Truly is using your own sisters as shields the proper conduct in such a critical moment. Tisk tsk, I never imagined you'd stoop to this. Even as he spoke, his palm lashed out, a brutal, precise strike across Mu Tinga's face. The blow landed with savage accuracy. Her fair right cheek swelled instantly, its surface dimpling inward from the force. What strength did Chen Luo command? The impact sent Mu Tinga hurtling backward 4 or 5 meters, tangled, disheveled, and sprawled helplessly beneath the zombie's looming form. Did the zombie show restraint? Not in the least. Its razor-sharp hands plunged deep into Mu Tinga's chest, piercing straight through. This zombie had mastered self-restraint. It knew the feast could wait. First, it would slaughter every last survivor. Only then would it savor its meal. Mu Tinga let out a final agonized shriek, then fell silent, her fate unknown. At that very instant, something wholly unexpected unfolded. A young woman leapt from the vehicle, clutching a blazing gas cylinder, her expression wild with resolve. She cried out, voice raw with desperation, sisters, run first. I'll hold it off. And with that, she charged headlong toward the zombie, the cylinder clutched tight in her arms. That woman was Shu Yun. Earlier she had observed that even her spells, if they struck the zombie, would have negligible effect. She realized instantly that their group stood no chance against it. Concentrated assault risked devastating retaliation, yet without coordination they would merely bleed to death slowly. Better then that she buy them time, alone. She had spotted the gas cylinder in the vehicle. Perhaps its explosion could wound, or even kill, the beast. Clutching the roaring, incandescent cylinder, Shu Yun's face burned not with fire, but with unyielding fury. Even Chen Luo, witnessing the scene, could not help but murmur in awe, young lady, I don't bow to walls, but I bow to you. He himself felt a chill. How much greater must her terror have been, and yet how immense her courage. It was imperative she survive. Already the void blade coalesced in Chen Luo's grip. The zombie too sensed an anomaly, an unfamiliar, perilous energy. Yet it never anticipated the figure vanishing, only to reappear behind it, blade flashing toward its throat. Its final conscious thought was simple: I've been ambushed. Its head parted cleanly from its body, life extinguished. Any method capable of killing a human could kill a zombie, though unlike human, zombies felt pain without letting it hinder combat. A normal person losing an arm would collapse screaming, but a zombie fought on. Sever its head, however, and it died without question. Its greatest vulnerability lay in the brow, but that demanded a frontal strike. A rear ambush, by contrast, was seamless. This maneuver was second nature to Chen Luo, one clean, decisive stroke, slaying a level 5 zombie in an instant. The cost, however, was steep. One use of void walking, and the void blade nearly drained Chen Luo's reserves. The women stared stunned. Was it truly over? Jiang Feng, watching from behind, gaped in disbelief. Chen Luo wasted no time basking in glory. He shouted urgently to Shu Yun, who remained frozen in place, drop the cylinder. Now? Do you want to be caught in the blast? Shu Yun jolted awake with a scream, flinging the cylinder aside before stumbling backward, then collapsing onto the ground, face buried in her hands as sobs racked her frame. Was she afraid? Of course, terrified beyond measure. Yet in that moment fear had been eclipsed by resolve. Only afterward did the cold dread seep in, leaving her limbs numb and weak. Let her weep. There was no shame in grief. Release was healing. No one dared approach the abandoned cylinder. Half a minute later it detonated, its thunderous blast shrouding the scene in smoke. Amidst the chaos and lingering shock, Fa Wang stepped forward with quiet, deliberate strides toward Mu Tinga's fallen form. Whether she still drew breath, no one knew. Matters inconvenient for the master fall to me, he mused. Not dead yet. No matter. I'll finish the job. Fa Wang approached undetected and delivered a single brutal strike to Mu Tinga's face. Game over. She was truly gone. Remarkable power, he thought, glancing at her ruined visage. This cylinder didn't just explode. It obliterated her features. Chen Luo glanced sidelong at Fa Wang. Good grief. You grow more shameless by the day. Though the zombie lay dead, no one wore relief upon their faces. 3 sisters had perished. Their leader Mu Tinga was gone. And her final act, sacrificing one of her own, had shattered whatever loyalty remained. Grief now mingled with profound disorientation. What came next? Whose voice would now guide them? Who would assume leadership? First, Chen Luo extracted the crimson crystal embedded within the zombie's skull, and a faint satisfied smile touched his lips. This artifact would prove invaluable. Then he approached Shu Yun and extended his hand, voice, "Gentle, let me help you up." She met his gaze and placed her trembling hand in his. Chen Luo said softly, "Comfort your sisters. The fallen deserve rest." He summoned Fang Yu and the other three, instructing them to carry the remains to the nearby hills and lay them to rest. Shu Yun whispered, "Thank you." Chen Luo feigned casual curiosity, "And what are your plans now?" She paused. "Plans? Indeed, those who survived must continue living." And without thinking, her eyes lifted, searching, seeking, settling upon Chen Luo. The crowd tidied up and returned to their respective homes. Shu Yun gathered everyone together. "Sisters, Mu Tiange is dead. What are your plans?" "Before we used to call her sister, but now we're calling her Mu Tiange directly. There's no choice, her actions were too heartbreaking." Upon hearing this, many faces showed confusion. When Mu Tiange was alive, they didn't know what to do, just taking things one step at a time and living day by day. With Mu Tiange dead, they felt even more lost. Someone said, "Shu Yun let you lead us. I didn't respect you before, but just now, when you charged at the zombies with a gas can to save us, I couldn't have done that myself." Everyone unanimously agreed this was much better than Mu Tiange. One's true character only shows in times of crisis. Shu Yun waved her hand, saying, "There are others more suited than me." The crowd looked around, wondering who that could be. Shu Yun said solemnly, "Chen Luo." As soon as this was said, the group of girls erupted in discussion. Just now that man killed a zombie with a single sword strike. He was so cool. That sword in his hand was really awesome, it glowed. The key point is I saw Chen Luo suddenly appear behind the zombie, superpower. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. This man is too strong. Ew, I feel so much safer being by his side. What if he has designs on us? If he does, you'd be the lucky one. You wouldn't need to worry about him having bad intentions. You just a glance from him, and I'd warm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. Oh, I can do it right now. Shu Yun smiled helplessly. Things were getting more twisted. Chen Luo also told me he has 50 tons of rice. As long as we join him, I think we won't have to worry about starving in the near future. Some girls were shocked. 50 tons. They immediately began calculating. We have 20 people now. If each person eats 1 pound of rice a day, 1 ton is 200 pounds, enough for 100 days. 50 tons. That's 5000 days, 15 years. Everyone was instantly intrigued. Not only was he strong, but he was also handsome and had food. Wasn't he the perfect catch? I agree. I agree too. Hey, we wanna, but will he want us? Shu Yun said, "I'll ask him. It should be fine." Shu Yun was quite confident. Chen Luo himself mentioned having food supplies, implying his willingness to share. Finding someone to rely on was much better than drifting aimlessly like a leaf. Chen Luo was at home comfortably fishing, not knowing what kind of person would refuse. This group of girls had no ambitions. They wouldn't run away. Sure enough, Shu Yun came back. Chen Luo nodded, saying, "As long as you can follow the rules I set, you can join us." He stepped forward, clearing his throat as 20 pairs of shining eyes fixed on him. By the way, none of these girls were unattractive. Even the less exceptional ones were barely passing. Chen Luo said seriously, "Of course I want us all to unite, but there are a few points I need to clarify first. If you can't adhere to them, then don't say anything. First, at all times you must absolutely obey orders. If you join and don't listen to commands, don't blame me for being merciless. Of course it won't be like what you're imagining. There won't be anything inappropriate. No one will be forced if they don't want to. No one rejected. Second, here there's no distinction between genders. If I differentiate between genders, do zombies differentiate? In battle, men and women will be treated equally. Don't come to me later saying you're scared or can't do it." Chen Luo's expression was cold. If anything happens, the consequences will be severe. These girls had escaped from a company building with over 1,000 people. Besides luck, their mental fortitude was commendable. They were brave in battle. No one ran when facing zombies. Those with weak minds had been eliminated long ago. But it was necessary to state these things up front to prevent any thoughts from arising. Third, the best resources should not flow to outsiders. If you need to find a partner, try to find one within our group. My bottom line is that if I meet someone attractive outside, they must join us. If I find them suitable, I will help them integrate in. Join. The girls were somewhat dumbfounded. Chen Luo explained, "If I work hard to cultivate someone only for them to be taken away, that's one thing. But if the other party has bad intentions and tries to uncover our secrets, it poses a threat to everyone." Chen Luo began to instill some harsh truths. If the other party isn't willing to do this, how can they claim to love you? If you can't even eat the food of your beloved, how can you say you love him? Hey, A group of girls whispered among themselves, finding Chen Luo's words reasonable. However, these thoughts seemed too distant. Right now, their only thought was to survive. In the end, Chen Luo said, "I will do my utmost to ensure your safety." He wasn't in a hurry and stepped outside to give them a few minutes to think and discuss. Within 3 minutes, Xu Yun ran out saying, "Chen Luo, everyone agrees." Chen Luo smiled. "Thank you all for your trust. For now, let Xu Yun lead you. She will be responsible for contacting me. It's getting late. Let's start cooking. I have a little surprise for everyone at noon." Watching Xu Yun's back, Chen Luo thought that she was quite good and could be cultivated as a core member. But for now, he couldn't give her anything extravagant. The time was still short. We'll talk about that later. What to eat for lunch? There wasn't much to eat, just boiled rice and stir-fried shredded potatoes. Fang Yu came, and Chen Luo didn't give anything good to this group of girls either. When everyone behaved, well, he would find an excuse to bring out some meat. For now, to celebrate, everyone joining Chen Luo took out a little something. Old Dry Father spicy sauce. "Oh, it's Dry Father." Chen Luo laughed, handing out a bottle to each person. This single bottle would probably last them several days. In the afternoon, he would have Ma Yu bring some buns and pancakes. Eating only rice wouldn't do. Fang Yu and the others were also quite cheerful. Having a group of girls join made everything feel different. Yang Xian occasionally stole glances. "I feel like I'm not far from finding a partner." "I feel the same. There are only 7 men, but over 20 girls. The yin is strong, and the yang is weak. I won't eat this Old Dry Father. I'll save it for charming the girls." Jiang Feng shamelessly approached Chen Luo. "Brother Chen, can I also join you?" Chen Luo smiled as he looked at him. In a sense, Jiang Feng had been kind to him in his past life. He was capable, and Chen Luo had a slight understanding of his character. He wasn't Mu Tiange, why wouldn't he take him in? Chen Luo joined the others at noon, eating steamed rice with shredded potatoes. After days of rich, meat-heavy meals, a simple vegetarian dish offered a welcome change of pace. Only Lin Fan, the true carnivore, ate the chicken breasts specially cooked for him by Ma Yu. It was his absolute favorite. No one else might be neglected, but Lin Fan would never be. Though modest, the meal drew no complaints. It was far better than usual, and having food at all was already a blessing. After finishing, Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun. "Record everyone's name, ability, and the day they awakened after the cataclysm. Then bring me the list." Humph. Chen Luo judged people solely by their abilities, not by appearance or age. Chen Luo provided paper and ink, and Xu Yun soon delivered the completed registry. The group now numbered 20 survivors. 3 had perished earlier, excluding Mu Tiange. First, he reviewed their abilities: 6 with physical enhancement, 4 with fire affinity, 2 with lightning, 4 with ice, 2 with earth, 1 with nature affinity, and 1 with light affinity. Chen Luo felt a flicker of pleasant surprise. Light affinity, an exceedingly rare talent. Though not as extraordinary as spatial affinity, it appeared in only 1 out of every 5 or 600 individuals. Given the low overall survivor count, this ratio was already remarkably slim. Light affinity users could heal, bestow beneficial buffs, and some even wielded formidable combat prowess. Meili was an extreme case. She possessed exceptional aptitude for supportive light arts, yet showed virtually no capacity for offensive applications. The light affinity user was named Wang Ling, the very woman Jiang Feng had coveted. She awakened on the 3rd day, adequate though unexceptional. Xu Yun held the highest potential. She awakened near dusk on the 1st day, around 5 o'clock. Those awakening on day 1 were invariably promising talents, possessing latent royalty or potential. Among them, Law Kings represented the pinnacle. Everyone mocked her as dog, yet none could rival her. The other women displayed merely average aptitude. Even one had awakened only on day 13. Without notable achievements or powerful patronage, such individuals would likely be relegated to logistical support. Logistical roles carried predictably meager benefits. Only frontline combatants enjoyed superior rations and privileges. To put it bluntly, they were expendable. Chen Luo calculated that level 1 zombies would multiply significantly within the next 2 or 3 days. He needed to train these women intensively before then, and seize the opportunity to scavenge supplies using any valuable finds as justified rewards. At 2:30 p.m., Chen Luo assembled everyone, including Ma Yu. Though she had yet to engage in actual combat, he did not expect her to fight well. He merely wished to acclimate her to battlefield conditions. Ma Yu was undeniably fortunate. Her culinary skill, while excellent, was hardly unmatched nationwide. Yet she had met Chen Luo at precisely the right moment. What troubled him most, however, was whether to assign guards to protect their base. There was little of real value there. Nothing would be missed if stolen. Yet certain supplies Chen Luo had deliberately displayed publicly remained, and the mere idea of someone breaking into their stronghold was deeply unsettling. Who could feel comfortable knowing their private bedroom, their most intimate sanctuary, had been violated? As nearby bases multiplied, home infiltrators would become increasingly common. After deliberation, Chen Luo decided to leave Feng Yu and Su Lan behind. He instructed them, if few intruders appear, issue a warning. If ignored, strike. If many gather, feign ignorance until I return to handle it. They nodded in agreement. The group then departed in 3 vehicles. The first was Chen Luo's heavy-duty truck driven by Yang Xian, intended for cargo transport and road clearing. The second was a bus, the company shuttle formerly used by Mu Tiange's team to carry the women. Originally 2 buses existed, but one had exploded after being loaded with gas cylinders and was now inoperable. The third vehicle was Chen Luo's black Audi. Mi Ling sat beside him in the front passenger seat, while Mi Li Ma Yu and Mi Fan occupied the rear. Su Dezhu rode aboard the heavy truck. He'd flatly refused to board the bus, even when offered. Inside the heavy truck's cab, 4 men exchanged boisterous banter. Suddenly Zhang Feng pointed, "Look at that zombie, still strikingly handsome even in undeath. Must have been a stunning beauty in life. You can tell that. Then let's knock her out and haul her back." Yang Xian joked, exaggerating dramatically. Su Dezhu added teasingly, as Brother Feng once said, "Once the lights go out, who can tell what anyone looks like?" With a thunderous crunch, the heavy truck smashed aside a white minivan blocking the road, clearing their path. Their destination, a nearby apparel wholesale market. The women had almost no spare clothing. Even Su Dezhu still wore Chen Luo's clothes. Though garments ranked far below food in priority, having them was undeniably preferable. The expedition also served as battlefield initiation, honing coordination and exposing individual weaknesses. Thanks to the heavy truck's vanguard role, their journey proceeded relatively unimpeded. Chen Luo estimated the market and its surrounding area housed 300 to 400 zombies. He decided to let the women fight first, exhausting themselves before stepping in alongside Fa Wang. Chen Luo commanded, "Form battle formation." Naturally, it followed the tank mage healer paradigm, though only 2 healers were available. Zhang Feng controls zombie numbers. If more than 30 converge at once, divert part of the horde. The physically enhanced formed the frontline shield, intercepting and eliminating zombies that breach defenses, thereby safeguarding elemental mages so they could unleash spells unhindered. A seasoned mage could kite enemies independently, but these novices could not yet be trusted to do so. The main force methodically cleared zombies while Zhang Feng lured reinforcements away, preventing overwhelming numbers from swamping their ranks. Facing the undead, none panicked, but Chen Luo shook his head. Spell accuracy remained frustratingly low, only the sheer density of targets ensured hits. He watched clearly as an ice arrow aimed precisely at a young male zombie struck an elderly woman instead. Multiple spells overlapped on single targets, wasting excess damage. Immediately after awakening, each person could cast 2 or 3 spells, enough to severely wound but not instantly kill zombies. By the peak of level 1, spell capacity rose to 6 or 7 casts. Casting speed also improved with sufficient practice. 1 spell every 1 or 2 seconds became achievable, far quicker than the current 5 to 6 second intervals. Yet natural talent shone through in some, like Mi Ling, whose fireballs flew fast, accurate, and relentless, roasting zombies in sustained conflagrations. With greater advancement, she would likely soon master area effect techniques. Relying solely on Xu Yun and the others here would have ended in annihilation. Chen Luo and Fa Wang remained motionless, standing guard, ready to intervene if danger arose, though none required assistance. Zhang Feng bore much of the burden. Without him, they might have faced over 100 charging zombies simultaneously. Once the zombies were mostly eradicated, the group began selecting suitable garments and loading them onto the heavy truck. Everyone worked, regardless of gender. In the pre-cataclysm world, men would have labored while women chatted idly nearby. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, Chen Luo surreptitiously slipped several pairs of black stockings into his spatial storage. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Can a thief ever escape being caught? Chen Luo thought no one was watching, unaware that he was seen by Mi Ling, who was also putting on her clothes. Mi Ling's peripheral vision unconsciously caught sight of it. "What is that? Mi Ling, you're wearing that. I didn't expect you to have such a taste. How terrifying. No way, he can't be that twisted, right? Who is that for? Mealy?" A strange thought arose in Mi Ling's mind, as it didn't seem to match her sister's temperament. The colors were reversed. More than 20 people were loading clothes onto a truck, and Zhang Feng and the others acted deliberately, quickly filling the truck with clothes. All were youth clothing. During this season, the clothes for sale were mostly summer wear. Shirts, shorts, denim t-shirts, and more were all available. Everyone wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and a girl looked at Mi Ling with envy. Mi Ling, you are truly born beautiful. Even after such a long time, your skin is still so fair and tender, and your complexion is excellent. Although Xu Yun and the others were a group of beauties after so many days of anxiety and poor living conditions, each of them appeared somewhat haggard, and their complexions were not good. Beauty 20. If it weren't for becoming an ability user and significantly improving her physical condition, many might have already collapsed. When this girl spoke, others also nodded in agreement. Mi Ling smiled bitterly. A born beautiful, what a joke. She thought about her return from school, weary from the journey, and before bathing, she looked in the mirror. A dark-faced woman far worse than Xu Yun and the others. It was truly tragic. Chen Luo had 8 dishes and a soup every day meticulously prepared by Ma Yu. How could her complexion be poor? It wasn't Chen Luo. Ma Yu knew who she was. Could she be served? With Chen Luo's protection, she slept soundly every night. If it weren't for Chen Luo, she might still be hiding with Mi Li, constantly searching for supplies and worrying about threats from zombies and other survivors. Eating would definitely not be good, and sleeping would not be peaceful, like when she returned home, always on guard at night, and often having nightmares. That kind of feeling was truly exhausting. Xu Yun at least had more than 20 people gathered providing mutual support. Without Chen Luo, her complexion and spirit would certainly not be as good as Xu Yun and the others. There was a supermarket in the market, not large, but because there were many zombies in the market, it had not been searched yet. A girl excitedly rushed in, ready to empty the supermarket. In summer, the supermarket had the most water. The weather was hot, and everyone had done a lot of work, feeling very thirsty. A girl was about to open a bottle of mineral water to take a big gulp, but Xu Yun stopped her and turned to ask Chen Luo, "Captain, can we have a bottle of water first?" Chen Luo smiled and said 2 bottles per person. Upon receiving Chen Luo's consent, everyone couldn't help but open the mineral water. In this apocalyptic world, drinking tap water can lead to severe stomach pain. Some of these girls had experienced that pain and knew the value of water. They were extremely thirsty but reluctant to drink it all at once. Some only drank half and carefully stored the water. Some only dared to drink a third. Mi Ling watched, feeling quite uncomfortable. What kind of world is this where one has to conserve water like this? It seemed she had experienced the same on her way home, and it only changed after arriving home. Mi Ling sighed and exchanged a glance with Mi Li. Mi Li felt complicated. Ever since Chen Luo arrived, she had never gone hungry or thirsty again. At this moment, her thoughts were similar to Mi Ling's. Mi Li thought to herself that tonight she would confront Chen Luo. Chen Luo said, "Prepare to go back." However, Zhang Feng shouted, "Just now when I attracted the zombies, I saw a pastry shop at the entrance, and there were still many pastries inside." Chen Luo felt no ripple in his heart, but the girls were thrilled. Upon reaching the pastry shop, the cabinets inside were already tumbled down, with many pastries scattered on the floor. Some pastries seemed to have been taken away. Xu Yun stepped forward and grabbed a piece of bread, tearing off a piece to taste. Xu Yun exclaimed, "Although the texture is a bit off, it's not expired and still edible. Then let's eat this tonight. We should finish it quickly before it goes bad." Everyone grabbed bags, eagerly collecting pastries. They hesitated only slightly about those on the ground, taking all that had not been stained with blood. Everyone was cheerful, but Mi Ling and Mi Li felt even more discomfort. Chen Luo sighed, truly a group of understanding girls. Tomorrow at noon, he would take out some cured meat or canned meat to give them a treat, plus an apple. After extracting the crystals from the zombies, everyone returned to the city. They safely returned home. Chen Luo asked Fang Yu, who was left behind, if anyone had tried to break into the villa, but he had driven them off. Chen Luo instructed Ma Yu, "Cook something, I'm a bit hungry." He had only eaten a little stir-fried potato strips for lunch, which couldn't last long. This afternoon, Xu Yun and the others' attitudes made Chen Luo very satisfied. Although their combat level was a bit lacking, their quality had improved, with no one shouting or screaming, and no one had fled at the last moment. Chen Luo decided to reward them. Xu Yun and the others were divided into 2 villas. Chen Luo took out 2 walkie-talkies and taught them how to use them, so they could contact him if needed. He also handed out 2 fully charged phones and power banks to them. They could watch movies during their free time at night to pass the time. This naturally brought about a cheer. That night, Chen Luo was in his room playing computer games when a knock on the door sounded. Chen Luo's eyes brightened. It was Mi Li. Was there a chance to do something mischievous? Mi Li sat beside Chen Luo and whispered, "This afternoon, as I watched Sister Xu Yun and the others, I deeply realized how fortunate it is to have you here, Chen Luo brother." Mi Li lowered her head, blushing as she said, "Chen Luo brother, can I be your girlfriend?" Given Mi Li's personality, it took immense courage to say such a thing. Chen Luo responded to Mi Li's confession with action. 3 minutes later, Mi Li let out a low gasp. 2 wasn't ready yet. Chen Luo said like a wolf grandmother, "Mealy, what time is it now? In this world, no one knows how long they will live. Today doesn't guarantee tomorrow. By the time you are ready, your Chen Luo brother might already be gone. Wouldn't that be a pity?" Upon hearing this, Mealy felt it was so true. Instead, Mealy actively hugged Chen Luo. "Seize the flowers while they bloom, lest you wait in vain for blooms that will not appear." Chen Luo hadn't expected this happiness to come so suddenly. He thought he would have to wait a while. Somehow Chen Luo felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Chen Luo broke into a cold sweat. Mi Fan was there. Chen Luo swiftly threw Mi Fan, who was curiously watching him from the side, out of the room. Mi Fan. Chen Luo carried Mi Fan in one arm, opened the door with the other, and dropped him unceremoniously onto the floor from over a meter high. Brusque to say the least. Cough, cough. This also proves Chen Luo's impatience. Such a height posed no danger to a cat, yet Mi Fan was utterly bewildered. Mi Fan felt deeply aggrieved. "Chen Luo, you weren't like this before." With a sharp click, the door slammed shut and locked behind him. He could no longer get back in. Fa Wong, sprawled on the floor outside, seemed to smirk. "Might as well sleep obediently out here with me." At that moment, Mi Ling opened her door. Her room lacked a bathroom, so she headed for the private one on the 3rd floor. Spotting Mi Fan, Mi Ling teased, "Isn't this Xiao Mi Fan, the little cat from Chen Luo's home? Why aren't you sleeping with him? What brings you to the living room?" "Humph," Mi Fan retorted. "Chen Luo is tormenting Mi Li inside his room. I saw how distressed she looked. He must have feared I'd intervene, so he shooed me out. Mi Fan has pride, you know." Hearing this, Mi Ling froze. "Torment? How exactly?" Unlike Mi Fan, she understood far more than he did. Mi Ling's expression flickered rapidly. Instinctively, she lunged toward the door to rescue Mi Li, but Fa Wong blocked her path. "Without the master's permission, no one enters. Follow protocol, knock first. Otherwise, don't blame me if this dog's face turns cold." Just as Mi Ling raised her hand to knock, something occurred to her, and she abruptly withdrew. If Mi Li consented, willingly barging in would be inappropriate. Clenching her fists, Mi Ling seethed inwardly. How infuriating. Mi Li has only just come of age. With anyone else, she'd slap him dead in an instant. But this is Chen Luo. Mi Ling sighed wistfully. "Our family's tender cabbage has been devoured by a pig. Well, wasn't this inevitable?" Mi Ling returned to her room, her mood tangled and heavy. Mi Fan tried to follow. He was accustomed to sleeping beside someone, and now apparently he would have to settle for her company. But Mi Ling slammed the door shut with a sharp bang. Mi Fan's large blue eyes shimmered faintly with unshed tears. "Woo-woo, no one wants Mi Fan anymore." Mi Ling tossed and turned, all night restless and unsettled. Hardly a wink of sleep. The next morning at 7 o'clock, breakfast awaited them at the table: millet porridge and steamed pork buns. Chen Luo said, "Aunt, you please fry 2 sunny-side-up eggs later." Ma Yu nodded, then asked curiously, "Where's Mi Li?" "Still asleep. She never sleeps in." Mi Ling scoffed coldly. What else could it be? Corrupted by someone, obviously. Chen Luo flushed awkwardly. "Sister-in-law, how did you know?" Then he remembered Mi Li hadn't returned to her room. Ma Yu grasped it instantly. So that was it. She'd long suspected Mi Li's affection for Chen Luo. It was merely surprising he'd waited this long to act. She'd assumed he'd rush headlong into romance much earlier. In these times, who had the luxury of slow, tender courtship? Ma Yu glanced casually at Mi Ling. How she wondered, would Chen Luo handle this formidable elder sister-in-law? Meanwhile, Fa Wong devoured his breakfast heartily, while Mi Fan reclined aloofly on the sofa. Chen Luo approached Mi Fan sheepishly. "Mi Fan, why aren't you eating? Starving yourself isn't healthy." Mi Fan gave a delicate sniff. Mi Fan is furious, and fury has grave consequences. "How grave exactly?" Chen Luo asked, still abashed. Last night his haste had led him to toss Mi Fan aside without thought. It was only natural the cat would be upset. Mi Fan lifted his chin proudly, grave enough that even one dried fish treat won't suffice. Chen Luo chuckled. "Then what about 10? No, 20. Agreed. Fine. Since you've shown such sincerity, I forgive you. Now hug me." Chen Luo's heart melted. So utterly adorable. Yet gently stroking Mi Fan's fur, he added, "Mi Fan, daytime cuddles are welcome, but you're a mature kitten now. Nights must be spent alone." He needed to foster Mi Fan's independence. No more shared beds for him, nor any chance of sleeping with Mi Li. Carrying breakfast into her room, he waited until past 8:30 for Mi Li to emerge, shy and avoiding everyone's gaze. Chen Luo did not linger in blissful indolence, but adhered strictly to yesterday's plan, gathering everyone for training. The focus was practical spell application. Accuracy mattered. If spells missed their mark, they were useless. For elemental users, fixed targets were set up, demanding precise control, using minimal energy. Mi Ling already demonstrated exceptional precision, so Chen Luo assigned her to target Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng would soon confront hordes of level 1 zombies whose threat lay not in melee, but in spellcasting. A direct hit could inflict grievous injury. Even minor wounds were optimistic. Evading spells was thus essential, and Mi Ling's skill made her ideal for honing Jiang Feng's reflexes. As for Su Dezhu, whose strength lay in raw physical power, he assisted on the side. At 10 o'clock, Chen Luo checked the time and instructed Ma Yu to begin cooking. Originally, he'd planned simple rations, cured pork or canned luncheon meat, for everyone. But last night's wedding night had filled him with joy. So today called for a grand feast. Deliberately revealing the generator in his garage lent plausibility to the presence of fresh meat in the refrigerator. Chen Luo retrieved roughly 10 kilograms of pork and asked Ma Yu to prepare braised pork belly with potatoes. Though cooking for nearly 30 people was taxing, Ma Yu managed, yet relying solely on her was unsustainable. As the group expanded, delegation became imperative. Chen Luo assigned Jiang Ling, a young woman who'd awakened light element abilities, as Ma Yu's assistant. Her talents required little practice, making her perfect for supportive roles. Jiang Ling's culinary skills, though modest compared to Ma Yu's, were still commendable. Moreover, the pork Chen Luo produced came straight from cold storage, indistinguishable from refrigerated cuts. When Jiang Ling saw the pork, her eyes widened, and she unconsciously swallowed. Pork. Ma Yu smiled. Chen Luo noticed you'd gone days without a proper meal, so he arranged this feast. She couldn't very well announce, this is our wedding banquet. Jiang Ling peeled and diced potatoes, Mi Li rinsed rice, Ma Yu sliced meat, and began cooking. Only at mealtime did everyone learn they'd be feasting on braised pork belly with potatoes. Their stomachs, long starved of fat and flavor, churned with eager anticipation. With no indoor space large enough for nearly 30 people, Chen Luo moved the dining table outdoors, so everyone could gather, laugh, and enjoy themselves together. Fragrant braised pork and steaming rice tantalized every palate. Understanding their hunger, Chen Luo wasted no words. Dig in. Each person received a bottle of cola alongside their portion. From the 10 kilograms of pork, each got roughly 350 grams, ample when paired with potatoes for a truly sumptuous meal. Everyone silently rejoiced. What fortune to follow Chen Luo. Mid-bite, some women burst into tears, overcome with sheer uncontainable joy. The rich aroma of braised pork traveled far, drawing a battered sedan to a halt. A gaunt man and woman, seemingly siblings, stepped out, their faces etched with exhaustion. The man and woman who disembarked were indeed siblings, brotherly Ming and sisterly Hui. Sensing escalating danger in the city center, they ventured perilously into a more remote area. They had hoped the outskirts would be safer, perhaps even housing a rescue base. But those zombies were far fewer here than in the urban core. Their hopes were quickly tempered. Yet all supplies and convenience stores had vanished. Upon spotting a supermarket nestled within this villa district, they felt a surge of relief, only to be deeply disappointed upon entering. They searched 2 villas in vain, finding no bottled water and daring not to drink from the tap. Though they still had some food and weren't hungry, having gone nearly a full day without water left their lips severely cracked. Hearing movement near Chen Luo's residence, Li Hui hurried over to investigate. As she drew closer, though not hungry, her gaze locked onto the braised pork on the table, and she instinctively swallowed hard. At that moment, the aroma of braised pork held astonishing power. Li Ming strained to avert his eyes, not only from the dish, but also from the ice-cold cola beside it. Chilled by an ice affinity cultivator, the cola demanded to be served frosty. Only then did it possess true soul. Startled by Li Ming's sudden appearance, the group watched as he forced a hesitant smile. Sorry to intrude. We're seeking clean drinking water. I'm prepared to trade food for it. If you merely beg, I'd never hand it over without cause. Chen Luo nodded calmly. Shu Yun, bring 2 bottles of mineral water. Relief washed over Li Ming's face at the promise of water and the agreement to trade. He hurried back to his car, retrieved 2 packs of instant noodles, then paused, before adding 2 sausages. Shu Yun, Chen Luo said, noticing her glance toward him. For matters like this, you may decide independently next time. She was a young woman of remarkable discretion, yet perhaps overly so. Nodding, Shu Yun consented to the exchange. Li Ming seized the water bottles, eagerly opened one, and handed it first to his sister, then uncapped his own and drank deeply. Chen Luo observed silently, inwardly approving. His character thus far appeared sound. But what use was virtue to him? This was merely a transaction. Chen Luo gestured warmly. Everyone please continue eating. Don't let the dishes grow cold. After finishing the water, Li Hui gazed longingly at the braised pork, her eyes all but glued to the plate. Li Ming noticed, and desperately wanted to barter food for a portion just to satisfy his sister. Yet their rations were dwindling, indulging a fleeting craving meant facing hunger at the next meal. With a quiet sigh, Li Ming drove the car a little farther away to avoid obstructing the entrance and dampening others' appetites. Inside the vehicle, Li Ming and Li Hui ate dry instant noodles. Suddenly, Li Hui murmured, "Brother, there's a group of older sisters over there. I don't think they're dangerous. Should we join them?" Li Ming froze, then felt a stirring of genuine interest. Had the group been comprised solely of men, he'd have refused outright. As a man himself, he knew well how unchecked desire could ignite chaos, especially when societal order had collapsed. And with his sister's striking appearance, the risk would have been grave. But a group of women, that changed everything. Li Ming nodded. "Stay in the car. I'll go ask." Recognizing Chen Luo as the leader, Li Ming approached the fence and addressed him with a deferential smile. "Sir, I and my sister find ourselves gravely unsafe. Might we seek your protection?" "Of course, we'll follow your lead in any task you assign." "You must first prove your worth," Chen Luo replied without hesitation. "Go now. Hunt zombies outside the compound, kill 10, and return with the crystals from their skulls as proof. You may use weapons, but no vehicles or external aids." A chime echoed faintly in Li Ming's mind. "NPC Chen Luo has issued you a quest." He didn't refuse, but must he begin with zombie hunting? Li Ming realized this was a test. Were they competent, or merely dead weight? Oddly, that reassured him. Had Chen Luo accepted them instantly, Li Ming might have feared walking into a trap, into a den where he and his sister would be exploited, or worse. He nodded firmly. "We'll depart at once." Returning to the car, Li Ming briefed Li Hui, then retrieved a blood-stained fire axe from the trunk and strode resolutely toward the compound gate, deliberately leaving the vehicle behind lest Chen Luo suspect reliance on it. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Luo judged them unlikely to be useless. Those traveling with kin, unlike solitary survivors, were inherently more trustworthy, for they bore attachments, loved ones whose safety compelled careful consideration before betrayal. Chen Luo offered them this chance not out of benevolence, but necessity. Recruitment was imperative. Why reject capable individuals? At present his group numbered 30, hardly enough. Far too few. This was the apocalypse. Death was inevitable, its toll devastating. In 3 months, Chen Luo couldn't predict how many of his current companions would still draw breath. He would feed no idle mouths. Once zombies evolved to level 1, every survivor would venture forth to hunt them and collect their crystals. Without expanding his ranks, how could he stand against future forces of hundreds? He delayed recruitment earlier, not merely for logistical inconvenience, but because survivors hadn't yet endured the apocalypse's brutal schooling. Take Shu Yun's group. Had he recruited them immediately after the cataclysm, would they not have rebelled on the spot? Would they have lifted a finger yesterday to haul supplies? Don't be absurd. Could they possibly obey so readily now? Authoritarian command might work, but it would breed resentment and silent rifts. Why not let the world itself serve as the harsh disciplinarian, while he assumed the role of the compassionate guide? Now at last the timing was cautiously ripe for expansion. Yet he would accept no one indiscriminately. 2 criteria were non-negotiable: absolute obedience, and proven courage and capability in combat against zombies. Only after both were met would Lin Fan's intuition provide final verification, ensuring greater reliability. Should Li Ming and Li Hui fall to zombies, failing the trial, proving themselves incapable, Chen Luo would feel no regret. The task required no heroic feat. Confronting 10 zombies simultaneously was unnecessary. It demanded only hands and will. Li Ming and Li Hui left the neighborhood searching for zombies. If they were afraid of the zombies, they would never have had the courage to run from the city to Chen Luo's side. They had slain numerous zombies, and the blood on Li Ming's fire axe was that of the undead. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they had been forced out, not daring to face the zombies. Soon they encountered 2 zombies hidden. Li Hui was the first to strike a black light emerging from her hand. She waited until the zombies were close before throwing it. Faced with the approaching zombies, Li Hui was somewhat nervous but still composed. The black light accurately struck one of the zombies, which appeared uninjured but moved at an extraordinarily slow pace. It moved as slowly as a tortoise, as if the scene had been slowed down. The dark-type curse caused a slowdown effect. It was hard to believe that such a young girl like Li Hui was actually a dark-type ability user with an awakening probability similar to that of light types. The previously coordinated zombies were now staggered, meaning they only needed to deal with 1 zombie at a time. Li Ming skillfully struck the zombie's head with the fire axe using the flat side instead of the blade, as he feared it might get stuck. Li Ming was a physical-type ability user with considerable strength, taking down the zombie with just 2 strikes. The remaining zombie was even easier to deal with, as it took 3 seconds for it to swipe and strike, assuming it could even reach them. If Li Hui released the slowdown twice, they could safely kill the zombie. It was not that she couldn't, but that it wasn't necessary. When encountering a lone zombie, Li Hui refrained from intervening and let Li Ming handle it. If it were a group of zombies, 4 or 5 of them, they would generally choose to avoid them, but to quickly complete Chen Luo's task, Li Hui continuously released the slowdown. Li Hui sighed. Brother, it seems the existence of the crystals is not a secret after all. I thought we were the only ones who knew. Smart people are not in short supply. That person asked us to kill 10, so we shall kill 20 to prove ourselves. Before long, the two had exceeded Chen Luo's task. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was encountering a bit of trouble. Wang Guofu was a homeowner in Chen Luo's villa area who had been in the real estate business before the apocalypse and had a considerable scale, though otherwise he wouldn't have been able to afford a villa here. He had a telescope at home which he often used to observe the entrance of the neighborhood for any rescue teams. However, due to the angle, he could not see Chen Luo's location. Today, on a whim, he climbed to the roof, wanting to see further. Unintentionally, Wang Guofu spotted Chen Luo's group. A group of girls and a few familiar-looking men who just 2 days ago one of them almost entered his house, but retreated upon seeing people. Wang Guofu's telescope was top-notch, worth 100,000, providing excellent clarity. He immediately noticed the braised pork on the table, swallowing hard. Normally, he was used to eating lavish meals with seafood and delicacies every meal, but being stuck in the neighborhood and eating junk food, he endured it, as there was no other choice. However, seeing the braised pork, he could no longer hold back. His mind was filled with one thought: he wanted to eat meat. Wang Guofu returned to his house, opened the safe, thought for a moment, took out 100,000 yuan, and grabbed 2 gold bars. Was there anything money couldn't achieve? Spending 10,000 for a bowl of braised pork should suffice, right? Wang Guofu paused his actions, considering, and tucked a dark object from under his pillow at the head of his bed into his waistband. A handgun. He had a dubious background. Starting off in the gray area, had a bit of a fondness for firearms, and secretly owned one for self-defense. Wang Guofu muttered, "This braised pork is mine for the taking. Ah, how the mighty have fallen. I, Wang Guofu, am actually seeking help for a bowl of braised pork. I should at least get 2 bowls." Soon he arrived near Chen Luo's group, smiling broadly, and saying, "Hello everyone, since we're neighbors, and all down on our luck, could you spare me a bowl of meat? I'm really starving." Wang Guofu caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye and froze. A black dog was eating meat. It was only eating meat and not vegetables. Wang Guofu cursed inwardly. What kind of days are these feeding a dog? Wouldn't it be better to kill the dog and eat the meat? At the same time, he felt reassured. If even a dog was eating meat, it meant there was plenty for the group. If the dog could eat, why couldn't he? We're humans less than dogs. A bunch of young people likely to be reasonable. Chen Luo remained silent, as he couldn't let the leader handle everything. He gave Fang Yu a glance, who understood, and stood up saying, "Sorry, we don't have enough to eat either." Indeed, they rarely got to eat meat. Wang Guofu felt anger rising within him, thinking, "Are you blind? What is that dog eating? Am I blind?" Despite his anger, Wang Guofu still smiled, and said, "I want take it for free, you'll buy it. How about 10,000 for a pound of braised pork? I have 100,000 here, I want 10 pounds. This was a sky-high price. Even in a crisis, a pound of pork wouldn't sell for 10,000, let alone in a restaurant. Fang Yu chuckled, "We're not selling." Wang Guofu raised his offer, 50,000 a pound. That's a fair deal, right? Young man, don't be too greedy. I have 100,000 and 2 gold bars. 5 pounds of meat is not unreasonable, right? Fang Yu still shook his head. Wang Guofu had always been domineering before the apocalypse. In normal times, he would have had his subordinates smash things. At this point, he was on the verge of fury. Shu Yin's words had completely set Wang Guofu off. Shu Yin stood up and said, "If you're hungry, I have 2 packs of instant noodles, but you need to trade something for them. If not, you can kill a zombie and trade the crystals from their heads." Chen Luo had no intention of trading the secret of the crystals with those who were unaware, as they were all poor and had never absorbed crystals. Their strength was weak, and they couldn't offer anything in return. Wang Guofu was completely enraged. "You eat meat while I eat instant noodles, and you still want something in return. Just because the tiger isn't showing its teeth, you think I have no temper." Wang Guofu drew the handgun from his waist, pointing it at everyone, and shouted, "Everyone get down and cover your heads. Damn it, if you don't want to be polite, it'll show you what I'm made of." Wang Guofu waved the gun, pointing it at each person present. Except for Chen Luo, every face showed a hint of panic. The power of the firearm left a deep imprint in everyone's hearts. Even having become ability users, they instinctively felt fear. Chen Luo, however, sneered, "With such a small handgun, even if the bullets ran out, it couldn't kill me. No matter where it hit, a serious injury was impossible. Can a firearm harm an ability user? Even the lowest level abilities can heavily injure zombies. How could a small handgun do any damage? Otherwise, why hadn't Mu Tianji's group been able to take down that 5th level fire zombie in one shot? At most, it would be a minor injury. Chen Luo was somewhat weaker than it, but not by much. Wang Guofu shouted, "You go too far. Giving meat to a dog, yet not sharing a bit with me." Though a faint tremor of instinctive fear rippled through the crowd, no panic ensued. As Chen Luo prepared to act, Fang Yu stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself squarely before Chen Luo, shielding him with his own body. Yang Xian, Su Lan, and the others swiftly followed suit, interposing their bodies between Wang Guofu and the seated group, Chen Luo, Mi Li, and the rest. This was a golden opportunity to prove one's loyalty. Chen Luo smiled faintly, not needing protection, yet deeply satisfied by their unwavering stance. Fang Yu spoke in a low, steady voice, "Brother, that pistol can kill at most one man. We stand here in numbers. You draw that trigger, and you die without question. Hear me well, lower your weapon, and I will pretend this never happened." Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance. "I may choose to forget, but the others present certainly will not." Wang Guofu sneered, "True, I cannot kill you all, but let anyone move, and I'll put a bullet in them. Who dares trade lives with me?" Back in his days as a street thug, Wang Guofu had faced such standoffs countless times. Brutality alone rendered numbers meaningless. He pointed at Mi Li Yu. "Bring 2 bowls of braised pork. Refuse, and I'll kill you on the spot." To brandish a handgun and seize a hostage for a mere bowl of meat. Chen Luo rose ready to end the farce. But before he could act, Falong moved first. Wang Guofu had just insulted him. Falong bristled with indignation. "Was it not I who fed you? Why am I struck down while simply lying still? What did I ever do to provoke you?" With quick, purposeful strides, he approached Wang Guofu, who instantly tensed. Yet Wang Guofu froze, staring bewildered at Falong's unmistakably obsequious expression. It was unnerving, a dog's grin, so unnaturally sycophantic. Falong thought they all seemed terrified of that gun. Best play it safe. And so he collapsed onto the floor, rolling over repeatedly, belly fully exposed, inching steadily toward Wang Guofu. Wang Guofu burst into laughter. "This dog. I'll show no substance. At the first sight of danger it surrenders. What use is it to keep? It isn't even fit to eat feces." The others exchanged stunned glances. Falong had always carried himself with icy aloofness before them. Even Fang Yu and his comrades knew Falong's true power. What game was he playing now? Only Chen Luo's lips twitched. "Falong, you've overplayed caution. Who truly fears a dog? Especially a foolish one?" Wang Guofu lowered his guard and barked, "Hurry up, or I'll fire." A sharp, thunderous woof erupted, louder, fiercer than any bark they'd ever heard from Falong. The sudden roar jolted Wang Guofu's spirit. He flinched, his gun hand trembling. As he turned toward Falong, horror seized him. A pulsing azure sphere of lightning hurtled straight at his chest. In the next instant, Wang Guofu was hurled backward by the blast, his body obliterated by the detonating lightning. The onlookers stood speechless. That was utterly canine. Feign weakness, then strike without warning. Such tactics would surprise no human. But this was a dog. Who taught it? Chen Luo silently cried out, "It wasn't me." Falong was born cunning. Even in his past life, he was terrifyingly hard to outwit. Falong had feigned death countless times, deceiving even seasoned cultivators. Now he gazed disdainfully upon Wang Guofu's corpse. "Dare you underestimate a dog again?" As for the awestruck stares of the crowd, Falong paid them no mind. "Don't worship me. I'm merely a dog." Chen Luo said, a dull interruption. "Ignore it. Let's resume our meal." Falong retrieved that pistol. Having slain countless zombies, none recoiled at the sight of a corpse. Falong retrieved the weapon and delivered it to Chen Luo, who passed it to Mi Li. Useless in practice perhaps, yet better than nothing for desperate defense. At that moment, Li Ming and his sister Li Hui returned. Li Ming handed Chen Luo 20 crystals. Chen Luo raised an eyebrow. "I asked for only 10. Impressive courage." "Very well, you have passed the trial. You may join us." Fang Yu explained our rules to them. "By the way, what abilities do you possess, and when did you awaken?" Li Ming and Li Hui exchanged a glance. "My physical strength has surged. I'm a warrior," Li Ming said. "My sister?" "Well, the sorceress. I awakened on the 3rd day, my sister on the 2nd. Chen Luo questioned them further, and his eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Li Hui bore affinity for shadow arts, her innate talent promising indeed. Should her cultivation level rise, she would become a genuine asset. Fang Yu led the siblings aside to outline the same covenant Chen Luo had established with Xu Yun and the others. The early terms posed no issue, but at the 3rd clause, Chen Luo's face darkened. "No need to mention that one. She's barely 16 or 17. Li Ming's expression turned oddly thoughtful. but he accepted without protest. Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare a special serving of potato braised pork for the siblings, a quiet gesture to win their trust. It was a day of celebration. Everyone received a portion. Training resumed in the afternoon. Though scattered survivors occasionally entered the residential complex, none sought admission. That evening, Li Ming moved into the villa shared by Fang Yu and the others, while Li Hui joined Xu Yun and the women. Still unfamiliar with the group, Li Ming reasoned if Chen Luo harbored ill-intent, resistance would be futile, so separation was acceptable. As a newcomer, Li Hui was met with universal warmth. Strangers warranted cold reserve, kinship demanded open smiles. With no entertainment to speak of, they placed a single smartphone at the center of the circle propped upright and gathered around to watch a film. Li Hui, the youngest, sat nestled comfortably in the middle. Laughter and conversation filled the air, vastly brighter than the silent, desolate nights she'd endured with her brother in darkness. She felt their care tangible and sincere. Li Hui thought joining this group was the right choice. In his room, Chen Luo calculated the time. Meili should have finished absorbing the crystals. Passion burned fiercely. Separation was unthinkable. Yet an uninvited chaperone lingered stubbornly in the doorway. Chen Luo coaxed gently, "Rice, please step aside." Rice replied, "I'm perfectly well-behaved, quiet as a shadow." Chen Luo shot him a stern look. "Fine, if you won't leave, I will." Rice remained baffled. "Why banish me tonight?" Chen Luo entered Li's chamber, where tender intimacy awaited. Meili blushed shyly. No intimate acts yet. I'm still sore." Chen Luo murmured, understanding, "Plenty of time ahead. We needn't rush." Just as he drew her close to sleep, a thought struck him. Why not try healing yourself? Just once. Meili stared silently. Morning broke quietly. Chen Luo ate simply and modestly, certainly no 8-dish banquet. Xu Yun and the others prepared rice porridge. With such ample supplies of rice, why not enjoy it? Rice porridge satisfied hunger, tasted pleasant, and soothed the stomach. It was served without limit. You could drink as many bowls as you wished. After breakfast, Chen Luo gathered everyone together. "You trained all day yesterday. Today we conduct live drills. Our target is the Yulin residential complex to the south. We'll gather essential supplies." Training remained training, fundamentally distinct from real combat. During drills, targets stood still, but did zombies ever stand motionless? Moreover, the visceral tension of a zombie lunging forward inevitably impaired performance. What use was flawless aim in practice if under actual pressure one faltered and fumbled? A young woman familiar with the area hesitated before speaking. "I know that place. It's densely populated." Dense population means dense hordes of zombies. Chen Luo waved his hand lightly. "No concern. I'll handle it." Hearing those words, the group exhaled in quiet relief. The memory of Chen Luo cleaving a level 5 zombie in two with a single sword stroke still seared vividly into their minds. Otherwise, why would they obey a youth barely in his 20s, even after Mu Tiange's death? They were white-collar professionals, everyone older than Chen Luo. Genuine respect was never easily earned. For base defense, he assigned 2 guards, Fang Yu and Su Lan. This time they deployed a heavy-duty truck and a coach bus, sufficient to transport everyone. Chen Luo rode aboard the bus. The Yulin residential complex lay roughly 2 kilometers away, requiring passage through a bustling commercial street. Initially, they crushed any zombies encountered beneath their wheels. But on the crowded street, vehicles ground to a halt. Not even the heavy truck could force its way through. Dozens of cars formed an impenetrable chain across the road. Over the radio, Chen Luo instructed, "First eliminate the pursuing zombies using our vehicles, then disembark and clear the roadblocks. Elemental users will launch ranged attacks, while others shield them from the front. Jiang Feng, try to control the number of zombies approaching." Due to sluggish movement, at least 40 or 50 zombies had already tailed them. Combined with local stragglers, the horde approached 100. Jiang Feng leapt down and sprinted toward the zombie mass, drawing their attention and leading them away. The women opened the coach's windows and launched attacks from behind the safety of the glass. Protected by the vehicle, the zombies couldn't reach them. Zombies arrived in staggered waves, and Jiang Feng had lured away a significant portion, so Chen Luo's group now outnumbered the remaining undead. If only a handful had ventured out, even 40 or 50 zombies would have been terrifying. Yet with numbers on their side, survivors turned the tide, crushing the undead utterly. Chen Luo watched calmly as others fought. Hitting moving targets remained difficult, but their spell accuracy had markedly improved since day one. Once the pursuing zombies were cleared, all disembarked to confront newly arriving threats and began clearing the roadblock. Chen Luo called out, "Compact cars, lift them together and toss them across to the opposite lane." Even level 1 awakened individuals, female or otherwise, possessed strength surpassing that of ordinary adult men. Level 2 adepts were vastly stronger still. It was the 18th day since the apocalypse began. Any survivor who hadn't absorbed at least one crystal per day already understood the secret of crystals, and nearly all had advanced to level 2. Level 2 was comparatively effortless, requiring only 20 crystals. Level 3, however, posed a formidable challenge, demanding roughly 150. Even Mi Ling and Mi Li, who had absorbed crystals alongside Chen Luo on day 1, had yet to reach level 3 like Su Dezhu. They still needed another 2 or 3 days, far slower than the Lawmaster who descended earlier in the outbreak. Moreover, not all level 2 adepts were equal. Su Dezhu stood at the peak of level 2, whereas most were merely beginners. Currently, only 4 women, and Yang Xian and others who'd learned of the crystal secret too late, remained stuck at level 1. Chen Luo considered letting several core members absorb the residual energy within the Rat King's crystal tonight. If insufficient, they could also consume the crystal of the level 5 fire affinity zombie. 10 people effortlessly hurled a compact car across the road. Advancing slowly, they discovered that where small cars could pass the heavy truck and coach often could not, each vehicle offering distinct advantages. Chen Luo sat idly aboard the coach like a nobleman, observing then absently stroking the belly of Mi Fan, his cat. Mi Fan spoke, and Chen Luo froze utterly unsettled. Mi Fan, no inappropriate touching. I'm still sore. Chen Luo. Mi Fan, even if I can't see, I can certainly eavesdrop. Last night, I leapt onto the balcony and nearly fell off. Nearly scared this cat to death. Chen Luo's expression darkened. This cat knew far too much. He'd need to silence it permanently. Perhaps he should assign Mi Fan tasks tonight. Otherwise, its idle curiosity would only grow, meddling where it shouldn't. He'd have to give it internet addiction, teach it to use a smartphone. Sigh. Elder sister-in-law, you really ought to keep Mi Fan company at night, instead of leaving it lonely. Before reaching the halfway point, the women were already running low on stamina, having slain over 200 zombies. Fortunately, they'd passed the traffic-jammed stretch. The heavy truck could now proceed unimpeded. Upon nearing the Yulin residential complex, Chen Luo ordered, "Disembark. Arm yourselves and engage the zombies in close combat." Their weapons consisted mostly of clubs and axes. Chen Luo also distributed electric batons to Xu Yun and others, functional even when depleted, serving as sturdy bludgeons. So long as no 100-strong hordes surged simultaneously, facing these lowest-tier zombies posed little challenge. The difficulty proved far milder than the women had imagined. Truly, strength lay in numbers. Along the road leading to the complex's entrance stood over a dozen restaurants, large and small. Chen Luo directed, "Enter the restaurants first. Search for usable supplies. Split into 4 teams, no solo operations, and load everything gathered onto the heavy truck." Unlike Chen Luo's previous locations, where few survivors remained, this area teemed with undead, meaning most supplies remained untouched. Soon sacks of rice flour, cooking oil, and grain began filling the truck's cargo bed. A cheer erupted as the women discovered a supermarket seemingly untouched by looters. Its size, over 100 square meters, was substantial. Mi Ling's eyes lit up. A store of this scale might stock that item. Inside, their delight deepened. 20-plus barrels of purified water lined the wall beside the checkout counter. Others focused solely on water and food. Mi Ling, however, scanned the cashier's counter, searching for something specific. She recalled such items were typically displayed near checkout counters, a detail she'd registered unconsciously in the past. Mi Ling's face brightened. She'd found it. Grabbing a plastic bag, she quickly filled it. Xu Yun watched, puzzled. What was Mi Ling searching for? Xu Yun couldn't quite make out the contents, but caught 3 characters ultra-thin. Feeling observed, Mi Ling glanced up to meet Xu Yun's gaze and instantly flushed crimson. Reading Michigan Ling's expression, Xu Yun suddenly understood. She was searching for that. Had it been a former colleague, Xu Yun might have teased her lightly, but this was Mi Ling, and she dared not. No one knew the exact nature of Mi Ling's relationship with Chen Luo. Xu Yun speculated idly whoever she sought must be connected to Chen Luo, otherwise no other candidate came to mind. And Mi Ling herself had gone in search of it. What use is this thing then? Why seek it at all? Mi Ling seethed inwardly. Were it not for Mi Li, would she ever bother hunting it down? That accursed Chen Luo. Xu Yun cast a fleeting glance, then walked away as if nothing had happened, feigning complete indifference. One by one, supplies were loaded onto the vehicle. A fruit shop stood nearby. Most of its produce had rotted save for a few apples, pears, and watermelons still fit for consumption. Too good to pass up, these 2 were hauled onto the truck. These shops occupied ground-floor storefronts belonging to Yulin Residential Complex and the adjacent neighborhood. The upper floors housed residents from both communities. Chen Luo sensed something and lifted his gaze toward a distant direction, where several windows on an upper floor revealed figures observing him in silence. Chen Luo paid them no mind. Let them watch, if they wished. A woman in her 40s could no longer contain herself. Young man, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were kind-hearted. Annie hasn't tasted watermelon in days. This heat is unbearable. Could you please bring me one? At her words, voices echoed from other apartments in the same building. Please, handsome. You've got water, right? Send some up. Any meat? How about those braised duck legs from the supermarket? Bring me a few packs of cigarettes, son. I'm suffocating. Chen Luo's group exchanged incredulous glances. What audacity! Chen Luo chuckled dryly. Sorry, I've got trouble climbing stairs. Won't be delivering anything up. How dare you disrespect your elders? The elders protested. Chen Luo scoffed. Anyone unfamiliar would assume they were octogenarians. In truth, few survivors exceeded 60, even fewer were under 14. Among 10,000, perhaps only a handful fell into either extreme. The vast majority were able-bodied adults. Chen Luo ignored them and signaled his people to continue. But the residents refused to stand idle. One woman burst from her apartment, shouting, "Everyone come out. Don't sleep. They're hauling away all our supplies." Whose supplies if not theirs? After so many days, most survivors in the complex had coalesced. Most congregated in the street-facing building. Mutual reassurance was one reason, another was practicality. If rescue arrived, they'd be the first to know. Old Zhang, Old Li, gather downstairs. Grab whatever you can wield, and assemble. It was still before 9 in the morning, yet most survivors' circadian rhythms had long since collapsed. With no diversion, sleep remained the easiest way to pass time and conserve energy. Word spread quickly. Within minutes they converged on the ground floor, an unusually zombie-free zone evidently cleared by someone. What's going on? Why gather everyone? Someone's outside the complex, emptying the supermarkets and restaurants downstairs. If they take everything, what'll we eat when ours runs out? Aren't there zombies everywhere outside? Did they slaughter them all? What if they turn on us? A woman sneered. I watched them. They used a massive truck to smash through. Most are young women, far fewer than us. A heavy-duty truck. An elderly man gasped. If we had that, we could crush the zombies ourselves. We must seize that vehicle and absolutely forbid them from taking our supplies. Let's go, before they escape. Should we call Chen Guang's gang too? Forget it. Those brats turned against us ages ago. No respect for their elders whatsoever. 70 or 80 people surged forward, brandishing broomsticks, feather dusters, rolling pins, and stools, weapons absurd enough to elicit disbelief. Most were elderly, only about 20 were young adults. The complex's exit featured a black latticed iron gate, designed to bar zombies from entering. Until now, these elders had dared not step outside. What if a zombie bit them? But with Chen Luo having nearly eradicated the undead, courage had returned. The moment they emerged, they advanced with belligerent authority. Drop everything. This is theft. Robbery. Don't you know? You youngsters have no morals. How did your parents raise you? Staring at this motley assembly of elders wielding makeshift arms, Chen Luo's group froze, then instantly tensed. Chen Luo grasped the situation instantly and smirked coldly. A pack of shameless old fools. Too cowardly to face zombies, yet each more arrogant than the last when confronting fellow humans. Chen Luo stepped forward, voice icy. Is this yours then? A man in his 40s snorted. Indeed, it is. That supermarket belongs to my late brother. Now it's mine. The elders erupted in chorus, denouncing Chen Luo's group as unscrupulous, heartless, and disgraceful. Among the few young men present, most stared openly, eyes gleaming, at the women in Chen Luo's party. Cooped up for days with only middle-aged women, they found these young women dazzlingly radiant. Some whispered, pointed, unable to conceal their fascination. We're confiscating this truck. Go back where you came from. Old Zhang, aren't you a driver? Drive that heavy-duty truck straight into the complex. Already hands reached toward the truck's cargo bed. First to grab meant first to claim. No sharing required. Chen Luo's voice dropped to a lethal whisper. Back off, or die. Yet someone truly lacked self-preservation, or assumed Chen Luo wouldn't dare strike. Sheltered in their walled enclave, they'd never witnessed survivors turning on one another. A man in his early 50s stepped forward, disdain dripping from every syllable. So, you want to hit someone? Go ahead, hit me. But let me warn you, if you do, I won't get up. Not until you pay me 10 or 80,000. And with that, he thrust his face inches from Chen Luo's. Hit me. Afraid to? TCH. He'd never encountered such a demand in his life. The old man's face hovered mere inches from Chun Luo's open palm. You asked for it. Chun Luo struck. A single brutal slap sent the man flying 5 meters before he crumpled motionless. A woman rushed over Oldly. Can you hear me? Wake up. Chun Luo caught a murmur among the crowd. Oldly used to stage scams like this. His acting's uncanny. Chun Luo. Chun Luo found himself at a loss for words. Are you all getting old and your eyesight failing? Can't you see that half of his face is distorted? If they aren't dealt with harshly, they want retreat. Only a dozen or so are causing the ruckus. The rest are merely following the crowd watching the commotion. Chun Luo shouted, what are you all standing around for? Can't you see someone is robbing us of our supplies? What are you so respectful of the elderly and children? The crowd responded, taking action against the zombies, but this was their first time dealing with survivors. The crowd, weapons in hand, was about to advance. A middle-aged woman screamed, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I can perform magic. A flame indeed flickered in her palm. I can perform magic too, and I've learned Tai Chi. Lightning 5-strike whip. Chun Luo sneered, oh, without demonstrating a deterrent this group wouldn't disperse. A sphere of space erupted on his face, spraying blood mist. He then turned and unleashed an attack on a young man who was about to enter the truck. Old Ma, how are you? Someone ambushed us, no martial ethics. 2 people died. It was a significant shock for this group. 2 scheming youths hid in the shadows attempting to ambush Chun Luo with their spells. Needless to say, it was futile, and they did not even come close to Chun Luo. Chun Luo also began to retaliate. This group was a rabble crying and fleeing. The Law King took down several who had just tried to attack Chun Luo, leaving none alive. Except for the leader, Chun Luo didn't annihilate them all. Chun Luo shook his head, thinking it pointless. In the apocalypse, these types only waste food. What else could they do? They bully the weak and fear the strong. With so many people, if they dared to fight zombies, the supplies wouldn't have been hoarded by themselves. The crowd, feeling somewhat conflicted, continued to collect supplies, having just killed people. What Chun Luo didn't expect was that another group emerged from the community. This group was clearly different from the previous rabble. Whether they had killed zombies or experienced bloody battles was sometimes palpable. There were over 20 people in this group, mostly young, with 2 or 3 older individuals. They were the complete opposite of the previous group. The young ones were daring and resilient, possessing strong adaptability. Chun Luo observed the newcomers, and the person in front seemed somewhat familiar. He remembered that in his past life, when he was still weak, he had mingled with this person. After all, it wasn't far from Chun Luo's home. This person seemed to be named Chun Guang, and they didn't have much of a relationship, as survivors tend to be wary of each other. Chun Luo recalled that Chun Guang was indeed courageous and seemed decent in his memories. Chun Guang's group walked straight over, first looking in surprise at the bodies on the ground. Chun Guang approached, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and smiled. Bro, wanna smoke? Chun Luo shook his head indifferently. Sorry, I don't smoke. Chun Guang lit one for himself and pointed at the bodies on the ground, saying, these old geezers are really infuriating, always catching us and scolding us for being disrespectful to our elders. Hey, they just want to enjoy the benefits without taking risks, so we should support them. We can't stand it. We brought out those who are daring and distanced ourselves from them. For the sake of being neighbors, we didn't hold it against them, but who knew they'd end up dead at your hands? Among survivors, some are daring and ruthless, while others are timid. Smart people will separate from the timid to avoid being dragged down. The timid must either change or slowly wait to die. Although Chun Guang's group was not as numerous as the previous one, their combat power was on a completely different level. Chun Luo's expression turned cold. What do you want to take revenge for them? Chun Guang immediately waved his hand, awkwardly smiling. Bro, don't get me wrong. We're here this time to make friends. Having more friends means we can watch each other's backs. Also, we need your help with something. Chun Guang extended his hand. My name is Chun Guang. Although Chun Luo could easily overpower Chun Guang's side, their strengths were not on the same level, but since there was no enmity, there was no need to act aloof. He should give face where it's due. You won't even shake hands. Isn't that looking down on people? Chun Luo wasn't afraid of trouble, but he wouldn't instigate it either. Moreover, he was looking to recruit more people. If this group was decent, why not accept them? Chun Luo also extended his hand. Chun Luo. Chun Guang smiled. Oh, we are from the same family. Chun Luo asked, what do you need help with? Chun Guang replied, our community has quite a few residents, nearly 1,000 housing units with plenty of supplies. There is still a significant amount of supplies that haven't been collected. However, we ran into a problem lately. There is a zombie dog transformed from a husky that can generate lightning and runs very fast. Most importantly, it has developed some intelligence. When we have fewer people, it will attack. When we have more, it won't show itself, making it quite troublesome. One of our companions was killed by it. and until we resolve this issue, no one can feel at ease. We have found its nesting spot over the past 2 days, but we lack the manpower to effectively block it. Since you have a considerable number of people, we wanted to invite you to help us kill it." Chen Luo retorted, "What's the reward?" Chen Guang was taken aback, then smiled. "How about 300 jin of rice and 5 barrels of water?" Chen Luo chuckled, lightly grabbed the rice, and then agreed. Of course, he didn't care for such meager supplies. However, he needed to enter this community to gather supplies, and without dealing with this zombie dog, his people wouldn't be safe. Furthermore, if this zombie dog had developed some intelligence and Chen Guang's group couldn't handle it, then it was at least a 2nd or 3rd tier. It couldn't be 4th tier. If it were, Chen Guang's group would have perished long ago. Zombies or other undead creatures can enhance their speed and evolve by consuming humans. Chen Luo estimated that it was most probably 2nd tier. A 2nd tier zombie dog trying to escape, especially one that could generate lightning, would be a tough opponent for Chen Guang and his group. A 2nd tier crystal is quite valuable. Chen Luo had previously obtained 4th and 5th tier crystals, but had never acquired a 2nd tier one. It would also help speed up the advancement of Mi Li and the others. Mi Li confirmed that this group had no ill intentions, so there was no need to worry about any tricks. However, vigilance was still necessary. If they dared to play any tricks, then sorry, I would take your crystals. Chen Guang stared in astonishment at the rice in Chen Luo's hands, not because he knew of its abilities, but because the cat was very beautiful. Having it around would make the boring days a bit easier. But it seemed Chen Luo didn't lack supplies, and their supplies weren't his alone. Chen Luo instructed, "You all continue transporting. You'll go in and take a look." "Law King, let's go." Chen Guang was stunned again. "Wait, you can't go in alone, can you?" Chen Luo smiled. "Can't you see there's also a dog following me?" "A dog?" Chen Guang only now noticed a black dog bounding up behind Chen Luo. The dog's glossy fur gleamed, its body clean and vibrant, save for the missing ear. Chen Guang and his group stared in stunned silence. This dog clearly lived well. How else could it be so spirited? And yet, here he was cradling a cat, while a dog trailed faithfully at his heels. "Brother, this is the apocalypse, not peacetime. You keep 2 pets, and you're accompanied by a group of young women." By the tone and authority in Chen Luo's voice, it was clear they all answered to him. The pinnacle of life. What a blissful existence. Chen Guang recalled a yellow dog in their residential complex, one that had remained human during the outbreak. On the 3rd or 4th day of the disaster, an elderly man had slain it and cooked it as dog meat. Chen Guang suddenly realized something he'd overlooked entirely: Chen Luo's appearance. His complexion was rosy, his eyes bright and alert, his body immaculate, his clothes neatly worn. They themselves managed decently, but could they compare to Chen Luo? Chen Guang understood the man before him lived exceptionally well. Only such comfort could produce such vitality. And in times like these, prosperity undeniably signaled formidable strength. Chen Luo turned and handed the rice bowl to Mi Li, who accepted it without resistance. "I only act cute and playful when the moment calls for it." Mi Li asked, "Brother Chen Luo, may I accompany you?" He smiled gently and waved her off. "Wait for me. I'll return shortly." Chen Guang cursed inwardly. May she truly be your sister? Or how can anyone live with such injustice? Comparing lives only breeds despair. Cat-dog loyal companions. Only 4-course meals were missing. Chen Guang led Chen Luo into the residential complex, introducing it with quiet pride. After days of relentless effort, we've eliminated nearly all the zombies active within the compound. We planned to clear the outside streets only after securing the compound. Yet here you are. Zombies still lurked inside the apartment buildings. Chen Luo smiled faintly and praised, "Truly courageous of you." Fawang snorted, "If you're so capable, why do you need a dog's help?" Seeking Fawang's aid is hardly unreasonable. Chen Guang guided Chen Luo to a vast open garden and halted over 100 meters from its perimeter. That zombie hound usually lairs here. The terrain offers escape routes in all 4 directions. We lack manpower, just 5 or 6 of us, and blocking every path would guarantee casualties. Chen Luo nodded. "You cannot catch it, but Fawang certainly can. This hound is likely level 2, not a mutant. It couldn't have evolved to level 3 through mere consumption alone. Otherwise, it would be a canine sovereign." Chen Guang asked Chen Luo, "Do you have a strategy for dealing with this zombie hound?" Since Chen Luo had come unaccompanied, Chen Guang assumed he possessed some specialized method. "What strategy?" "Use one dog to subdue another." Chen Luo gestured to Fawang. "Go into the garden. Even if the hound is level 3, Fawang will face no danger." Chen Guang's group exchanged bewildered glances. "So your plan is simply to send a dog? Do you hold a grudge against your own pet? If all of us failed, how could a single dog succeed? Are we truly inferior to a dog?" Chen Guang pleaded it's too dangerous. It's rare enough for a dog to survive unchanged. Don't risk it. Chen Luo replied with a calm smile, it's fine. Chen Guang ceased his objections. Chen Luo was no fool and recklessness was his own affair. Fu Wang entered the garden sniffing left and right, yet saw no sign of the zombie hound. Deceiving a dog. I was even hoping to see if it was handsome. Wait, there is a canine scent. Chen Luo and the others advanced. Chen Guang said it seems the hound isn't here now. We'll withdraw and wait. Sooner or later we'll corner it. Chen Luo glanced at Fu Wang, who gave a deliberate nod. Chen Guang's group gasped, huh? A dog nodding. How remarkably intelligent. Fu Wang began carefully tracking the scent, moving step by step. The group quickly grasped the intent. They were using the dog's keen nose to hunt the zombie hound. Having a dog truly is invaluable. Soon Fu Wang ascended to the 8th floor of a residential unit. Even before approaching the door, Chen Luo detected the sharp tang of blood. Room 802. The security door bore a jagged hole large enough for a dog to squeeze through. From within came a low, guttural growl, the hound's warning snarl upon sensing intruders. Chen Luo stepped forward and wrenched the entire reinforced door from its frame. Chen Guang and his group watched dumbfounded. Had the door already been weakened? Woof, woof, woof. A hoarse, shrill bark echoed, distinctly unnatural. Fu Wang bristled with indignation. What exactly are you barking at? Then, as if struck by sudden realization, Fu Wang's expression shifted subtly. He retreated noiselessly, slipping behind the others, tongue lolling, feigning simple-minded cheerfulness. My sole duty is to locate this zombie hound, not to fight it myself. True, I'm confident I could dispatch it effortlessly, but what if I sustain injury? A mature dog knows when to conceal his prowess. Never rush into tasks that aren't yours. Survival lies in discretion. Chen Luo cast a knowing glance. No one understands a dog better than his master. This one was profoundly perceptive, masterfully discreet. Yet, without slaying the hound, would its crystal belong to us? Who strikes the blow claims the spoils. That is the unspoken law. One might abandon honor for a level 2 crystal, but Chen Luo hadn't sunk that low. Letting Fu Wang engage served two purposes. First, with Chen Luo, watching no harm would come to him. Second, Chen Luo wished to demonstrate the caliber of strength he commanded. Chen Guang's group prepared cautiously to enter the apartment. The zombie hound was unlike any ordinary zombie they'd encountered. At Chen Luo's silent signal, Fu Wang lunged inside. He'd hoped to glimpse the hound's appearance, but the hound cared nothing for aesthetics. It opened its maw, gathering crackling lightning, aimed straight at Fu Wang. Fu Wang darted left then right, blurring with dizzying speed. The hound faltered, bewildered. How can I aim when you move so fast? Chen Guang's group recoiled, pupils contracting in shock. How impossibly swift. With a sharp crack, the hound's lightning bolt struck the wall, instead blasting a smoking crater, missing Fu Wang entirely. Seizing the opening between the hound's attacks, Fu Wang abandoned evasion and closed the distance in an instant. His tail blazed with swirling azure light, lightning energy coalescing along its length. Thunderous tail sweep. Chen Luo smiled. Ah, so he's mastered a new technique. Mid to late stage elemental adepts wield more than ranged attacks. They can channel their element directly into their bodies. The hound stood no chance. Struck full force by the lightning-charged tail, it slammed hard into the wall. Yet Fu Wang's tail held fast, unleashing a continuous torrent of electric fury. The hound convulsed violently, unable to rise. The battle has ended. The entire fight lasted no more than 10 seconds. Had it not been for the zombie dog possessing lightning attributes and some resistance to electrical power, it likely wouldn't have lasted so long. There is a considerable gap between the second and third tiers, but it hasn't reached a point of overwhelming defeat. The problem is that one side employs tactics while the other does not. Chen Guang and the others watched in astonishment from behind. Is that it resolved? This dog can wield the power of lightning. It seems to have completely overwhelmed this zombie dog. My goodness, this dog can even maneuver. The companion they lost to the zombie dog was among the top 5 in strength within their group. It was precisely due to arrogance and straying from the group that he was killed by the zombie dog. Originally, Chen Guang wanted to ask if rice was for sale to buy some as a companion, but now he has thrown the rice into the octopus country. What good is beauty? Can it be eaten? It would be better to buy this exceptionally powerful dog. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. Only someone with a screw loose would sell such a miraculous dog. Chen Luo stepped forward to extract the crystal from the zombie dog, and Chen Guang exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Apparently, they were still unaware of the secret of the crystal. Chen Luo briefly explained the secret of the crystal. Chen Guang and the others appeared extraordinarily excited. It turns out there is a way to enhance one's own strength. At this moment, they eagerly wanted to find some zombies to experiment on. Chen Guang solemnly thanked him, saying, "Chen Luo, thank you. This information is worth its weight in gold." Chen Luo smiled faintly and said, "All right, the collaboration is over. It's time to deliver the promised supplies to us." Chen Guang nodded. "All right, we will go back to get them right away." Chen Luo was the first to head downstairs. Chen Guang and the others whispered to each other. Chen Guang, this person is quite formidable. He didn't hide any information about the crystal. He just told us everything without asking for anything in return. His demeanor is quite extraordinary. Should we consider forming an alliance with them? Although our strength is decent, we can't compare with them. Yes, those girls are truly eye-catching. Perhaps they can solve our single problem. Wouldn't that be delightful? Chen Guang is not the leader of this group. Why should you act like one? No one would submit to such leadership. Chen Guang is merely the representative sent out for communication. A group only unites to survive. It is not easy for a leader to emerge in the early stages. Chen Guang nodded. He'll find a chance to ask later. When Chen Luo returned outside the community, everyone had finished moving. The space in the heavy truck's compartment was about 1/3 full. Is this enough? It must be filled to the brim for the return trip. Chen Luo signaled Yang Xian to drive the truck into the community, stopping on a road next to a building closer to the outside. For people in a group, search each household. Chen Luo sat on the bus and Chen Guang and the others arrived bringing along some supplies. This is the reward for Chen Luo's efforts. However, it was not the agreed-upon reward. It was far more than what was initially arranged. The rice likely weighed 1,000 jin. There were 10 barrels of water, and surprisingly, there were some sausages about 10 jin. Chen Guang boarded the bus with a smile, saying cheerfully, "Although you didn't ask for the information fee about the crystal, we can't let you go empty-handed. This information is truly precious. The extra supplies are a token of gratitude, so please don't consider it too little." Chen Luo nodded and smiled. "You're too polite. We are all survivors and should help each other out." Chen Guang's smile faded slightly as he said, "Chen Luo, this world has suddenly become so dangerous. Even with so many people on my side, we have to think twice before going outside. Strength in numbers, should we consider uniting? Not to brag, but everyone on our side has killed at least over 10 zombies. We are daring and fighting. We do not want cowards. An alliance. No, what I want is to dominate. My territory can only be ruled by me, and there can only be one voice. I am stronger than you, have more resources, broader knowledge, and more methods to survive better. If we unite, you must listen to me. Although this is somewhat tyrannical, don't ask for reasons. I am simply that domineering." Chen Luo pondered. Chen Guang merely meant for everyone to help each other, akin to living together. It wouldn't be like Xu Yun and the others obeying his orders. This simply won't do. I'd rather not. To make them obedient, the best method for now is to showcase absolute strength to crush them and make them realize the gap between both sides. Chen Luo did not directly say that they must listen to him, but instead began to persuade them to present the facts clearly. Chen Luo analyzed the zombie dog. "You just underestimated it. Was only because you had more people that it didn't engage you directly. If it had fought seriously, at least 1 or 2 of you would have died. Have you considered that this zombie dog can harness the power of lightning? Is it possible that other zombies might evolve to wield various magical powers? Zombies can also evolve. This shouldn't be difficult to understand, right? Will zombies still be easy to kill then? You can hide in the community. If you gather more supplies, it would be more than enough for half a year of food and drink. However, while zombies might not find you, what about the other survivors? If you deplete all the resources in the community, they will eventually come looking for you when they get hungry. Don't think that there are only 1 or 2 survivors. Their numbers will at least exceed yours. How will you resist then? Will you give up your resources or fight to the death?" Chen Guang's current situation was decent, but had he not fallen to the point of mingling with Chen Luo in his past life? Indeed, in his past life, when Chen Luo was weak, he was also in dire straits. Chen Guang's teammates either all died or had their resources robbed. Just because you collected the resources first does not mean they belong to you. Only by holding on to them can they truly be yours. Chen Guang broke out in a cold sweat from Chen Luo's words. Is this world so terrifying? Will zombies continue to evolve? Chen Luo is right. If the resources are entirely gathered by oneself, others can only rob them. Chen Guang forced himself to calm down and said, "In that case, shouldn't we unite even more?" Chen Luo chuckled lightly and shook his head. "But why should I choose to unite with you? This is merely the situation you are about to face. While I am different, anyone who dares to come will be killed by me. Let me say this without looking down on you. All of you combined are no match for me alone. The strong do not ally with the weak. Only the weak cling to the strong. An alliance can be formed, but only if you listen to me." Chen Guang, something happened. Zhang Liang was injured by a zombie, and it's serious. Hurry and go take a look. Chen Luo was chatting with Chen Guang when one of Chen Guang's companions rushed over in a panic. Chen Guang was taken aback. Injured by a zombie. Could it be a horde of zombies? That can't be true. Zhang Liang wouldn't be foolish enough to confront a horde heathen, would he? Chen Guang left Chen Luo behind and hurried to check on his companion. Zhang Liang was at the entrance of the community, smoking a cigarette. A zombie was approaching him, but he seemed unconcerned, preparing to strike when it got closer. Having dealt with zombies for a while, Zhang Liang had figured out their strengths and weaknesses. Zombies were strong, but slow. As long as he avoided their attacks and struck their heads a couple of times, they would fall. Zhang Liang was already used to it and was not afraid of zombies. But unexpectedly, this zombie did not play by the rules. Before it got close to Zhang Liang, it shot a fireball at him. Caught off guard, Zhang Liang was hit squarely. The fireball struck his chest, and his abdomen was burned and pierced through. He was gravely injured. If his companions had not been nearby to rescue him in time, he would have died. What puzzled them even more was that the zombie, upon seeing so many people, actually fled, unlike before when it would recklessly charge. Saving him was the priority, so they did not pursue. But how could they save him? Could a regular external injury medicine heal such wounds? Without timely treatment, Zhang Liang was doomed. Upon arriving, Chen Guang felt a chill run down his spine after learning what had happened. There really were zombies, as Chen Luo said, that could use magic and had a semblance of intelligence. They had been in the enclosed community aiming to deal with the zombies inside before venturing outside. They had yet to encounter a level 1 zombie, or even a mutated one. They had always thought only survivors possessed abilities. When Chen Luo approached, Chen Guang felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Chen, brother Chen, is there any way to save my brother? Chen Guang did not believe that Chen Luo could help, but in a moment of desperation, he thought maybe there was hope. Chen Luo nodded and called over Li, instructing her to cast a healing spell on Zhang Liang. Chen Luo did not mention that they had to agree to be his subordinates for him to save Zhang Liang. Such intelligence was indeed worrisome. Li's palm glowed with a silvery energy which flowed into Zhang Liang's wound. Zhang Liang's wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chen Guang and the others stared in shock at Li. A healing spell? Did she really possess such an ability? No one in their group had ever seen such powers before. If she had such abilities, what was there to fear about injuries? Li cast 2 more healing spells, and although Zhang Liang's wound was not fully restored, new flesh was growing over the entire injury. Zhang Liang, who had been on the brink of death, was now in a semi-conscious state and was able to stand up quickly, though he still felt some pain. Zhang Liang expressed his immense gratitude, saying, "Thank you, thank you." Chen Luo chuckled softly and gave Chen Guang a look before leaving with Li. That look urged Chen Guang to reconsider his earlier proposal. He had not expected that a level 1 zombie would appear at a critical moment to help him. Could my words be false? Chen Luo shook his head, saying that if it weren't for the shortage of manpower, there would be no need for such effort. He could manage without fooling anyone. They were the ones begging him, and he could choose whether to accept them. Currently, Chen Luo's requirements were low. As long as they followed orders and were willing to fight zombies, he would accept them. Once their numbers increased, he would consider their talents and strengths. Once Chen Luo left Chen Guang's side, I never imagined he was right, as zombies can indeed use magic. What kind of strange world is this, and how can we survive? He repeated what Chen Luo had just said. He said, we can unite, but we have to listen to him. Zhang Liang was the first to speak up. If we have to listen, then so be it. Although I hate to admit it, he truly is more capable than we are. Putting everything else aside, if we join him, at least we won't have to worry about injuries. With a healer, what is there to fear? Each person expressed their views. Looking at him, it's clear he already knows the secret of the crystals. Damn, we have so many people, yet we had to rely on someone else to tell us. We've wasted so many days. This guy is definitely smarter than us. I don't mind. I'm not very bright. Even if I don't listen to him, no one will listen to me. I don't mind either. He has plenty of girls on his side. Ooh, as long as he lets me join, do anything. That person is not just smart. Even if he casually throws out a dog, it seems strong. I have a feeling his power might be quite terrifying. Chen Guang said with a wry smile. I forgot to mention, he said he could easily slaughter all of us if we teamed up. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to think he might be right. A middle-aged man in his 40s lit a cigarette and pondered, logically the zombies in the community should be cleaned up by us, and the supplies in the community were previously counted as ours. Now that he is transporting supplies, we haven't stopped him. If we dared to, he would probably wipe us out right on the spot. We had the idea of uniting earlier. This person, both in terms of perspective and strength, is indeed stronger than us. We can't expect him to follow our directives after uniting, can we? It makes no sense. Since he can propose this outright, I think this person is quite decent. Our original goal is to survive, and having a smart person leading us is certainly better than fumbling around on our own. He'll be straightforward. Even if you all don't agree, I want to join them myself. At least it increases my chances of survival. Chen Guang looked at the others and noticed that there seemed to be no opposition. What was there to discuss? Especially the 3 girls in their group, who, seeing so many girls gathered together, had already gone off to help others. They had directly defected. Women tend to feel safer with other women than with a bunch of men, right? Even if they didn't want to join, they felt they had to, otherwise living with a bunch of brutes would be unbearable. Chen Guang and his group hurried over. Chen Guang smiled and said, "Brother Chen, we are willing to listen to your orders." At first he had addressed Chen Luo as Chun, but now he showed his insight by directly calling him Brother Chun. Chen Luo laughed. Had he successfully persuaded them, gaining an extra batch of manpower was certainly good. Although it seemed a bit hasty, and without much investigation, wasn't there still melee? Chen Luo's expression turned serious. "All right, welcome everyone to join. I have just 2 requirements: listen to orders, and be willing to fight zombies. If you can't do that, don't blame me for turning against you." The Law King chimed in agreeing, saying he too would not recognize you if you didn't follow orders. Chen Guang and the others nodded continuously. At this moment, it was inconvenient for Chen Luo to learn their specific information. Then it's settled. Let's help each other move. Since we are uniting, we should all live together for mutual support. Is it okay for everyone to move to my place? With Chen Guang and his group joining, the truck was soon filled to capacity. Chen Luo planned to return once to drop off the supplies at the villa area and then come back for more trips. Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang and the others to continue transporting supplies, gathering everything in one place, while he led the original group back to the villa area. The path had been cleared on the way there, so there were no obstacles. However, a few more vehicles had appeared in the villa area. "Brother, we've searched over a dozen villas. Nothing edible or usable anywhere." Known as Big Brother, the man was in his 30s, sharp-featured, powerfully built with an air of rugged masculinity. His name was Lu Wei. Lu Wei spoke calmly. "Xiao Wei, don't rush. In this blizzard, finding food outdoors is near impossible, but try tracking squirrels. Where they nest, you'll find hoarded provisions. And likewise find survivors, and you'll find food." Xiao Wei nodded, half comprehending. Lu Wei mused inwardly. This villa district housed only the wealthy and elite. Their wives and daughters were uniformly striking, yet he hadn't laid eyes on a beautiful woman in days. "Brother Wei, this villa's occupied." Lu Wei commanded a group of 18 or 19 survivors, having carved out authority among them through ruthless resolve. They'd come together to Chen Luo's villa district, scavenging for supplies and scanning for attractive women. The occupant they discovered was a young man. Ignoring the youth entirely, Lu Wei's group forced their way inside and began ransacking the villa. The young man suppressed his anger, letting them search. He knew little remained worth dying for. But Xiao Wei, dissatisfied with the meager haul, swung a steel pipe hard against the youth's skull. "Damn it! Why do you get to live in a mansion while I can't?" Blood gushed across his face. Xiao Wei thrilled at the sight. The lawless freedom was intoxicating. Strike whomever he pleased. Damn! His frenzy mounting, Xiao Wei beat the youth mercilessly, until within moments the young man lay dead beneath a storm of blows. Lu Wei watched silently, making no move to intervene. It was perfect timing to assert dominance. All witnesses shuddered in silent dread. Xiao Wei grinned. "Ah, pity, still barely any supplies." Lu Wei replied, "Keep searching." Soon they stumbled upon the cluster of villas belonging to Chen Luo and Xu Yun. Fang Yu and Su Lan, on watch, spotted them immediately. Su Lan asked, "What now?" "There are too many," Chen Luo said. "If numbers overwhelm us, pretend we never saw them." A confrontation would leave just 2 of them, Fang Yu and Su Lan, hopelessly outmatched. Fang Yu shook his head. "No, we can't let them enter. Our stored supplies are inside. Chen Luo didn't order us to guard them, but we want stand by and watch them plunder. Haste the plan, we descend and issue a warning. Claim our main force is returning imminently. If they ignore us, we strike once, then retreat, luring them away to buy time. With our electric batons, we may even turn the tide." Su Lan nodded. "Agreed. Otherwise, we're useless dead weight. And if Chen Luo's mission went smoothly, he should be back soon." Suddenly Fang Ye's eyes lit up as he stared toward the estate gate. "Chen Luo's back. I see his car." And several vehicles had appeared without warning inside the compound. Sedans, vans, and small trucks, all parked just outside the entrance. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. So many survivors have entered the villa district. At least a dozen, not just a handful. Chen Luo instructed Yang Xian to drive the convoy directly into the estate. Unloading would otherwise be cumbersome. Chen Luo himself had previously lacked the skill to maneuver his vehicle deep inside. Reversing out would have been difficult. But Yang Xian, a trained driver from military service, handled it effortlessly. And sure enough, as they neared his village, Chen Luo spotted Feng Yu and Su Lan confronting a crowd. Lu Wei squinted. Had he not heard the approaching engines, he'd have attacked already. He needed to gauge how many stood opposite him. Chen Luo and the others stepped down from their vehicles. Seeing a group of women, only a few men among them, Lu Wei's entire crew snapped, alert eyes gleaming. Just a few men. And all the rest, beautiful women. What was there to fear? Chen Luo felt a flicker of recognition. This Lu Wei looked familiar. And then it clicked, wasn't he the so-called protector that Chen Jing, the scheming woman, later clung to? Rumors said Chen Jing suffered terribly under his control. In the original timeline, Lu Wei wouldn't have arrived at the Villa District for another 10 days. And had Chen Luo's eradication of nearby zombies triggered this butterfly effect, Xiao Wei strode to the rear of the heavy truck, slamming his steel pipe against the cargo door. And what's inside? Supplies. Finders keepers, split it 50-50. It was pure provocation. In Xiao Wei's mind, 20 armed men versus a handful of males posed no challenge. As for the women, they weren't worth mentioning. A single glare would reduce them to trembling wrecks. This tactic, he knew it well. A sharp crack echoed. Xiao Wei's cheek stung from a measured slap. And Lu Wei had struck him. And stunned, Xiao Wei stared. Why hit me? Lu Wei reprimanded him. They risked their lives to acquire those goods. Why should you claim half? Do you think your face is that large? Ni's gaze lingered on Mi Ling and Mi Li beside Chen Luo, greed flaring in his eyes, quickly masked. True masterpieces. Lu Wei offered an apologetic smile. My sincere apologies. We had no idea this was your territory. Well, withdraw immediately. And with that, he actually led his group away. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Lu Wei is a toxin-based esper. Has he reached level 2 yet? Ni's released poison smelled like skunk musk, foul and lethal. Letting it loose was unthinkable. It could sicken him for days. Lin Fan murmured, that man radiates malice. Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Do I need you to tell me that? Once some distance away, Xiao Wei couldn't resist asking, brother, seriously, just walking away like that? That's not you. Lu Wei tapped Xiao Wei's head lightly. Now that we know where they are, do you think they'll vanish? A surprise assault later, that's smarter. Don't charge headlong every time. That's the fool's path. Think first. Xiao Wei's eyes widened in sudden understanding. Chen Luo too thought much the same. If I fight you heating, you'll unleash your toxin. I'd lose my appetite for days. Worse, Mi Fan and Mi Li might inhale it. Why risk it? I can ambush you. So why choose open combat? The difference? Chen Luo would strike the moment Lu Wei stepped just slightly beyond safe range. As Lu Wei whispered instructions to Xiao Wei, his head exploded. Chen Luo had launched a spatial sphere, precisely striking Lu Wei's skull. And how could it not detonate? Only a faint, fading breath remained. Lu Wei's final thought, I've been ambushed. And unwilling to take chances, Chen Luo delivered a finishing blow. And he waved his hand, eliminate them. They were little more than rabble, quickly subdued. Chen Luo's expression held cold disdain, knowing you posed a threat, and still letting you walk away. Wait until you strike first, then retaliate. Some fools knowingly face danger, hesitating until betrayal strikes, only then erupting in furious counterattack. By then their comrades, or loved ones, may already bear irreversible harm. Regret arrives too late. Not me. I act decisively if I deem you a threat, and eliminating you is effortless. I strike immediately. Lu Wei never imagined his own plan, to ambush later, would be preempted by instant annihilation. And I truly bow to your mastery of stealth, old fox. The group began hauling supplies into the villa, designating several villas as storage warehouses. In truth, stowing everything into Chen Luo's spatial ability would have spared them all this labor. Yet the timing was not yet ripe. Only core members knew of this ability. Moreover, for awakened individuals, moving such supplies among so many people posed no real challenge. Before long, the entire cargo truck was unloaded. Everyone cheered. This haul would sustain them for a long time, including generous portions of preserved meats. Among them were vacuum-sealed duck legs, chicken feet, sausages, and cured pork. Without pause, they set off for Chunguang's location to retrieve more supplies. In 2 days, a significant portion of the zombies would evolve into level 1 zombies, like clockwork. They had to complete the supply transfer before then, afterward retrieval would grow perilously difficult. After brief consideration, Chen Luo instructed the Dharma King to remain behind and guard the base. With the Dharma King on watch, ordinary intruders posed no threat whatsoever. And the Dharma King truly was a vigilant hound. It could sense danger instantly and flee without hesitation. It would never fight to the death unless explicitly ordered by Chen Luo. As for Chen Luo himself, he could not stay behind. He needed to escort the women safely throughout the transport operation. Upon arriving at Chun Guang's location, they first retrieved all supplies stored there. Chun Guang then resumed his own scavenging. The residential compound held astonishingly abundant provisions. Nearly every household kept at least half a sack of rice or flour along with snacks. Bottled water, too, was nearly ubiquitous. Chen Luo amassed supplies aggressively, and somehow word leaked out that Chun Guang's group was preparing to depart. Other survivors in the compound rushed over in tears, pleading, "You can't leave. Who will protect us once you're gone?" These people were shrewd enough to recognize that Chun Guang's group was unlike themselves. They depended entirely on their protection. Chen Luo scoffed. "By your logic, you're quite formidable. Some wield magic, others master the legendary lightning 5-strike whip. Why do you still need protection? Their numbers even exceeded theirs. Wouldn't self-reliance be wiser? To perish without change is no one's fault but your own." Chen Luo cast 2 spatial orbs onto the empty ground beside them. The explosive detonations sent them scattering in terror. While others continued loading supplies, Chen Luo remained active, entering an unscavenged residence on the first floor through a window. Once inside, he withdrew 500 gene of sausage from his spatial domain and placed it carefully within the home. This was part of Chen Luo's personal reserve. When the women entered later and discovered the sausages, they would surely be overjoyed. Truly, Chen Luo mused, "I've gone to extraordinary lengths just to ensure you taste these sausages." He would say nothing of it, remaining anonymous, the quiet man who labored selflessly behind the scenes. Sure enough, moments later, a thunderous shriek erupted from the room where Chen Luo had left the sausages, so piercing one might mistake it for a zombie attack. Several women stood flushed-faced, staring up at the sausages hanging in the room. So many sausages. We'll finally have something delicious to eat. How on earth did so many sausages end up here? Perhaps this family ran a sausage workshop. Who cares? What matters is we have food. Shu Yun reported the discovery to Chen Luo, beaming. He smiled back and said, "Then tonight let's feast on sausages." Using both the cargo truck and the bus, they made 5 full trips before finishing the entire compound. Conservatively speaking, the haul would sustain everyone for at least 3 months. Shu Yun entrusted the most valuable sausages to Ma Yu for safekeeping. Sausages, after all, spoiled slowly. Chen Luo raised no objection. If stored with him, those 500 gene might well swell to 1,000. At the right opportunity, he'd ask Ma Yu to transform some of his stored pork into cured meat and sausages. 3 gene of raw meat yielded only 1 gene of finished sausage. Sausages paired perfectly with rice. Ma Yu sliced 5 gene into thin pieces, steamed them simply, and an irresistible aroma instantly filled the air. No elaborate technique was required. Those 5 genes served with steamed rice provided a sumptuous meal for the entire group. Just imagining the abundance of sausages lifted everyone's spirits. Even if Chen Luo ate more than a share, there would still be dozens of hearty meals left for the rest. Nonsense. Why settle for sausages when so many delicacies awaited? After dinner, Chen Luo lay languidly on his bed, savoring the postprandial drowsiness. A knock sounded at the door. Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Only Mi Li and Mi Ling occupied the 3rd floor, and it certainly wasn't Mi Ling. It had to be Mi Li. She's taking initiative now, is she? Chen Luo opened the door, only to find Mi Ling instead. She wore a flowing black gown, clearly fond of the color. Then the black item I secretly took earlier fits perfectly. Though loose-fitting, the gown could not conceal her breathtaking figure. Chen Luo noticed she carried a plastic bag. Her expression grew awkward as she handed it to him. Chen Luo accepted it and froze in stunned silence. Mi Ling's face flushed crimson. Condoms. Mi Ling's cheeks burned scarlet as she gritted her teeth inwardly. "Why are you staring at me like that? If it weren't for me, Li, do you think I'd ever stoop to this?" She'd rehearsed a stern lecture to impart wisdom upon Chen Luo, but at the crucial moment, the words failed her. Stammering slightly, she said, "Mi Li is still too young. Wait another 2 years. If you're truly ready to become a father, then consider my interference unwarranted." She turned abruptly to leave, and in her fluster struck her head against the doorframe with a sharp thud. She didn't even pause to register the impact. Too embarrassing. Chen Luo called out, "Wait. Mi Ling, I have something for you too." He quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand. Mi Li and Mi Ling are nearing level 3. I intend to accelerate their advancement." He still possessed half a Rat King crystal and a level 5 fire-type crystal. Both would significantly hasten their cultivation. Each level up increased difficulty exponentially. Others required 20 days to reach level 3. At that pace, achieving king tier status would take years, impossible. Yet years later, numerous survivors would attain king tier strength, not by chance, but because high-grade crystals enabled rapid ascension. With sufficient quantities of elite crystals, Chen Luo could ascend to king tier in a single month. But such abundance was unthinkable. Venturing after such high-level zombies would mean certain death. Mi Ling, utterly flustered, hadn't heard a word he said. Chen Luo shook his head and went to Mi Li's room instead. Upon seeing him, she blushed faintly. Not these 2 days. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. Some ailments responded marvelously to healing techniques, others, alas, remained stubbornly beyond their reach. Those persistent, unwelcome relatives refused to be banished. The crystal of the 5th level fire element still holds considerable significance for Chen Luo. However, it is not enough to elevate him to the 5th level. It would be better to use it to quickly elevate a few trusted subordinates to the 3rd level. Chen Luo first gave it to Mi Li. The effect was truly remarkable. Mi Li, who originally needed 2 to 3 days to advance, reached the 3rd level in just 10 minutes. The power of this crystal only consumed a small portion. Chen Luo then gave it to Su Daju, and in the meantime, he handed the Mouse King's crystal to Shu Yun. Shu Yun is someone Chen Luo intends to cultivate as a trusted subordinate. Not only is her talent exceptional, but her attitude also pleases him. If she doesn't advance, who else will? Allowing her to advance is also a way to win her loyalty. Shu Yun, taken aback, accepted the distinctly different crystal, saying, "Thank you, I will continue to work hard." Chen Luo smiled and said, "I have high hopes for you." Currently, only Shu Yun, Fang Yu, and Chun Guang do not have this privilege. With the help of the 5th level crystals, Su Daju quickly reached the 3rd level. Chen Luo sensed that the crystal's power had only been consumed by about 1/5. He then went to Mi Ling's room and knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Mi Ling's expression was still somewhat unnatural, and her heart felt a bit wary. Knocking on the door so late, could it be that he has ill intentions? If so, should I call out or remain silent? If I call, it would be bad if Mi Li overheard. Chen Luo said, "You gave me something, so I must repay you a bit." Mi Ling's expression darkened. Was it really necessary to bring this up? Chen Luo took out a fine item and placed it in Mi Ling's hand. Feeling the warm power emanating from it, Mi Ling was startled and said, "This thing is also useful for you, right? You should use it. You need to grow stronger to lead the team better." Mi Ling is of the fire element, making this fire crystal more suitable for her. Chen Luo chuckled, "Why be so courteous? We are family after all. You absorbing this now is better, and you can return it to me once you reach the 3rd level." Mi Ling nodded, no longer refusing. "Indeed, he is my brother-in-law." After 10 minutes, Mi Ling also advanced to the 3rd level, returning the crystal to Chen Luo, who found that the crystal still had 3/4 of its power remaining. Back in his room, looking at the bored rice ball rolling on the bed, Chen Luo realized that while he could forget some, he could never forget his rice ball. The rice ball had already advanced to the 2nd level long ago. After all, few could match its talent. Yet, curiously, the rice ball's strength showed no change. Its pink little paws still lacked any lethality. It had not comprehended any other skills either. The only difference was that it seemed a bit prettier than before. Chen Luo was at a loss. Shouldn't any evolved ability lead to at least some increase in strength? It was truly a rare sight. What type of ability could it possess? Regardless of what kind of ability the rice ball had, being so obedient meant it deserved some training. Chen Luo chuckled, "Rice ball, I haven't kept you company for several days. Let's sleep together tonight." The rice ball's eyes lit up as it looked at Chen Luo. "Really?" Chen Luo sheepishly replied, "Just for tonight, and tomorrow. Next time might be a month later." The rice ball didn't care and was very happy. Chen Luo hugged the rice ball, saying, "Let's cultivate rice ball." The rice ball absorbed the 5th level crystal, while Chen Luo absorbed the 1st level crystals from Lu Wei and other survivors, along with a few 2nd level ones. Chen Luo's rapid increase in strength made it hard to continue advancing quickly. He needed the zombies to reach the 1st level before he could grow rapidly again. Typically, the power within Chen Luo's body did not stagnate. Even without absorbing crystals, it would naturally grow, albeit at a slow rate. It was roughly equivalent to a 1st level ability user absorbing 4 low-level crystals at full capacity every day. The rice ball quickly finished absorbing and also reached the 3rd level, yet still showed no changes. After advancing, the rice ball lacked its usual liveliness, as if sensing something. After a long time, it uncertainly said, "Chen Luo, I have a feeling that something bad will happen soon, probably the day after tomorrow." The day after tomorrow marks the beginning of zombies evolving from the lowest level to the 1st level, and some zombies will indeed become 1st level. Is it referring to this? Chen Luo was shocked. Aside from himself, no one else knew. Now an extra cat had appeared. He was unsure of the rice ball's ability, but based on what he had read in novels and watched in films, it seemed to be a prophetic type. During their time in the mall, the rice ball sensed danger for Li and indeed encountered a devourer. While the rice ball could sense it, it couldn't change the outcome. This might be why Chen Luo never saw the rice ball in his past life. He stroked the rice ball, saying, "I never expected you to be a little fortune teller. I wonder what abilities you'll have once you reach the king level." The next day, there was no need to gather supplies anymore. What was sufficient was enough. Chen Luo gathered everyone together. Today's task is to clear out the zombies from a farther distance, but we need not eliminate them all. Everyone was quite puzzled. They understood the need to clear zombies for safety, but why leave some behind? The reason for leaving some is obviously to allow them to advance to the first level and collect their crystals. If there were hundreds of first-level zombies, Chen Luo wouldn't dare to confront them hidden. However, if it was only a scattered few first-level zombies, why should he be afraid? Chen Luo did not explain, nor was there a need to. Everyone began to clear out the zombies from a farther distance as instructed by Chen Luo. There weren't many zombies nearby to begin with. Not only did they not clear out the scarce nearby zombies, but they also had to protect them. They foolishly bumped into the cars, and they had to avoid them. At night, Chen Luo ordered from today onward someone must keep watch at each villa, rotating every hour. No one should let others approach or be caught off guard by zombies. Each villa had about 10 people. One person watching for an hour was enough to keep watch until dawn. Although it was a bit tiring, it was necessary. There were no doubts regarding this requirement. It was expected. Chen Luo thought to himself that by tomorrow morning, or even at midnight, first-level zombies would be seen everywhere. These zombies exhibited a bit of intelligence. They would dodge when vehicles approached and retaliate with spells. They behaved like lower-level animals, such as mice, which would retreat when they saw a larger group. When there are many mice, even cats dare to eat. Relying on weapons like Chen Luo's electric batons, it would be impossible to deal with them. Before you even got close, they would cast a spell. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu could no longer rely on a batch of electric batons to easily slaughter hundreds of zombies. One could say that the difficulty of the apocalypse had suddenly shifted from easy to hard. The difficulty gradually increased, eventually reaching nightmare levels. In the end, aside from Chen Luo, humanity was completely wiped out. No one would think that Chen Luo survived solely through strength, right? It was all about survival. Finding a place to hide and relying on void walking was the only way to survive. In the dead of night, Chen Luo heard some noises. A lone zombie had wandered over. He didn't pay it much mind. With over 10 people in each villa, if they couldn't handle 1 or 2 zombies, then they deserved to die. Injuries could be treated by another light-type royal spirit. If the injuries were severe, they would certainly come looking for him. In the morning, Shu Yun gave Chen Luo the leftover Mouse King's crystal, and she had also reached level 3. Chen Luo congratulated her. Shu Yun blushed a bit. Chen Luo had specifically sought her out last night, and when she returned, her roommates teased her. "Did Chen Luo give you special treatment, treating you to sausage?" Shu Yun reported. "A zombie with ice arrows came last night. If it hadn't missed, someone might have been injured." Thinking of this, Shu Yun felt a bit scared. If it had hit a vital spot, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Luo asked, "How did you deal with it?" Shu Yun replied, "Honestly, we all focused our fire and took it down instantly." Chen Luo shook his head. Did they really think they could all focus on one zombie? That kind of magic was too cheap. At 8 in the morning, Chen Luo usually arranged everyone's tasks for the day. Once everyone got used to it, they would automatically gather together. Their initiative was commendable. There were no delays or latecomers. Looking at the 50 or so people, Chen Luo felt a bit emotional. He initially thought it would just be him, Su Dezhu, and a few others like Mi Ling and Mi Li. But unexpectedly, he encountered Shu Yun and the other girls, and it seemed wasteful not to take them in. This group of beautiful girls attracted too much attention. It was hard not to draw someone's interest. So it would be better to gather a group to protect the girls. Anyone with bad intentions would think twice. Having more people was good too, as they could help him collect crystals. Chen Luo said, "Last night a zombie with magic appeared. Such zombies are becoming more common. I want to ask everyone, what should we do if we encounter one?" Someone said, "That's easy. We have a lot of people and can take it down easily." Chen Luo sneered, "Is everyone's magic infinitely releasable? Or do you think you can cast spells faster than a zombie? If a crowd gathers, the zombie's magic can hit someone even with eyes closed, and it's hard to evade when there are so many. Are we dealing with just one zombie? Let me tell you frankly, from today onward, unless there's bad weather or special circumstances, everyone must kill at least 5 such magic-wielding zombies each day." 5 each day. Some couldn't help but think this was a bit difficult. If they were the kind of zombies without magic, killing 10 each day wouldn't be a problem. The issue was that this type of zombie had magic and fighting them was genuinely dangerous. It could lead to severe injuries or even death. A girl couldn't help but ask why push ourselves so hard. Killing 1 or 2 each day should be enough, right? Chen Luo chuckled, why push ourselves so hard? The crystals from such zombies when absorbed will help you grow stronger much faster. That day the zombie that blew up a bus, anyone who saw it understands. If one day all zombies evolve to that level, do you think you can survive without putting in the effort now? Although that level 5 fire-type zombie was taken down by Chen Luo instantly, it still haunted many girls. Their magic had little effect on it, while its damage was explosive. If it weren't for Chen Luo, they feared very few would survive. Chen Guang and the others who hadn't seen that level 5 zombie couldn't help but ask those who had and discussed it excitedly. Upon learning the situation, everyone gasped. It was terrifying. They were even more astonished by Chen Luo's strength. It was zombie-like that was taken down by him in an instant. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and everyone fell silent. If you're afraid to fight, how are you any different from those old men and women? Everyone is following me, and I certainly won't let you all die. Now I will share the patterns I've discovered about zombies with you. Everyone immediately focused. This was the experience of a strong person and could save their lives. As for the lowest level zombies, I won't mention them. Regarding those with magic, they are like us, possessing various abilities, including physical fire and ice types. Even I can't distinguish from their appearance whether a zombie can use magic. That day Zhang Liang suffered a significant loss because of this. So from now on we will assume any encountered zombie is at least a level 1 zombie. If a level 1 zombie is outnumbered, it will flee rather than confront you directly. If you attack it, it will instinctively dodge. This aspect is tricky and can even call for help from its companions. It's unrealistic to rely on numbers against them. Chasing hard can lead to danger for yourselves. Unless defending a base or forced for resources, who would choose to confront a horde of zombies hidden? Even if you win, you lose. The best formation to deal with them is 4 people, 2 warriors, and 2 mages. Rest assured, although they have evolved, their speed has only slightly increased, still inferior to yours. They can flee when outnumbered. Of course, the ideal formation would include a support role, but there are too few support-type ability users. Everyone slowly digested this information. After a while, Chen Luo said, now I'll teach you a little trick to dodge magic. Chen Luo casually pointed at me, Ling and Shu Yun. You two attack me with magic, and I will dodge. The speed of spells is very fast. If the distance is short, it arrives in the blink of an eye, making it hard to evade with just the body. However, facing me, Ling and Shu Yun's attack, Chen Luo was able to effortlessly dodge, not by relying on speed, but simply moving slightly to evade their attacks. Everyone was incredulous, especially Mi Ling. She thought her spells were very accurate, yet none hit Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled, is this really that hard? As long as I teach this technique to everyone and practice more, it can be done. Everyone focused more intently, holding their breath, afraid of missing this precious skill. Chen Luo said, dodging after seeing the spell is nearly impossible, but I can predict their trajectory from Mi Ling and Shu Yun's gestures, allowing me to position myself in advance to evade the attack. Mi Ling realized this is called prediction. Chen Luo laughed, exactly. It's hard to dodge spells, so pay attention to the direction the zombie's hands are aiming. Once it moves, predict the spell's trajectory and move to evade. As long as everyone gets familiar with this technique, dealing with level 1 zombies will be much easier. Mi Ling seemed to be thinking, and then said, shall we try again? Chen Luo secretly smiled. If they wanted to, then so be it. In the first few rounds, Mi Ling casually threw small fireballs with very little power, all of which Chen Luo easily dodged. However, in a later fireball, Chen Luo was actually hit. Mi Ling smiled, I predicted your prediction. Today I'm a bit stuck on the writing. From now on, updates will be set for 8 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, updating around midnight is a bit too early. I hurried to write it out, and the more I rushed, the less I could write. I don't want to affect the quality of the updates just for speed, so the remaining 2 chapters will be posted at 8 tonight. You've predicted my prediction. Chen Luo chuckled. Mi Ling's combat talent is indeed formidable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the title of the goddess of war, Ling Yanji. Compared to Chen Luo, Mi Ling is far too weak. In a real fight, she wouldn't have the chance to unleash so many fireballs. If Mi Ling were at the same level as Chen Luo. No way, you can't be seriously thinking that Chen Luo would face Mi Ling head-on. He'll be the first to run, looking for an opportunity to take you down. I never engage in direct confrontation with evenly matched opponents. It's too dangerous. You say it's shameless. How those who are concerned about their face are already dead. Mi Ling had no sense of triumph either. This was merely a controlled weak fireball. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to cast them so frequently unless Chen Luo was careless. She is currently at too great a disadvantage compared to Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled. and said everyone rest assured level 1 zombies definitely lack the intelligence for prediction. If you encounter one that does just run, they are beyond your capability to resist. Alright, everyone find your opponents to practice these techniques in the morning. We'll set off after lunch. For lunch they had sausages. Many probably wouldn't live to see the day they finished eating them. Chen Luo said, "We have a total of 52 people. 12 will stay behind to guard the base, taking turns. The remaining 40 will form teams of 4, creating 10 teams. These teams must maintain a good distance from each other and don't stray too far so you can support one another. Each team will have a walkie-talkie for communication in case of emergencies. The dangers of the apocalypse don't only come from zombies, more often they stem from other survivors. If everyone spreads out too far and encounters a team of survivors, it could turn dangerous. If there are only 4 people and they encounter 1 or 2 zombies won't run." Hearing Chen Luo's words, many felt relieved. They were genuinely afraid Chen Luo would scatter them all over the place. The team composition should ideally be 2 men and 2 women, ensuring that each team has a tank. Before setting off, Chen Luo calmly stated by 6 in the afternoon, or once the mission is completed, all teams return to the villa area to regroup. Today counts as half a day. Each person will receive 3 level 1 crystals. Teams that fail to complete their tasks will be punished collectively. There will be no dinner upon return as a form of punishment. The initial punishment is light, but if tasks are consistently uncompleted, don't come back until you do. Except for Chen Luo's team, everyone else walked. There were still a few sparse zombies around, just right for them to practice. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder some zombies had been deliberately left behind when clearing them out earlier. This foresight is truly impressive. Chen Luo only observed for a moment from the car before driving away. He had already given them as much guidance and proper arrangements as possible. If they died now, it couldn't be blamed on anyone else. It's impossible for me to protect them closely, to act as their bodyguard. I can provide some protection now, but can I always do so? This is the apocalypse, not a game. Danger is everywhere. Chen Luo was prepared for any casualties. He left to find areas with more zombies to acquire crystals. Arriving at a street, the number of zombies began to increase significantly. Chen Luo said, "You 3 get out of the car. Dezhu Mi Ling, you deal with the zombies, and Mi Li, you provide buffs and gather crystals." Mi Li made a grimace. She would rather fight zombies than dig for those bloody crystals. If she were to blame anyone, it could only be her lack of combat skills. Su Dezhu was at level 3 and Mi Li was also at level 3. With Mi Li's buffs, Su Dezhu's defense and strength could rival Chen Luo's. Su Dezhu as a warrior, Mi Ling as a mage, and Mi Li as a healer, they had a complete setup. All 3 were level 3, easily handling these level 1 zombies, some of which hadn't even reached level 1 yet. These zombies were hardly even training for the trio, but level 3 or 4 zombies weren't something Chen Luo could just stumble upon. He drove slowly behind them. Chen Luo wasn't idle either. He took out a homemade textbook to teach Lin Fan, who was in his arms, and the Mage King, who was sitting in the passenger seat, about the 9 years of compulsory education. Chen Luo said, "Now we'll teach you pinyin. In the future, if you encounter characters you don't understand, you can just look them up in the dictionary." Mi Ling found it amusing. Oh, was this really something humans did? Teaching cats and dogs to read. 8 zombies charged at them. This was the largest group they had encountered simultaneously that afternoon. Su Dezhu was about to rush forward, but Mi Ling stopped him. Mi Ling felt a sense that she could use a new spell. She unleashed a fireball. If the previous fireballs were 5 centimeters in diameter, this one was now 10. As the zombies approached, Mi Ling threw the fireball, and as it entered the horde, she instinctively controlled it. Suddenly, the flames exploded, knocking over 5 zombies, while the remaining 3 were still lively due to their distance. Mi Ling was thrilled. Her instincts were indeed correct. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. The Mage King had recently comprehended a similar skill. For the remaining 3 zombies, Mi Ling chose to kill them one by one, as the earlier spell had taken a toll. After the 3 had killed over 100 zombies, both Mi Ling and Mi Li had exhausted their magical power. The buffs Mi Li provided had amplified effects, but the consumption was significantly higher, and she couldn't keep casting them for long. Only Su Dezhu remained. Although he wouldn't face life-threatening danger, he was bound to get injured. Chen Luo and the Mage King stepped in, easily dispatching over 200 zombies. The proportion of level 1 zombies was somewhat low, about a third. After checking the time, Chen Luo began to head back. Upon returning, everyone was already there. The few who were injured had been treated by Wang Ling and were mostly fine. However, the grim news for others was that one person had died. The deceased was a man from Chunguang's team, a level 1 elemental ability user. He had been struck in the head by a spell and died on the spot. Seeing everyone's spirits low, Chen Luo said calmly, "Don't blame me for being harsh, of forcing you to fight. is because this world is too cruel. Originally, the crowd had been somewhat doubtful of Chen Luo's words, could there really be that many zombies capable of casting spells? But what they witnessed that afternoon proved that at least 1/3 of the zombies could suddenly use spells. If you don't advance, the world will force you to move forward. Chen Guang sighed, this world of Chao Dan. 2 teams failed to complete their tasks. Chen Luo showed no mercy and let them go hungry. It's only 1 meal missed. Haven't you tried going 3 days without food? That night, all members absorbed level 1 crystals. Level 1 crystals contained more than twice the energy compared to the lowest grade crystals, and their quality was entirely different. Xu Yun reached level 3. She previously could absorb 11 lowest grade crystals a day, but now she could only absorb 7 level 1 crystals. This was just an exception, and most people could only absorb about 1.5 crystals, while the excess crystals were collected by Chen Luo. Anyway, absorb as many as you can eat. Any surplus must be surrendered. Chen Luo hoped that someone could absorb more as it represented rapid growth. To Chen Luo's relief, after absorbing the crystals, everyone did not idle. They immediately began evasive drills. A teammate had died that afternoon, a blow that struck them deeply. Now the harder they trained, the greater their chances of surviving the future. Chen Luo too began absorbing crystals. As a level 4, he could assimilate roughly 65 level 1 crystals at a time. A level 3 FA, Wang managed only 13. Level 1 crystals remained too inferior for Chen Luo. At his 4th level, the very weakest conferred virtually no benefit. Chen Luo estimated it would take him about 20 days to reach level 5. In his previous life, fortune had favored him, and it had taken only a month. It was not markedly faster than before, for in that earlier life, most of the crystals he absorbed had been level 3, hardly comparable to ingesting level 1 stones. It was akin to being level 40 and fighting level 10 beasts. Merely surviving long enough to advance was already fortunate. On the 2nd day, they continued to slay undead. Fortune smiled today. Only 1 teammate was gravely injured, but was revived and no one died, and every member completed the 5 crystal quota. Yet their hearts grew heavier, for the chance of encountering spell-wielding zombies had doubled since yesterday. Where yesterday 3 encounters yielded 1 such foe, now 3 encounters brought 2. The world was becoming harsher. Chen Luo regarded the scene with cold clarity. If they could not match the undead's pace of evolution, the casualties would only grow more grievous. Were it not for the survivors' relentless slaughter that had driven zombie numbers down by the mid to late stages, the living would have been overwhelmed. Humanity might have been extinguished before truly dreadful creatures even arrived. On the 3rd day, noticeably more survivors were heading for remote corners. These groups moved almost exclusively in numbers. They ought to count themselves fortunate that the undead had not yet fully evolved. That window granted them combat experience, the chance to grow stronger, and information about nearby survivors. They were not Chen Luo alone. Escape was scarcely possible. If they did not band together, a 1 in 9 chance of survival would be the best they could hope for. That very morning, Chen Luo had encountered 2 groups. He had slaughtered 1. Those men had been courting death, brazenly harassing his sister-in-law. Chen Luo thought it prudent to strengthen the base's defenses, to leave more people behind or station a Fa Wang as guardian. His party came to the side of a great bridge where several cars were parked on the adjacent grass. On the lawn, 7 or 8 men ringed a man and a woman out. A few by the vehicles feigned indifference. There were even female survivors among them. The pair appeared to be father and daughter. Chen Luo's keen ears twitched as a leering man sneered, "Little sister, you would not want to see your father harmed, would you?" From that single line, Chen Luo could infer the rest. Though cold of temperament, he could not brook such outrage. He resolved, perhaps opportunistically, to relieve the group of their crystals. Perhaps a few were level 2. Meili saw them and cried out, "That's my classmate." Chen Luo paused and asked, "Are you close?" Meili nodded, "Yes, she's my bosom friend." "Brother Chen Luo, please go help them." Meili would not risk herself for a stranger, but for a bosom friend, she could not stand aside. Chen Luo was not without feeling either. If Meili's friend could be saved, he would step in. Chen Luo wasted no words. Since they acted as one, none of them would be spared. He feared not adversaries of godlike power, but the complacency of fools. Though some present had not taken part, they could chalk it up to bad luck. Without hesitation, Chen Luo unleashed the Fa Wang. Dog be a dog. The Fa Wang's lure proved more intoxicating than the girl's plea. The gang stared greedily at the Fa Wang, unaware that a harbinger of lightning and death had been called. They did not know of the bond between Chen Luo's group and Meili's friend, and so had not bothered to use her as a hostage. Su Dazhu and Mi Ling struck in turn and easily dispatched the men. Meili ran to Zhang Jingjing in joyful relief. "Jingjing, it's me." Still shaken, Zhang Jingjing saw Mi Li and Mi Ling and exclaimed with mingled shock and joy, Mi Li and sister Mi Ling. Zhang Jingjing had visited Mi Li's home several times, and thus knew Mi Ling. Mi Ling had even met Zhang Jingjing's father Zhang Dongqing on one occasion. After Mi Li offered Zhang Jingjing some comfort, she led her over to Chen Luo. Chen Luo took in Zhang Jingjing at a glance, a girl of sweet features. If Mi Li was the school's beauty, Zhang Jingjing was the class darling. Less striking perhaps, but agreeable nonetheless. Mi Li pleaded, brother, this is my bosom friend Zhang Jingjing. Please let us take her back with us. Chen Luo inwardly noted that the name felt slightly lacking. Chen Luo nodded. Very well, provided she abides by our rules. He would give Mi Li her face. They were not entirely closed to new members. If the girl proved capable, she might become an unexpected asset. Zhang Jingjing wondered if Mi Li and the others revolved around the handsome man before them. She did not address Mi Ling, but looked straight at Chen Luo, assuming he was the leader. Chen Luo asked Zhang Dongqing, you can drive, right? Follow us by car. Zhang Dongqing carried a refined air, perhaps in his 40s. After all, his daughter was still young. Grateful, Zhang Dongqing replied, thank you for saving us. I can drive. Chen Luo placed father and daughter together in a single vehicle. It so happened Chen Luo intended to return. The morning's gains had been substantial. Upon reaching the villa quarter, he said, Mi Li, arrange for your friend to stay with Shu Yun. She cannot live inside this villa. Mi Li nodded. Zhang Jingjing hurried over and begged Mi Li, let me sleep with you tonight. They had shared sleeping space before. To Zhang Jingjing it seemed natural, a way to deepen their bond. Chen Luo refused with a cold look. No. Without my permission, she is not allowed into this villa. They could not afford one more mouth under this roof. Shu Yun hurried over and took Zhang Jingjing away. For lunch they had potatoes fried with sausage, more savory than plain steamed sausages. Chen Luo admitted he did not know how many would survive. To those who lived through it, he promised to let them taste better food. Zhang Jingjing devoured her meal. In the past, born to comfort, she would have shown little interest. Reflecting, Zhang Jingjing asked, where is Mi Li? I do not see her. What did she have for lunch? What did Mi Li have for lunch? Zhang Jingjing's question left the other girls momentarily stunned. After all, they were not toddlers. Chen Luo rarely dined with the group. Most meals were taken alone in his villa room. Surely he wasn't holed up in his room, eating steamed buns with pickled mustard tubers. He had even mentioned that his refrigerator still held a generous stock of pork. Red braised pork was something he'd promised to cook for everyone soon. Perhaps he'd once eaten red braised pork daily. Now it was red braised pork plus sausage. Every item of supplies had passed through their hands, whether gathered loaded or unloaded. Who could possibly be unaware of what delicacies were available? The sausages were undoubtedly the finest among them. If none were shared, resentment would surely simmer. But Chen Luo distributed them daily and generously. Merely having sausage for lunch already brought them deep satisfaction. Even if Chen Luo ate red braised pork every single meal, it was food he'd secured entirely on his own before anyone else arrived. Moreover, he bore sole responsibility for protecting them all. What harm was there in him enjoying a hearty meal? One girl laughed, Mi Li must have had sausage for lunch too. That remark was perfectly reasonable, yet a few girls recoiled as if scalded. Zhang Jingjing's words made Shu Yun frown faintly. Wasn't there an undercurrent of comparison? Were sausage and potatoes truly insufficient? Had you not appeared close to Mi Li, and had you shown no merit upon arrival, you wouldn't have been granted even a single slice. Still, Zhang Jingjing had only spoken idly. Shu Yun couldn't draw conclusions from one offhand comment. With a gentle smile, Shu Yun explained, Chen Luo is like our employer, and we are his staff. Dining together with him feels awkward, so we naturally eat separately. Zhang Jingjing nodded, though her gaze drifted elsewhere. Mi Li is certainly eating something far better, and yet despite our friendship you didn't invite me. A quiet sorrow settled over her. The sausage that had tasted so fragrant moments before now seemed bland and unappetizing. Chen Luo picked up a saltwater prawn, dipped it lightly into vinegar, and savored its delicate sweetness. He turned to Mi Li and said, keep your friend under observation for now. Don't disclose anything about our operations. Everyone must prove their worth. Let's see whether she can contribute. So long as she remains obedient, even without exceptional ability, we'll assign her to logistics. Those who offer no value have no place in this world. Even Mi Li, Chen Luo's own sister-in-law, fought zombies daily, slaying far more than anyone else. Did Chen Luo ever let her eat plain rice? Had zombies not already evolved to level 1, he would have sent Zhang Jingjing and her father to eliminate 10 zombies, just as he had done with Li Ming and Li Hui before them. Sending them out now would only be sending them to their deaths. Mi Li nodded. Understood. After finishing his meal, Chen Luo summoned Fang Yu. There are still several survivors in the villa district. Tell them to leave. If they refuse, assign them to zombie extermination. Show no mercy to those who resist. In extraordinary times, never leave potential threats behind. Fang Yu nodded and departed with several comrades. Chen Luo muttered a curse under his breath. Mud that won't hold a wall. Out of neighborly goodwill, he'd offered them a chance to join, yet all they did was cower inside their villas. Shu Yun hurried over as Chen Luo emerged from the villa. Chen Luo, we've nearly eradicated all zombies in the immediate vicinity. To find more, we'll need to venture much farther out. Zombies hadn't even evolved fully, and yet they'd already been cleared once. For days straight, they'd slain at least 300 to 400 daily. Did anyone truly believe zombies were inexhaustible? Shen Guang approached cautiously just then. Brother, as you instructed, 20 level 1 crystals are enough to advance most of my men to level 2. The level 1 crystals themselves yield even better results. Nearly everyone is on the verge of ascending, perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. Wouldn't it be safer to wait until they reach level 2 before sending them out again? Chen Guang meant well. Reaching level 2 drastically reduced mortality risk. Fighting level 1 zombies as level 1 cultivators carried grave risk. One misstep could spell disaster. It was only human nature to seek stability. Chen Luo demanded a minimum of 5 level 1 crystals per day, except in special circumstances. This was precisely such a circumstance. With ascension imminent, why rush? Why force them into battle now and breed resentment? Chen Luo paused, then nodded. Agreed. They'll remain here to guard the compound. Chen Guang and Shu Yun exchanged curious glances. What's about to happen? Chen Luo explained, haven't you noticed refugees fleeing this way? They'll scour every corner for supplies, and sooner or later they'll come for us. Other areas may still hold scarce resources, but no one waits until their stores run dry before searching. Humans like squirrels hoard compulsively, not for greed but for security, especially when nearby zones are already cleared of zombies. Chen Guang sighed. Truly no peace to be found. Chen Luo replied, take a team to the neighborhood gate. Use the bus, keep the air conditioning running. It's sweltering otherwise. Report any developments via walkie-talkie. Oh, and bring Zhang Dongqing, the newcomer, today. Observe his conduct. Chen Guang nodded. Turning to Shu Yun, Chen Luo added no special treatment for Zhang Jingjing. Shu Yun's expression cleared. So Zhang Jingjing was no privileged insider. Survivors would likely arrive daily from now on. Peaceful zombie hunting was over. Surviving the apocalypse was exhausting. Not only guarding against zombies and scavenging supplies, but also defending against fellow survivors who might steal, or worse, seize, what little one possessed. In his past life, Chen Luo had known no such anxieties. The ones trembling in fear were others. No need to ask why. Without ruthless, iron-fisted authority, one could never command respect. A cold gleam flickered in Chen Luo's eyes. A few exemplary executions were necessary to establish dominance. Perhaps hang a dozen corpses at the gate and see who dared enter next. It seemed that there weren't many people. There were just over 20 individuals on Chen Guang's side, so he didn't use the walkie-talkie to make contact. With so few people, they couldn't handle the situation and would need reinforcements which would make them look utterly useless. Several vehicles saw the people getting off the bus and stopped at the entrance of the community, where a dozen individuals got out. Chen Guang politely said, entry is not allowed here. You should look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the group frowned, not allowed in. They knew this was a villa area and were hoping to find 2 villas to settle down in. A young man smiled and said, brother, is this villa fully occupied? Chen Guang merely smiled and replied, please check other places. To be honest, if there weren't so many people across from them and they were uncertain about how many people were still inside the community, this group might have attempted to force their way in. Is this your home? If a conflict arises, it could mean death. At that moment, another convoy approached from a distance, likely consisting of more than 10 vehicles. Chen Guang's expression changed. He couldn't tell how many people were across from them, and if a conflict broke out, his side would not fare well. When in doubt, seek the leader. Chen Guang immediately turned around and contacted via walkie-talkie, brother Chen, quite a few people are coming over with more than 10 vehicles, likely around 50 to 60 people. Chen Luo was eating ice cream, reading a novel on his phone, while lying on a chair, occasionally stroking the rice beside him. Upon hearing the walkie-talkie message, he wasn't surprised and replied, everyone gather at the entrance of the community. Chen Luo was not surprised. The location and conditions of the villa area were the best nearby, so it was strange that no one came. Each villa had at least 2 walkie-talkies, and Shu Yun quickly arranged for everyone to assemble. Zhang Jingjing, who was arranged with Li Hui, was also called. Zhang Jingjing felt a bit anxious. Was a fight about to happen? Zhang Jingjing subtly tried to move to the back to stand with Li Hui, but Shu Yun asked, by the way, what is your ability? This question had been asked of Zhang Jingjing before. She replied, I have strength-based abilities. Shu Yun said, then you should stand in front. Zhang Jingjing couldn't help but protest. Why? I'm only 18, and Li Hui is standing at the back too. Li Hui softly explained, I have support abilities. Chen Luo said, I should stand at the back. Shu Yun had no time for Zhang Jingjing's complaints, pulling her to the front. Zhang Jingjing, with a trembling voice, said, I am good friends with Mi Li, you can't treat me this way. She had already learned from Li Hui that Chen Luo was the one calling the shots here, and Mi Li seemed to be Chen Luo's girlfriend. Mi Li ran over and reassured her, it's okay, Jingjing, you have to go through this step. Don't worry, I will boost your status, and I can heal you if you get hurt. Zhang Jingjing had nothing more to say, tears forming in her eyes. Mi Li, you weren't like this before. She stared blankly at the corner of Mi Li's mouth, which had a smear of white from the creamy ice cream. But Zhang Jingjing thought, is there ice cream at this point in time? Could it be? Mi Li, don't I know you have a brother? Perhaps you sacrificed your appearance to cling to Chen Luo, that romantic brother. To cling is one thing, but to completely disregard our past sisterly bond and not even say a word to help me. If you can do it, then so can I. Without further thought, Zhang Jingjing was pulled to the front by Shu Yun. Chen Luo drove ahead of them to the entrance of the community. The survivors of the first batch of the convoy looked a bit disheveled, but were in good spirits, indicating that they still had some supplies. The second batch had quite a few people, over 30. Apart from the few leaders, everyone looked exhausted with cracked lips. When Chen Luo arrived, he heard someone shout, my brother is a level 2 ability user, will you let us pass? Unified naming for convenience, don't argue. Chen Guang scoffed, is level 2 really impressive? Well, level 2 is indeed impressive. This group learned about the secret of the crystal too late, and still hadn't advanced to level 2. However, the main forces girls were all level 2, and that Shu Yun seemed to be more than level 2. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Chen Guang quickly called out, brother. Everyone couldn't help but look at Chen Luo. This young man is the brother. Among the second batch, a muscular man with a bare chest and a large gold chain scoffed, thinking he was something special, only to find out he was a pretty boy. His name was Sun Dawei. This group followed him because he was the only level 2 ability user, and he only learned about the crystal after seeing others mining it. However, he did not share the secret with others, keeping it hidden. A crowd of inept individuals, and although he was the leading big brother, it was unnecessary to discuss their unity. Sun Dawei laughed, little brother, you are in charge, right? There are hardly any supplies left around here, and no joke, my people haven't eaten or drunk anything for a whole day. Can you spare us a little aid? Chen Luo sneered inwardly. Of course, there wouldn't be supplies where there were no zombies, but in some communities Chen Luo had not completely looted, so there must still be supplies. However, there are zombies there, and very few dare to go, especially after the zombies evolved to level 1. Chen Luo smiled, support is not possible, but we can trade. You can exchange the crystals from the zombies' foreheads. One crystal can be exchanged for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. I don't have many supplies either. I am only reluctantly trading because we are all survivors. Sun Dawei's expression changed drastically. Was this kid foolish enough to reveal the secret of the crystals? Everyone else had advanced. How would he maintain control over the group? He relied on his powers to stay ahead, which made others superficially submissive. Indeed, even the underlings beside Sun Dawei were astonished. With Shu Yun, Mi Ling, and the others arriving, Chen Luo's side only had about 50 people. Slightly more than the number on the opposite side. Sun Dawei laughed heartily. I thought you had a lot of people, instead you brought a group of women. But to be honest, these women are quite beautiful. Sun Dawei turned around and said with a fierce expression, he said we have to go kill zombies to get supplies, but do you know how hard it is to deal with zombies? After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man said, young man, we are truly suffering from hunger. You should have plenty of supplies, so please give us some. If you don't give it to us when we get desperate, we might do anything. Chen Luo had a lot of supplies. Giving them food for a month would be a mere drop in the bucket, but would he give it? This door absolutely cannot be opened, otherwise people would think he is weak. If they come back next time, or if word spreads, more people would come asking for supplies. That would be a very foolish move. Chen Luo gave them a glimmer of hope, but they would rather deal with him than face the zombies. Were they not afraid of death? Of course they were. Survivors with abilities battling it out would lead to mutual destruction. Level 1 survivors are much harder to deal with than level 1 zombies. The middle-aged man with his vast life experience sensed that Chen Luo seemed hesitant to act. They were broke. If you don't give, they would put on a desperate show to see if you would comply. Sorry, there will only be 2 updates today. Do you think I dare to kill? If you were a few hundred, I would indeed have to think twice. Chen Luo sneered. Just then a voice came from Chen Luo's camp. Peace is of utmost importance. Give them something and let them go. Chen Luo's expression changed, and Shu Yun and Chen Guang also looked startled. Chen Luo turned around to find that the one speaking was actually Zhang Jingjing, who stood in the front row. The two sides were not far apart in numbers, and the opposing side looked ready to fight, making Zhang Jingjing extremely fearful. If a fight broke out, she could very well be killed. In her view, if they could be sent away with food, why engage in a life-and-death battle? She believed her thoughts were correct, so she softly voiced her opinion. Sun Dawei laughed heartily. This little beauty speaks the truth. We don't ask for much, just 2,000 pounds of rice. If there's not enough rice flour, we'll do some water and a bit of other food that's really not too much. The people behind Sun Dawei also chimed in. The little girl has a kind heart. We truly have no choice. We'll repay you in the future once we acquire more. Chen Luo's eyes fixed on Zhang Jingjing, who felt a bit scared under his gaze. Chen Luo slapped Zhang Jingjing across the face and coldly said, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here?" The leader spoke in front, and it could be forgiven if a junior interrupted, but to support the opposing side was unacceptable. Who among the others was not quietly waiting for Chen Luo's orders, truly thinking you are special? Zhang Jingjing's face swelled up, and as she fell to the ground, the excruciating pain caused her to burst into tears. Zhang Jingjing's father couldn't hold back anymore, rushing over to scold, "Did my daughter say anything wrong? With so many people on the opposite side, what good would it do to fight? You have supplies filling several villas. Isn't it better to avoid casualties by sharing them? What kind of heart do you have to risk your subordinates' lives for a few supplies, eh?" Meili came over to try to help Zhang Jingjing up, but was violently pushed away. Zhang Jingjing sobbed, "I don't need your false sympathy. At noon you and Chen Luo secretly ate good food without including the others, not even me, and I still considered you a friend. I stand in front and you stand behind. Perhaps you're just watching me laugh at my misfortune." Meili felt sad the supplies weren't obtained by her, and she didn't have the authority to decide, especially since you just arrived. Meili shook her head, sighing inwardly. Given Chen Luo's personality, you might be done for. Chen Luo's expression was somewhat grim. "I saved you, provided for you, and yet you speak such words that disturb morale. How have you survived this long? So naively pitiful, especially Zhang Dongqing at such an age. It's simply a waste of life." If food could completely send these people away, would Chen Luo hesitate to part with 80,000 pounds of rice? After being angry for a moment, Chen Luo calmed down. Oh, what kind of people hadn't he seen in his past life? Chen Luo shook his head. Some people can be saved while others should not be. Temporarily too lazy to care about Zhang Dongqing and his daughter, Chen Luo turned around and chuckled. "I apologize for letting you all laugh at us." Sun Dawei grinned and said, "I've heard about supplies from several villas. Do I just want one? Is that too much to ask?" Chen Luo lightly chuckled and smiled at the dozen people from another convoy. "What do you say? You also need supplies, right?" The leading young man felt an unusual sensation as he saw Chen Luo chatting casually and unfazed. He quickly waved his hands and forced a smile. "Brother, we just came to see if there's a place to settle down. We still have some supplies and absolutely no intention to threaten you. Since the villas are full, we will leave now." After the young man finished speaking, he really turned around and left. Sun Dawei watched the departing young man, cursing under his breath. That coward. Sun Dawei impatiently said, "Are you going to give it or not?" Chen Luo remained calm, holding a strengthened spatial sphere in his hand. He smiled and said, "Here, I will give it to you right now." In the early stages, spatial abilities, while not as damaging as fire or lightning abilities of the same level, are invisible and colorless, unlike fireballs and lightning that have distinct colors. It truly is a home invasion weapon. A level 2 ability user. How impressive. Ooh, I'm really scared. Let me give you something nice to try out. When Sun Dawei and his group first arrived, they boasted that Sun Dawei was a level 2 ability user. With a loud bang, Chen Luo's enhanced spatial sphere directly exploded Sun Dawei's head. Sun Dawei only saw Chen Luo's gesture. In less than a second, he was ambushed and killed. At least he thought he was ambushed by Chen Luo. Several screams were heard. Sun Dawei died with his eyes wide open. His people had not expected that Chen Luo would suddenly erupt and directly kill Sun Dawei. This was the strongest person on their side, yet he was instantly killed. They had indeed witnessed Sun Dawei's prowess. Seeing Chen Luo take action, Li had no time to care about Zhang Jingjing and instead cast defensive buffs on the group of meat shield ability users standing in the front. Chen Luo waved his hand and said, "If they don't want to live, let's satisfy them." Su Dazhu charged forward. As a level 3 with Li's support, he was completely unafraid of these level 1 ability users. Ling followed closely behind Su Dazhu. The ones at the very front were all level 2 ability users on Chen Luo's side. To be honest, they were also a bit scared. But Chen Luo had said that those who retreat during battle would face severe consequences. Chen Luo truly kills without batting an eye. No one dared to step back. Moreover, victory in battle would surely be theirs. Everyone rushed forward. In just a brief encounter, 7 or 8 people on the opposite side had died. Among the remaining, a few mustered their courage to attack Su Deju, but saw that Su Deju had sustained only minor injuries and seemed unfazed, instead becoming even more frenzied as he continued to swing his steel rod. In a short time, Sun Dawei's group collapsed. They had no leader and certainly no strict orders. When disaster struck, they scattered and fled, as not fleeing meant death. Seeing this, Chen Luo sneered, truly thinking you aren't afraid of death. Haven't eaten for a day. Using Mi Li's words, didn't you eat just a day ago? After 2 or 3 years of the apocalypse, survivors who often starve are genuinely willing to risk their lives for food. If they don't, they will starve to death. But these people had only been hungry for a day and lacked the resolve to risk their lives, merely putting on a show of recklessness to frighten others. There was once someone who dared to fight Chen Luo, the Void Monarch, over a sausage. That was truly someone willing to risk it all. Besides Su Deju suffering a minor injury, the others were completely unscathed. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongsheng were stunned. They had expected a bloody battle, but it turned out to be so easy. No wonder Chen Luo was completely unwilling to back down. If you hadn't stepped forward just now, perhaps nothing would have happened. Hang these peoples. Chen Luo lifted their corpses, then paused, reconsidering. It was summer. Leaving the bodies at the neighborhood gate would unleash a stench so foul it could knock a person unconscious and breed swarms of flies and pests. Who could stomach a meal after catching that reek? Chen Luo himself might endure it, but others surely could not. Moreover, he reflected, you're welcome to bring crystals, but grade 2 crystals are no easy prize. Chen Luo said, extract the crystals, then bury the remains in the hills behind. The group nodded silently. Brother Chen Luo, spare me this once. I swear I'll never dare again. Don't kill me. Please, please. Zhang Jingjing wept bitterly, tears streaming like falling pear blossoms. Zhang Dongsheng stood meekly mute. His earlier arrogance when he had scolded Chen Luo utterly vanished. If not now, when would one beg for mercy? Chen Luo smiled faintly. What are you talking about? You're Mi Li's friend. I'd never lay a hand on you. Her face lit with fleeting relief. Only for Chen Luo to continue calmly, still I can no longer keep you here. We walk different paths. Leave now. Go, before I change my mind. Chen Luo let out a low, dismissive hum. Zhang Jingjing's eyes widened. She wasn't foolish enough to miss the truth. She'd just alienated both Chen Luo and Mi Li, and staying would certainly yield no good outcome. Even Mi Li hadn't spoken up for her. Was survival truly possible only here? If Mi Li can attach herself to an elder brother, so can I. The day will come when you'll beg me for help. Had Mi Li and Zhang Jingjing suffered equally, perhaps Zhang Jingjing wouldn't have grown so unbalanced in spirit. She misunderstood the situation entirely, relying solely on assumption. Her perception had yet to shift fully. Those who refuse to adapt are discarded by the world itself. Zhang Jingjing nodded slowly. Only then did Zhang Dongsheng realize his mistake. He dreaded leaving this sanctuary where Chen Luo's strength offered unmatched security. Yet one sharp glance from Chen Luo silenced him completely. He left without protest, trailing Zhang Jingjing. Mi Li opened her mouth, hesitated, then said nothing. Chen Luo wrapped an arm around Mi Li as they walked toward the villa, then almost imperceptibly nudged Fa Wang with his foot. Fa Wang blinked, then instantly understood. When the master cannot act openly, I step in. Ah, so the dog's assassins were moving again. They'd missed their chance the first time. The target died before they could strike. This was round 2. Fine, you get all the dirty work. At the very least, this demands extra braised pork belly. Or is it roasted ribs you're craving instead? Those who can't see clearly eat chicken legs. Fa Wang halted, tongue lolling, then slipped quietly after Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongsheng. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance. I said nothing. Did nothing. Just happened to nudge Fa Wang, purely by accident. In this world, people fall into 3 categories. Friends. Enemies. Mine. You are neither mine nor a friend. So regretfully, you must be the third. You possess a trace of beauty, and vengeful women are fearsome indeed. What if you later became someone's favored consort and struck at a critical moment? Chen Luo feared no revenge, not even if overpowered. He could always flee. But Mi Ling, Mi Li, and the others could not. They lacked the ability to traverse void space. For the safety of all, I must apologize. And had our roles been reversed, if Mi Li fell into your hands now, her fate would surely be grim. Mi Li couldn't bear it, so I must. Though, wait, this deed was never mine. I knew nothing of it. The blame cannot land upon me. A loyal hound, indeed. Chen Guang hurried over. Brother Chen, that young man who just left has returned. Says he has something urgent to discuss with you. Chen Luo turned brows furrowed. Urgent. What is it? Chen Guang shook his head. He wouldn't say, but he seemed composed, not the type to waste words. So I came to report. Indeed, if that youth had seized the moment like Sun Dawei demanding concessions, he'd still be here today. He appeared shrewd enough to grasp the consequences of provoking Chen Luo. Chen Luo gave a slight nod. Mi Ling led Mi Li back inside. Lung Chun led his ragtag band of refugees desperate to find shelter. Sleeping in cars could not last forever. They reached a zone nearly free of zombies and approached a villa district, only to be blocked at the gate. Later they encountered Sun Dawei. When the leader of that group smiled and asked whether they sought supplies, Lung Chun felt a chill crawl up his spine and fled on the spot. Once clear, a thought surfaced with no zombies nearby. Had the villa dwellers eradicated them? Moments later, still not far away, he heard screams, erupting, overlapping, piercing. His skin prickled. Running had been the right choice. But where to go next? He had no destination. The world had grown perilous. Lung Chun stood adrift, until another idea took root: why not join them? This notion arose not because they had many women. That wasn't decisive. What mattered was how well those women fared: clean clothes, calm composure. Utterly unlike the disheveled girl in his own group. If those women were treated cruelly, their spirits would never shine so brightly. His kindness toward them, and the respectful demeanor of men like Chen Guang, suggested fair treatment of subordinates. That insight crystallized his resolve. When he voiced it to his companions, their eyes gleamed with sudden hope. With so few among them, any major threat could spell disaster, like facing Sun Dawei again. Could they even escape? He touched the object hidden in his chest. Confidence stirred. Thus Lung Chun doubled back and spoke with Chen Guang. Chen Luo reappeared at the neighborhood gate, calm and composed. What is this urgent matter? Elder brother, Lung Chun grinned nervously. We'd like to join you, to follow under your banner. Chen Luo's expression darkened instantly. Is that what you call urgent? Lung Chen's heart lurched. This man was truly ruthless. He dared not hesitate. Immediately withdrew the item from his chest. A pale white crystal the size of a quail's egg. Chen Luo's pupils contracted sharply. This was a crystal, and larger than expected. In a flash, Chen Luo seized it, his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Remarkable, it was a grade 6 crystal. Only grade 6 zombies or mutated beasts yielded such crystals. Did Lung Chun possess the strength to slay one? Preposterous. Even grade 3 zombies could annihilate his entire group. Against a grade 6, not even 1,000 survivors, stacked together, could overwhelm it. Without the strength to confront a level 6 zombie, how could one possibly obtain a level 6 crystal? Currently, zombies cannot naturally evolve to level 6. Only mutants can. Mutants' power surges defy all logic. Even Chen Luo feared encountering a level 7 mutant by sheer misfortune. Yet they possess a fatal flaw: an extremely short lifespan. The greater their power surge, the faster they perish. Some last mere minutes, dying not by violence, but by spontaneous collapse. Even in his previous life, Chen Luo never uncovered the origin of mutation. Though the mutant dies, its crystal remains intact. Thus, with sheer luck, stumbling upon a freshly deceased mutant, one may claim its crystal effortlessly. In his past life, during the mid-apocalypse, Chen Luo rose to prominence alone after discovering the corpse of a sovereign-tier mutant and extracting its crystal. Otherwise, even with exceptional talent, a lone survivor would struggle to advance swiftly, especially someone like Chen Luo, whose cautious nature made him reluctant to repeatedly risk his life against zombies. Chen Luo needed no explanation. He knew Cold Dawn before him was precisely such a fortunate soul. Now, however, that fortune had shifted to himself. Cold Dawn stared blankly at his own hands. Where was his treasure? Chen Luo's expression softened. This was truly a harbinger of wealth. Alas, had the crystal been of a higher grade, it might have propelled him directly to level 5. Smiling, Chen Luo asked, how did you acquire this? Cold Dawn replied truthfully, I took it from a dead monster, over 10 meters tall. Chen Luo nodded in understanding. Flesh-type zombies, upon reaching certain tiers, undergo dramatic physical enlargement. He himself had witnessed monsters exceeding 100 meters in height. I knew it was a crystal, but beware, it's unervingly dangerous. I absorbed only a trace, yet my body surged with explosive pressure, terrifying beyond words. I dared not absorb more after that single attempt. Surely, elder brother, your vast experience may shed light on why. Chen Luo smiled faintly. He knew the reason well. Every person has a strict daily limit for absorbing crystal energy. Exceeding it triggers violent physiological rejection, hemorrhaging, or even death. The energy contained within a level 6 crystal was staggering in both magnitude and purity relative to Cold Dawn. far beyond his capacity to regulate absorption. Even a slight excess overwhelmed his body, leading him to wrongly blame the crystal itself. When Mi Ling reached level 2 peak, Chen Luo had to supervise her closely while she absorbed a level 5 crystal. Cold Dawn recognized the crystal's value, but having suffered injury from it, he dared not use it again. Had he fully understood its nature, he likely would never have surrendered it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was no ingrate. With such a crystal offered as a token of allegiance, Cold Dawn's request to join was certainly acceptable. Chen Luo asked, "What is your name?" "Elder brother, I am Cold Dawn." Chen Luo nodded, then turned to Chen Guang. "Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. If he consents to join, accept him. As for trials, skip them. Without strength or courage, no one survives long here anyway." Chen Guang grinned. "Brother, your luck is extraordinary. Brother Chen has agreed to take you in. Let me outline our code. First, absolute obedience to elder brother's command. Second, desertion in battle." He slashed his finger across his throat. Cold Dawn chuckled bitterly. So strict. Having already surrendered his treasure, refusing to join now would be absurdly wasteful. Chen Luo cared little whether they joined or not. If they refused, would he return the crystal? Did he look like the sort who would do that? Dream on. Chen Luo gazed fondly at the level 6 crystal in his palm. Its energy remained nearly pristine. The infinitesimal amount Cold Dawn had absorbed was negligible. It was for all practical purposes brand new. With this level 6 crystal and an existing level 5 fire element crystal, he could ascend to level 5 in roughly 3 days, over half a month faster than originally projected. The leap from level 3 to level 4 marked a qualitative transformation in power. Ascending from level 4 to level 5 would surpass even that, multiplying overall combat capability by at least double. At level 4, he could execute a short-range void step only once, at level 5 thrice, dramatically enhancing his survivability. The entire villa district comprised 100 residences, yet Chen Luo's group, along with their supplies, occupied fewer than 10. Empty rooms abounded. Chen Guang escorted them to an assigned room. Chen Luo personally brought rice and observed them closely. No malice radiated from them, yet vigilance remained essential. Had not Zhang Jingjing and her father appeared equally harmless upon arrival? People change, and rice possessed no means to detect loyalty. The Dharma King returned, bowing slightly with uncanny poise, signaling mission completion. Chen Luo sensed that since the apocalypse, the Dharma King had not only awakened lightning-based abilities, but also undergone cerebral mutation, exceeding ordinary dogs in cunning by far. Otherwise, raw power without intellect would have seen him overwhelmed by numbers, or lured into ambushes and slaughtered. Yet for every sage's wisdom, a demon's guile runs deeper. That afternoon, another group arrived, smaller than Sundawe's, carrying modest supplies. Upon encountering Chen Guang's party, they chose retreat over confrontation. Chen Luo paid them no mind. Those harboring ill intent, he'd grant them time to reach level 2 first. Recalling something Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang, if more arrive, ask whether their group includes light affinity or other support-type cultivators. If willing to join, recruit them immediately or bring them by force. Light affinity cultivators were exceedingly rare. Currently, only Mi Li and Wang Ling possessed such talent. Relying solely on them proved insufficient when injuries mounted. Adding even a few more would make all the difference. Support abilities were profoundly scarce. Loyalty mattered little to Chen Luo. If necessary, he would treat them purely as instruments. Dinner consisted of congee and steamed buns accompanied by scallion and egg stir-fry. Among salvaged supplies, eggs remained relatively abundant. Their shelf life, though finite, allowed no need for frugality. Ordinary before the apocalypse, this meal now ranked among the finest available. Cold Dawn's group devoured it ravenously, long deprived of hot proper fare. The side dish ran short, so Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare another portion. After all, Cold Dawn's surrender of a level 6 crystal amounted to meritorious service. Chen Luo saw no harm in treating them generously. Yet duty remained duty. Combat obligations would not be waived. After dinner, Chen Luo gifted them a batch of level 1 crystals. His own reserves were ample, especially now with a level 6 crystal secured. Once he attained level 5, even his prodigious consumption would render level 1 crystals obsolete. Cold Dawn mused inwardly. The discipline was indeed stringent, but the rewards were genuinely exceptional. During the night watch, Chen Luo assigned some members who had not yet reached level 2 to keep guard, as the level 2 members would need to continue hunting zombies the next day. Acquiring crystals was one goal, but primarily it was to give them more combat experience. Chen Luo also arranged for a few girls to participate in the night watch. A mix of men and women makes the work less tiring. Some light joking is fine, but no inappropriate touching. Break your hands, break your feet. Chen Guang mumbled softly, what if the girl makes a move? Chen Luo replied with a straight face, if there's such a girl, I can only say 4 words. Please contact me. Chen Luo began absorbing the crystal. Just one level 6 crystal wouldn't be enough for him to reach level 5, but having a level 5 crystal would make a difference, especially since he had absorbed quite a few level 1 crystals before. Chen Luo first started absorbing the level 6 crystal, leaving any remaining level 5 crystals for Mi Ling and Mi Li to use for their breakthroughs. The crystal from the Mouse King was given to Wang Ling to help her reach level 3 sooner, as her light element abilities would be more beneficial than others. Feeling a bit of swelling pain in his body, Chen Luo stopped absorbing the crystal. The level 6 crystal had consumed about 2/5 of its energy. Chen Luo was very satisfied. The level 6 crystal was indeed excellent. The annoying relatives had left, but after the incident with Zhang Jingmi, Li was in a bad mood. Having gone through this event, her spirit would grow stronger. Chen Luo could only offer comfort. He hadn't wanted to bring Mi Fan, but she pitifully begged to sleep with him. All right, as long as no mischief happens tonight, I will let you sleep with me. Mi Fan was very happy with one paw on Chen Luo and the other on Mi Li. She thought to herself that if there was ever a time they could all cuddle with Mi Ling to sleep, that would be the pinnacle of her cat life. What a little brat, greedy and shameless, really too much. In the morning it was time to gather. Chen Luo said, except for those who kept watch last night, all level 2 members will continue to go out and hunt zombies. Chen Guang, how many of you have reached level 2? Chen Guang replied 7. Chen Luo nodded and said to Lung Chun, today, all of you will go as well. Given that you just arrived yesterday, there are no requirements for crystal quantity today, but just follow behind the others and observe how to fight. Shu Yun, you lead the team. Shu Yun was the only one among them at level 3 and was very sensible. There were a total of 37 people still walking, with Yang Xian slowly following in a heavy truck. Lung Chen looked at the team leader Shu Yun in surprise and said to Chen Guang beside him, the real deal doesn't show their true colors. I thought you were leading the team, but it turns out to be a beautiful girl. Is she very capable? Chen Guang smiled and said, hey, I'm just a little brother. Among the girls in our team, Shu Yun, who joined earlier, has reached level 2 and her talent is good, so the boss values her. She seems to have reached level 3 already. Lung Shan silently clicked his tongue in admiration. Wow, all level 2 girls. While eliminating scattered zombies, Shu Yun led the group to the apartment complex where Mi Li lived. When zombies are still at level 1, if they are trapped in a room, it is highly unlikely they can break out. Once they evolve to level 1, they can use spells to break down the door. Now most zombies had reached level 1, and there would be quite a few zombies in the apartment complex. Shu Yun's plan was to eliminate these zombies while collecting supplies from the complex, which is why she had Yang Xian bring the heavy truck, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As they approached the apartment complex, Shu Yun indeed saw some zombies inside, revealing a smile. There would be crystals to acquire, and it seemed there were no survivor teams stationed here. Zombies are the guardians of supplies. Shu Yun and her team already had considerable experience fighting zombies, and since the zombies were not clustered together, they easily eliminated those on the outskirts of the complex. Shu Yun said, form groups of 4. Search for supplies in each unit and transport them to the heavy truck. Be mindful of any zombies that may be in the rooms or corridors and contact us if there's any situation. Jiang Feng, you stay at the entrance of the complex. Use the walkie-talkie to inform everyone of any situation. The group dispersed with each team assigned to one building. When encountering zombies, the melee-type team members would attract the zombies using their faster speed and reflexes to dodge the zombies' attacks, allowing the elemental-type members to attack. Even if they are hit by zombies, it isn't a big problem. They are a higher level than the zombies, and as long as they aren't hit in the head, they won't suffer serious injuries. Once the zombies are cleared, they would enter the apartment building to search. Many doors had been destroyed, making it convenient for the team members to enter and search. Those close to the heavy truck would directly transport any useful supplies they found onto it. Dozens of vehicles were quickly driving into the complex. Jiang Feng, who was guarding the entrance in a corner, noticed this and quickly contacted them via the walkie-talkie. Attention, a large number of vehicles have entered the complex. Please be cautious. Upon hearing this, Shu Yun said, everyone gather first to assess the situation. There's no need to rush in collecting supplies. The heavy truck is too conspicuous. As soon as this convoy enters the complex, they immediately see the heavy truck. Coincidentally, a team member is currently transporting the collected supplies onto the truck. Yinli, come down quickly, someone is coming, and there are quite a few of them. We don't know if they are friend or foe, so let's regroup first. Yinli was taken aback and asked, what about the supplies we collected? As long as we regroup, are we afraid someone will take the supplies? Who dares to take them? I'll chop off their hands. Yinli thought for a moment and then got down from the vehicle. But it was a bit late. A group of people walked straight to the heavy truck, blocking it with several vehicles. Yan-Li, who was a step behind, got blocked while the other three did not abandon her. Several people got out of the vehicles, and upon seeing the two beautiful girls in the team, their eyes lit up. It had been days since they had seen such a charming and clean girl. A dirty black-faced man grinned and said, "Hello, girl." Yan-Li and the others forced a smile, hoping to stall until the others arrived. However, the black-faced man began to act inappropriately. Normally, he wouldn't be so bold, but now he was completely reckless. Many men stared at the girls with predatory eyes. Yan-Li slapped the black-faced man's hand away and shouted, "What are you doing?" The black-faced man laughed lewdly and said, "Doing what you like to do." As he spoke, his hand attempted to reach further. Yan-Li cursed, "Go home and touch yourself." The black-faced man's expression changed, and with a cold smile, he said, "How spicy, I like this kind of girl, it's exciting." Even though two male team members were protecting Yan-Li and the other girl, Yan-Li still got touched by the lewd hand. With her fiery temper, she immediately kicked the man who had made a move right between his legs. Yan-Li was at level 2, and her strength was not to be underestimated. The man was kicked in a vulnerable spot, curling up like a shrimp, covering his groin, his face twisted in pain. The black-faced man was furious. "Dare to hit my bro. First take care of these two guys, well, deal with the two girls slowly." Dozens of fists and feet accompanied by sticks charged towards the two male team members. Due to positional constraints, those who couldn't reach with their hands and feet pretended to unleash spells, threatening Chen Luo's side. One of the male team members was from Lung Chen's group, only at level 1. Seeing that someone was about to be killed, Yan-Li gritted her teeth and prepared to retaliate with magic. The dark-faced man noticed this, and his expression changed. He no longer cared that Yan-Li was a woman. She must not be allowed to cast her spell, or someone would die. At that moment, a brick came flying. Jiang Feng sensed the situation was dire and thought to throw a brick to distract them. But only 7 or 8 people chased after him. A metal rod struck Yan-Li hard on the head, causing blood to flow profusely. The dark-faced man struck Yan-Li's head again, his expression vicious. "Stupid bitch, you're asking for it." A black car stopped nearby, and someone shouted, "Hey Z, what are you doing?" The dark-faced man ran over, grinning. "Yuan Gu, a nasty woman, tried to hit me, so I was teaching her a lesson." Lu Yuan frowned, guessing what had happened, but since Hey Z was quite strong, he didn't want to be too harsh. Lu Yuan said, "Don't go too far, this is a warning." Just then, a few people approached from a distance. Shu Yun and others were scattered throughout the community and couldn't rush over immediately. Upon seeing the heavy truck surrounded and receiving Jiang Feng's information through the walkie-talkie, they quickly hurried over. Shu Yun shouted loudly, "Stop." She froze for a moment upon seeing several people lying in pools of blood. A sharp ice arrow shot out from her hand, piercing straight through a man's head. The man died on the spot. Lu Yuan was startled and immediately got out of the car. The others were also shocked by this sudden change and looked towards Shu Yun. Shu Yun was eager to kill these people, but with so few allies by her side and seemingly 60 or 70 opponents in front of her, she coldly said, "Let them go." More members continued to arrive, and the number of allies around Shu Yun grew, all of them looking at the opponents with unfriendly expressions. Lu Yuan angrily said, "You killed my people, and you still want me to let them go?" In her rage, Shu Yun immediately aimed an ice arrow at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained calm. Earth Shield. Lu Yuan was a level 2 Earth Elemental ability user, and regardless of the stage, Earth Elemental users were the strongest in defense. Shu Yun's ice arrow did pierce through the Earth Shield, but it lost most of its power. Both Shu Yun and Lu Yuan changed their expressions, feeling the pressure. All the team members gathered around. Lu Yuan's expression changed again. Although they had more people, if a full-scale battle broke out, even if they won, they wouldn't benefit. Especially the woman leading the group before him, who could break through his shield. How easy would it be to defeat others? After a moment of calming down, Shu Yun steadied her thoughts. If a large-scale battle occurred, she believed they could defeat the opposing group, but she couldn't guarantee how many would survive. If they lost a dozen, she wouldn't have the face to report back to Chen Luo. Although their numbers occupied more than half of the base, the experts were mostly left behind. They couldn't act recklessly. The base was nearby, and she needed to report the situation to Chen Luo first. With Chen Luo leading, they could retaliate with minimal casualties. Shu Yun coldly said, "Return our members." Lu Yuan didn't want to fight either and replied slowly, "Alright." A few members were returned, but Yan-Li was already lifeless. Shu Yun's hand trembled. Yan-Li was dead. Wang Ling desperately tried to heal her, but it was futile. Two choices. One, Shu Yun was confident she could defeat the larger group, but it was uncertain how many would die on her side. 2, return to find Chen Luo and let him lead the main force for revenge. In the heat of the moment, it was exhilarating, but many would die. Chen Luo had entrusted the people to her, and she couldn't act impulsively even though she desperately wanted revenge for Yanli. Shu Yun gritted her teeth, thinking, wait for it, Chen Luo won't let you go. In just half an hour she decided to endure for now. Tears unconsciously flowed from the corners of Shu Yun's eyes. She hadn't led the team well, and such a thing happened. One man from the opposite side mocked, look, this woman is crying, huh? Shu Yun said softly, we're leaving. Yang Xian coldly glanced at them before preparing to drive away. But they were stopped. Leave that vehicle, it can't go. Lu Yuan didn't stop them. He wanted to see Shu Yun's reaction. If she insisted on driving away and was willing to fight, they could always get it back later. Shu Yun said, give it to them, we're leaving. Watching Shu Yun and her group depart, Hey Zi, said Yuan, go, why don't we keep them here? There are so many beautiful girls. Lu Yuan slapped Hey Zi's backhand, damn it, why stir up trouble? This woman is not easy to deal with. Hey Zi covered his face, what are you afraid of? There are so many of us, would she dare to go all out? Lu Yuan thought to himself, this group was definitely nearby. They had to find an opportunity to uncover their details and eliminate them all, or they would surely face retaliation. Lu Yuan and his group were from the nearest economic development zone, working in a factory. Lu Yuan usually commanded respect due to his intellect and strength, making him the apparent leader among them. Shu Yun and her group quickly returned to the villa area, feeling heavy-hearted. Su Dezhu, who was guarding the entrance, saw the person Shu Yun was holding and immediately realized that another battle was about to happen. Shu Yun found Chen Luo and lowered her head. I'm sorry, I didn't lead everyone well. Yanli didn't die at the hands of zombies, but rather from fellow survivors. Survivors fought among themselves, and the number of deaths was not less than those falling to zombies. As long as one was still alive, there would always be danger. The world would grow increasingly dangerous. Chen Luo intended to train them as flowers in a greenhouse wouldn't grow strong. With members lost, Chen Luo felt uneasy. These were members he had been with for a longer time. Chen Luo sighed deeply. You did the right thing. It was irrational to fight back then. He called everyone together. Chen Luo said solemnly, you are all with me. If you die at the hands of zombies, I have nothing to say. But if someone bullies you, did you even ask me for permission? I won't permit it. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. And I as a person will ensure that any revenge I can take doesn't go unresolved overnight. All of you follow me. No one can bully my people and still be alive. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, especially Chen Luo's words stirred their blood. Following Chen Luo, no one could bully them. Everyone got into their vehicles preparing to rush over. The Law King also wanted to follow, but Chen Luo scolded, what are you doing? Are you even human? Are you abandoning your home? The Law King sulked. Indeed, he was not human and didn't need to leave. The group drove toward the community. One by one vehicles entered the community. Lu Yuan was worried about what might happen, so he specially arranged for a few people to keep watch in the direction of the community. Yuan Gu, someone is coming. What seems to be the group that just left. Lu Yuan immediately looked out the window and saw over 60 people getting out of their vehicles. A young man seemed to have noticed him, glaring fiercely in his direction. There will be one more update to be posted before 10. Hiding inside the room was a profoundly foolish move. Being cornered there would only compound the danger. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan led everyone down to the first floor to confront Chen Luo. A deep unease stirred in Lu Yuan's heart. This was no friendly visit. It was swift, deliberate retribution. He sighed inwardly. Hey Zi, why on earth did you stir up such trouble? Lu Yuan carefully assessed the number of opponents across from them and exhaled softly in quiet relief. His own group slightly outnumbered theirs. A shrewd adversary would never risk an all-out clash. Mutual ruin would be the only certainty. The two factions halted at a measured distance from one another. Shu Yun pointed toward the opposing group and declared, those are they. Chen Luo clapped slowly, a cold smile playing upon his lips. How valiant of you to dare bully my people, even those already dead. I can scarcely find a single reason to spare you. Lu Yuan's heart lurched. He recalled Shu Yun distinctly. Her sorcery had pierced his earthen shield with unnerving ease. Several of his own team were level 2 adepts, yet none could breach even half the thickness of that same earthen shield. The disparity was staggering. His instincts screamed that he stood no chance against Shu Yun. Though it defied belief that a man of his stature should fall short before a woman, the truth lay bare before him. And yet here she stood, head bowed, meekly recounting her grievances before this young man. Was it wealth that commanded her deference? Preposterous. Worse still, the youth radiated arrogance, gazing upon them as though surveying corpses. Direct confrontation was unthinkable, yet their arrival was swift, decisive, and brimming with unshakable confidence. What now? Lu Yuan forced a strained smile. Young brother, this was our mistake. We'll return your heavy truck immediately and compensate you with 1 ton of rice. Chen Luo scoffed, so 1 life lost equals 1 ton of rice. Then tell me, shall I offer you 100 tons of rice for all your lives? All your supplies will belong to us once we've wiped you out. Their frustration flared. They would not tolerate such contempt. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. This youth was brazen, but arrogance without foundation is folly. No rational person would place him at the helm unless he possessed formidable justification. Youthful pride demanded face-saving concessions. To deny him redress would ignite open conflict. And even if victory were possible, perhaps only a dozen of his people would remain standing. In this world, manpower was capital, irreplaceable, irrevocable. Lu Yuan glanced back at He Zi. This crisis began with him. Sacrifice was inevitable. Lu Yuan raised his voice, bring He Zi forward. Let them vent their fury on him. He alone provoked this. It is unjust to burden the entire group for one man's recklessness. None among Lu Yuan's faction wished for bloodshed. If surrendering He Zi alone could avert war, so be it. Besides, He Zi's habitual arrogance had long bred resentment. At Lu Yuan's command, several men instantly subdued He Zi. Dazed and trembling, He Zi cried out, Brother Yuan, I've always followed your lead without question. How could you do this? And besides, it was that woman who struck first. Lu Yuan's resolve was absolute. He did not deign to listen. With a curt wave, He Zi was dragged forward, discarded like refuse, straight into Chen Luo's grasp. Su Dezhu seized him, instantly pinning him like a helpless chick. Chen Luo's heart chilled with icy disdain. To toss one man as a scapegoat and presume the matter settled. Impossible. He was a man who repaid every slight, down to the last hair. In his past life, a single kick to his rear still burned vividly in memory. Very well, let He Zi suffer first. Was he not the instigator? Chen Guang stepped forward to assist Su Dezhu, forcing He Zi onto his knees. He Zi's face paled from black to ashen gray as snot and tears streamed unchecked. Sobbing, he pleaded, Elder brother, I had no idea she was under your protection. And it wasn't just me. Li Kuei and Mao Er struck too. Li Kuei and Mao Er recoiled in terror. You treacherous dog. You drag us down with you even as you drown. Chen Luo turned to Lu Yuan, eyes gleaming with dark amusement. Well, how do you respond? Lu Yuan clenched his jaw, then whispered over his shoulder, for the sake of all, we must sacrifice you too as well. Bring them forward. Li Kuei and Mao Er wailed curses. Against He Zi, against Lu Yuan, against fate itself. From Chen Luo's side, more figures advanced to seize the new captives. His voice cut sharp and cold. What are you waiting for? Step forward. Slap them until they cease breathing. Don't use your hands. They're filthy. Bring forward those whose feet stink most. Strip off your shoes. Chen Guang was the first to kick off his footwear. Chen Luo recoiled. Good heavens, truly foul. Yet Shu Yun showed no revulsion. She snatched one shoe and brought it crashing across He Zi's face, then repeated the blow on Li Kuei and Mao Er. Slap, slap, slap. 3 muffled cracks echoed. Their faces twisted grotesquely. Through tears and snot they shrieked, Elder brother, we beg forgiveness. We swear allegiance. We'll help you destroy Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's pulse spiked, yet Chen Luo's dismissive silence eased his dread. First to act were those who had fought alongside Yinli, the ones who loathed He Zi and his accomplices most. They seized the shoes and struck without mercy. In the hushed stillness, only the sharp reports of slaps and their raw, unending screams filled the air. So harrowing, even Lu Yuan's own followers averted their eyes. Within moments, He Zi and the others swelled beyond recognition, their eyes sealed shut by grotesque edema. But was this the end? Hadn't the order been slap them until they die? One by one, each assailant stepped forward, delivering fresh, brutal blows. Chen Luo shouted, Wang Ling, revive them. To kill them too soon would be wasteful. Others still hungered for vengeance. Chen Guang's shoe sole tore clean off mid-swing. He chuckled awkwardly, poor craftsmanship, but no matter, I have another. Meanwhile, Shu Yun, breathless, produced several long wooden planks embedded with rusted nails. Shu Yun's voice dripped venom. Use these. Without pause, she struck first, the nails biting deep into He Zi's flesh, then Li Kuei's, then Mao Er's. Chen Luo clicked his tongue. Their skin is simply too thin. After 15 minutes, He Zi and his 2 companions expired, not from wounds, but from relentless, methodical torment. Lu Yuan's hands trembled. He had never imagined such ruthlessness. No wonder the old adage warned, never cross a woman. Lu Yuan spoke low and steady. The instigators are dead. You slew one of ours earlier. Let that balance the ledger. Chen Luo sneered. Is it truly that simple? Can the worthless lives of these three possibly equal that of my comrade? No, none of you shall escape unscathed. Lu Yuan stared incredulous. Do you hold any regard for reason? Chen Luo scoffed. They aired. Must we wait for you to come knocking before delivering justice? If I had remained silent, would the offense simply vanish into oblivion? And why? Pray tell, should I bargain with you at all? The greatest truth in the world has always been brute force. If Chen Luo commanded only 2 lackeys, would Lu Yuan even bother negotiating with him? Dare you speak of justice? I'll crush you on the spot. I'd never surrender the 3 troublemakers to appease Chen Luo. Thus Lu Yuan's words were nothing but hollow mockery. Besides, was Chen Luo ever one to reason? Lu Yuan roared in fury. I've never met anyone as arrogantly reckless as you. Fine, you want to fight. Do you truly believe I fear you? My people have carved our path through hordes of zombies, and we outnumber you. You still have time to walk away. Behind Lu Yuan, his followers silently readied their weapons and prepared to unleash their abilities. Lu Yuan was seething. Damn it all. He regretted handing over Haizi from the start. He had accomplished nothing. This brat was cunning beyond measure. Why hadn't he warned them earlier? To humiliate his men before his very eyes, then turn the blade upon him. Sigh. A hot-headed youth, heedless of consequence. Reckless, absurdly unlucky. Chen Luo gave a faint, tranquil smile and said softly, step back. All of you. I'll handle this alone. It had been many days since he last demonstrated his power before the women. For newcomers like Chen Guang and Lung Chun, this would be their first glimpse of his true strength. To command loyalty, wealth alone was insufficient. True authority demanded martial supremacy. Chen Guang and the others recoiled in shock alone. Chen Luo raised a hand, gesturing for them to retreat. Lu Yuan froze. Heroics at such a moment. Truly you are something else. The next instant, a nearly translucent light blade materialized in Chen Luo's palm. This. A man ought to wield his own light blade. Before he could process it further, Chen Luo blurred forward, like a phantom, closing the distance to Lu Yuan's side in a breath. Lu Yuan, already braced, instantly summoned an earthen shield to block the strike. A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Luo's face. If you match my cultivation level, and if I granted you time to channel your ability, you might hold back my spatial force with that earthen shield. The void blade pierced the earthen barrier as effortlessly as slicing through sand, then cleaved Lu Yuan's body clean in 2. His form split apart along a razor-thin seam as though reality itself had been severed. No blood spilled. Lu Yuan perished instantly, not merely dead but erased beyond mortal comprehension. A body bisected without a trace of gore. The sight was profoundly unnatural. Screams erupted from Lu Yuan's faction. Even Chen Guang and Lung Chun paled, their scalps prickling. What kind of ability was this? Though Chen Luo declared he'd fight solo, Li remained uneasy, unwilling to risk his safety, and quietly layered him with buffs enhancing defense and strength. Chen Luo chuckled, a warm, knowing grin. Having a wife who cares truly is a blessing. Like a tiger descending upon sheep, he surged into Lu Yuan's ranks. Though the void blade couldn't sustain for over an hour, 3 minutes remained well within its reach. 2 more fell, bisected in a single stroke. Flesh-based adepts dared not advance, terrified of dismemberment. 2 elemental adepts instead hurled torrents of energy toward Chen Luo. Dozens of spells converged in a dense barrage. Dodging them all by footwork alone was impossible. True evasion would require void walking, but Chen Luo saw no need. He didn't use it. Instead, he darted to another man, using him as a living shield, yet still absorbed 3 strikes. All were rank 1. Without Li's enhancement, the wounds were superficial, incapable of inflicting meaningful harm. Chen Luo seized a human shield and continued his slaughter blade, flashing again and again. Their morale shattered. What manner of monster was this? To cleave a man in 2 with a single stroke was terrifying enough, but spells striking Chen Luo directly seemed to vanish without effect. Had Lu Yuan's shield deflected them, they might have accepted it. No horror there. But these spells struck Chen Luo's flesh, yet left no mark, as if they'd missed entirely. How could they possibly fight on? Lu Yuan's instant annihilation had already shaken them to the core. Now pure terror consumed them. This boy isn't human. If they didn't flee now, they'd die by his hand. Panic exploded. Their flight was desperate, frantic. Chen Luo pursued 60 or 70 fleeing figures, blade in hand. The spectacle seared itself into the minds of Shu Yun, Chen Guang, and Lung Chun. Ling sighed softly. The gulf between us widens with every passing day. Without him, I'd never have ascended to rank 3. Ling said calmly, let's finish this together. Reluctant, as we are, we must leave no future threats. In their eyes, Ling held greater authority than Shu Yun. After all, she shared a residence with Chen Luo. A villa counts as one house. Any issue with that? They sealed every exit. Not a single soul escaped. In Chen Guang's gaze all burned, deeper, sharper than anything he'd ever felt before. Damn, when he claimed he'd solo us all and win effortlessly, he wasn't boasting. Even 10 times our numbers wouldn't withstand his blade. Chen Guangfan, brother, you're absolutely extraordinary. Following you is unquestionably the wisest decision of my life. Lung Chen's deference, too, had deepened markedly. He walked with hushed caution. None of them had ever witnessed Chen Luo's combat prowess firsthand. Their prior respect stemmed solely from his status as base leader. They knew his strength was formidable, but had no conception of its staggering scale. The women watched him with starlit eyes brimming with admiration. Had they not feared unworthiness, they'd have rushed into his arms. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Standard procedure, no need for astonishment. Then he added gravely, Yan Li's death saddens me deeply, but this world offers no respite. Danger strikes without warning at any moment. True protection comes from within yourselves. Hone your strength relentlessly, for I cannot guard you every second. The purpose of these excursions is not merely crystal collection. It is trial by fire forged in relentless combat. And whoever follows me may rest assured any who dare harm you will pay dearly. Now, clean up the site and gather supplies. It's nearly noon. A few of you who cook well should return early and prepare lunch. Though one life had been lost, grief was muted. Death had long ceased to surprise them. Most felt invigorated, instead reassured by Chen Luo's decisive action. Following him was the right choice. With such a leader who would dare bully them, under his protection growth could unfold safely and surely. Once perhaps dissent simmered beneath the surface. But now, among this group, not a single voice would question Chen Luo's judgment, especially after witnessing how he did nothing while they labored tirelessly. So the master had simply entrusted them with the opportunity to train. Chen Luo had been away from the base for half an hour. During this time, things were far from calm. 2 men in tattered shirts and greasy hair passed by the entrance of the villa district. The 2 men were starving, and with the sun beating down on them, they had no energy left. Upon seeing the villa district, their spirits suddenly lifted. These 2 men were named Xieta and Miao Hui. What thrilled them even more was the sight of a large black dog at the entrance. As the saying goes, black is the best and dog meat is the most delicious. After starving for more than a day, the sight of the black dog truly made them ecstatic. This dog was, of course, the only one left behind to guard the house. Xieta was about to pounce on it, but Miao Hui stopped him, saying, "Wait a moment. What are we waiting for? What if the dog runs away?" Xieta questioned, puzzled. Miao Hui shook his head. "We've been starving for over a day, and the dog is fast. What if we scare it away?" Xieta considered this and replied, "So what do we do?" Miao Hui grinned mischievously. "We need something to lure the dog over. They say you can't change a dog's nature. Coincidentally, I have something fresh for it. The dog must be starving too. With this, how can it resist?" Xieta nodded vigorously. The guardian dog noticed the 2 men, but ignored them, thinking, what if someone sneaks into the community while I'm out? The owner entrusted me with guarding the house. I won't leave my post. Xieta and Miao Hui moved to the roadside, preparing their bait. Perhaps influenced by the situation, Xieta also felt the urge. It was strange, after more than a day without food, he could still produce so much. Soon they were done. However, they encountered a dilemma. Damn it, we have no paper. No matter, they already smelled bad. Miao Hui didn't care about the stink and, grinning wickedly, prepared to lure the guardian dog. Suddenly, Xieta, who had just finished, realized a problem. If the dog eats, I'll eat the dog. If the dog eats Miao Hui's bait, then I eat the dog. Doesn't that mean I'm eating Miao Hui's too? This was too disgusting to accept. Xieta hurriedly said, "Let it eat mine, eat mine." Miao Hui, perhaps sensing the same problem, due to the foul smell, shook his head in refusal. "No way, it should eat mine. Why should it eat yours?" Xieta protested. Miao Hui retorted, "I came up with this idea." Xieta angrily replied, "I don't care, it must eat mine." The guardian dog looked at the 2 with confusion, wondering why they were arguing out of the blue. As their argument intensified, Miao Hui suddenly grabbed something and smashed it onto Xieta's face. Smack! A smear appeared on Xieta's face. Both of them were stunned. Miao Hui awkwardly laughed. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Xieta's body trembled as he picked up a piece of yellowish substance and smeared it on Miao Hui's face. Woo! Miao Hui couldn't dodge it. Suddenly, the 2 started fighting. You smear me, I smear you. Before long, they were both covered in it. Truly a case of mutual destruction. Miao Hui lay on the ground, panting. Why bother? Now how can we lure the dog? It's fine, I can still produce more. If I want to let it eat mine. Between eating the foul substance and dog meat, Miao Hui ultimately chose to go for both, as there was no other option. Sieta indeed produced another piece. Seeing Sieta's smug expression, Meow Hui couldn't take it anymore and grabbed some from Sieta and smeared it on him. Sieta angrily said you. He truly wanted to shove this stuff in Meow Hui's face, but he couldn't. If he wasted it again, there would be none left. No more dog meat. The guardian dog witnessed the entire scene, amused by these two fools playing around. It had never seen such a sight before. But when the two placed their stinky bait not far away, signaling the guardian dog to come and eat, while making enticing sounds, the dog froze. Its face twisted in anger, transforming its expression into something terrifying. A great humiliation. You may scheme against a dog, but you cannot insult it like this. The guardian dog was furious. Lightning crackled unnaturally around it. Sieta and Meow Hui were bewildered. How could this dog generate electricity? Especially with the dog's currently ferocious appearance, they sensed something was off. The guardian dog lunged at them, and they bolted in fear. At that moment, Chen Luo returned, seeing the guardian dog chasing them. He shouted, "Guardian, what are you doing?" His expression changed as he noticed the foul smell. How could there be so much stench after just stepping outside? The guardian dog was so enraged that it didn't even hear Chen Luo's words. Chen Luo cursed inwardly what was wrong with the guardian dog, that it treated his words as if they were nothing. Of course, the two men couldn't escape. The guardian dog was much faster than them. If they wanted to eat dog meat, they had to be prepared for a counterattack. Perhaps you think this is too much. One is human and the other is a dog. Can they be compared? But nature is about the survival of the fittest. If the guardian dog were an ordinary dog, wouldn't it be eaten? To hunt a lion, one must be prepared to be eaten by the pride. The guardian dog was so angry it couldn't even eat lunch. Chen Luo pondered whether he should recruit more people. While others were continuously gathering people, he was not. What if he encountered a group of hundreds? His own side wouldn't be enough. With the current manpower, who knows how many would be left after 2 or 3 months? If only the people from Shu Yun had been more numerous today, such a situation might not have occurred. Chen Luo initially planned to establish a large base to see if it could withstand the increasingly difficult apocalypse. Elites are needed, but a solid base is also necessary. The elite comes from the foundation. In his past life, those with great talent reaching level 10 and beyond were not easily encountered. It required time. As long as they follow orders and dare to fight zombies, they can be recruited. For now, resources are abundant, so he's not afraid of not being able to sustain them. Chen Luo relayed this order. When encountering nearby survivors, they could issue a test, and those who passed would be accepted. Those with auxiliary abilities wouldn't need testing, they would be accepted directly. Finally, after being inspected by the beloved pet Lin Fan, they would be good to go. Chen Guang said, the boss said, when you encounter someone with auxiliary abilities, even if they are unwilling to join, you must tie them up and bring them in. Chen Guang relayed this to Su Dezhu, who then passed it on to Lung Chen one by one. In the end, somehow it got twisted. The boss said, just grab any pretty girls and tie them up. Chen Luo declared he wouldn't take the blame for this. Today there were 2 updates, tomorrow there will be 4 to make up. In the afternoon, for some reason, he felt exhausted with no energy at all, lying in bed in a daze. I used to do 2 updates, now with 3 updates daily the pressure is high, leading to a decline in content quality over the past 2 days. I will adjust properly and definitely make up for 4 updates tomorrow. A conspicuous signboard appeared at the entrance of the villa area. To cope with the changing world, we are recruiting like-minded friends to establish a gathering place for mutual survival. Crystals found in the foreheads of zombies allow survivors to level up. The stronger the zombie, the better the quality of the crystal. Absorbing these crystals can enhance one's extraordinary powers and promote their levels. This base has several level 3 abilities demonstrating significant power. Benefits include 1. 3 meals a day with occasional meat. 2. Excellent living environment ready to move in with provided daily necessities and clothing. 3. The base has a generator to meet daily simple entertainment needs. 4. Sufficient crystals to satisfy your leveling needs and strengthen your abilities. 5. The gathering place is your support, ensuring you are not bullied. Requirements: 1. Obey commands. 2. Have the courage to fight zombies and reach level 2. 3. Auxiliary ability users and special ability users can disregard level requirements or lower them. 4. If family members can comply with the requirements, even if they are level 1, they may also join. Note, this gathering place maintains strict discipline. Those who violate morals and order, refuse to obey commands, or flee during battles will face severe punishment. This recruitment announcement was created by Chen Luo after spending more than half an hour taking into account the opinions of Mi Lingshu and others. The requirements are not very high, but neither are they low. Though it is a recruitment, not just anyone is wanted. Without showing the strength of the gathering place, why would capable individuals simply join just because you are recruiting? This offer is excellent. Revealing the presence of level 3 abilities indicates significant power. It is likely that apart from Chen Luo, it would be hard to find another level 3 ability user. It is not that there are none, but they are indeed hard to come by. As for this condition, any survivor without much ambition would likely consider joining upon seeing it. And if someone harbors ulterior motives and dares to disrupt, Chen Luo is not afraid, as he has absolute confidence to deal with them. After lunch, Chen Luo did not ask Xu Yun to continue leading people to kill zombies, as they had already completed their mission in the morning, and he could not keep everyone in combat all day. The afternoon is for free practice. Chen Luo's location is relatively remote, but precisely because it is remote, more people tend to pass by. Everyone wants to find a place with fewer zombies to settle. At 1:30, a 7-seater van arrived at the entrance of the community. The occupants inside hesitated upon seeing the guards at the villa area. However, upon seeing the sign written in black on red paper, they couldn't help but move closer to take a look. Chen Guang noticed the group, but did not inquire. He simply waited quietly for them to finish reading the sign. Absorb crystals for immense power. Wow, is the secret of the crystals being revealed just like that? 3 meals guaranteed with occasional meat. Is it for real? Are the crystals really in abundance? Even more shocking was the revelation that this gathering place actually had several level 3 abilities. Level 3. They had never even heard of such a thing, let alone several. The power was overwhelming and the benefits were top-notch. The few individuals who were at a loss about where to go immediately felt tempted. However, while the benefits are good, the requirements are also high. One must reach level 2 to join. Among the 5 of them, only 2 had reached level 2. Someone asked, "Super brother, what do you think?" Wang Chao hesitated for a moment. If it is really as they say, then of course there's no doubt we should join. But only Lu Qi and I have reached level 2. You 3 do not meet the requirements. Lu Qi suggested, "Let's go down and inquire. Can't we bring family members?" A spark of interest lit up in their eyes as they cautiously got out of the car to ask. This gathering place has level 3 abilities. It is too terrifying. Who knows how many level 2 abilities there are? Chen Guang, however, smiled and shook his head. Family members refer to those with blood relations, but if a level 1 can present 3 level 1 crystals, they can also join. If a level 1 ability user possesses 3 crystals, it proves they indeed have the strength to kill zombies and will eventually reach level 2. If a level 2 ability user is willing to assist them in paying, it indicates a good relationship. Why not accept them together? Currently, survivors who have not reached level 2 simply learned the secret of the crystals too late. Rules are dead, and Chen Luo has instructed Chen Guang to be flexible. Chen Guang was puzzled. Level 2 abilities are not uncommon. If it weren't for the boss, this group would not even have known the secret of the crystals, all still at level 1. Lu Qi said, "I am a level 2 caretaker able to heal and enhance strength. I wonder if there is any flexibility." Chen Guang was quite surprised to a caretaker. That is indeed a rare find. Without needing to consult Chen Luo, Chen Guang understood he couldn't let this person slip away. Chen Guang immediately nodded, "All right. Just to confirm, after joining you will need to fight zombies daily. Otherwise, where will the crystals for leveling come from? How will resources be collected? However, team actions are much safer. If you cannot accept this, you may leave." The group had initially hesitated, but upon seeing a beautiful girl under the sunshade who was watching them with great interest, they exchanged glances and immediately agreed. With a pretty girl here, they didn't even need to think twice. Chen Guang smiled, leading them to where Chen Luo was sitting in the shade playing with his phone. "Big brother, these people wish to join us. Please see if they are suitable." Chen Luo stood up holding rice. It is impolite to talk while lying on a chair. Once familiar, it is no issue, but new members must be acknowledged. Chen Guang said, "This Wang Chao is level 2 and Lu Qi is a level 2 light type. The other 3 are level 1. Chen Luo understood. With Lu Qi a light type present, bringing along 3 lesser abilities is not a problem. After all, no one here can slack off. This Lu Qi seems somewhat familiar. Chen Luo seems to have heard of him, a somewhat well-known caretaker." Chen Luo nodded. "Welcome to join us. Let someone settle them in." After confirming with me Fan that there were no ill-intentioned individuals among them. When college freshmen enroll, the most they hope for is to be taken care of by a beautiful senior. A beautiful girl helped them settle in a villa. Chen Luo smiled. Luck was on his side, having recruited a light type so easily. He hoped they could truly integrate here. Over the afternoon, 3 more groups drifted past the neighborhood gate. The first were a cluster ignorant of the crystal's secret and without any special abilities seeking to join. Chen Guang told them to reach level 2 before returning. Though resentful, none dared act rashly. The second group was large, numbering over 20. Among them were 3 level 2 ability users, 2 men and a woman. Though they arrived together, they were tacitly divided into 2 factions, each led by one of the men. If they joined, they would be reduced to ordinary civilians, which they refused, and level 1 Qinguang would not accept them. The sole level 2 female power user leapt from the car with a sister and begged to join. The 2 men scowled and tried to intervene, but dared not overstep. A notice declared several level 3 ability users here. They could not afford to be arrogant. Seeing the 2 girls, Qinguang's eyes brightened. Both were pleasing to the eye. This time he did not insist that they be related by blood. An enclave with many women was important. Strong men would be drawn by reputation. Women unwilling to remain in male-dominated gatherings and feeling unsafe would likewise come. In a past life, Miling's faction had expanded rapidly in precisely this manner. Were it not for the girls at the gate, these 2 would not have been so decisive. To linger among a crowd of leering men subject to lascivious stares each day would be unbearable. Women would not receive special favors within the enclave, though not Qin Qinguang was not that punctilious. In one afternoon, he recruited 7 people. Had he opened recruitment fully, he could have taken in at least 30 more. That evening, Chen Luo continued absorbing the power of the level 6 crystal. Once he reached level 5, he could mount a small operation. Chen Luo knew of a level 4 mutant nearby. He could slay it and seize its crystal. It would offer him little benefit, but he could gift it to Mi Ling, Mi Li, or Fa Wang. By rights, Chen Luo now had great confidence in killing the level 4 mutant with almost no danger. Yet to him the risk still felt too great. It did not suit his cautious temperament. Were the mutant not hard to find, and the place not rich in supplies, Chen Luo would not go. He could feel that by tomorrow night he would break through to level 5. At level 5, he could perform consecutive void walks or long-distance void walks, which would greatly increase his security. The next day, 9 more in Qinguang's group reached level 2, and the remainder would likely reach level 2 by tomorrow. Except for the newly joined, no one needed to collect crystals on the first day. Otherwise, even the girls would receive no special treatment, and everyone would be treated equally. Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun that today they should head to Xingfu Road. He planned a collective operation at the market there tomorrow and asked them to clear the zombies along the route first. He warned them to keep their distance from the market, at least 500 meters. Xu Yun was surprised, but asked no further questions and merely nodded. Level 1 zombies had gained a touch of cunning, but once their attack patterns were learned, there would be virtually no casualties. Today, Xu Yun had learned his lesson and did not scatter while scavenging. Everyone kept within sight of one another, and not a single person was lost. The newcomers muttered in amazement. This group's strength and coordination were formidable. They had slain several hundred zombies without a single injury. Chen Luo stayed at home. Today he had taken in only 3 people, all level 2, 2 men and 1 woman. That night, he felt a surge of excitement. Tonight, he would reach level 5. After level 5, unless he deliberately courted death in a massive horde, level 1 zombies could not harm him merely by virtue of numbers. As expected, after draining the level 6 crystal and absorbing most of the level 5 crystal's power, Chen Luo achieved level 5. The good news was that he had advanced to level 5 in less than a month since the apocalypse. The bad news was that for a long time to come, rapid advancement would be difficult without opportunities. Level 1 zombie crystals were now useless to Chen Luo. His attributes had risen notably. Fundamentally, the quality of his internal ability energy had altered. Abilities of equal potency could now be unleashed with less exertion. Where he had previously managed a single 100-meter void walk, he could now perform roughly 500 meters. Is 100 meters the same as 500? At 500 meters with no obstacles, you would not even see where I vanished to. Zombies, after all, have poor vision. Chen Luo smiled and celebrated briefly with Mi Li. Only Mi Fan was displeased. It meant another cat would be sleeping with him. The next day, Chen Luo assembled everyone. The group had grown from 65 to 74 people. Not exactly small, nor truly vast, Chen Luo felt no urgency. This was only the beginning. Of the 74, only 5 remained level 1. The rest were all level 2 or level 3. Chen Luo announced that they would carry out a collective operation today and that he would participate. The target was the market on Xingfu Road. It would be dangerous, and everyone should exercise caution. The apocalypse had occurred around 9 in the morning. At that hour, the streets might be sparse, but the market would certainly be crowded. Within the market, zombies might not be numerous, but they would be far more concentrated. It would be rare to encounter only a few stragglers. A dozen moving together would be the least. A level 4 mutant zombie possessing the intelligence of roughly a 10-year-old child would surely rally others and mount a coordinated assault if it spotted such a large party. Chen Luo alone could handle a horde of that scale. but such solo action would not serve to harden his members. Though the market held many zombies, it also held supplies. There were grains, oils, rice, flour, and all manner of dried goods. Many showed anxious faces when told of the market operation, yet when Chen Luo gave the order, none dared to back down. Someone still had to be left to guard the base. Chen Luo surveyed the scene and decided to leave Chen Guang with some people. Though Chen Guang was weak in power, he still had a keen eye. Leaving just a dozen or so to defend was hardly safe, so Chen Luo also kept Fa Wang behind. Not infallible, but Fa Wang alone could deal with a force of several dozen. Chen Luo's party loaded every vehicle suited to heavy carriage and formed a long convoy bound for the market. Such a convoy could hardly go unnoticed. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Whoever dared steal from his home would soon find out whether they could walk away unscathed. A group of 60 people opened 22 vehicles, each of varying models. Those who could drive moved ahead slowly, while those who could not followed alongside, clearing the zombies from the road. They advanced at a turtle's pace, arriving at the market after half an hour. To be precise, it was a farmer's market, not just a small vegetable market. There were small cold storage facilities, wholesale markets, grain and oil shops, seasoning stores, and a variety of live chickens, ducks, and fish for sale. Correspondingly, there were likely over 1,000 zombies here. Moreover, the density of zombies was relatively high, often clustering together in groups of 10 or more. The method of a 4-person team would not work. When a dozen zombies used spells together, it was difficult to evade through prediction and positioning. A heated confrontation would lead to casualties. Chen Luo smiled and said, in such situations one must learn to use luring tactics and continuous pulling. Zhang Feng, go attract the zombies, luring them out in batches. Zhang Feng grimaced. As a renowned swift sword master, having to play the role of bait was not ideal. To ensure Zhang Feng's safety, Melee enhanced his status. Zhang Feng entered the market, and a group of 7 or 8 zombies on the periphery quickly chased after him upon spotting him. As long as he maintained a distance of over 20 meters from the zombies, they could not harm him, since the range of low-level zombies was not that far. Level 1 zombies could not even catch up to level 1 survivors, let alone Zhang Feng, a level 2 wind element user. As long as Zhang Feng controlled the distance, he would be fine. The zombies varied in speed. As they ran, a noticeable gap opened between them. The 10 members waited in position, and when the leading zombie approached, 2 members focused their fire and took it down instantly. Normally, level 1 zombies had a bit of intelligence and would retreat when they saw many people. However, their limited IQ led them to believe that their brethren were right behind them. I have quite a few people too, should I be afraid? In reality, it was like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. However, this method wasn't easy to implement. First, it had to be in an open area, otherwise too many obstacles would hinder speed. Secondly, there should not be any zombies nearby, or else being surrounded by zombies would leave no escape. Thirdly, luck shouldn't be too bad. When countering zombies faster than you is a risk. It was also ineffective against large groups of zombies. There would always be a few that ran at nearly the same speed. Chen Luo said, in the future, when you encounter a slightly larger group of zombies, you can use this method. But if the numbers are overwhelming, don't use it. If you die, don't blame me. Everyone nodded, their eyes lighting up. In fact, this method wasn't particularly clever. With more experience dealing with zombies, one would naturally think of it. Several fast level 2 members dispersed to lure the zombies, and soon they cleared out hundreds of zombies from the outskirts of the market. Only the zombies in the center of the market and on the other 3 sides remained. Chen Luo said, "I'll personally go lure the remaining zombies." He didn't dare let Zhang Feng go. Encountering a mutated zombie would be disastrous. Now at level 5, Chen Luo's maximum speed approached 40 meters per second, even though he was not of the lightning or wind element. In his past life, Chen Luo had heard that at this time there was a soil element mutated zombie in the market, likely at level 4, possibly even level 5. But it could not be level 6. Chen Luo first arrived at the area selling pork, beef, and lamb, which covered an area of 500 to 600 square meters with about 80 to 90 zombies present. As soon as the few zombies saw Chen Luo, they immediately chased after him. Unlike the perimeter, once zombies began to move, the ones clustered in this area followed suit. It was like a catfish entering a pond. All the zombies chased after Chen Luo, and the farmer's product area next door, seeing this commotion, rushed over to join in. Chen Luo took off running. For him, these zombies were hardly a threat, but if he killed them all, it wouldn't serve to train the members. In the farmer's product area, an old farmer zombie wearing a straw hat sat on a stool, as if still selling vegetables. Hearing the commotion, he also ran out. He ran fast, even a bit faster than Zhang Feng. Chen Luo deliberately slowed down, otherwise the zombies wouldn't play with him. With nearly 200 zombies in pursuit, he did not notice the old farmer zombie hidden among them. Suddenly Chen Luo sensed movement behind him. Turning back, he saw a remarkably fast zombie rapidly closing in on him, and it seemed about to catch up. The old farmer zombie unleashed 3 soil spikes in a row, effectively blocking all of Chen Luo's escape routes. Rather than being startled, Chen Luo felt joy. He had encountered it so quickly. Chen Luo crouched down to avoid the spikes, while simultaneously beginning to gather the void blade. Another 3 spikes came at him, and Chen Luo used void walking, instantly moving behind the zombie. Otherwise, if the old farmer zombie hid among the other zombies, he would inevitably have to use void walking. Void walking not only evaded the old farmer zombie's attack, but also brought him behind it without a moment's notice. The old farmer zombie had no time to use the earth shield before Chen Luo sliced through its head with a single strike. Chen Luo continued running while holding the still twitching head. Level 4 zombies stood no chance against Chen Luo. With over 200 zombies chasing him, more than 40 of them ran at nearly the same speed. If Zhang Feng dared to lure such a group of zombies, it would endanger his teammates. Everyone was stunned to see how many zombies Chen Luo had attracted. Chen Luo shouted, "Everyone start running. Use your speed advantage to shake them off and prepare your spells. Aim and throw as you turn back. Once you throw, keep running, don't linger." Chen Luo brushed past the members, and the zombies naturally began to pursue others. Everyone started running, maintaining a bit of distance from each other. Currently, the zombies could not catch up to them at all. Once the spells were ready, some people directly threw them backward. After all, there were plenty of zombies, and a blind cat could stumble upon a dead rat. No one dared to linger with barely a 0.3-second gap. The zombies couldn't react in time to counterattack, and by the time they wanted to, the members had already started running again. The zombies' force spells could not hit anyone due to insufficient distance. As long as they maintained this rhythm, and there were no zombies blocking the path ahead, there would be no danger. The surrounding zombies had already been cleared. Over 200 zombies were easily eliminated. Everyone wore happy smiles, even a bit excited. As long as they practiced this method diligently, even a larger number of zombies wouldn't be enough to stop them. Chen Luo shook his head. The premise was that you all had to keep up with the evolution of the zombies. Most survivors simply could not keep pace with the zombies' evolution. Furthermore, without Chen Luo having killed the old farmer zombie, no method would allow you to escape. How many you could run away from would depend on luck. I want sleep until I write the 4th chapter. Thereafter, Chen Luo repeatedly employed this method to lure zombies. Laborious, perhaps, yet undeniably reliable. A direct confrontation would have incurred far greater casualties. Soon, however, the strategy hit a snag. The team's innate abilities rapidly depleted. Advancing to level 2 granted roughly 10 spell casts, insufficient to instantly slay zombies unless striking a vital point. Of the 60 members, barely 400 zombies were felled before exhaustion set in, and their powers failed entirely. Elemental users in particular were rendered useless. Now all eyes turned to Chen Luo. Su Dazhu and the others moved with extreme caution. The zombie density here was markedly higher. Chen Luo retrieved his long-forgotten iron rod. A level 5 against level 1 foes, bolstered by melee support, was akin to a grandfather chastising a grandson. And Chen Luo never engaged Hedon. Alone, Chen Luo slew over 400 zombies. The remainder fell to Su Dazhu, Mi Ling, and others. After hundreds of forceful swings, even he began to pant heavily. Should zombies swarm beyond a certain threshold, sheer fatigue alone could overwhelm Chen Luo. The onlookers stood utterly transfixed, especially Wang Chao, Lu Qi, and others who had arrived later. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, none would have dared believe it. One man had slain more than half the zombies in the entire agricultural market. Chen Luo waved dismissively, "Don't stand there. Hurry and gather whatever supplies you can carry." The group nodded, vigorously elated. With a leader like him, who wouldn't rejoice? Yang Xian drove the heavy-duty truck inside. Within the market compound stood several large freight trucks, and numerous smaller ones. While scavenging crystals from the corpses, the team searched for vehicle keys, most of which were recovered. Chen Luo, meanwhile, made his way to the cold storage unit, a modest facility dwarfed by the one where he'd stockpiled pork. He planned to retrieve some pork and beef. Even if the unit had lost power, any unspoiled meat would be met with unbridled joy, not scrutiny over how it remained fresh. He'd take roughly 10 tons, 20,000 jin. With a single thunderous kick, Chen Luo shattered the cold storage door open. A deafening clang echoed through the air. To his astonishment, a faint chill still lingered within. Chen Luo frowned. Hadn't the power been cut long ago? Could it be a backup diesel generator? Yet without human intervention, such a machine could not possibly sustain operation for so long. "Who's there?" A trembling voice quavered from the adjacent room. Without pausing to inspect stored goods, Chen Luo exited the cold storage and followed the sound to the neighboring chamber. Through its window, he glimpsed a pale, drowsy woman. A swift glance revealed the room to be a mechanical control room housing 2 high-capacity diesel generators. The truth dawned swiftly: this woman had maintained the generators, ensuring the cold storage remained operational. Chen Luo smiled. "Sister, you're saved." Conversation confirmed his deduction. Her name was Yang Lan, and she had worked at this cold storage before the apocalypse. Another staff member had survived the initial outbreak, but perished to zombies. Yang Lan, however, had taken refuge in this room, subsisting solely on frozen vegetables hauled from the cold storage. Learning that the apocalypse had not been contained, Yang Lan's expression dimmed with deep disappointment. Weakly she murmured, "Young sir, could you take me home? My home is a dozen kilometers away on a once bustling thoroughfare." Chen Luo shook his head. "I'm sorry, I lack the means. I can only promise to escort you there someday, if opportunity permits, but not now. You've preserved such abundant supplies. I'll bring you back to my settlement." Though the request seemed simple given the peril involved, Chen Luo readily agreed, only because of the invaluable provisions she safeguarded. "I truly dare not," she whispered, nodding weakly, fully aware of how unreasonable her plea had been. The backup generator's diesel was already exhausted. Had Chen Luo arrived just a few days later, every last item in the cold storage would have spoiled. Chen Luo's smile widened. Though modest in scale, the cold storage held 80 tons of beef and 50 tons of mutton, alongside limited vegetables, carrots, green beans, and lettuce. After all, it was merely a small facility, and far from full. The meat was packed neatly in cardboard boxes, each weighing precisely 50 jin. Such quantities meant little to Chen Luo personally, but they offered perfect, legitimate rewards for his team, eliminating the need for well-intentioned deception. He summoned 2 young women to escort Yang Lan onto a vehicle. Having hidden in the control room for days, her body was frail and weakened, yet still capable of light logistical support. When the others learned of the vast stores of beef and mutton, jubilation erupted. They could feast daily, every meal, without exhausting the supply for an entire year. Ice Affinity members immediately unleashed chilling aura to preserve the meat. Sustained by their power, the provisions would remain unspoiled, for now. Over time, however, texture would inevitably degrade, far inferior to storage within Chen Luo's spatial ability. Yet the market's bounty extended far beyond cold storage. The wholesale section held thousands of units: beer, soft drinks, dried shrimp, cured pork, canned goods, packaged chicken feet, drumsticks, whole chickens, and whole ducks. Grains and seasonings, too, were plentiful. Indeed, the agricultural market teemed with rich resources. In his past life, powerful settlements routinely scouted this site, yet none succeeded, thwarted by the presence of evolved zombies. By the time anyone finally breached it, the prime meat stocks had long since vanished. Morning warmth now crept into the air, but spirits soared as everyone worked with feverish speed. It was easy to imagine the celebratory feast awaiting them upon return. 2 hours passed before every last item was loaded onto the vehicles. Even Chen Luo's original fleet proved insufficient to transport everything in a single trip. Laden to capacity, they prepared to depart, just as another convoy arrived at the market's main gate. Its occupants stared dumbfounded at the heaps of zombie corpses littering the grounds, and at the supplies already stacked upon Chen Luo's vehicles. Their deduction required no effort. An older man stepped forward, halting Chen Luo's led vehicle. Calmly, Chen Luo replied, "Do not block the road." The man flushed with awkwardness, about to speak, when a motorcycle roared up. A dark-skinned yet vibrant youth dismounted. Chen Luo's pupils contracted sharply. It was him, Xia Haoran, famed in later years as the invincible Iron Fist. Never had he imagined meeting him here. Xia Haoran had not come for Chen Luo, but for the man who'd blocked the road. With quiet urgency, Xia Haoran pleaded, "Brother Long, I heard you captured a live chicken. Could you spare it? My mother is near death's door. Her final wish is a bowl of chicken soup. And if you know someone who can prepare it, my life is yours to command." After reaching level 4, corporeal adepts can refine their physical bodies using innate, anomalous energy. Thereafter, cultivation diverges into 2 primary paths: defensive specialization and strength specialization. Individual physiological differences yield varying refinement efficacy. Sudaju, for instance, gained modest strength enhancement, but extraordinary defensive resilience. Sudaju could withstand direct spells from elemental adepts of equal rank. Such defensively inclined adepts are invariably deployed at the vanguard during large-scale zombie engagements. For as zombies ascend in tier, their intellect approaches, and sometimes surpasses, that of humans. Cunning no longer suffices. Only brute force confrontation remains viable. Xia Haoran embodied the opposite extreme. His strength augmentation was astonishing, with the majority of his refined power concentrated into his fists. These fists earned the moniker Iron Fists, having disciplined countless adversaries without a single defeat, thus bestowing upon him the title Invincible Iron Fist. His ascension pace rivaled that of other King-tier adepts. He possessed unequivocal King-tier potential. Alas, in his previous life, he perished prematurely, at Tier 10, falling victim to a mob assault. Moreover, prior to the apocalypse, Xia Haoran had been China's national martial arts and Sanda champion, mastering formidable combat techniques. Such a figure naturally left a strong impression on Chen Luo. At that moment, Xia Haoran pleaded, "Brother Long, may I have the chicken you captured?" The night before, he had overheard his ailing mother murmuring chicken soup in her fevered sleep. His mother, ever reasonable, would never impose such a request. Asking for chicken soup amid scarcity was tantamount to inflicting unbearable hardship. Yet those unconscious words reached Xia Haoran's ears. Knowing his mother had only days left, he resolved, by any means necessary, to fulfill this final wish. Having learned that Brother Long had seized a live hen escaped from the marketplace, Xia Haoran tracked him down relentlessly. "You want my prized hen?" Brother Long blinked in disbelief. "She's a golden egg-laying hen. Each day yields one precious egg. She is priceless." He himself refused to slaughter her, reserving her solely for egg production. "Now you dare ask for her? Who even are you?" Though inwardly irritated, Brother Long concealed his displeasure and waved dismissively, "I'm sorry, brother. I cannot oblige." His tone remained courteous, but his underling spoke far less diplomatically. "What an exquisite calculation. You'd claim Brother Long's hen, then sell him your life. Or rather expect him to feed you for life. Damn it, where does this guy get the audacity? Should we even prepare the soup for him? His face is truly colossal. Shall Brother Long officiate your wedding night?" This man appears to be the Sanda champion Xia Haoran, renowned for his peerless martial prowess. Someone recognized him. So what? One lightning strike from me, and he won't walk again. Xia Haoran clenched his fists, prepared to subdue Brother Long by force. No sacrifice was too great to spare his mother's dying regret. Just then Chen Luo rolled down his car window and interjected, "I have both a chicken and a master chef. Your request can be fulfilled. You're offering your life in exchange, correct?" Xia Haoran paused, then affirmed, "Yes. If the soup meets the standard, my life is yours." Chen Luo smiled faintly, agreed. This bargain is struck. A bowl of chicken soup for a top-tier warrior. To refuse such a trade would invite celestial retribution. Mi Ling watched, puzzled. This wasn't Chen Luo's usual demeanor. Typically, beggars were dismissed outright. Moved by filial devotion, perhaps. She mused. "Indeed, you do possess unexpected compassion." Chen Luo turned and instructed, "Deju Mili, the three of you switch to another vehicle. I'll accompany Xia Haoran." Chen Luo intended to escort both Xia Haoran and his mother directly to the base. The trio nodded and boarded a second vehicle. Chen Luo said, "Xia Haoran, get in. We'll bring your mother to my compound." Xia Haoran sensed this young man held significant authority among his group. No idle jest would be made lightly. If the arrangement failed, he could always return to Brother Long later. Nodding, Xia Haoran watched as Chen Luo's lieutenants hoisted his motorcycle onto the vehicle. Brother Long opened his mouth to speak. He had planned to gradually eradicate the marketplace zombies over a week, only to find Chen Luo had preempted him entirely. The operation had concluded in mere moments. Not attrition, but annihilation. His capability was terrifying. Brother Long yearned to inquire how it was accomplished, what supplies were secured, and whether any could be traded. But Chen Luo stated calmly, "I won't repeat myself a third time. Step aside." Though his voice remained level and his expression placid, Brother Long felt certain hesitation now would provoke immediate violence. Simultaneously, Chen Luo's men fixed Brother Long and his crew with cold, unwavering stares. With a leader of such caliber, why fear confrontation? Brother Long forced a smile. "No need to grow angry. I'll move immediately." He gestured sharply, leading his men aside with alacrity. A shrewd man indeed. Chen Luo instructed, "Wait for me here. I'll return shortly." With so many vehicles, detouring would entail excessive obstacles. Sending them ahead alone unsettled him. Chen Luo had arrived from the east, whereas Xia Haoran's makeshift residence lay to the south. "It's nearby, just a few hundred meters," Xia Haoran clarified. The surrounding streets had already been cleared of zombies. Only a few stragglers remained, swiftly and cleanly dispatched by Xia Haoran upon disembarking. His efficiency was absolute. A fireball grazed his temple, yet his composure never wavered. Against 3 zombies simultaneously, he neutralized 2 with single precise strikes to vital points. Not a single zombie so much as brushed his sleeve. This was mastery forged in discipline. Chen Luo estimated that at lower tiers, bereft of advanced abilities. He and Xia Haoran, if matched in rank and barring the use of void walking, would see Chen Luo decisively overpowered in open combat. Though Chen Luo had endured more battles than Xia Haoran, his technical proficiency paled in comparison. In his past life, he avoided frontal engagements whenever possible, preferring ambushes or stealth takedowns. Direct confrontation was perilous. Wasn't striking from behind far safer? Presently, he relied solely on overwhelming power to crush opposition. Thus, true combat artistry. He possessed none. Do not overestimate him. What mattered was survival, and he ultimately endured. They entered a dilapidated residential complex and halted beneath a weathered building. "Brother, please wait a moment," Xia Haoran said. Within 2 minutes, he descended the stairs carrying a woman in her 50s, though her frailty lent her the appearance of 60. His mother stirred weakly, eyelids fluttering open. Once inside the vehicle, Xia Haoran murmured, "Terminal cancer." Chen Luo understood instantly. No cure existed unless Mi Li attained Tier 7 immediately. Current healing arts addressed only external wounds, not terminal illnesses. Chen Luo and Mi Ling reunited with the others and began their journey back to the city. Long Guo and the others immediately entered the vegetable market to see if there were any overlooked items. The valuable supplies had all been taken by Chen Luo, leaving only some rotting vegetables, spoiled fruits, and decaying meat. If you want them, Chen Luo has no objections. In less than half an hour, Chen Luo returned to the villa area. The house had not been robbed. Currently, there were still plenty of supplies, although others knew that Chen Luo had a lot of resources. They were unaware of how many people were guarding. With plenty of supplies available, and other places also able to find resources, there was no need for them to fight each other desperately. Chen Luo called over 2 girls and arranged a separate room for Xia Mu in the villa next door. Xia Haoran looked eagerly at Chen Luo, who smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to do it right now." Entering the villa, Chen Luo spoke to Ma Yu, who was staying at home. "Sister, you make a chicken soup, bring out your best skills, and make sure to take it seriously this time. Whatever materials and seasonings you need, just say so." Ma Yu nodded and mumbled, "That's not right. Do you think I wasn't serious before?" Chen Luo awkwardly replied, "This time you need to be even more serious. It's important, so hurry up." Ma Yu said, "If you want the chicken soup to be good, it will take at least 3 hours. Chen Luo thought for a moment and said, "Also make some home-cooked dishes, 4 meat and 4 vegetable dishes. We can't just have chicken soup. Xia Mu might want to eat something else. To win people's hearts, it should be done thoroughly. What do I not have?" Chen Luo left the villa, and everyone had already started moving the supplies. This time there were quite a few supplies, and several villas were not enough to hold them. The beef and lamb needed proper storage, and the ice-type ability users had to add ice regularly. Xia Haoran was very excited. Having so many things, a chicken was no exaggeration. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then called for Shu Yun. "After moving the items, have people take out 300 pounds of beef and lamb, skewer them, and we'll have a barbecue tonight." Ability users are known for their appetites, especially after being pinned up for so long. With over 70 people, there's no worry about leftovers. Once this news spread, nearly everyone went crazy with joy. At this time, having a barbecue was truly a luxury. Chen Luo called for Xia Haoran and went to Xia Mu's room. Seeing Chen Luo, Xia Mu wanted to get up, but couldn't manage it. She smiled weakly and said, "Thank you for taking us in, young man." Xia Mu's complexion was already very poor. Chen Luo smiled and asked, "Annie, what do you want to eat? Feel free to say anything. If you have any requests, don't hesitate to mention them." Xia Mu waved her hand, saying, "I'm old now. Oh, I don't want to eat anything." She still didn't know that Xia Haoran had sold himself for her. Chen Luo didn't say much more and told Xia Haoran to do nothing but stay with his mother. 3 hours later at 12:30, Ma Yu had prepared all the dishes and served them in front of Xia Mu. On the dining table, there were 8 dishes and 1 soup. Dishes included pork noodles, boiled prawns, steamed based beef with cabbage, braised tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, yam with black fungus, and soft tofu, and the chicken soup that Xia Haoran had specifically requested. The colors, aroma, and flavors were all perfect. Xia Haoran was bewildered, and Xia Mu struggled to rub her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Auntie, it's time to eat." Xia Haoran looked at Chen Luo with deep gratitude, never expecting that Chen Luo could provide such a lavish spread. Xia Mu couldn't refuse, and with Xia Haoran's assistance, finished a delightful meal. However, Chen Luo didn't expect Xia Mu to leave so quickly. Before passing away, Xia Mu trembled and slowly said, "Young man, I can see that you are a good person. Take good care of my son." Xia Mu then said to Xia Haoran, "No one understands a son better than a mother. He can give you such precious things to honor me. He values you a lot. Don't let people down." Xia Haoran held Xia Mu's hand tightly. To Chen Luo's surprise, Xia Haoran didn't show much sorrow over his mother's death. Xiaohaoran quietly said it's better that she left peacefully and no longer suffers from illness. Continuing to live in this world is also a torment. I was mentally prepared long ago. Big brother, just watch my performance from now on. Chen Luo responded, affirmatively understanding Xiaohaoran's character. Otherwise, if he were an ingrate, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't get a grain of rice from Chen Luo. Chen Luo asked burial or cremation. After dealing with Xiao Yu's affairs, Chen Luo arranged for Xiaohaoran to stay with Fang Yu without giving him any special treatment directly. With Xiaohaoran's abilities and talents rising to prominence was only a matter of time. Without any contributions, granting him special treatment would upset others. I joined earlier than you and contributed more than you. Oh, why should you have better treatment? While everyone happily skewered meat, Chen Luo thought it was time to start managing the team rationally. As the team grew larger, rules needed to be established early. They couldn't let some people just waste time. A system of rewards and punishments had to be set up along with a hierarchy to motivate everyone. Chen Luo referred to the hierarchy of a gathering place from his past life and quickly established it. The positions in the gathering place were divided into leader, deputy leader, elder, elite member, ordinary member, and new member. There was also a special position of worship. Only Chen Luo could appoint this position, with Su Dezhu and Mi Li being the worshippers. The benefits for each level varied. Currently, those reaching level 3 could be promoted to elite members. The others would all be ordinary members. For new joiners, they would have to start as new members. New members who have been with the group for half a month would automatically be promoted to ordinary members or could be promoted early based on their contributions. Based on individual daily performances, certain points would be awarded, which could be exchanged for supplies. For instance, 1 point could be exchanged for a bottle of soda. For extraordinary contributions, such as helping Chen Luo find a high-grade crystal, Chen Luo would be willing to offer 10,000 points. Positions would be based solely on points, not levels. If someone made a significant contribution to the gathering place, such as bringing Chen Luo a king-grade crystal, what's wrong with them becoming a deputy leader? Elite members with leadership abilities could be appointed as captains to lead a small team. Chen Luo gathered everyone and announced this system. Given the current situation, Xu Yun will lead the female team, and Fang Yu and Chun Guang will be the temporary captains, each leading the male team. Su Dezhu was Chen Luo's absolute confidant, but Chen Luo didn't assign him a position because he wasn't suitable. Just like Mi Li, apart from being a worshipper, she also had no position. Would she lead a team? Haha. Mi Ling had leadership talent and was suitable. Chen Luo intended to promote her to level 4 and appoint her as an elder, allowing her to help him manage in a legitimate manner. Mi Ling would surely earn points faster than others. Did I miss anyone? The Law King below was quite dissatisfied. What about me? Currently, it seems there are no elders yet. I need to work hard to become the first dog elder. I'm tired after writing 2 updates. Please understand, of forcing myself to write affects the quality. Before I reach 300,000 words, I will try to update 3 times. Eat heartily, create vigorously. On a scorching summer day, isn't cold beer paired with barbecue the perfect match? Chen Luo is cruel to his enemies, but treats his own people well. While others began barbecuing in the open space of the community, Chen Luo was grilling on the rooftop of his villa. Chen Luo said, "First, let's grill a fish for Mi Fan. Mi Fan is the favorite of the group. Who else should we grill for first?" The Law King stated, "You speak nonsense. I don't like it at all. Ever since it appeared, you haven't petted me once." Mi Fan said, "No chili, absolutely no spice." After grilling, since Mi Fan's paws couldn't hold the fish, Chen Luo held the skewered fish in his hand, allowing Mi Fan to nibble on it. Watching a beautiful little cat happily eating grilled fish in his arms, Chen Luo's mood couldn't help but brighten. Cool breeze, beautiful people, cats, and dogs barbecue. Chen Luo sighed, wishing such days could last forever. Chen Luo said, "Sister Yu, tomorrow, let's figure out how to make that beef into braised beef so it lasts longer. A task worth 100 points has been issued to find equipment for vacuum sealing food. Simply discovering and reporting it will reward 100 points." The members feasted heartily. Even if the grilled meat wasn't very professional, everyone stuffed themselves. In the evening, Chen Luo contemplated who should use the crystal from the old farmer zombie, feeling a bit regretful as it was only a level 4 crystal. The base cannot rely solely on Chen Luo's strength. If Chen Luo is absent, someone needs to hold the fort. Mi Ling, Xu Yun, Dezhu, Mi Fan. It seems something strange has mixed in. Chen Luo turned his gaze to the Law King. To put it bluntly, apart from Chen Luo, the most powerful in the base is indeed the Law King. This dog, being the first to absorb crystals on the very first day, his talent is also the highest. Mi Li and Mi Ling cannot compare. He has even learned a bit of Chen Luo's true teachings, earning the nickname the True Dog. Let's first elevate the Law King to level 4. The Law King was overjoyed, thinking, it seems the master still loves me the most. This means my days as the dog elder will come sooner. The next day, Chen Luo officially announced that all combat personnel in the base had been promoted to level 2 and the cleanup of level 1 combatants had been completed. Except for the sole logistic member Yang Lan, who was brought back from the market, there were no level 1 personnel left in the base. In the base, apart from leaving 10 people to guard, everyone else went out to work. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and De Zhu also went. Chen Luo had the Law King act as a bodyguard. It couldn't be helped, these few were Chen Luo's concerns. Having concerns is good, otherwise, like in the last life, being all alone would lead to burying himself alive in the end. This time going out collectively was different from the usual outings. If anyone was willing to act alone, he wouldn't stop them. Looking for high-level crystals, searching for supplies or valuable items, attracting rare talents, all of these could earn points. Points equal money and status. If you're not willing to be lonely and have the courage, go ahead and venture. The usually quiet Xia Haoran said to Fang Yu, Captain, I want to act alone. Coming to Chen Luo, eating and drinking from him, Xia Haoran needed to prove himself. Fang Yu advised, brother, it's a bit dangerous alone. You just arrived, cooperate with everyone for a few days first. Xia Haoran shook his head, no need, I know my limits. Fang Yu could only watch helplessly as Xia Haoran rode off on his motorcycle alone. For some people, acting alone is more efficient. Chen Luo stayed behind at the base to guard. In just one morning, he had taken in 3 people. Surprisingly, all were girls. They said they had heard that the treatment here was good, and there were many girls, so they came over to join from other groups. Others returned around 10 o'clock. Their abilities were exhausted, making it dangerous to fight zombies again. Each team submitted the crystals they had obtained. On average, each person had about 6 or 7 crystals. If someone obtained 7 crystals, after deducting the 5 crystals they must submit daily, they would earn 2 points. 1 point can be exchanged for a bottle of drink or an extra 2 slices of meat. If you're willing to risk your life, you can live well. Chen Luo thought about whether to raise the daily submission standard, but then decided against it. In a few days, when the zombies evolve to level 2, it won't be so easy. Let them gain a bit of an advantage. Mi Ling and Mi Li, absorbing the lowest level crystals, only need 3 days to evolve from level 1 to level 2. Zombies only need 10 days to evolve from level 1 to level 2. Isn't that fast? This is equivalent to the speed at which ability users absorb 2 crystals each day. If an ability user absorbs level 1 crystals, even with slightly poorer qualifications, they can still evolve to level 2 in 3 days. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and De Zhu's trio obtained 178 crystals, causing a stir. This is equivalent to killing 178 zombies, which is terrifying for just 3 people. Xia Haoran arrived late, quietly submitting 59 crystals. Fang Yu knew that Mi Ling's trio were all level 3. Could Xia Haoran also be level 3? Fang Yu couldn't help but widen his mouth. Brother, you're really fierce. Everyone looked at Xia Haoran differently. A single person had killed 59 zombies. Wow, that's abnormal. Even Mi Ling couldn't help but look at Xia Haoran in surprise. They were a trio working together, and their average was only slightly higher than Xia Haoran's. Moreover, the 3 of them were level 3. As an individual, Mi Ling wasn't very confident she could achieve what Xia Haoran did. In the early stages, the Mi-type abilities have an advantage over the elemental type, whose abilities recover too slowly, while physical strength recovers quickly and consumes less. A smile appeared on Chen Luo's face. Indeed, capable people shine wherever they go. At this rate, Xia Haoran will be promoted to elite member in 3 days. Elite members need 300 points, which is considerable. As time goes on, obtaining points will become increasingly challenging. Let's eat. Today's ordinary member's meal consists of rice, paired with half a portion of beef and lao gan ma spicy sauce. A bottle of spicy sauce is distributed weekly, but once consumed it can only be exchanged for points or waited until next week. Currently, elite members are only Xu Yun and Wang Ling, and their meal consists of potato and beef with 2 portions of beef paired with 1 potato. In the future, meals will no longer be distributed equally. Only those with the ability can live well. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave. There are indeed some who are unhappy. Today, 3 newly joined girls are new members. The meal for new members is a bag of pickled vegetables paired with rice. Rice is unlimited. Such meals are certainly poor, but one should consider the current circumstances. New members only need to submit 10 more crystals to prove their abilities to be promoted early, or they can earn it through outstanding performance. A newly arrived girl in a green outfit inadvertently saw others eating meat, instantly feeling extremely unbalanced psychologically. This is so unfair. She angrily approached Xu Yun and questioned, why do you all get to eat meat while we don't? Xu Yun was puzzled. Hasn't anyone explained the hierarchy to them yet? Xu Yun patiently explained, because you are new arrivals. The girl in green was furious at heart, thinking that before the apocalypse, she was treated this way because she was a newcomer and all the cleaning tasks in the office were assigned to her. Isn't this bullying honest people? Shu Yun watched the figure of the girl in green, thinking to himself that it would be best not to get involved with her, as she didn't seem very bright. Suddenly his expression changed as he heard the crisp sound of breaking porcelain. The girl in green returned to her room and angrily smashed the bowl containing rice. Eating rice in the same place before, and now it's still rice. Hey, is it the fate of newcomers to be bullied? So what are we supposed to do? Aren't we just meant to be at the forefront during battles, serving as cannon fodder? The other two girls stared blankly at the girl in green and weakly remarked, no matter what, you shouldn't smash the bowl. Now we have nothing to eat. At this time, food is extremely precious. You think too much. Unless they no longer want to absorb fresh blood, they wouldn't send newcomers to their deaths. The girl in green gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to stay here anymore. During the 2-week newcomer period, hearing that we must kill 5 zombies each day makes me want to leave. Why play with our lives when there's food? At that moment, Shu Yun appeared and coldly said, you can leave now, you are not welcome here. The girl in green snorted coldly, sisters, let's go. However, the two girls sat awkwardly in place, not moving. Are you out of your mind? Who would pamper you at a time like this? What you eat is not important. Isn't it better to stay in a safe place? You haven't done anything yet they come to feed you. Do they think of you as a burden or have too much meat? They weren't familiar with each other in the first place. The girl in green was stunned and cried out, you are bullying me too. Shu Yun was too lazy to argue with her and pulled her away. He understood that leaving her behind would clearly be a disaster in the future. However, he hesitated to take action against a woman. But seeing the venomous glare from the girl in green as she left, Shu Yun had no more doubts. Do not wait until your own people are harmed before regretting it. Damn it, eating rice every day, every meal, when will it end? Not even a pack of pickled vegetables in sight. Nearby in a community, a group of people was downstairs setting up a pot using wood to cook rice. There was no way around it. Without electricity, fire-type ability users couldn't control the flames properly, and their abilities couldn't sustain cooking the rice, so they could only use withered branches as firewood. A man said helplessly, there's nothing we can do, we arrived late, and the supplies were probably all collected by that group in the villa area. Only eating rice makes me feel weak and lethargic. This life has no hope. If it weren't for the fact that Chun Luo's group is large, and the notice says there are 3rd-level ability users, they might be tempted to do something inappropriate. Someone's eyes lit up. Should we trade rice for some meat? Anyway, there's plenty of rice. Everyone agreed. Eating rice all the time wasn't a solution. It was time to replenish. Cold Chun, who was on lookout duty, immediately rejected their request. What a joke. They had collected so many supplies from the communities and markets, and the most they obtained was rice, which amounted to over 200 tons. The easiest supplies to obtain in the future would probably also be rice and flour. Meat would be very hard to come by. Cold Chun knew without consulting Chun Luo that he would not agree to a trade, let alone the ridiculous idea of this group wanting to trade 10 pounds of rice for 1 pound of meat. By their estimate, rice is 2 yuan per pound, while pork is over 10 yuan per pound. They were the ones at a disadvantage. Cold Chun tactfully refused, saying, we can give you some meat in exchange for high-grade crystals. The group left feeling frustrated, not daring to act out. If they had the guts to fight zombies, would they still only eat rice? How infuriating to have their supplies taken away. Upon returning to their temporary community, they were shocked to discover a convoy of dozens of vehicles was about to enter the area. The convoy also noticed them, and a few small vehicles quickly approached. A man in a black shirt with a rosy complexion rolled down his window and politely asked, friend, may I ask why there are so few zombies around here? Do you know what's going on? The man's name was Zhao Hai. Before the apocalypse, he was involved in explosives and operated in the gray areas, possessing considerable strength and had many subordinates following him. After the apocalypse, he relied on the remaining 8 brothers as his core, gathered a group of people, and formed an alliance with another faction to collect supplies. They did not live nearby, but took a detour through less populated areas to come here to gather supplies. However, it was strange. They had prepared to fight zombies, yet there were very few, even fewer than survivors. The person being asked clearly understood what had happened. All the zombies had been killed by Chun Luo's group. Outnumbered, he didn't dare to hide the truth and honestly informed them. Zhao Hai and the others were astonished. Their strength was indeed impressive. Suddenly a man had a wicked thought and said, they eat meat every day and live quite well. The nearby supplies have all been collected by them. They eat meat. Zhao Hai and the others' eyes clearly brightened. Zhao Hai pondered for a moment and said to Jin Tao, the leader of another faction, should we go meet them? Their strength must be considerable, and making friends with them could open more paths for us. Jin Tao smiled and said, since we are already here, how can we not meet them? Perhaps they can even invite us to a meat feast. It's been many days since I've had meat. Not to mention checking if there are any supplies in the community. They certainly haven't found anything useful on this journey. Zhao Hai and Jin Tao headed towards Chun Luo's side. Suddenly, one of Zhao Hai's subordinates spoke up. Brother Hai, I remember that before the apocalypse, the major shareholder of the Chun group, a rich kid named Chun Luo, asked us for 300 million yuan using his villa as collateral. Zhao Hai chuckled. Then that's irrelevant in the apocalypse. What's the use of money? Villas are everywhere and have no value. If you want a whole building, take it as you please. The subordinate awkwardly replied, yes, what's the use of money? That Chun Luo might have already died. Are we supposed to chase after him for it? The convoy of over 200 people formed by Zhao Hai and Jin Tao's groups quickly arrived at the villa area. Cold Chin spotted them from afar and immediately contacted everyone via walkie-talkie. Everyone pay attention. Requesting support, a large convoy has arrived. If they had malicious intent, their small number of people at the entrance would not be enough. Chun Luo also rushed over immediately. If he wasn't present and a conflict broke out, the members might suffer casualties. Chun Luo was not surprised after the apocalypse, powerful individuals would conduct sweeping searches of neighborhoods with few zombies. In one community, at least a dozen groups would have searched it over time. Zhao Hai and Jin Tao got out of the vehicle with smiles, ready to see what was happening with Chun Luo's group. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's pupils contracted. That 300 million was money he personally lent out, as it was a significant amount. Who borrowed it, he would surely recognize. That kid is here. The third update will be posted after it's finished around 11 p.m. Chun Luo gazed at Zhao Hai's appearance and felt a faint sense of familiarity. After a moment's thought, he murmured in surprise, wasn't this the creditor who lent me 300 million after I mortgaged my villa? Chun Luo felt somewhat dispirited. Encountering a creditor in the midst of an apocalypse. What absurd twist of fate was this? He couldn't recall such an encounter in his previous life. Then again, in that life, he'd never borrowed money, so naturally he'd never met Zhao Hai. Perhaps Zhao Hai had visited even then, but Chun Luo hadn't known him nor retained any memory of his face. Meanwhile, both Zhao Hai's and Jin Tao's factions were cautiously observing Chun Luo's group. Their numbers fell short of 100, 70, or 80 perhaps. If anyone else remained inside the villa compound, they would surely have emerged to bolster their presence. Zhao Hai had assumed Chun Luo's group must have cleared a vast swath of zombies, surely numbering in the hundreds. Compounding matters was the debt Chun Luo still owed him. Instantly an idea took root. The loan he'd extended remained uncollected, and even in the apocalypse, Zhao Hai found that deeply irksome. Zhao Hai burst into hearty laughter. Brother, never imagined meeting you under these circumstances. Truly fate at work. Chun Luo smiled in return, nor did I expect to see you here. Chun Luo's companions exchanged bewildered glances. Did their leader know these people? Jin Tao meanwhile stared at Mi Ling, and Mi Li, his mouth watering. He was by nature lecherous. He especially favored women with voluptuous figures. Mi Ling was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also bore no trace of the apocalypse's grim toll. Her complexion remained radiant, her bearing immaculate, like a metropolitan woman from the pre-cataclysm world. Jin Tao whispered in astonishment, how do you know this man? Zhao Hai muttered softly, he owes me a massive sum. Jin Tao's eyes instantly lit up. Assessing Chun Luo's posture and demeanor, Zhao Hai confirmed with quiet certainty, brother, you're the one in charge here. Yes, Chun Luo replied with a calm smile. Zhao Hai grinned, brother, your 300 million loan has long since matured. The principal plus interest now totals 330 million. You've missed the due date by several days. Given the extraordinary circumstances, I'll waive penalties and accrued interest, but settle the debt now. Had Chun Luo commanded greater numbers, Zhao Hai would have exercised discretion and held his tongue. But when advantage lay plainly within reach, why resist? Jin Tao chimed in loudly, debt demands repayment. It's the natural order. Chun Luo smirked inwardly, what gave you the illusion I'd ever pay? Chun Luo chuckled, I repaid it long ago, transferred directly to your account. Didn't you receive it? Were signals still functional, I'd show you the transaction record. I never default on debts. Was such a maneuver even possible? Zhao Hai blinked, absolutely certain no such transfer had ever reached him. You're accusing the accuser, snarled one of Zhao Hai's underlings. You expect us to believe you'd wire such a colossal sum without so much as a word, or even appear in person? Are we fools? Chun Luo gave a light dismissive laugh, then by all means, go to the bank and produce proof that the transfer never occurred. No evidence, no witness. You claim I haven't repaid. Then produce proof of non-payment. Chen Luo added smoothly, still you did lend me a hand once. I'm not ungrateful. Consider this 1 ton of rice my token of appreciation. Was this not sheer provocation? In the apocalypse, currency had become meaningless, yet he still demanded payment. No veiled language needed, that debt was never intended for repayment. I earned that money through my own wits. Why should I repay it? Zhao Hai's expression darkened. Brother, this isn't honorable. I won't press you, just give me some meat. Times have changed, meat's value has shifted. Let's say 10,000 yuan per gene. 100 million yuan equals 10,000 gene, 5 tons. 300 million, 15 tons. Hand over the meat, and the debt is settled. Jin Tao sneered, finders keepers. I'll take 15 tons too. Or, if no meat is forthcoming, your women will suffice as collateral. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Chen Luo glanced at him with newfound respect. Remarkable, he actually grasped how profoundly the world had changed. Pork had sold for less than 10 yuan per gene before the collapse, had its value truly inflated 1,000-fold. As for Jin Tao, a fool. Chen Luo's expression hardened. Even if I possess such meat, which I don't, why on earth should I surrender it to you? Observing Chen Luo's composure and the unwavering resolve etched upon his followers' faces, Zhao Hai suddenly grasped a vital truth: clearing so many zombies across such a wide area could only be achieved through formidable strength. Vast stretches of the district lay eerily empty. Zhao Hai excelled at reading people, sharp-witted, perceptive, meticulous. Such acumen was precisely why he'd thrived before the cataclysm. Chen Luo's group, vastly outnumbered, nearly 3 to 1, showed not the slightest hesitation. Among them stood students, office workers, no disciplined soldiers. Without genuine confidence, such calm would be impossible. Zhao Hai acted decisively. My mistake. I withdraw the demand. Chen Luo, your payment has been received. Stunned silence followed. His subordinates stared in disbelief, confused yet loyal enough not to question him after years of service. Jin Tao glared. Have you lost your mind? Zhao Hai waved a hand. Truly my error. Brother Chen Luo is not the sort to shirk his debts. Chen Luo clapped slowly, a man of discernment. Take your people and stand aside. Don't obstruct us. Had Zhao Hai pressed further, or spoken disrespectfully, Chen Luo would not have spared him. Yet his prudence spared his life. Chen Luo harbored no bloodlust. Zhao Hai cast a silent, meaningful glance toward Jin Tao, whose earlier demand for Chen Luo's women suggested he'd just kicked a steel plate. With a curt gesture, Zhao Hai led his men away without delay. Jin Tao, his beer belly jiggling, froze. Then erupted. Zhao Hai, you coward. They're barely more than a handful, and you cower like this. Huh, I must have gone blind. Zhao Hai remained impassive. Insults cost no flesh. Jin Tao scoffed. Come at me then, if you dare. Chen Luo's voice turned glacial. Anyone unwilling to die alongside him, step over to Zhao Hai's side. You have 10 seconds. In early-stage survivor groups, individuals banded together simply because solitude meant certain death. When a single member demonstrated exceptional strength and assumed leadership, others instinctively accepted that hierarchy. True loyalty emerged only after prolonged cohesion and repeated trials by fire. At this nascent stage, it simply didn't exist. Chen Luo's group was no exception. Most pledged allegiance not to him as a person, but to his proven power. Their fervent support stemmed solely from that awareness. Should his strength prove mediocre, would they not scatter at the first sign of overwhelming odds? Peak power breeds hollow fealty. Chen Luo understood this and dismissed it. Did he truly expect blind, suicidal devotion at this stage? That would be delusional. Loyalty required time and the crucible of life and death trials. Those who endured would become core members, and Chen Luo would share treasures from his spatial ability with them. He wouldn't have been so generous had he not fortuitously acquired beef and mutton at the marketplace. Indeed, among Jin Tao's ranks, astute minds sensed danger and began retreating silently and steadily. To Chen Luo's astonishment, Jin Tao proved to be a dark attribute, awakened one, with the rare talent of summoning. The same type of supernatural ability can be divided into different directions, such as the dark element before us. They can be categorized into curses, summoning, necromancy, and offensive types. Chen Luo has a sister Li Hui who also possesses dark powers, but her first skill, comprehended, is a curse type that slows down actions, likely indicating a future focus on curses. Jin Tao, on the other hand, has a summoning talent within the dark category. He stepped back a few paces, allowing a few lackeys to shield him, and began casting a summoning spell. The lackeys, clearly familiar with Jin Tao's summoning spells, moved aside to create a significant space, their faces etched with fear. Chen Luo watched, not intervening. Our tool has arrived. Even though Jin Tao is a level 7 dark summoner, Chen Luo remains unfazed. I am the Void Monarch, a professional in healing summoning. After 5 or 6 seconds, 7 skeletal figures devoid of flesh and blood materialized before Jin Tao. They are skeleton soldiers entirely composed of bones. Standing at about 1.6 meters, they are considered short. 3 of the skeleton soldiers wield nothing while 4 possess 2 tattered bone daggers. They roughly possess first-level strength, slightly weaker than zombies with speed comparable to ordinary humans before the apocalypse, and slightly stronger in defense. The skeleton soldiers are completely unafraid of death and feel no pain. The difference between first-level and second-level supernatural beings is minimal. 2 first-level beings coordinating can defeat 1 second-level being, and 3 first-level beings can easily do so. Looking at the numbers summoned by Jin Tao, he appears to be just a second-level summoner. 7 first-level skeleton soldiers are already enough to make Jin Tao struggle against a third-level opponent. A weak third-level individual lacking combat experience might not necessarily defeat Jin Tao. Chen Luo realized that Jin Tao was incredibly foolish and lacked personal charisma. Logically, he could not become a leader of a team, but it seems he relied on his talent as a dark summoner. When encountering zombies for the first time, everyone is frightened, but it becomes much easier once one gets used to it. The frightening appearance of the skeleton soldiers was unfamiliar to many, and some faces involuntarily showed signs of fear. Jin Tao menacingly declared, "You haven't seen it, have you? Those killed by my skeleton soldiers will descend to hell, their souls devoured, never to be reborn. I'm feeling merciful today, those standing aside, I can pretend I didn't see, or else prepare to descend to hell." Jin Tao mimicked Chen Luo, instructing those who did not wish to fight to step aside. Chen Luo scoffed. This was merely intimidation, and it sounded absurd. Why not claim to be the king of hell instead? Jin Tao's theatrics were unclear, yet timid individuals could indeed be frightened by him. In the past, Chen Luo did not want his subordinates to battle with survivors. Survivors are not zombies and are not so easily dealt with, leading to inevitable casualties. In this instance, Chen Luo felt it was time to let them engage. It wasn't right to keep them under his protection indefinitely. Chen Luo stepped aside, clearing the way, and shouted, "This time you go up. Kill an enemy for 5 points, and Jin Tao needs to capture the living. The captor receives 100 points. With great rewards, courageous individuals will inevitably emerge. Although it cannot be considered a generous reward, the rules on Chen Luo's side are strict. Those who dare to hold back will face severe punishment. Quite frankly, it means you could die for me if you falter at a crucial moment." The Dog King suddenly ran out. It had been eyeing the elder position for the past 2 days. "As for me, do I earn points for killing enemies?" The Dog King barked excitedly. Lin Fan said to Chen Luo, "The Dog King said that dogs should also earn points, right? If not, he'll accuse you of discriminating against dogs and looking down on them." Chen Luo's mouth twitched slightly. "Even though Lin Fan is my current favorite, haven't I given you everything you wanted? What use are points to you? Fine, if you want them, I'll give them to you." The two sides are about 40 meters apart. Neither Chen Luo nor Jin Tao dared to advance. They had fought survivors before, but it was always a case of many against few, with the opponents fleeing. It is also their first time facing an opponent of equal numbers, and everyone is extremely anxious. In such a large-scale battle, losing 30 to 40 people is quite normal. Xiaohaoren pondered, there are many opponents, but the space is not wide enough. People are crowded together, and if he charges in, it will be close combat, making it difficult to avoid injury. He cannot find a large number of zombies to deal with. Xiaohaoren gritted his teeth. He would sell his life to Chen Luo and act as the vanguard. Meili focused on Xiaohaoren, knowing that Chen Luo valued him highly, especially after he brought back a large number of crystals at noon. Seeing Xiaohaoren's actions, she immediately granted him buffs for defense and speed. But faster than Xiaohaoren was a dog. The Dog King charged ahead, closing into 20 meters, and unleashed a prepared lightning ball, which exploded in the crowd, instantly killing 4 people. With 20 points in hand, he is 1 step closer to the path of an elder. Upon witnessing this, Mi Ling shouted, "Wait for them to tire, prepare spells, and let them come closer. Being passive will inevitably lead to losses." But Jin Tao's side could only be passive as the Dog King kept attacking them. If they don't charge, they will soon be overwhelmed by the Dog King's relentless assault. Do they have a way to deal with the Dog King? No. The Dog King attacks them from nearly maximum range with spells. If they want to cast spells, can they hit the Dog King? Let alone lacking the range compared to the third-level Dog King, it is also quite agile. Even if hit occasionally, it does not pose a significant threat to the Dog King. If you charge at me, I will retreat. You cannot catch up to me. If you don't pursue me, I will continue to attack you. Hey, even dogs can play tug of war. Jin Tao was stunned, and Zhao Hai was equally shocked. Is this really a dog? The tug of war strategy is truly executed perfectly. In a short time, more than 10 people from their side have already perished at its hands. A dog with supernatural abilities is one thing, but it is stronger than every person present, and not just by a little. It's a case of humans being inferior to dogs. Jin Tao's faction fell into chaos, a scene of utter disarray. Mi Ling decisively ordered everyone to advance, seizing the opportunity while they were still off balance to launch their supernatural attacks. Jin Tao's side could not organize any effective resistance. While dark summoners are indeed powerful, they can only manage small-scale battles such as 1v2 or 1v3. In the face of such overwhelming numbers of supernatural beings, he is truly outmatched. Can a second-level summoner take on 10 opponents? Chen Luo didn't dare to face 5 second-level supernatural beings hidden when he was at second level. It's all about level crushing now. No one on Jin Tao's side dared to charge forward. It was clearly a death sentence. Would they risk their lives for Jin Tao? Chen Luo shook his head. He initially intended to train his own side, but did not expect a dog to ruin the plan. Jin Tao's summoned skeleton soldiers had long since perished. Without his summoned creatures, Jin Tao was effectively rendered useless. The Dog King relieved itself on Jin Tao, then chased after others who were fleeing. The meaning was clear: this person is mine. Anyone who tries to steal my kill will face consequences. Let me update one chapter first. The remaining 2 chapters will be released together at 8 or 9 o'clock. Chen Luo covered his face, asking the Law King if it was really appropriate to urinate in public. It completely shamed him. In broad daylight, such behavior was utterly indecent. The Law King urinated, and Jin Tao also lost control. He was scared into submission, defeated by a mere dog. His subordinates scattered in a panic, and Jin Tao understood the consequences of failure. Jin Tao collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked. He felt exhilarated when controlling the lives of others, but now he felt icy all over, his heart racing, and his legs weakened, unable to even crawl. The only part of him that still functioned was his mouth. Jin Tao cried out to Chen Luo, "Big brother, spare my life. I am willing to do anything." Zhao Hai shook his head, wondering how this was any different from those who were caught by his own subordinates for not paying their debts. He felt fortunate for making a wise choice, avoiding offending Chen Luo too much. Otherwise, the mere tactics of that black dog would give him chills. Zhao Hai felt a bit uneasy, uncertain how Chen Luo would treat him. Chen Luo glanced at Jin Tao and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He planned to exploit a glitch. The undead creatures summoned by Jin Tao could also yield crystals, but only level 4 and above could do so. Only level 4 undead creatures would yield crystals. By the time Jin Tao was promoted to level 3, he should be able to summon a level 4 undead creature. This was the advantage of a summoner. At lower levels, they could easily have subordinates of higher levels, but it became much harder at advanced levels like the king level, where only a peak king could summon subordinates beyond that rank. The drawbacks were apparent. After summoning, the summoner's extraordinary powers were essentially depleted, and their physical abilities were much weaker than elemental users at the same level. If the summoner is killed, the summoned creatures will naturally disappear. Typically, summoners would summon several subordinates for combat, keeping 1 or 2 to protect themselves. In unknown situations, enemies find it hard to approach the summoner. In group fights, they have teammates to protect them. It's quite difficult to take down a summoner. However, was it a problem for Chen Luo, who possessed void walking? Chen Luo was the father of all summoners. If Jin Tao summoned a level 4 undead creature, Chen Luo could also possess a level 4 crystal. However, this glitch could not be exploited indefinitely. There were limits on quantity and time, and no amount of cheating would help. Once the glitch was triggered, when the quantity or time was up, the summoner would perish. It seemed there were some unspoken rules. In his past life, a level 10 summoner did not believe in this, exploited a glitch with friends, and ended up leaving quite peacefully. But what did this have to do with Chen Luo? Ultimately, only Jin Tao would die. Hearing Chen Luo's words about not killing him, Jin Tao was momentarily stunned. Then he bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. You truly keep your word. I will definitely obey you." Chen Luo instructed those around him find a room for him and confine him, treating him as a new member. Chen Luo warned Jin Tao, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. Your summoning talent is exceptional. I won't kill you. You will be able to assist me greatly in the future. However, if you dare to pull any tricks or attempt to escape, I will break your limbs." Young man. Jin Tao in his 30s looked at the 20-something Chen Luo, feeling too angry to speak. Mi Ling, hearing about the limbs, scoffed, calling him a rogue. Chen Luo thought for a moment and decided it was better to break 2 of his legs first to prevent escape. After all, as a summoner tool, it wouldn't affect his performance whether he had legs or not. Dare to resist and disobey. Break the 3rd leg. Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang with a few words, and Chen Guang nodded. The others began to gather crystals. Zhao Hai felt uneasy, but did not show it on his face, saying, "Brother Chen, your skills are truly remarkable. I apologize for any past offenses and wish to make amends." As he spoke, Zhao Hai took out a silver, finely crafted pistol from behind his waist. Fang Yu and the others mistakenly thought it was their chance to demonstrate, and tried to stand in front of Chen Luo, but were waved away. Zhao Hai handed it over with both hands, saying, "A small gift, please accept it as a token of respect." Chen Luo chuckled lightly, wondering what use this was that posed no threat to him. At level 5, even a first-level spell could not pose any real threat to Chen Luo. He took the pistol, and in front of everyone shot himself in the chest. Zhao Hai was utterly astonished, wondering what was going on. Did he lose his mind? The others also stared at Chen Luo in disbelief. The following scene left Zhao Hai shocked and sitting on the ground. The bullet actually failed to penetrate Chen Luo's body, lodging itself against the skin and then falling uselessly to the ground. In summer, with minimal clothing, Zhao Hai could confirm that Chen Luo was wearing only a shirt, making it impossible for him to be wearing any bulletproof clothing underneath. Was he even human? The bullet posed absolutely no threat. The entire place was silent, staring at Chen Luo as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Luo had done this deliberately to intimidate Zhao Hai. He originally aimed for the temple, but thought better of it. There was a 1 in 100,000 chance of a headache. Even if the bullet penetrated Chen Luo's head, his powerful vitality would prevent him from dying. Chen Luo laughed, saying, "Although this thing is somewhat useless, it looks good and can serve as a toy." As a level 3 extraordinary user, Zhao Hai and his group had never encountered anyone like Chen Luo before. They had thought Jin Tao was already quite strong, but they discovered he was on an entirely different level from Chen Luo. That black dog was not Chen Luo's greatest asset. His own strength was astonishingly deep. Zhao Hai was perceptive, but someone accustomed to being a leader would hardly be willing to submit to another. Whether he could be accepted or not, Chen Luo didn't care at all. Having good vision was useless if he didn't need someone to steer the ship. It would be better to let him return and gather some intelligence for himself. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Chen, your strength has truly shattered my understanding." Chen Luo replied, "We have to get to know each other through fighting, but we can also collaborate. If you learn of any interesting matters or discover any talented individuals, you can recommend them to me in exchange for supplies. I do have some resources here." Chen Luo was not afraid of Zhao Hai discovering talents and secretly recruiting them, as long as they could wield a hoe. Well, no talent was beyond reach. Chen Luo looked past Zhao Hai and called out loudly, "Is there anyone here with light type, dark type, earth type, or nature type abilities? Other special auxiliary abilities are also welcome. The treatment here is good, and I am considering accepting new members." Light and dark types go without saying if their abilities are rare. If one can learn auxiliary abilities, they can often prove to be very useful. Nature types can grow crops, which is currently not possible, but it's always good to prepare in advance. For earth types, Chen Luo planned to fortify the area around his base. Although this might not be his final base, he would still stay for some time. Currently, there were only 9 earth-type individuals in the base, and their levels were low. It would be challenging to fortify the base with just them, so he needed to recruit more personnel. Previously, Chen Luo deliberately showcased his strength to attract talents. There were some things Chen Luo could not say, or after all, he was a leader and couldn't afford to lose his stature. Xia Haoran was clueless, and Chen Guang was not present, busy breaking Jin Tao's legs. Lung Chun, with keen insight, shouted, "We provide 3 meals a day, occasionally have meat, and the conditions are excellent. Whether we are strong or not, everyone can see that clearly. What is there to hesitate about?" Other factors didn't matter, as strength was the most important, and everyone could see that. Together, Jin Tao and Zhao Hai were no match. Dare to believe that a physical body can take bullets. And that dog, wow, a group of people was electrocuted by it, the Lightning Law King. Immediately, 4 people ran out, 3 earth types and 1 nature type. It wasn't that others didn't want to come out, it was just that they didn't meet the conditions. Among Zhao Hai's group, a girl hesitated for a moment, gritted her teeth, and also ran out. She was a nature type. Zhao Hai was stunned upon seeing this, but Chen Luo smiled at him, and Zhao Hai didn't dare to say anything. What could he do? If he dared to say no or try to stop them, he feared Chen Luo would turn hostile right there. No wonder he wanted to show off his ability to take bullets just now. Adding Jin Tao's group, there were a total of 16 people. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single light type or dark type among them. Someone unwillingly said, "I dare to fight. I am currently at level 2. Can you accept me?" Chen Luo replied, "Sure, kill 10 zombies and obtain 10 crystals as proof, and you can join as a new member." This scared off some people, but a portion gritted their teeth, called familiar friends, and swiftly went to search for zombies. Zhao Hai watched with a bitter smile, realizing the elite members were likely being drawn away by Chen Luo. But aren't you worried that some may have ulterior motives? The only consolation for Zhao Hai was that none of the 8 core brothers ran away. Chen Luo glanced at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was a smart man. Even if he felt discontent, he wouldn't dare to retaliate in the short term. If he dared to retaliate, his subordinates wouldn't dare either. Zhao Hai didn't dare to linger. If he stayed any longer, he feared all his people would flee. Zhao Hai said, "Brother Chun, if you ever need anything in the future, you can find me at Jinlong Garden. That's where I live. If I find myself in trouble in the future, I hope Brother Chun can lend a hand for the sake of our previous friendship." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "Sure." This was a wise man. Having more friends was certainly better than having more enemies. The Law King returned, but its expression was not very happy. It knew how many people it had killed, 5 points each, totaling only 160 points. Capturing Jin Tao was worth 100 points. Together, that was only 260 points, far from the Elder's requirement of 1,500 points. The Law King squinted its dog-like eyes at Zhao Hai's retreating figure. This group had quite a number of people and could potentially earn 200 to 300 points. But Chen Luo did not give the order. Given the master's personality, it was likely inconvenient for him to act openly. He might send out his dog assassins secretly later. However, after waiting for half a minute, the Law King did not receive any signal. It looked bemusedly at Chen Luo. "Kick me or something? Why aren't you kicking me? Or give me a signal, I'll know when to move. If you don't kick me soon, the dog won't catch up." I was feeling empty. I had something to do in the afternoon and missed writing 1,000 words. Having learned from the lesson of the girl in the green dress, Chen Luo decided that new members would no longer be allowed to stay in the villa area until they became regulars. He planned to find a place for them to stay outside. Once there were more people, only elite members would be allowed in the villa area. First, he arranged for the newly joined Earth and Nature Elemental members to have a meal, after which he instructed them to start solidifying the base. The first step was to build a 1.5-meter high and 1-meter thick earth wall near the entrance of the community. This wall would not only resist zombies, but also allow members to cast spells from behind it during battles with survivors. Once the spells were ready, they would throw them and then crouch down. It would take time for the opponents to approach the earth wall, during which they could only endure damage. Did they think they could attack members behind the wall? Chen Luo was not boasting. At least reaching level 4 was a prerequisite. As long as the members were not unfortunate enough to get their heads blown off, while peeking out, there was basically no danger. This makeshift city wall was not very long. 30 meters was sufficient, but its thickness was substantial. Just this project alone would take about 2 days. Cement would not work. Its strength was far inferior to the walls constructed with abilities by earth elemental users. Chen Luo went to where Jin Tao was located and glanced at him. Jin Tao's legs were unnaturally bent. No one is allowed to have designs on the girls in my base. I hope you reach level 3 soon to provide a few level 4 crystals and then hit the road. Jin Tao had some value, but it wasn't much better than nothing. The next day, 2 people simultaneously advanced to level 3. One of them was Xia Haoran, whose strength, even if not as good as Chen Luo's, made killing zombies a piece of cake. His qualifications were also very high, not inferior to other top-tier individuals. Chen Luo inquired, and when the zombies were at their lowest level, he could absorb 7 crystals. In his past life, Chen Luo could only absorb 8, which was already quite impressive. He had long begun absorbing crystals, and it was perfectly normal for him to advance to level 3 without high-level crystals. The other one was surprisingly Lung Chun. He could absorb 6 crystals at once, slightly less than Xia Haoran, but he had once absorbed a level 6 crystal, which greatly aided him. Unfortunately, at that time, he felt like his body was about to explode, leaving him with a psychological scar, and he did not dare to continue absorbing. The top 10 to reach level 3 could earn 50 points. By the 3rd day, Xia Haoran had gathered enough to reach 300 points and advance to elite member. Lung Chun, however, was still far from it. Chen Luo observed the number of zombies near the base and decisively ordered the members to stop killing zombies. No explanations were provided. This was because the zombies would advance to level 2 the day after tomorrow. If they killed all the zombies, they would have to take risks to venture into areas where zombies were concentrated or travel farther to places with fewer people. Hopefully, they would quickly accept this harsh reality. Starting the day after tomorrow, the zombies would be on par with them, making the combat difficulty increase once again. That night, Mi Li lay in Chen Luo's arms and asked, "Why don't we clear the zombies sooner? It would be best if everyone worked together. I calculated that if each person kills about 20 zombies, we could clear them all out. Even if not everyone is united, if each person kills 100, it should be about enough. The zombies will evolve, and we should clear them all out before they complete their evolution." Chen Luo fell silent for a moment and shook his head, saying, "This is just your opinion. Even now there are survivors who dare not engage zombies in battle. Moreover, if everyone gathers together and they encounter a slightly stronger mutant, it's all over for them. Mi Li responded with an "oh," feeling a bit tired, and slowly fell asleep in Chen Luo's arms. However, Chen Luo could not sleep. What he said to Mi Li was only part of the reason, and understanding the future progression he knew. They must allow the zombies to evolve. If the zombies were cleared out without enough high-level crystals, humanity would not be able to evolve rapidly. Once those powerful monsters arrive, they would just have to wait for death. Feeling guilty, I must add the missing 1,000 words. Calculating the time today marks the moment when zombies begin to evolve to level 2. Chen Luo said, as usual, everyone be careful when going out. The zombies will become increasingly formidable. Although aware that some zombies have already reached level 2, Chen Luo still did not force everyone to act collectively. If you prefer to go solo, then continue. Compared to level 1 zombies, level 2 zombies, like those with abilities, have the most significant change in their internal magical power capacity, which has increased more than double, although the power of their abilities has not increased much. Their defense strength and speed have increased somewhat, roughly by a third. In terms of speed and reflexes, they still lag a bit behind those of the same level with abilities, and their intelligence is akin to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. While the difficulty in dealing with them has increased, it is still manageable with caution. At the very least for Mi Ling, Mi Li, Su De Zhu, Xia Hao Ran, and Shu Yun, there is not much difference compared to level 1. For others, survival of the fittest means casualties are inevitable. Without undergoing sufficient battles and accumulating enough combat experience, one might also perish in the future. Everyone traveled by car, a few people per vehicle, to save some time on the road. Chen Luo held Mi Fan and watched them depart. Mi Fan was momentarily dazed, seemingly sensing something, and worriedly said to Chen Luo, "I have a bad feeling. I sense that Mi Ling will get hurt. But there is no life-threatening danger." Although Mi Fan occasionally had a sharp tongue towards Mi Ling, he was still very concerned about her. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su De Zhu were acting together with Fa Wang as their bodyguard. Under normal circumstances, there is absolutely no possibility of danger. They would not directly confront a large group of zombies. Additionally, with Su De Zhu as the warrior and Mi Li taking the lead, they are well prepared. Chen Luo paused for a moment and confirmed, "So she will only get hurt, and there won't be any life-threatening danger." Mi Fan nodded. Chen Luo hesitated for a long time, took a deep breath, and still chose not to follow. How can one grow without experiencing some difficult battles? If one is protected like a canary in a cage, even if they eventually become a king level, they will not be the same as the Ling Yin Ji of their past life. Can the combat capability in a greenhouse compare to that of the wild? Chen Luo patted Mi Fan, remarking, "You are quite a remarkable cat." At the very least, a level 10 psychic ability user is required to sense danger approaching, and even then it would only work for themselves. Others cannot sense the danger around them. Mi Fan not only can sense the danger to others, but can also do so well in advance. This way Chen Luo will have a lot less to worry about. Next time, when Mi Li and the others are in life-threatening danger, he can follow up. Chen Luo pondered perhaps he should gather some higher-level crystals to strengthen Mi Fan. Their combat power is actually not lacking. Mainly Chen Luo wants to see if Mi Fan will develop other mysterious abilities after leveling up. This is certainly much stronger than enhancing Fa Wang. After all, no matter how much Fa Wang strengthens, he can never surpass Chen Luo. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su De Zhu are acting independently. Our collective action is inefficient and does not provide training. Fa Wang is the bodyguard sent by Chen Luo, but he miscalculated. This is a dog that has recently developed a crazy obsession with earning points. Others kill zombies to earn crystals, and the extra crystals equate to points. Surely the dog will not be left out. As long as I put in some effort, in 10 days or half a month, I can become the elder dog. By then, when others see me, they will have to call me elder dog. Wouldn't that be delightful? If anyone dares not to call me, I will bite them, and ideally Mi Fan should call me too. After becoming an elder, the next step is to become the leader, dog leader. After traveling about a mile, Mi Ling and the others got out of the car. Zombies began to appear. 2 zombies appeared. One was easily killed by Su De Zhu, while the other surprisingly did not die after being attacked by Mi Ling. Previously, Mi Ling would only need 1 hit to take down a level 1 zombie. Mi Ling was taken aback for a moment, then instead revealed a smile. The effects of level 2 crystals are significantly better than those of level 1. Fa Wang was displeased, feeling robbed, and acting alongside these people greatly hindered the dog's efficiency. But there was nothing to be done. The master instructed to protect them. Fa Wang thought, I also want to kill zombies, but not to stray too far. After smashing a zombie, Fa Wang struggled to find a crystal. The world is not friendly to dogs, as searching for crystals is harder than killing zombies, and he ended up with a paw covered in blood. The crystals he acquired were put into a plastic bag hanging around his neck, which was helpfully secured by Mi Li. Mi Ling and the others were not bothered by this. Rather, they found it somewhat amusing and quickly killed more zombies. The three of them cannot possibly lose to a single dog, right? That would be too embarrassing. Initially, everything went smoothly. However, danger sometimes descends unnoticed. A level 4 mutated zombie had its eyes on Mi Ling and her group, and a level 4 zombie's intelligence is no longer low. It observed Mi Ling's group, but did not recklessly charge into. Instead, it contemplated that it alone did not have great assurance to succeed. This group of people was different from the humans it had devoured before. They were somewhat strong. It was alone while the opposing side had 3 people. This was not a problem. It could call upon other zombies for help. Low-level zombies do not have a concept of hierarchical levels and cannot give commands to other zombies. This level 4 zombie simply said, "Hey guys, there's meat here, and let's all come and eat." And so the level 4 zombie effortlessly called over more than 20 zombies from a distance. Coincidentally, F.A. Wong spotted 3 zombies in an alley and dashed over. After killing them, he thought, "Oh, there are 2 more not far away, that's 10 points." F.A. Wong moved a little distance away from Mi Ling and the others. At that moment, the horde of zombies arrived. The level 4 zombie hid within the horde and did not plan to lead the charge, instead letting the lower-level zombies serve as cannon fodder. The level 4 zombie has intelligence, but it is limited. Normally, it would ambush and wait for Mi Ling and her group to come closer before appearing. But it charged straight ahead without hesitation. There was no need. Mi Ling and her group would not clash head-on with such a horde of zombies. It's not that they cannot win, but they could easily get hurt. Mi Ling did not run directly, but released an explosive fireball, killing several zombies, planning to slowly wear down this horde. After casting the spell, Mi Ling and her companions turned to flee, but there was no hint of panic on their faces. The level 4 zombie could catch up to Su De Zhu and the others, especially since this particular level 4 zombie was a wind-type zombie, making it easy for it to pursue them. However, it did not chase. There was some danger. The old farmer zombie that had pursued Chen Luo did so recklessly because Chen Luo was alone. This was not a challenge for it. Mi Ling and her group deliberately kept the zombie horde hanging back, not running far. The level 4 zombie controlled the power of the wind, stirring up a strong gust. With the wind's assistance, all the zombies seemed to be propelled forward by the wind, significantly increasing their speed, and soon they would catch up to Mi Ling and her group.